Damn it. Could it be that even the soul-suppressing pearl isn't this death soul tree's match either? Why doesn't it have any reaction at all? Although Yi Yuan's divine soul was frozen, he did not completely lose his ability to think. His only hope right now was the soul-suppressing pearl. But the soul-suppressing pearl did not react at all. This made him incredibly anxious. Yi Yuan's divine soul was pulled out of the body bit by bit. The crow's eyes were like a bottomless abyss where Yi Yuan fell non-stop. All of a sudden, the soul-suppressing pearl had a trace of undulation once more. Yi Yuan's divine soul that had just left the body halfway was pulled back once more. What's going on? The crow said in surprise. This move of his had never failed before. Even deity realm powerhouses, as long as they stared at his eyes, they would also not be able to shake off the fate of having their souls absorbed. But today he actually failed. The other party was still a mortal who was not even deity realm. Legends have it that the atavism dragon soul is the dragon race's strongest divine soul. Aochin, that old thing's strength is unfathomable. Being able to resist the netherworld look isn't impossible either. However, unless it's that old thing's main body personally descending, otherwise nobody can save his descendant, muttered the crow to itself. Suddenly, that crow in the center opened up its wings and actually flew onto Yi Yuan's head. Yi Yuan's divine soul that had just settled down was akin to being struck by lightning once more. The crow opened its sharp beak and reached towards the top of Yi Yuan's head. A suction that shook the soul instantly enveloped Yi Yuan's whole body. But in the next instant, the crow cried out in terror. Soul-suppressing pearl. Turns out it's the soul-suppressing pearl. Damn it! Damn it! How can it be the soul-suppressing pearl? Arg! The crow seemed to have suffered an immense scare, his cry filled with despair. He flapped his wings twice, wanting to leave Yi Yuan's body. Except it was already too late. A terrifying suction emitted from the top of Yi Yuan's head, directly sucking the black crow in. The black crow did not absorb Yi Yuan's divine soul but was devoured by Yi Yuan instead. Accurately speaking, it was not Yi Yuan, but the soul-suppressing pearl. Yi Yuan could distinctly sense that the black crow was directly swallowed up by the soul-suppressing pearl. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Yuan gasped heavily for air, finally breaking free from that terrifying shackle. He wanted to go rescue White Light and lure straight away. It was just that before Yi Yuan took action, Yi Yuan just felt his sea of consciousness buzz. A terrifying soul tempest swept out with him as the center. This soul tempest was too frightening. Yi Yuan could not withstand this kind of impact at all. His two eyes rolled back at once, fainting away. A black bead slowly flew out from inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, suspending in the air. For some time, a fierce gale sprang up. With the soul-suppressing pearl as the center, it formed a soul vortex. This vortex became larger and larger. The storm became increasingly stronger. After that old thing died, hasn't the soul-suppressing pearl long gone missing? Why would it appear on this brat? The death soul tree gave off a shrill, miserable scream, seized with immense terror. Except, the soul tempest that the soul-suppressing pearl gave off became larger and larger. That horrifying suction, even the death soul tree was actually unable to withstand it too. This storm spread to the entire death marsh very quickly. The entire God-forbidden region's unknown existences all detected this terrifying undulation. This undulation made their hearts palpitate vigorously. Those living in this God-forbidden region were all existences that the divine realm was unable to imagine. In a mountain range, two pairs of eyes were revealed in the darkness. In the eyes, it was full of fear. What kind of aura is this? Such powerful undulations. Looks like it's coming from the death marsh that side. It's the soul-suppressing pearl, one of Immortal Grove Empyrean's personal 3 great magic treasures. It's the Immortal Grove region's supreme soul artifact. 5 million years ago, the Immortal Grove Empyrean perished. With his Tao vanishing, the soul-suppressing pearl went missing. I didn't expect that 5 million years later, it finally came into being once more. Immortal Grove Empyrean? Who is that? That's the sovereign of this Immortal Grove region, an existence that the likes of us look up to. An existence that even you, Father, look up to? Just how strong is that? How strong? Hoo-hoo. Strong beyond your imagination. Then the Death Soul Tree? Hoo-hoo. That guy dared to provoke the soul-suppressing pearl's new master. That's courting death himself. Nobody can save him. Once the soul tempest kicks off, those guys will probably all have to restrain themselves a bit. Devouring the Death Soul Tree. The soul-suppressing pearl probably should awaken thoroughly as well. No idea how long had passed either. The storm finally settled down. Yi Yuan finally recovered a trace of consciousness and only felt that his head was splitting. Virtually right away, he thought of white light and lure, and suddenly recalled things. White light? Lure? Yi Yuan cried out in shock. Big brother, young master. We're here. Big brother Yuan, you finally woke up. 3 familiar voices sounded out by his ear, making Yi Yuan feel like he was dreaming. He glanced at white light and looked at lure and said in surprise and bewilderment, You guys are fine. White light said, We don't know what happened either. When we woke up, we were lying here just like you. Lure and I woke up around the same time. Only the time you were in a coma was a little longer. No matter what, seeing that the 2 people were safe and sound, a large rock in Yi Yuan's heart finally landed. Recalling that scene of white light and lure being snatched of their souls, Yi Yuan really felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart at that time. Even now, he was shaking with lingering fear too. Yi Yuan suddenly looked towards Lier and said, Lier, you didn't have your soul snatched. Did you see anything inside the vast heaven pagoda? Lier shook her head and said, Although I didn't have my soul seized, I was the same as you all, being restrained by that Death Soul Tree. Later on, the soul tempest started and I became unaware of everything. The 4 people exchanged changes. All had vacant looks, totally unaware of what happened in between. There was still the Sherpatian by the side who likewise had a blank look. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he sunk his divine sense into the soul-suppressing pearl. He discovered that the soul-suppressing pearl was still suspended in his sea of consciousness, the same as before. It was as if nothing happened at all. Just what the hell is this soul-suppressing pearl? The things that happened before are simply unimaginably mysterious, Yi Yuan said absent-mindedly. Watching white light and lure being devoured by the crow, Yi Yuan virtually already ascertained the 2 of their deaths, but did not expect that after the soul tempest the 2 people appeared in front of him again perfectly well. Beyond the wild ecstasy, Yi Yuan was more surprised. This soul-suppressing pearl was seriously unfathomable, making him feel completely at a loss. That Death Soul Tree was a legendary existence, an existence even more horrifying than deity realm powerhouses. But the soul-suppressing pearl actually utterly crushed it. And Yi Yuan was suddenly startled and said, We seem to have already exited the Death Marsh. What about that Death Soul Tree? The other 4 people had blank faces too. They also did not know what in the world happened. Yi Yuan was helpless and said, All right, don't think anymore if we can't figure it out. We'd best go find the Kunwu Divine Wood. At this time, inside the soul-suppressing pearl, a phantom gradually condensed. His gaze seemed to pierce through space, landing on Yi Yuan, who was currently pressing on with his journey. Hoo-hoo, 5 million years already, the soul-suppressing pearl finally has a successor. Big brother, it's so strange. Isn't it said that the God-forbidden region is the forbidden area of deity realm powerhouses? Why didn't we encounter any more dangers after we came out of the Death Marsh? From narrowly escaping death inside the Death Marsh, more than half a month's time already passed. White Light discovered to his surprise that it was actually unusually peaceful along the way. That intense sense of danger when they originally stepped foot into the God-forbidden region actually vanished without a trace. This fierce contrast simply made the 4 people somewhat at a loss on what to do. Even if it was Yi Yuan entering the God-forbidden region this time, he also carried the resolve of not coming out alive. But now it was too easy. The 4 of them almost became doing sightseeing along the way now. Was this God-forbidden region still the Divine Realm's legendary death trap? Most likely, the reason still lies with the soul-suppressing pearl's abnormal activity at that time. Could it be that all of the living things in this God-forbidden region are all afraid of the soul-suppressing pearl? This isn't too likely, right? Yi Yuan said speechlessly. But White Light said with an excited look, Big brother, This soul-suppressing pearl was what I helped you find back then. Haha, didn't expect that today. It actually had such a great effect, to be able to let us travel inside this God-forbidden region akin to walking on flat ground. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Haha, your contributions are the greatest. But I keep feeling that it's not that simple. I remember that the Death Soul tree mentioned before Immortal Grove region on that day, while Kanua had also once mentioned the Immortal Grove region before. Can it be that our divine realm's original name was called Immortal Grove region? Also, Skydistant had also once said before that the vast Heaven Steel and Soul-suppressing Pearl were both foreign treasures. Even Senior Absolute Heaven doesn't know their origins. Seems like, apart from this divine realm, there's really another space. Lier's heart suddenly stirred and said to Yi Yuan, Big Brother Yuan, do you think those deity realm powerhouses have gone to the other space? Yi Yuan gave her a strange glance and said with a nod, hearing you say so, it's really a possibility. Perhaps they detected in advance Heavenly Tao's absence and nobody was willing to remain in the divine realm and all the deity realm powerhouses joined forces and opened up the entrance leading to the other world. The more Yi Yuan said, the more likely it felt. This way, all of the things could be explained. Heavenly Tao being absent, even if they were origin deity realm, they would also have to be suppressed back to Tao profound realm, which deity realm powerhouse was willing. Even if their law's comprehension was any greater, they were merely just a slightly stronger half-deity powerhouse. These people originally stood high above the masses, making them mingle together with mortals again. It was completely impossible for them to be willing. Furthermore, the otherworldly place might be a higher-level space. They might have the chance to attain an even higher realm. Yi Yuan felt like he seemed to have touched upon the truth of the 100,000-year mystery that was covered by dust. Immortal Grove region. Immortal Grove region. Why is it called Immortal Grove region? Also, why would Heavenly Tao be missing a part? Hey, those deity realm powerhouses all prided themselves on being exceptional but left behind such an awful mess. Truly a bunch of godlike existences. Yi Yuan's words were filled with ridicule, being very contemptuous towards those so-called deity realm powerhouses. He did not believe that those deity realm powerhouses did not know the peril of the fiend race. But those people left without turning back and did not even give a warning. Those so-called deity realm powerhouses, Yi Yuan held them in great contempt. If it was really like this, they are simply a group of trash. What a waste of their phenomenal strength. Becoming deserters and leaving behind the divine realm's trillions of living things to suffer the fiend race's abyss misery. White Light also said indignantly. Lier sighed and said, In this world, how many powerhouses are there that take on responsibility like Senior Absolute Heaven, Senior Fang Tian, and Big Brother Yuan? Those deity realm powerhouses looked at other people leaving. How could they be willing to stay themselves to be cannon fodders? Perhaps in their eyes, their lives are much more important than these trillions of life. Listening finish, Yi Yuan trio deeply felt that way too. Probably in those deity realm powerhouses' eyes, they indeed thought that way. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's face fell. A powerful divine sense locked onto him brazenly. Jeej. I didn't expect to actually run into you guys here. Truly enemies meet on a narrow path. A figure blocked the few people at the front. It was none other than precisely Zhuge Qingxian. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, You're really a ghost that lingers on persistently. Brat, you ruined my 1,000,000 years of painstaking effort. Could it be that you think this deity will let you go? Li Gui said. Yi Yuan's expression darkened, and he said, Where's Zhuge Qingxian? Dead. Humph. Not watching you die with my own eyes. How can this seat die? This time, it switched to Zhuge Qingxuan's voice. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him nonchalantly and said with disdain, Looks like you're not planning on making a move yourself anymore. Hoo-hoo. Looks like your confidence is worn away by this young master. The Divine Realm's #1 is merely like so. Yi Yuan had long figured out Zhuge Qingxuan's temper. Even if the other party knew that this was a goading technique, he would fall for it too. But this time, Yi Yuan miscalculated. It was only to hear Zhuge Qingxian give a cold snort and said, Humph. You want to goad me into fighting with me? I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you. Because as long as I can watch you die, this seat is willing to be mocked by you. Jeej, boy, I have to admit that you're very impressive. Someone as prideful as Zhuge Qingxian actually forcefully had his pride effaced by you. Your talent is even greater than absolute heaven. It's too bad that you were born in the wrong time. Li Gui had an appearance of taking delight in others' misfortune. Clearly, these two people had long reached some kind of tacit understanding already. With regard to dealing with Yi Yuan, their objective was to kill Yi Yuan. For this, Zhuge Qingxian even gave up on personally taking action, because he knew that no matter how hard he tried, he could not kill Yi Yuan too. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Like that. I got it. Looks like today. We can't end things without a bloody battle." Finished talking, Yi Yuan put the others away inside the vast heaven pagoda. When Li Gui saw this scene, he said with a faint smile, "Bloody battle? Boy, you're thinking too much. With this deity's strength, you can only contend with me by using the voice of the dragon god. It's a shame that displaying the voice of the dragon god with tier 9 strength, you can at most only last 3 breaths of time, right? As long as this deity tides over these 3 breaths, you're dead." Yi Yuan used 2 breaths of time the last time, and Li Gui calculated his limits. Although the voice of the dragon god was strong, his divine Tao laws were too powerful. The voice of the dragon god that had always prevailed could not achieve a certain kill effect with him. Since it could not achieve a certain kill effect, using this move was equivalent to seeking death. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, but did not take it seriously at all and said indifferently, "Is that so? If my conjectures are right, your current strength is also less than 10%. Since I can't deal with you in my current state, then I'll break through then." Done talking, all the essence energy in Yi Yuan surged. A surge of terrifying essence energy undulation roused the entire God-forbidden region until a storm raged and clouds gathered. Li Gui's expression changed, and he said in terror, "This, Tier 9 Grand Completion, Half-Deity Realm." To other people, Tier 9 Grand Completion and Half-Deity Realm still had an immense gap. Because even if one's essence, energy, and spirit all reached Grand Completion, it was also not Half-Deity Realm. Heart Realm Grand Completion. This hurdle stumped countless heroes. But what Yi Yuan was lacking was merely just on aspect of Essence Energy Realm. Of course, Essence Energy Realm reaching peak Divine King also could not be accomplished with one stroke. But Yi Yuan could. Exchanging blows the last time, Yi Yuan had merely just stepped into becoming a first-rate Divine King. They had just separated not long ago, and Yi Yuan actually directly broke through already. This was the part that Li Gui was really shocked at. Even when placed in their era, he had never seen before such rapid breakthrough as well. What are you still waiting for? Take the opportunity when he's breaking through and directly take his life. Zhuge Qingxuan's tone was somber but revealed some anxiousness. What the hell do you know? He has already triggered Half-Deity Realm and merged the essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths, achieving Half-Deity Realm. Going forward to kill him at this time is opposing the heavenly Tao. You'll be annihilated straight away. If you want to die, go forward. At most, this deity will find another physical body. Li Gui scolded angrily. Humph! Didn't you claim to be a peak heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouse? To actually not even dare face the breakthrough of Half-Deity Realm. Zhuge Qingxian said with a cold smile. It's useless even if you goad me. If it were 1,000,000 years ago, this deity really wouldn't take this level of heavenly Tao seriously. But now, heh. The meaning of his words was naturally that he did not dare to make a move against Yi Yuan anymore. Although Zhuge Qingxian was anxious, he also knew that Li Gui's hatred toward Yi Yuan was even stronger than his. If the tribulation was able to kill him, Li Gui absolutely would not make a move. Then could it be that we're going to watch him break through just like this? Zhuge Qingxian said solemnly. Even if he breaks through to the Half-Deity Realm, it's also merely the strength of Divine Tao second stage. Although your physical body is a little shabby, this deity still has some confidence in dealing with him. Li Gui said. Zhuge Qingxian unexpectedly did not refute Li Gui's words. Yi Yuan breaking through to Half-Deity Realm, he could already completely crush him in terms of realm. Actually, Zhuge Qingxian had long cultivated essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths to grand completion already. Except that final heart realm boundary kept failing to break through to the realm of heaven-man unity. This disparity with Yi Yuan was not a tiny bit. Li Gui was not shitting on him, but merely stating a face. At this moment, Yi Yuan finally experienced what was called Heaven-Man unity. That moment when his essence energy reached grand completion, Yi Yuan produced a kind of wondrous resonance with the heavenly Tao. His essence, energy, and spirit, three paths, reached unprecedented harmony at this moment. Mortals come from the earth is born from heaven originates from Tao, Tao is the source. This is the half-deity realm. Yi Yuan felt that he was unprecedentedly powerful. Previous life, Yi Yuan had similarly reached peak divine king. But this feeling now was completely different from that time. Essence energy, fleshy body, divine soul, under the mediation of Heaven-Man unity became an entity formed by nature. No matter which path one chooses, the other two paths would provide a massive compounding power. Just this step, and Yi Yuan felt a world of difference from his strength before. No wonder Fang Tian was able to have an earth-shaking great battle with Kanhua. Such strength had virtually reached the limits under deity realm already. But Yi Yuan sensed that he was currently in a kind of critical state. That fleeting and ephemeral deity realm seemed to be within arm's length. In the divine Tao era, there was originally no so-called half-deity realm. Being able to cultivate the heart realm to the Heaven-Man unity grand completion, breaking through to the deity realm was virtually something that happened without extra effort, because this step was the critical step to break through to the deity realm. With the heart realm as the mediator, perfectly reconciling essence, energy, and spirit, touching that fleeting and ephemeral heavenly Tao. This was the crucial step to become a deity. But when Yi Yuan attempted to touch that heavenly Tao, he discovered that he could not touch it at all. Not too high to reach, just unable to touch. That sort of feeling was just like someone who used strength to grab something. As a result, the person grabbed too hard and missed, extremely dispirited. That heavenly Tao was absent. It did not exist. At this moment, Yi Yuan finally understood Fang Tian's feelings. This feeling of being within arm's length but also out of reach simply made people go crazy. Jeej. This feeling of wanting to break through, but being unable to break through, is unpleasant, right? Li Gui said sarcastically. Yi Yuan shot him an indifferent glance and said, "Aren't you even more pitiful than I am? Clearly have peak heaven glimpse deity realm's divine soul, but you're being suppressed at half-deity realm. It's very unpleasant, right?" Li Gui's expression turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "What a razor-tongued brat. You ruined my million years of bitter effort. Today, I'll make your blood debt in blood." Sure enough, even though Yi Yuan had touched upon heavenly Tao, he had not experienced it personally before. But Li Gui clearly had that strength but was forcefully suppressed at half-deity realm. This made people even more depressed. That sort of feeling was like he wanted to emerge out of the surface of the water but forcefully had his head pressed down by someone. And yet, he could not lift his head. Bring it on. I want to experience a bit just what kind of strength peak heaven glimpse deity realm is like, Yi Yuan said disdainfully. Li Gui's fury was finally incited by Yi Yuan. It was only to see his face turned cold. The surrounding space immediately wailed with ghostly shrieks and howls. Countless savage ghostly figures blotted out the skies and covered the earth and chomped down towards Yi Yuan. 100 ghosts devouring the soul. This move was the accumulation of essence energy and ghost Tao. Not only did it harm the person's body, it similarly had tremendous damage on the divine soul. With Li Gui's law's boundary, this move naturally could not be underestimated. However, Yi Yuan did not have the slightest change in countenance on his face. The evil extermination sword suddenly attacked. An incomparably pure sword energy flew everywhere, charging over towards those fierce ghosts. Monumental sword. With righteous air in one's chest, heroism was unbeatable one. The moment this move was unleashed, it possessed the might of heaven and earth, and at the same time, it was the jinx of those ferocious ghosts. Yi Yuan displaying this move with half-deity realm, the power naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. It was no idea how many times stronger than before. In less than 10 breaths, those ferocious ghosts were slaughtered clean. Seeing this scene, Li Gui's expression could not help changing. He naturally knew about Yi Yuan's monumental sword. He did not hope for this move to be able to cause any damage to Yi Yuan's main body. His true target was Yi Yuan's divine soul. But Yi Yuan seemed to be completely fine. He was utterly immune to this divine soul attack. What moves do you still have? Feel free to use them. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan naturally knew that this move of Li Gui's contained an exceedingly powerful divine soul attack. But regarding divine soul attacks, he did not need to defend at all. With the soul-suppressing pearl around, any divine soul attacks were existences like paper tigers. Humph! Damn absolute heaven, truly lingering on persistently. Since that's the case, I want to take a look at whether or not your successor can withstand my undying ghost slaughter move. Li Gui smiled coldly. A terrifying divine soul power spread out. Heaven and earth changed colors because of it. This human race martial artist's pinnacle great battle aroused the attention of quite a number of powerhouses in the God-forbidden region. Of course, this level of fight was not considered some unparalleled great battle to them. When that pair of father and son saw Li Gui's terrifying undulations, they said indifferently, the laws are not bad. It's just too bad that what he cultivates is ghost Dao. Using the ghost Dao in front of the soul-suppressing pearl, isn't this simply like an elderly person eating arsenic, seeking death? The soul-suppressing pearl is really too scary. These few years, the Death Soul Tree has cornered the Kunwu Divine Wood badly. I didn't expect that it was directly annihilated, the son said. Devouring the Death Soul Tree, the soul-suppressing pearl has probably already awakened. It's just that that boy hasn't detected it yet. Nothing nice to see anymore. The guy that cultivates Ghost Dao is dead for sure, the father said. Inside another deep and quiet valley, powerful undulations faintly leaked out. Suddenly, a disdainful voice came out from inside the valley. Clowns jumping around, showing off in the presence of an expert. On the mountaintop, a luxuriantly green large tree overshadowed and obscured the sun. Different from the Death Soul Tree's lifeless atmosphere, this large tree was overflowing with life force. A young man sat on the treetop, looking into the distance. That gaze seemed to pierce through the void, seeing very far away places. Interesting. Using the ghost Dao in front of the soul-suppressing pearl. It's truly the ignorant is fearless. However, the soul-suppressing pearl has just regained consciousness. It probably really needs this kind of nourishment, the youngster said. That human seems to be here to find us. The large tree suddenly emitted a voice. How do you know? Possessing the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl. I wonder if this boy can save this immortal grove region that is on the brink of collapse or not, the young man said. Probably can't. The realm-locking gate isn't that easy to pass through, the big tree said. You're so sure? I'm very optimistic about this boy though, the young man said with a smile. Li Gui's martial technique was cast halfway when he detected something amiss. Undying Ghost Slaughter was the strongest soul technique that he could cast. If at his prime back then, even same-level powerhouses did not dare to clash head-on either. Those capable of suppressing him was also just absolute heaven, that level of existence. If he could refine himself into an undying evil ghost and use this move again, he definitely dared to contend with absolute heaven. It was just that, man proposes, God disposes. A million years later, heavenly Dao dwindled to zero. He was already unable to return to deity realm anymore. What was even more damnable was that this boy in front of him ruined his million years of painstaking effort, making him fail on the cusp of success. Even so, the undying ghost slaughter, this move was also an unbelievably terrifying existence. But Li Gui discovered to his dismay that this move of his seemed to have set off some remarkable things. No matter how he outputted soul force, he was unable to completely execute this attack. It was as if this move became a bottomless pit. His soul force flowed into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness unceasingly. Yi Yuan clearly also detected the soul-suppressing pearl's changes. The him who was originally akin to facing a great enemy simply just abandoned all actions at this time, allowing the soul-suppressing pearl to conduct itself freely. The situation got completely out of hand. The look of horror on Li Gui's face became increasingly thicker. He wanted to withdraw his soul force, but he discovered to his dismay that he already could not do it. Right now, his soul force seemed like floodwaters that broke the dam, flowing over toward Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness non-stop. Yi Yuan, what the hell did you do? This? What's going on here? Li Gui's face was full of alarm and panic. His voice was even almost in tears. Li Gui examined himself and felt that he was already an expert on the divine soul path. There was absolutely nothing that he did not understand. But he discovered to his dismay that he completely could not understand the current situation. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "You know it, I didn't do anything." He really did not do anything, but would Li Gui believe? It was because Yi Yuan did nothing at all that Li Gui felt even more fishy. He knelt on the ground with a thud and prostrated to Yi Yuan and said, "Young Master Yi." "Sir Yi." "Master Yi Yuan. I was wrong. I beg you to let me off. I won't ever find trouble with you again. You didn't lose anything at all. But I already have nothing at all anymore. I beg you to give me a chance to turn over a new leaf and let me off." This terrifying, devouring power, he was completely powerless to resist. No matter how he urged his divine Tao laws, he was also unable to break free of Yi Yuan's devouring power. Li Gui even had the heart to die. Just what kind of an existence did he provoke? Yi Yuan said with a helpless look, "Not that I'm not letting you off, but I really didn't do anything at all." The soul-suppressing pearl was not what he could control at all. From the start till now, all of the soul-suppressing pearl's actions were done on its own. This time was no exception as well. Huff huff. The devouring power became stronger and stronger. Li Gui's devoured was actually pulled right out of Zhuge Qingxuan's body in the end, converging into Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness in the end. Zhuge Qingxuan's entire body trembled, looking at this scene in shock. Without Li Gui, he also lost his final reliance. The current him facing Yi Yuan, he did not have any strength to retaliate at all. "Why Yi Yuan, I? Zhuge Qingxuan's expression was deathly pale. He completely did not expect that such a drama-like scene would actually occur. In his view, no matter how miserable, this was also a great battle evenly matched on both sides. Who knew that, in a blink of an eye, Li Gui was devoured until not even dregs remained. He retook his body's control rights anew now, but he had never lost all hope like this before, resulting in him not even knowing how to word it. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "You want me to let you go, right?" Zhuge Qingxian was stunned and nodded his head desperately. But Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Our enmity is also not irresolvable. But too bad you sought refuge with the fiend race. This is something that this young master cannot tolerate. Therefore, sorry. Your life, I must take it." Hearing Yi Yuan sentence him to death, Zhuge Qingxuan's face turned ghastly pale. Suddenly, he lifted his head to the sky and gave a long howl and said, "What a joke! Yi Yuan, you don't really think that you're the savior, right? Do you know how strong Kanua is? He's a former origin deity realm powerhouse. Do you think that you can be his match?" Yi Yuan said very indifferently, "Otherwise, why do you think this young master would come to the God's Fall mountain range? You want to become a deity? Ha ha ha. This is even more unrealistic than suppressing Kanua." Zhuge Qingxian said with a crazed laugh. Yi Yuan pursed his lips and said scornfully, "That's not something you have to be worried about anymore. Either way, you can't see it anymore." Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly used the monumental sword. The half-deity realm Yi Yuan displaying this move again, the power already could not be mentioned in the same breath. Zhuge Qingxuan's gaze revealed a savage look, and he said ferociously, "Your father, I will fight it out with you." Profound divinity finger. Before Yi Yuan had broken through to half-deity realm, Zhuge Qingxian was already not his match. How could this half-baked move currently be Yi Yuan's match? A sword unleashing swept away all obstacles in the way. Zhuge Qingxian did not even let out a scream and was directly annihilated by this sword. The heaven-stabilizing divine king, who had commanded the divine realm for over 2,000 years, perished here. "Yi Qing, can you feel the aura of the Kunwa divine wood? There's a very strong wood spirit energy ahead. I feel like that being seems to be guiding us forward." Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that. Guiding us forward? Yi Qing nodded his head. To be able to release such terrifying wood spirit energy, that being is too strong. It's completely not what we're capable of surmising. I think he should have discovered us long ago. and even already knew our objective of this trip. Because apart from the Kunwu divine wood in this place, I can't sense the auras of any other existences. Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not reveal a surprised expression. The existences in this god-forbidden region were all what they were unable to imagine. Just talking about that death soul tree, Yi Yuan could not even move a finger in front of him. Yi Qing was the most sensitive towards wood spirit energy. Hence, that was why he had Yi Qing lead the way. Sure enough, before long, Yi Qing detected a powerful wood spirit energy. Big brother, I wonder whether the Kunwu divine would taking the initiative to expose itself is a fiend or foe. White Light said. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Whether friend or foe, we have to make this trip. Under Yi Qing's lead, the party arrived under a mountain peak very soon. Above the mountaintop, an enormous tree towered above the clouds. That tree trunk was seemingly a heaven-supporting pillar. Even 1,000 people might not be able to wrap around it either. The thick life force made Yi Yuan and the others who were far away at the foot of the mountain feel completely relaxed and refreshed in spirit. Is this the Kunwu divine wood? What a terrifying existence! White Light exclaimed with a sigh. Rumor has it that the Kunwu divine wood is the source of the divine realm's wood spirit energy, can be called the world tree and is a part of heavenly Tao laws. This Tao-defying pill formula that I created was originally just a fleeting and ephemeral hint of enlightenment. But now, I'm already certain that I'm adding the finishing touch to heavenly Tao, remaking divine Tao within my body. Yi Yuan's gaze radiated rays of brilliant light as he said, brimming with confidence. Yi Yuan's words made everyone endlessly shocked, especially Shirpatian. Shirpatian had experienced the divine Tao era before and understood heavenly Tao's intangibleness more than Tao profound realm martial artists. But Yi Yuan actually wanted to attempt to reforge heavenly Tao within his body. This kind of thinking was too conceited, too arrogant, too insane, too unthinkable. But thinking carefully, they all could not help praising the brilliant idea of Yi Yuan. Cultivating by following the routine, no one could break this heavenly Tao's rules at all. This point was already proven for over 100,000 years. Someone as powerful as Fang Tian was also unable to break this shackle. But, if one simulated heavenly Tao using alchemy Tao, remaking a divine Tao law within the martial artist's body, this was indeed a fantastic idea. Haha! A fine reforging of divine Tao, well deserving of being Immortal Grove Empyrean's successor. This kind of inconceivable thinking simply takes people's breath away in wonder. A voice suddenly sounded out, giving everyone a fright. Suddenly Yi Yuan's and the rest only felt a blur before their eyes. Their figures already involuntarily disappeared from where they stood. When they appeared again, they were already on top of the mountain peak, at the foot of the large tree. A young man was currently looking at them with a wide grin. That gaze was rather ruminating. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he asked probingly, could your esteemed self be the Kunwu divine wood? The young man sized Yi Yuan up, seemingly very interested in him. Hearing Yi Yuan ask this, the young man said with a smile, you're pretty good. Worthy of being old fart Immortal Grove's successor. This idea of yours sounds crazy, but in fact, it's the method that's most likely to break heavenly Tao shackles. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that and said, Senior also feels that this method can work? Of course. Heavenly Tao collapsed, divine Tao dwindled to zero. No matter what method is used, it also can't resist the decline of heavenly Tao. But the spirit medicines that have experienced the divine Tao era before contains a part of heavenly Tao. They are unable to independently resist the decline of heavenly Tao. But if consolidating them together, there's a possibility of constructing an independent heavenly Tao within the martial artist's body, breaking the shackle from there. One has to admit that this idea is very genius, the young man said with an emotional sigh. Hearing the other party's words, Yi Yuan felt extremely excited. Following his understanding of the divine realm becoming increasingly deeper, Yi Yuan also had more confidence in the feasibility of the Tao-defying pill. Since heavenly Tao is already gone, then he would just remake heavenly Tao. A heavenly Tao that belonged to him, one that only existed in his body. This train of thought was increasingly clear. This idea seemed to be very insane, but to Yi Yuan it was not impossible to actualize it. The heavenly Tao that Yi Yuan needed to construct was not a complete heavenly Tao. He was just going to construct an initial stage grotto profound deity realms heavenly Tao, letting him be able to break through to deity realms successfully. Previous life, this idea was still very vague. But by relying on his exceedingly high comprehensions in alchemy Tao, he faintly sensed this existence. 1,000,000 years old spirit medicines did not just have these 9 types. But these 9 kinds of spirit medicines that Yi Yuan selected secretly contained heavenly Tao. This was the 9 kinds of spirit medicines that Yi Yuan selected only after going through repeated research. Talking about it was kind of vague and insubstantial, but by relying on his comprehension toward alchemy Tao, Yi Yuan felt that these spirit medicines combining together would be able to achieve an unexpected effect. In this life, Yi Yuan's comprehension of heavenly Tao became increasingly profound. Coupled with his understanding of the medicine god's soul canon getting increasingly deeper, Yi Yuan's train of thoughts also became clearer and clearer. As for how to refine, he was even more certain in his heart as well. Therefore, that was why he wanted to enter the God's Fall mountain range and search for this last spirit medicine, the kunwa flower. Then Senior's meaning is, the Tao-defying pill can really help this Yi break through to the deity realm? Yi Yuan could not refrain from asking. The young man smiled and said, Hoo, I didn't say that. Whether or not you can break through, it will depend on your good fortune. This kind of thing, even if old fart Immortal Grove personally comes around, he also would not dare to say that it can 100% succeed. I can only say that there's a possibility. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. The young man's words undoubtedly boosted him much confidence. This one before his eyes was an existence that rode above deity realm. For him to say that it was possible was already extremely hard to come by. In these 100,000 years, no idea how many people had once attempted to break through to deity realm before. But they all failed without exception. Since that's the case, pardon this junior for being impetuous, but I wonder if senior can gift a kunwu flower, Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. The young man froze and suddenly burst into laughter and said, Interesting, really interesting. Brat, your guts are really not small. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Not that junior is gutsy, but that junior is already driven to the wall. The kunwa flower might be very important to senior, but to junior, to the divine realm, it's even more important. I think that since senior is willing to show yourself and meet up, you don't wish for the divine realm to fall utterly into enemy hands, right? From the kunwu divine wood's attitude, Yi Yuan concluded that the other part at least did not much hostility towards him. Otherwise, he would not talk so much rubbish. Hey, you brat are really quite interesting. No wonder old fart Immortal Grove picked you. As the young man said, he held a palm up. A pink flower appeared in his hand. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, looking at the young man in amazement. He really did not expect that he actually obtained the kunwa flower so effortlessly. Before this, Yi Yuan thought of countless possibilities and was even prepared to fight to the bitter end. The only thing that he did not think of was that the other party actually gave it to him so magnanimously. Receiving the kunwa flower, Yi Yuan even had a feeling like he was dreaming. Senior, this? Why? Yi Yuan said in wonder. The young man smiled and said, I've long already found that death soul tree to be an eyesore, and you did it beautifully. In addition, I have to give face to old fart Immortal Grove's successor. As for whether or not it can succeed, that will depend on you. Yi Yuan was stunned. He already heard Immortal Grove, this name more than once. But he did not know why this divine realm would be called Immortal Grove region. Looking at it now, this Immortal Grove seemed to be a person's name. May I ask, senior, just what is this Immortal Grove? Why do a lot of people call the divine realm as Immortal Grove region? Yi Yuan asked. Kunwa smiled and said, Divine realm is just what you yourselves call it. The path of martial Tao, the so-called deity realm, is merely just the starting point. The reason why the divine realm is called Immortal Grove region is naturally that its sovereign is Old Fart Immortal Grove. Old Fart Immortal Grove? Yi Yuan frowned and said. Kunwa nodded and said, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove is this Immortal Grove region's founder and also sovereign. Cultivation reaching a certain realm, one can hew open a world. This Immortal Grove region is the world that old fart Immortal Grove opened up. Not just Yi Yuan. Everyone trembled all over when they heard these words. establishing a world. This was simply inconceivable means. This divine realm that they lived in was actually established by a martial Dao powerhouse. Could a person really accomplish to this extent? Establishing a world. Senior, you aren't joking around, right? Even if Yi Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable, his expression currently also became incomparably fascinating. The impact of Kunwu's words on him was too great. Heh, I'm not so free to crack jokes with you. Establishing a world isn't considered some noteworthy thing. But establishing a world like the Immortal Grove region, that's not what an ordinary person can accomplish. Telling you now, you can't understand either. If there comes a day where you can leave this Immortal Grove region, you'll naturally understand, Kunwu said. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath. This Kunwu's words simply subverted the understanding of martial Dao. He had never thought that this divine realm was actually established through artificial means. And also never thought that the human's martial Dao could attain such a terrifying realm. This kind of thing, if not for Kunwu personally saying it, no one could imagine it. Empyrean this term, Yi Yuan remembered it firmly in his heart. In an instant, he was filled with a yearning for this realm. A realm when achieved, one could establish a world. Just with his current strength, there was completely no way of imagining it. Only after a long time did Yi Yuan come back to his senses from the shock and said to Kunwu, Senior, heavenly Dao is missing. So why do the existences inside this God-forbidden region seem to be unaffected? Yi Yuan was very curious. Regardless of whether the Death Soul Tree or this Kunwu Divine would in front of him, Yi Yuan could not fathom at all. This indicated that their boundary was what he was incapable of imagining. Unlike the old ancestor as well as Shirpatian, Yi Yuan could clearly sense that their realms were being suppressed. Kunwu smiled and said, Because we all don't belong to the Immortal Grove region and didn't attain Dao by practicing the laws here, so we won't be suppressed by heavenly Dao. Yi Yuan was incredibly shocked. Turned out that all of them came from another world. But very soon, Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and was just about to speak, but was beaten to it by Kunwu. Don't think anymore. This God-forbidden region's existences all can't leave this region. Moreover, the Immortal Grove region is already an arrow at the end of its flight and can't endure us taking action at all. The moment we act, this Immortal Grove region will probably not be far from utterly collapsing, Kunwu said. Yi Yuan had a look of disappointment on his face. He was just thinking that the Kunwu Divine was not restrained by that heavenly Dao, so maybe he could make a move to deal with Kunwu. Yi Yuan did not expect that it was actually this situation. He could not help saying gloomily, Senior, what in the world happened to the divine realm? Why would heavenly Dao be missing? Kunwu shrugged his shoulders and said, Because old fart Immortal Grove died. This one sentence made Yi Yuan inwardly alarmed. A powerhouse that could establish a world would actually die too. Then what kind of existence would the powerhouse who killed him be like? Kunwu continued, However, the Immortal Grove region's decline originally shouldn't be so quick either. 5 million years ago, old fart Immortal Grove severed his connection with the Immortal Grove region. 10 to 1, the odds are he's dead. This Immortal Grove region naturally declined with each passing day. But 100,000 years ago, his lifeblood Empyrean spirit treasure should have been refined by others. That's why it would make the Immortal Grove region's heavenly Dao become defective. Mystic Qi was drained empty. That's why you all are unable to achieve deity realm. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he muttered, Lifeblood Empyrean spirit treasure? Kunwu looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile and said, Don't you have it too? Furthermore, it's even more than one. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled and he opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, Senior is talking about the vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl? Kunwu smiled and said, Otherwise? Apart from the soul-suppressing pearl, what else can finish off Death Soul Tree that guy? These words, they actually carried thick grievances. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he knew that the Kunwu Divine would seem to be on rather bad terms with the Death Soul Tree. However, Kunwu's words still stirred up monstrous waves in Yi Yuan's heart. He could not figure out all along just what origins the vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl had. Yi Yuan did not expect that they were actually the Empyrean spirit treasures of the Immortal Grove region's sovereign, Immortal Grove Empyrean. This level of supreme existence was not what the average person could conjecture at all. No wonder even absolute heaven, that kind of peerless powerhouses, could not figure out the vast heaven steel's depths. Old Fart Immortal Grove had 3 Empyrean spirit treasures. One is the world-suppressing steel, one is the soul-suppressing pearl, and one is the universe sword. These 3 Empyrean spirit treasures are closely related to the Immortal Grove region. Old Fart Immortal Grove used them to nurture these 3 Empyrean spirit treasures. So the moment the universe sword was lost, this Immortal Grove region suffered a heavy blow. From then on, there was no longer divine Tao. Kunwu spoke with confidence and composure. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath, but the astoundment in his heart kept failing to calm down. The impact that Kunwu's words brought to him was too great. Every sentence that Kunwu uttered was this Immortal Grove region's extremely great heaven's secret. The people of the divine realm lived here one lifetime after another, but they never knew that this was merely just a space that someone else established. In the end, they were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Outside had even broader space. This 100,000 years mystery was finally uncovered today. How could Yi Yuan not be shocked? And what Kunwu disclosed was far more than this 100,000 years mystery. Yi Yuan never dreamed that the 2 inconceivable treasures which he obtained by chance were actually Empyrean spirit treasures. Senior, this junior still has a query. Speak. Breaking through deity realm requires mystic chi flooding the body. I wonder if there's still any mystic chi in the divine realm. Mystic chi flooding the body was also the most crucial link to breaking through to deity realm. This was not just the step that Fang Tian they all were most worried about, it was actually the step that Yi Yuan was most worried about as well. Even if his Tao-defying pill was really able to succeed without mystic chi, he was likewise unable to break through to the deity realm. Kunwu smiled and said, Mystic chi? Hoo-hoo. Don't you have it on you? I have it on me? Yi Yuan had a blank look. Heaven and earth essence energy is merely the low-level form of mystic chi. Not reaching the deity realm, this Immortal Grove region's martial artists are totally unable to withstand mystic chi flooding the body. 1 Empyrean spirit treasure is sufficient to support the Immortal Grove region's martial artists to break through to deity realm. These few years, the Empyrean spirit treasure that sustained the divine realm's mystic chi was precisely the universe sword. Now that the universe sword was refined by someone, mystic chi is naturally siphoned empty too. But inside the other 2 Empyrean spirit treasures, there's naturally mystic chi too, Kunwu said. Yi Yuan said in amazement, you're saying that inside the vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl both have mystic chi? But how should I guide them out? No need to guide them out. If you can remake heavenly Tao within your body, mystic chi will naturally come out. If you fail, it naturally won't come out either, Kunwu said. Yi Yuan did not expect that inside the vast heaven steel actually hid mystic chi. 5 million years ago, Fang Tian had once attempted to break through to the deity realm before but did not arouse mystic chi. If Fang Tian was able to find the method to add the finishing touch to heavenly Tao, perhaps he would break through to the deity realm first. Of course, whether or not he could draw out mystic chi, even Kunwu was also uncertain. Maybe Yi Yuan was the same as Fang Tian, the final outcome being failure. Many thanks for Senior resolving my doubts. Yi Yuan is forever indebted, Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. After a bout of preparations, Yi Yuan planned on refining the pill on the spot. Kunwu did want to interrupt Yi Yuan. He just quietly watched by the side. On a table, over 100 kinds of spirit medicines were arranged very densely. These 100 over types of spirit medicines were not anyhow picked. In order to select these 100 over kinds of spirit medicines, Yi Yuan had done God knows how many deductions and experiments before. By relying on his tiny hint of response towards heavenly Tao, it was sifted out. In this life, when he was idle, he did countless deductions and verifications again. He did many modifications before finally deciding on this never-existed-before pill formula. Big brother, don't know why I'm so nervous, White Light said with an anxious look. Yi Yuan scolded with a laugh. You rascal, it's just refining a medicinal pill. Is there a need? That might be the case, but this medicinal pill of yours concerns the divine realm's life and death. Can I not be nervous? If it fails, there won't be a chance to do a second try. Heh. When have your big brother failed before on refining pills? Yi Yuan looked at White Light and said with overflowing confidence. White Light thought about it and said, "That's true. Big Brother's alchemy skills have long attained the acme of perfection already. However, can the 9 Stars Imperial Heaven Art refine this Tao-defying pill?" 9 Stars Imperial Heaven Art was already the strongest alchemy technique under Deity Realm. But for this alchemy technique to refine this never-before-seen medicinal pill, White Light was not confident either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not using the 9 Stars Imperial Heaven Art this time." White Light was stunned and said, "Not using the 9 Stars Imperial Heaven Art?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "If talking about refining methods, barely anyone is more familiar with it than me. Even if it's the 9 Stars Imperial Heaven Art, it's also impossible to refine the Tao-defying pill. Since I created this medicinal pill, I naturally have to create an even more impressive alchemy technique." Even more impressive alchemy technique? Big Brother, you concealed your skills so deeply. White Light drew a cold breath. No one understood Yi Yuan better than him. He had never seen before Yi Yuan used any alchemy skill that was even more powerful. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This alchemy skill was created in my previous life. After perfecting in this life, it should be sufficient to take on great responsibilities." Big Brother, what is this alchemy skill called? Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp and he said, 10 Directions Heaven-Seizing Art. This was an experience that was hard to come by. Naturally, the situation could not be without Rendong, Xiaoruyan, as well as Grand Pupil Guyu. They were all called out by Yi Yuan to watch and learn. Putting aside Rendong and Xiaoruyan, Guyu's strength these past few years also advanced by leaps and bounds. Of course, he learned from the fundamental level. Hence, he was much slower than Rendong and Xiaoruyan. But his strength was indisputable. The pill refinement this time is where the quintessence of everything that Master learned in his lifetime lies. You all watch carefully. How much you can comprehend will depend on your individual fortunes. Yi Yuan said to the 3 people. The 3 people all nodded their heads solemnly, all being incredibly excited. They already knew that what Yi Yuan was going to refine this time could be said to be the number 1 pill in 100,000 years. As for the 10 Directions Heaven-Seizing Art, it was also their first time hearing. But they did not doubt in the slightest that this was an alchemy skill that reached the acme of perfection. Taking care of everything, Yi Yuan started refining the pill. Yi Yuan dripped a drop of blood essence into the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron. The Dragon Sovereign Cauldron's dragon pressure immediately billowed into the sky. With Yi Yuan's current peak sacred rank dragon blood, he could already deploy the Dragon Sovereign Cauldron's power to the greatest. The current Dragon Sovereign Cauldron was already a half-divine artifact rivaling the vast heaven pagoda. But the refinement this time was greatly different from everyone's impression in the past. In the past, the feeling that Yi Yuan's pill refinement gave them was exhilarating. Not just exhilarating, but breathtaking. But this time, just extracting and purifying the medicinal embryo, Yi Yuan spent a full 3 days' time. Spirit medicines being many was one aspect, but Yi Yuan's method of purification was vastly different from before. The medicinal embryos that Yi Yuan refined, in the end, was not 1 but 9. Each main ingredient, he would refine a medicinal embryo on its own. Seeing this scene, Xiaoruyan and the rest were all extremely amazed. What's Grandmaster doing here? Could it be that he's going to refine 9 medicinal pills? Guyu said in wonder. Xiaoruyan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you think that the Tao-defying pill is 9 medicinal pills?" Rendong said, "Refining these 9 medicinal embryos doesn't have any difficulty to master. But refining these 9 medicinal embryos into 1 medicinal pill is as hard as ascending to the heavens." Xiaoruyan nodded and said, "Refining the Tao-defying pill is not mixing these spirit medicines together, but combining into a complete heavenly Tao. In the process of refinement, not only does one have to focus on the medicinal pill's refinement, they even have to rely on their comprehension toward alchemy Tao and fuse these medicinal embryos together organically. One can say that refining this Tao-defying pill is a tiny little world." Refining the medicinal embryos, Yi Yuan finally started refining. But the moment he made his move, Xiaoruyan and the others were all shocked. Isn't this the refining method of the greater phaseless art? Ah, a Tier 1 alchemy skill to refine the Tao-defying pill. Gu said in shock. Xiao Ruyan was likewise incomparably shocked and exclaimed, "You guys, look! It became the lesser phaseless art. No, wait, this is another skill. What in the world is going on here?" Kunwu originally watched Yi Yuan refine and purify the medicinal embryos calmly. But the moment he took action, his gaze revealed glimmers of brilliant light. Among the people present, no one understood what Tao was better than Kunwu. Yi Yuan's refining method looked simple to the extreme, but every movement contained the lingering charm of Tao. His disciples exclaimed with admiration because they could not understand Yi Yuan's Tao. The two parties' realms were too far apart. Kunwu clearly did not know alchemy, but from the disciples' marveling exclamations, he could guess that what Yi Yuan used were all the most basic alchemy techniques. But what Yi Yuan used was not the most basic alchemy skills. Seemingly contradictory, this was actually the sublimation of returning to one's original simplicity. This was the 10 directions heaven-seizing art. Ho-ho! Somewhat interesting. This boy might really succeed, Kunwu said with a laugh. Xiao Ruyan looked towards Kunwu in surprise, plucked up her courage, and asked, "Senior, did you perceive something? I see that what Master used are all Tier 1 alchemy techniques. We all know them. Can this kind of technique refine the Tao-defying pill?" With her asking, everyone perked their ears up, wanting to hear Kunwu's evaluation. Especially White Light, he still heard that Yi Yuan created some 10 directions heaven-seizing art previously. In the end, what he used was all some of the simplest refining techniques. He naturally knew that Yi Yuan was not joking around. But he really could not tell what difference Yi Yuan's techniques had from Tier 1 alchemy techniques. Tier 1 alchemy techniques? Haha, nay. Your master has already reached the boundary of seeing the mountain as a mountain still and seeing the water as water still. Your disparity with him is too far away, so you can't understand, Kunwu said with a loud laugh. Xiao Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she made a detailed inquiry. "Senior, please resolve my confusion." Kunwu gave her a glance and said with a smile, "One will never achieve their goals without doing things a step at a time, not accumulating small streams. There's no way to become a river or sea. Where Tao lies isn't fleeting and ephemeral but inside every little bit. I don't know alchemy, but myriad great Taos all lead to the same destination. Tier 1 alchemy skills are the simplest, but also where the roots of alchemy techniques lie. When you guys cultivate to an extremely high realm, then turn back to look at it, maybe there will be a different feeling. Of course, with your current realms, it's still far away." When everyone heard that, they were all dumbstruck. Only then did they know what kind of profound realm Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao already reached. This kind of realm completely had no way of using words to describe. Xiao Ruyan trio exchanged glances, all smiling bitterly in the end. Yi Yuan letting them out was naturally in order to let them sense the true alchemy Tao a little. Unfortunately, no matter how they looked, Yi Yuan was also refining a Tier 1 medicinal pill. The three of them had all been drilled by Yi Yuan before and were all too familiar with Tier 1 alchemy techniques. All of them, any one of the techniques could easily achieve entering the legendary realm. But now only when they watched Yi Yuan refine pills did they know that their road was still long. Time went by day after day. In a blink of an eye, it was 10 days. In these 10 days, there was nothing exciting. Yi Yuan was constantly using the simplest alchemy techniques to refine the pill, unhurried and unremarkable. But the expressions on the faces of Xiao Ruyan, they all gradually became solemn. Yi Yuan was refining 9 medicinal embryos at the same time. But with 10 days, they gradually gained some level of attainment. At this time, they finally somewhat understood Kunwu's words. Ordinary Tier 1 alchemy skills were absolutely unable to refine these 9 medicinal embryos at the same time. 9 medicinal embryos. Inside them contained over 100 types of spirit medicines. The difficulty of control was absolutely the entire divine realm's peak. But in 10 days, Yi Yuan did not make a hint of mistake. This was simply something that one did not dare imagine. Hence, the only possibility was that Yi Yuan's alchemy techniques they really could not understand. Too profound. Suddenly, everyone's faces changed. Clouds gathered in the sky. Rays of sunglow fluctuated as if something major was going to happen. Kunwu took a look at the sky and laughed as he said with narrowed eyes, "Heh heh, aroused the resonance of great Tao. This boy is truly remarkable. Old Fart Immortal Grove might have a qualified successor." Rumble. Above the skies of the entire divine realm, multicolored sunglow rippled, shining upon the land until it became a gorgeous color. Above the ninth heaven, thunder clapped and clouds rolled, heading over to the south. At the Dragon Clan in the Demon region, Fang Tian raised his head and looked at the sky, rays of brilliant light glimmering in his gaze. What happened? Who can actually cause such a heaven and earth phenomenon? Fang Tian said in shock. Senior, looking at this commotion, it seems to be heading south. It's precisely the direction of the God's Fall mountain range. Could Yi Yuan have broken through to deity realm? By the side, Tung Yun's eyes lit up and said in surprise. Fang Tian darted him a glance and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "You're thinking too much. Forget about breaking through to the Grotto Profound deity realm. Even if breaking through to the origin deity realm, it's also impossible for the entire divine realm to have such a heaven and earth phenomenon appear. Such celestial phenomena, there's probably only those existences in the God-forbidden region that can trigger it. I'm afraid that." Tung Yun's hopes that had just ignited was extinguished by Fang Tian. Indeed, this kind of heaven and earth phenomenon already lasted a full 3 days' time. Moreover, the scope spread to the entire divine realm. Even if Yi Yuan broke through to deity realm, it was also impossible to cause such a terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon. This kind of heaven and earth phenomenon, there were no records of it in the divine realm's history at all. Even if those origin deity realm powerhouses, it was also not possible to make the entire divine realm so turbulent. Suddenly, Fang Tian shut his eyes. When Tung Yun saw the situation, he exclaimed, "Senior, you mustn't." His voice has yet to fade, and then only to see Fang Tian spewed out a mouthful of blood with a puff. All of a sudden, Fang Tian seemed to have aged considerably. Fang Tian looked up at the sky and murmured, "Heaven Tao can't be pried into. I hope that Yi Yuan can return safely." At the same time, Kanhua slowly opened his eyes, his expression becoming very ugly. This is great Tao resonance. That brat wouldn't really have succeeded, right? Heh, scared? You, this old fellow, are also nothing more than this. Yuji suddenly appeared and said with a cold smile, "Humph. Right now, it's him and me competing on time. When this deity has swept across the divine realm, even if he attains Tao and becomes a deity, so what? Dispatch the orders, 3 days later, launch a general offensive against the demon region. We have to exterminate the demon race at all costs. This deity doesn't believe that Fang Tian can still stop at this time," Kanhua said disdainfully. Yuji's eyes lit up and she said, "You already recovered your strength? Otherwise, what do you think? Relax. Everything is under this deity's control. Even if that brat really becomes a deity and returns, he can't escape the palm of my hand either. Ha ha ha." Talking to the back, Kanhua let out a wild laugh. Yuji's gaze flickered but did not know where Kanhua's confidence lay. In the God's Fall mountain range, rays of sunglow descended from the sky, converging into the dragon's sovereign cauldron. Xiaorian and the rest who were by the side were long dumbfounded from watching already. They had never seen before that refining medicinal pills could trigger such a heaven and earth phenomenon. Rumble. Suddenly, the dragon's sovereign cauldron started trembling violently. This scene made everyone's faces change. Boom! It was only to hear a loud bang, and that dragon's sovereign cauldron actually directly exploded. A terrifying energy swept out. "Big Brother Yuan! Big Brother! Master!" Several shouts sounded at the same time, the voices full of panic and fear. The half-divine artifact, Dragon's Sovereign Cauldron, actually could not withstand the pressure of heavenly Tao, and broke down at once. The Dragon's Sovereign Cauldron's fragments scattered everywhere. A tremendous impact force flew towards everyone. Kunwen just casually waved a hand and completely wiped out those fragments. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the medicinal cauldron exploded. What should Yi Yuan do about the medicinal pill? When they focused their eyes and looked over, they could not help being pleasantly surprised. In front of Yi Yuan, a Tai Chi diagram formed. In the center of the Tai Chi diagram, 9 medicinal embryos were still being smelted by the cleansing sandal sacred flame. That Tai Chi diagram was incomparably profound. Yi Yuan took his time to perform the alchemy skills and was not the least bit moved by the dragon's sovereign cauldron's collapse. The current Yi Yuan already entered an extremely profound state. Yi Yuan was clearly refining pills there, but Xiao Ruyan they all had an unreal feeling. It was as if there was no Yi Yuan there. What was there was just the vague and insubstantial heavenly Tao. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have incarnated to become heavenly Tao. This kind of wondrous spectacle was simply inconceivable. Great Tao Pill Refinement. This is the legendary Great Tao Pill Refinement. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that this kind of marvelous spectacle actually appeared in an Empyrean world. Old Fart Immortal Grove. Oh, Old Fart Immortal Grove. I really didn't expect that your Empyrean world that's about to collapse actually produced such a figure. I look forward very much to whether or not he can give off a brilliant light over there. Kunwu suddenly laughed loudly and said. Xiao Ruyan they all were drawn over by Kunwu's laughter. Clearly, they were also very curious about Yi Yuan's current state. Senior, what's this Great Tao Pill Refinement that you speak of? Xiao Ruyan asked. At this time, Kunwu's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan already became different. Before this, he was using a talking down attitude to view Yi Yuan. There was even a tiny hint of pity. The Kunwu divine would have lived for God knows how many years. One could even say that he was an existence that watched the Immortal Grove region's rise and decline. Toward this Empyrean world's humans, they were lowly existences to him. This sort of condescension was born in the bones. He could not change it. But at this moment, Kunwu unknowingly got rid of that unconscious superiority feeling. When he saw this scene happen, he finally looked squarely at Yi Yuan, this lowly person of an Empyrean world. Saw that Tai Chi diagram? Kunwu said. Xiao Ruyan froze and said, Saw it. Isn't that condensed and formed by master with the power of array formations? Kunwu laughed in spite of himself and said, Array formation? Ha ha ha. That is an array formation. That's this Immortal Grove region's heavenly Tao. Materialized heavenly Tao. Remaining heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao. Senior, you aren't joking, right? Xiao Ruyan's mouth opened into a circle and was incredibly shocked. Not just her, everyone had disbelieving looks. They all thought that Kunwu was joking. What was heavenly Tao? That was a fleeting and ephemeral existence. And completely intangible existence. Martial artists could go and comprehend heavenly Tao, but how could one possibly use heavenly Tao to refine pills? This was too ludicrous. It was something that was completely impossible to happen. But Kunwu said with a disdainful smile, heavenly Tao isn't as mysterious as you all imagine. The heavenly Tao that you all cultivate is merely the Tao of someone else. This place is Old Fart Immortal Grove's Empyrean world. So the heavenly Tao that you guys cultivate is all just his Tao. Therefore, as long as you all are still inside this Immortal Grove region, it's forever impossible for you all to surpass him. In fact, you guys can't even touch the heels of his feet. If you guys can cultivate to 1/10,000th of his, that's already an invincible existence. Everyone exchanged glances, wanting to refute, but was also unable to refute. Kunwu's words were naturally strategically situated in an advantageous position. The things that he knew were what they were unable to imagine. Furthermore, according to the situation that they knew, what Kunwu said was totally right. Looking at everyone's astonished faces, Kunwu continued to speak with fervor and assurance. However, that's impossible. The realm of Empyrean is what you all are completely unable to imagine. At Old Fart Immortal Grove's prime, it was also when the Immortal Grove region's heavenly Tao was at its most powerful and flourishing. That heavenly Tao, even I have to give way to avoid conflict too. But unfortunately now, a hairless phoenix is inferior to a chicken. Senior, you haven't said what is Great Tao Pill Refining. Kunwu disparaging the divine realm's heavenly Tao like this. Xiao Ruyan naturally felt a little upset in her heart. It was just that she also knew what Kunwu said was the truth. If not because of this, how could deity realm dwindle to zero? Kunwu glanced at her and said with a smile, The little lass isn't willing to submit still. But, My old Kuan's mood today is pretty good, I won't fuss over it with you. Saying that the heavenly Tao is not good actually doesn't have the intention of belittling it, but it's saying that that master of yours is very strong. Great Tao pill refinement is refining medicinal pills with Great Tao as the furnace. That master of yours triggered Great Tao resonance. This in itself is already something very seldom seen. But I didn't expect that he could actually even harness heavenly Tao refining the pill with Great Tao. Truly inconceivable. When the few people heard Kunwa's words, all of them were shocked until they could not close their mouths. Using heavenly Tao to refine pills, this kind of thing, just thinking about it made one's back run cold. If not for Kunwa's guidance, they would not dare to imagine at all that the Tai Chi diagram was actually the incarnation of heavenly Tao. Spreading this sort of thing, other people would definitely think that they were lunatics. Kunwu said slowly. For this boy to be able to harness heavenly Tao, it shows that he has already obtained the immortal grove heavenly Tao's recognition. This is naturally not unrelated to the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl. But to be able to accomplish this step, it isn't merely related to those two items. Starting from today, he is different from you all already. He shall lord over all of you, becoming this immortal grove region's true god. The more they heard, the more shocked they became. They were naturally very happy in their hearts to hear Kunwa's words. But there was even more incredulity. Kunwa's every word struck viciously onto their hearts, making them feeling breathless. The few people's gazes when looking at Yi Yuan again all became different. Especially Lier, who was his lover. Her lover was actually going to tower above all life now. The feelings at this time were very complicated. Kunwa continued with his words hellbent on shocking people to death and said, "Hey, triggering heavenly Tao with alchemy Tao and obtaining immortal groves recognition from there. This boy truly amazes people. From now on, he can be said to have truly inherited Immortal Grove's mantle. When his strength reaches a certain realm, he will be able to become this Immortal Grove region's new master. Even though this is just a dilapidated world. But regarding all this, Yi Yuan himself seemed to be oblivious to it. He was already immersed in his own Tao. Refining the Tao-defying pill was no longer a mission to him. It was to savor the feeling of sensing the heavenly Tao. This kind of feeling made his entire person feel like he was walking on clouds. In order to take revenge in this life, that was the reason why Yi Yuan stepped onto the martial path. Even though his martial Tao talent was exceedingly high, in his bones, he was still that alchemist who pursued the limits of alchemy Tao unrelentingly. Before reincarnating, Yi Yuan's comprehension of alchemy Tao already reached a profound level. Otherwise, he also could not create the Tao-defying pill, such a fantastical medicinal pill. But in the previous life, his divine soul realm was lacking and kept feeling that there was a layer of windowpane paper not poked through. In this life, not only did he obtain the medicine god's soul canon, he even obtained several divine Tao cultivation methods and martial techniques, and his comprehension towards heavenly Tao was even deeper. In addition, he acquired the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl in this life. All of the elements added up formed the present Yi Yuan. This 10 directions heaven-seizing art. As Yi Yuan refined the pills using this technique, his entire person gradually became sublimated. Through this Tai Chi diagram in front of him, Yi Yuan actually felt a sense of looking down on all life. Right now, he felt like he was refining a medicinal pill with heaven and earth as the furnace. Finally, the Tao-defying pill's refinement entered the final juncture. That Tai Chi diagram suddenly released a dazzling light, piercing until everyone could not open their eyes. With Yi Yuan as the center, it formed an enormous vortex. Terrifying essence energy swarmed over towards this vortex. It was akin to trickling streams, converging to form a sea. Yi Yuan was completely enveloped by the light. Outside, Lier and the rest already completely could not see what was happening inside anymore. They only sensed that it was as if the entire world was exerting great efforts for Yi Yuan to refine the medicinal pill. If not for seeing it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe at all that one could still refine like this. This is the true perfection of alchemy Tao, Guyu said with an emotional sigh. He was born in an alchemy path noble family, his horizons exceedingly high. But this spectacle in front of him he did not dare to imagine at all. This sight was deeply engraved in his mind, becoming his lifelong pursuit. Of course, not just him, Rendong also smiled bitterly and said, "These few years I cultivated bitterly every minute and second. Originally, I thought that I could approach Master a little. But only now do I know that we are people from completely different worlds with him. However, I'll definitely catch up to his footsteps." Spurred into motion under this vortex, 9 medicinal embryos were currently revolving at extremely high speed. The faster the vortex spun, the faster the medicinal embryos spun as well. Gradually, that massive light contracted, becoming smaller and smaller. That Tai Chi diagram was similarly gradually shrinking. Finally, all of the storms converged onto Yi Yuan's palm. A dark red medicinal pill suspended above his palm quietly. Everyone scrambled forward, all sizing up the pill and Yi Yuan like curious babies. "Big brother, how do you feel?" White Light said. "Master, this is the Tao-defying pill? I can't tell what special aspects it has. Such a heaven-defying pill actually doesn't even have pill tribulation," Xiao Ruyan said. Yi Yuan smiled but said nothing. But Kunwu came up and said with a smile, "Refining the pill with great Tao. This medicinal pill obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao. Even heavenly Tao didn't say anything. Who would send down heavenly tribulation? Grand Teacher, you're really too amazing. In my view, an alchemy god is nothing more than this, right? Do you side with admiration?" Yi Yuan sized up the Tao-defying pill in the palm of his hand. But this current mood was unusually calm, far from the anticipation and uneasiness before the refinement. He knew that he must have succeeded. Kunwu smiled and said, "Fine lad. You already obtained the recognition of heavenly Tao. In the future, when your strength is sufficient, you'll be able to replace old fart Immortal Grove, becoming this Empyrean world's master." Kunwu thought that Yi Yuan would be extremely excited by this news. After all, in his opinion, the master of an Empyrean world, that was a supreme existence. Even he could not achieve this step either. But he was disappointed. Yi Yuan's expression was very calm and was not moved in the slightest over this sentence. "Master of an Empyrean world, is it? Senior, even if I really became the Immortal Grove region's controller, what I walk will just be Senior Immortal Grove's Tao as well. Although his Tao is strong, if I walk according to his path, I'll never surpass him for life," Yi Yuan said calmly. Kunwu's gaze turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually said such a thing. Controlling an Empyrean world, even a dilapidated Empyrean world, this was a tremendous temptation outside. Few people could resist this kind of temptation. But Yi Yuan actually said this kind of words that swept down irresistibly from a commanding height. It truly made him sigh endlessly with admiration. If this were in the outside world, Kunwu absolutely would not be surprised. But this was the Immortal Grove region. To him, Yi Yuan was immortal. A mortal suddenly controlling a world, becoming the hegemon of a world. How great a temptation was this? But Yi Yuan was actually unmoved. "Hey, you boy are indeed extraordinary. No wonder you can get picked by Immortal Grove. What you said is right, any great achiever must have their own Tao. It's just that even though this path has limitless potential, it's incomparably arduous. There are really barely anyone with the courage to walk this path," Kunwu said solemnly. Kunwu still had some words that he did not say. It was not that there were none who walked this path, but the majority of them all failed. In other words, to the vast majority, they were all overestimating their ability. Moreover, Yi Yuan had not walked out of this Empyrean world yet. These words were a bit too boastful. How could Yi Yuan not perceive Kunwu's insinuation? It was just that he did not care and said smilingly, "I'd rather be ground to dust than fade into mediocrity." Seeing Yi Yuan's resolute eyes, Kunwu fell silent and did not speak. In his heart, he was somewhat disdainful. Yi Yuan's talent was indeed terrifying, but that was also merely just in this Empyrean world. The outside world's powerhouses' starting points were different from this Empyrean world, but toward Yi Yuan's way of thinking, Kunwu still secretly praised with admiration. To be able to have such ideas, it was already not that easy. "Haha, it's far away. Food has to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. Now isn't the time to sit and debate on Tao. When I resolve the crisis of the fiend race, it won't be too late to think about these again." Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Master, are you going to consume this Tao-defying pill right now?" Xiao Ruyan said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Time won't wait for me. I'm currently racing with Kanhua. It will depend on who can run faster. Wait for me to adjust my breathing for a bit, and I'll prepare to break through." Yi Yuan did not have much time to waste. He knew that Kanhua was also seizing every minute and second to recover his strength. Entering this God's Fall mountain range already wasted a lot of time. Now, it will depend on who could succeed first. A day later, Yi Yuan's essence, energy, spirit were all adjusted to their peak condition. He delivered the dark red Tao-defying pill into his mouth. At virtually the same time, Kanhua finally exited seclusion and led the Fiend Race army to bear down upon the borders. The Fiend Race retaliating in full force, making Fang Tian realize that Kanhua was probably not far from leaving seclusion already. Hence, he pulled back all of the lines of defense and withdrew all of the humans back to the demon region, planning to deal with this final battle. Fang Tian, this deity is back. Starting from today, this Immortal Grove region belongs to me, Kanhua. Kanhua's voice was akin to rolling thunders, reverberating through the skies of the Dragon Clan. Fang Tian looked at the insufferably arrogant Kanhua in the distance, his expression turned gloomy. In the end, Yi Yuan couldn't make it? "Senior, I'll go and fight him," Teng Yun said. Fang Tian gave him a glance, said, "You don't need to go and die. With his current strength, annihilating you is just a matter of a flick of a finger. You're unable to imagine how terrifying the strength of Origin Deity Realm is." Fang Tian comprehended for 10,000 years and only merely comprehended concepts to the Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. It was precisely because of so that he was even more aware of how frightening the Origin Deity Realm was. Moreover, even the Absolute Heaven back then was unable to kill Kanhua. How great his strength was could be seen at a glance. Then, what should we do? With Teng Yun's might, he had a look of despair at this time too. Fang Tian heaved a sigh and said, "Delaying every second count. I guess. If Yi Yuan can succeed, he'll help to avenge us. If not, then the divine realm will also end here." Teng Yun could not help feeling stifled when he heard that. He had followed Fang Tian for many years already. He had never seen before Fang Tian speak with this kind of tone. He knew that Fang Tian was really at his wits' end already. Even if Fang Tian risked this old life, it was also not possible to be Kanhua's match. But at this time, Chao Yunji came over anxiously to find and said, "Senior, that guy is too arrogant. The people below are all seething with righteous indignation and are all requesting to battle. I almost can't suppress it anymore." Teng Yun's brows furrowed, and he said, "This bunch of guys who think themselves to be infallible, do they really think that the fiend race is needed from clay?" Fang Tian said to Teng Yun, "You go and quell them a bit. Have everyone not to act recklessly without careful though. They don't know the terror of a heavenly fiend god, so being like this is also understandable. I'll go and face off with Kanhua." Finished talking, his figure moved, vanishing from where he was. With the medicinal pill entering his abdomen, Yi Yuan felt like he was about to explode. The surging medicinal strength gushed forth wantonly inside his body. Finally, his body could not endure it anymore and directly exploded into pieces. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. "Big brother Yuan. Big brother. Young master." Leah, they all were dumbfounded by this scene that arrived unexpectedly. All of them screamed and sprinted towards Yi Yuan. However, barely taking 2 steps, they were stopped by a powerful force and were unable to move an inch forward. A calm voice sounded out beside their ears. "He's not dead yet. Don't shout and wrangle. You all, look," Kumwa said. Everyone was shocked. Focused their eyes and looking over, they discovered that the shattered Yi Yuan did not scatter everywhere, but coagulated and did not dissipate. An enormous Tai Chi diagram appeared out of thin air once more, condensing Yi Yuan's flesh and blood inside. "Senior, this? What's going in? Is Big Brother Yuan all right?" Lier was uncertain what it meant and still asked incomparably nervously. The scene just now was truly too frightening. At that moment, she only felt her head buzz, her mind a total blank. But Kunwa said with an indifferent look, "Hey, how can a mortal fleshy body withstand heavenly Tao? Re-establishing after being broken." He remolded heavenly Tao with a medicinal pill. Right now, his lesser heavenly Tao is going to remold essence, energy, and spirit. so that it can withstand his heavenly Tao. Everyone exchanged glances when they heard that. All had looks of incredulity. They had never heard before that achieving deity realm would have such a thing happen. Yi Yuan's way of breaking through was truly too frightening. Seeing the expression on everyone's faces, Kunwu smiled and said, "If it was 100,000 years ago, him breaking through to deity realm naturally doesn't need to be like this. But now, one naturally can't use normal means to break through. His current situation is tantamount to operating a miniature heavenly Tao within his own body, and has no correlation with the outside world anymore. But you guys rest assured, when he breaks through to Grotto Profound Deity Realm, his strength will be much stronger compared to ordinary Grotto Profound Deity Realms." Even though Kunwa's explanation was well-grounded and reasoned with everyone's relationship with Yi Yuan, not seeing Yi Yuan recover his original appearance with their own eyes, how could they set their minds at ease? But Yi Yuan's current state was totally different from that horrifying sight that everyone saw. He felt like he seemed to have returned to his mother's womb. Everything was so serene and peaceful. At this moment, he felt like he had floated above the 9th layer of heaven, overlooking all life. As if the divine realm's everything, he was able to take it all into his sight. This is Endless World, Wu Fang City. Yi Yuan's gaze was currently staring at the lower realm's Wu Fang City at this time. The city was still as busy as ever. Everyone came to this alchemy holy land to make a pilgrimage. Ever since this place produced a Yi Yuan, the reputation of alchemy holy land could no longer be shaken. That is, Father. Yi Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Who he saw was precisely Yi Hang. Yi Hang at this time was currently sitting high above at the City Lord Manor, signing something for the people below. Turned out that he was actually Wu Fang City's City Lord already. Heh. 10 years. Father really did it. Even though there was Yi Yuan around, the 10-year covenant originally was already nothing. But Yi Hang still did not be laid back. Within 10 years, Yi Hang broke through to peak alchemy sovereign, becoming this Wu Fang City's lord. His grandfather, Ren Xingchuan, had clearly relinquished his throne already. Yi Yuan's heart stirred and saw that Ren Xingchuan was currently cultivating in close seclusion inside a secret room. In addition, Ren Hongling was currently talking to a teenage girl. That little girl was actually 70% to 80% similar to Ren Hongling between the brows. She also looked somewhat similar to him. Could it be that this little girl is actually my sister? Haha, with a sister to carry out filial piety on my behalf, it also put my heart at much greater ease. Discovering this scene, Yi Yuan was pleasantly surprised too. Yi Hang's and Ren Hongling's age were not considered old. They who were without children gave birth to a sister for him alleviated Yi Yuan's sense of guilt significantly. Following that, Yi Yuan's gaze swept over and saw the tranquil cloud sect that was like the noonday sun. The current tranquil cloud sect was goodness knows how many times grander than before. Inside the sect, Long Tang was dressed in the sect master's attire. He actually became the master of the tranquil cloud sect already. Seeing all these, Yi Yuan could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. In a blink of an eye, it had already been close to 20 years since he left the Endless World. Even though the Endless World was just a small world, it had a tremendous impact on Yi Yuan's this lifetime. Of course, in the eyes of the current Yi Yuan, the Endless World did not even count as a small world. Because even this divine realm was also merely an Empyrean world. Outside, there was an even broader space. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and he turned his gaze to the divine realm's dragon clan, and it involuntarily became intent. Above the sky, Fang Tian and Heavenly Fiend God faced each other from a distance, seemingly talking about something. Heavenly Fiend God Kanhua actually came into being once more. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help panicking greatly in his heart. He did not expect that it was still Kanhua who was a step faster in the end. Just as Yi Yuan was burning with anxiety, Yi Yuan's consciousness was abruptly pulled away. He only felt his eyes blur, the scene returning to the Godsfall mountain range again. Sensing this brand new body, Yi Yuan felt like he possessed limitless power. It was as if the entire world could be used by him. So, this is the deity realm, Yi Yuan muttered. Isn't this the senior who defeated that fiend god on that day? Haha! He finally took action. With him around, the human race is all guaranteed. Who's that lord? Is he very strong? Heh, more than strong. The last time, that fiend god took advantage of the heaven-surmounting divine king and Zhuge Qingxian fighting, until both sides suffered heavy losses and ambushed the dragon clan. It was this lord who made a move to repel him. So formidable? That fiend race fellow is too cocky to actually say whatever the divine realm is his. Really bullying that my divine realm has no one. Fang Tian's sudden appearance gave the dragon clan's powerhouses a heart-calming pill. The scene of him defeating Kanua that day was still vivid in everyone's mind. That heaven-shocking attack left an extremely deep impression on everyone. And only then did those human race powerhouses know that turned out the human race still had an existence comparable to the heaven-surmounting divine king. With this, their hearts finally went back in place. They did not know how strong Kanua was and also did not know how strong Fang Tian was. In their view, the heaven-surmounting divine king battling 3 great fiend gods alone and even slaying one of them was already powerful to the extreme. No matter how strong these two people were, they also would not be stronger than Yi Yuan. Therefore, the ignorant were fearless. This sentence still made a lot of sense. Fang Tian's emotion was far from as relaxed as them. Heh, Fang Tian brat, you and I have fought for 50,000 years. Today, this deity is finally going to banish you into the dirt, Kanua said with a cold laugh. Ever since being suppressed by absolute heaven a million years ago, Kanua could be said to be depressed to the extreme in the Immortal Grove region. All the way until 50,000 years ago, he saw heavenly Tao dwindle to zero, and humans were no longer able to step foot into deity realm. He thought that his chance had come. Did not expect that the little-known Fang Tian came soaring into existence, severely injuring him once more. Toward Fang Tian, Kanua hated to the extreme. Now, he finally returned to the peak, returning as a king with the realm of a heavenly fiend god. How could there be the logic of Fang Tian not dying? But First Level said with a face like an old well without ripples, Kanua, you didn't succeed even after struggling for 1,000,000 years? Could it be that you still remain too obstinate to realize your error? This divine realm's heavenly Tao cannot tolerate you. Even if you return to the peak, do you think that you're this old man's match? Don't you forget, even if you're any more powerful, you're also merely a half-deity realm. There isn't an insurmountable gap between us. Fang Tian's words made Kanua's heart thump. Fang Tian's words hit the mark. Back then, Lord Fiend Empyrean made him and Yu search for the Immortal Grove region and find Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's Empyrean spirit treasure. They found the region and entered it, but 1,000,000 years passed and they still did not complete the mission. Not that their strengths were not strong enough. It was because this Immortal Grove region's heavenly Tao rejected their appearance. Could it be that this Fang Tian obtained some trump card again? That was why he was so confident? Empyrean spirit treasures could not be surmised with common sense. At this time, Fang Tian already had no other means and could only put on an empty fort strategy, scaring Kanua away. But it looked like this empty fort strategy seemed to be somewhat effective. Heh, so what then? You're indeed very formidable, but compared to the absolute heaven back then, you're still a little inferior. Even absolute heaven couldn't do anything to this deity, could the likes of you? Moreover, this deity has obtained the fiend source bead now. My strength is even greater compared to back then. Today, I want to see if this Immortal Grove region's heavenly Tao is really that so powerful, Kanua said with a cold smile. He was not so easy to bluff. Preparing for so many years, how could he easily give up? Rolling fiend energy spread out from Kanua's body. Clouds of black gas virtually blotted out the sky and obscured the sun. Only at this time did those humans before know how terrifying this Kanua's strength was. Fang Tian's expression was incomparably ugly. He also did not expect that this Kanua was actually so decisive in going for the kill. He could not even delay for half a second. He knew that that was already no way out. Fang Tian did not value his life. He just could not bear to see 10,000 miles of land become a sea of blood. Without the slightest hesitation, Fang Tian removed his seal on the Essence Energy Sea. A powerful essence energy undulation made the human race powerhouses extremely inspired with enthusiasm, evenly matched in strength. Just looking at the magnitude of the essence energy, he and Kanua both belonged to half-deity realm, barely any difference. But following the release of the Essence Energy Seal, Fang Tian's appearance aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Kanua was first stunned, then burned with a monstrous rage. In the end, he let out a wild laugh. Ha ha! It turns out that you're already an expiring lamp that ran out of oil. What a terrific Fang Tian. You've bluffed this deity so bitterly these few years. Today, this deity is going to ground you to dust. Only then can it give vent to the hatred in my heart. Kanua laughed from extreme anger and said. Only now did he know that Fang Tian was long a dying lamp already. If he was not scared away the last time, there would not be today's matter long ago already. He would not need to recover his peak strength and would be able to capture all of the people that posed a threat to him in one fell swoop. Now he wasted the greater part of a year's time in vain. But what he waited for was such a result. Senior, we'll fight side by side with you. At this time, over a dozen figures arrived in the air, standing together with Fang Tian. Teng Yun, Long Min, Zhong Zizhen, and the rest revealed decisive looks. This scene was rather solemn and stirring. Humph! A bunch of ants. This deity will let you all take a look today at just what kind of being a heavenly fiend god is. Kanua looked at everyone in disdain, both hands forming a seal. A terrifying power of law wafted between heaven and earth. Above the void, that monstrous fiendish energy gradually condensed to form a gigantic true fiend Dharma idol. The power emitted by that true fiend Dharma idol made everyone's faces change drastically. Brahma true fiend. One palm destroying world. Kanua's cold voice sounded out as if he blew the horn that was destroying the world. The true fiend Dharma idol slowly opened its eyes. Everyone felt their blood run cold. That feeling was really like it was Armageddon. This true fiend Dharma idol was too terrifying. The people's gaze all involuntarily gathered on those dozen over profiles in the air. That was their final hope. Fang Tian's complexion was deathly pale. No one was sure if it was because he was already a dying lamp, or because of the pressure that the true fiend Dharma idol gave him. The true fiend Dharma idol slowly raised its palm. A scent of despair instantly swept across the human powerhouses. Ha ha ha! Enjoy this final despair. After today, the human race shall be thoroughly erased from the Immortal Grove region. This Immortal Grove region is my fiend race's, Kanua said with a crazed laugh. A palm slowly pressed down. The entire space seemed to be squashed. World-destroying power, it was really not a brag. Do it! Fang Tian mustered up all of his final essence energy. A palm burst forth brazenly. A terrifying force welcomed the true fiend palm. Fang Tian's strength could not be said to not be strong. This place actually just nice blocked the true fiend palm. The other powerhouses also did not have the slightest hesitation, bringing out all of their strength one after another, welcoming the true fiend palm. Blocked it. Haha. Blocked it. Saved. If this palm were to land, we'd be dead for sure. This senior has such formidable strength to actually be able to block such a terrifying palm. However, the people's excitement of surviving a disaster had yet to last for 2 breaths of time, and everyone's faces already changed drastically. Pooh, pooh, pooh. In midair, the human race and demon race powerhouses virtually spewed blood at the same time. The barrier that a group of powerhouses used every last ounce of strength to create crumbled with a loud bang. Over a dozen figures fell down from the air powerlessly. The fiend palm continued to land neither too fast nor too slowly. Senior Fang Tian. Teng Yun yelled out, mustering the not much remaining essence energy, bundling up Fang Tian, who was on the brink of death. What's going on here? How could he be so strong? Human and demon, 2 races dozen over peak powerhouses, actually couldn't even last past 2 breaths of time? My eyesight isn't failing, right? This fiend god seems to be somewhat different from those previously. He's so strong. Where's the heaven-surmounting divine king? Why hasn't the heaven-surmounting divine king showed up until now? Could it be that only at this time did the human and demon, 2 races martial artists, know how powerful Kanua's strength was? That apocalyptic palm was not shouted out to scare people. Under a palm, Fong Tian plus over 10 human and demon, two races' pinnacle powerhouses, were all defeated. What trump cards did they still have to resist? At this time, someone finally thought of Yi Yuan and discovered that he never appeared before from start to end. This human race's leader actually fled on the eve of battle? For a moment, resentful scoldings spread among the crowd. Of course, even more were feeling fearful. The true fiend Dharma idol's palm was still slowly landed. The earth was trembling. The more it was this sort of time, the more they hoped for there to be the appearance of a savior, and were also disdainful towards Yi Yuan's action of fleeing in the face of danger. More and more people scolded him, getting increasingly nastier. All of the spearheads were all pointed at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan left in secret. The people who knew were not many. Even the two races' upper echelons, those who knew, were also a meager lot. Seeing this scene, Tung Yun seriously could not resist and shouted angrily, "All shut up for me." Tung Yun's voice was akin to a great bell, directly suppressing all of the rebuking voices. "You all these ignorant fools." Yi Yuan, he entered deep into the God-forbidden region to search for an opportunity to become a deity in order to deal with Kanua facing certain death. "You all, these useless fellows, each and every one of you only know how to blame heaven and other people. Think carefully, have you worked hard before yourselves?" Everyone all quietened down, their faces revealing abashed expressions. They suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan really had not appeared in a long time. No one thought that he actually entered the God-forbidden region. That was a place that even deity realm powerhouses did not dare to step foot into. Looks like the heaven-surmounting divine king. They all had long known that this fiend god's strength was unstoppable. That was why he would use this kind of extreme method to search for a last hint of turning point for the human race. But could he succeed? It had been over 100,000 years. How many peerlessly talented people were unable to open that magical door too? Could the heaven-surmounting divine king succeed? Ha ha ha. Tremble. Despair. Everything that heavenly Empyrean immortal grove created, this deity is going to utterly destroy it today. Ha ha ha. In the air, Kanua's high and mighty laughter came over. In this day and age without deity realm, he was an invincible existence. Quick! Open up the 28 constellation, spirit guarding, grand array. At this time, that feeble voice of Fong Tian came over. Tung Yun was uncertain what it meant, but he still reacted at the first moment. Quick! The four symbols family clans activate the spirit guarding grand arrays at the same time. Tung Yun roared loudly. Even though the four clans were not together, they had an array formation that transmitted news amongst themselves. Tung Yun's order spread across the four clans right away. The grand arrays activated. The spirits of the four symbols surged to the sky, working in concert with each other from a distance. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, the spirits of the four symbols seemed to have obtained impel, converging above Dragon Clan's sky in an instant. The spirits of the four symbols each gave a long roar, forming a terrifying resonance with each other. An enormous barrier condensed and formed at the Dragon Clan's sky. Seeing this scene, everyone's gaze that despaired revealed hope once more. Everyone did not expect that the four clans activating the spirit guarding grand arrays at the same time could actually have such an effect. Boom! The giant black palm landed right onto the barrier, shaking until the earth quaked. Blocked it. Didn't think that the four symbols family clans still had such a formidable grand array. A series of thrilled voices came from in the crowd. Seeing that the barrier was actually effective, Tung Yun was greatly surprised too. He had never heard before that the four symbols family clan's spirit guarding grand arrays actually still had such an effect. "Senior, it worked," Tung Yun said with joy. Fong Tian shook his head powerlessly and said, It's useless." The current Fong Tian had already reached the brink of death. He was just hanging in there with one last breath and might die at any time. But Fong Tian's words made Ting Yun's heart sink. But Kanua looked at this scene coldly and said with a cold sneer, "For symbols resonance? Heh, if it's the four clans' progenitors here, this four symbols resonance would naturally be powerful. But it's a shame. Oh, it's a shame." A black bead was faintly discernible on Kanua's forehead. His fiendish energy skyrocketed several times all of a sudden. That true fiend Dharma idol's power similarly skyrocketed several times. Crack, crack, crack. Under the demonic palm, that barrier only lasted for several breaths of time and cracks actually started to appear. That ear-piercing sound made the faces of the two races' martial artists turn deathly pale in an instant. Still could not work. The cracks on the barrier became more and more. Finally, unable to withstand the power of the palm, it thoroughly collapsed. The spirits of the four symbols could not withstand this kind of power either, directly turning into nothingness. Rumble! The gigantic palm came closer and closer. The pressure got increasingly closer. Split! The giant palm had yet to completely land, and a group of martial artists whose strength was slightly weaker already could not withstand this pressure, vomiting fresh blood in large mouthfuls. Bang! 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 Landing a fraction more, quite a few martial artists' bodies exploded straight away, being convulsed into meat paste. The faces of Teng Yun and the rest were incomparably ugly. This Kanua was too strong until it made people despair. He finally knew now why Yi Yuan wanted to enter deep into the God-forbidden region, to seek out that virtually impossible hope. Without deity realm, they had no chance of victory at all. Pooh work. The giant palm was already hanging over their heads. Teng Yun finally could not resist spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. That attack previously already exhausted most of his strength. Currently, he was already a spent force, and he still had to branch out a portion of essence energy to go protect Fang Tian. He was already almost at his limits. Could it be that it ends here? Teng Yun said with unwillingness. Ha ha ha. Immortal Grove Heavenly Fiend God is nothing more than this. You suppressed this deity for 1,000,000 years. Today, this deity shall get it all back, both principle and interest. Brahma true fiend. Kill for me. In the midst of Kanua's wild laugh, the giant palm landed with a loud bang. Looks of despair surfaced on everyone's faces. This front and back 100 breaths of time, they had seemingly fallen to the 18 levels of hell. In the crowd, tragic cries rose one after another. This was the cry of despair. Boom! Right at this time, the giant palm suddenly stopped. Air billows rolled out, directly sweeping out 100,000 miles away. The air billows swept up a series of fierce gales, blowing until everyone's eyes could not open. When they came back to their senses and focused their eyes to look over, only to see a tiny and frail body actually use one hand and supported the Brahma true fiend's palm. Insignificant and weak, that was in comparison to a true fiend Dharma idol. Facing the true fiend Dharma idol akin to beholding a great mountain, that figure was simply insignificant. But he only used one hand and propped that enormous palm up. Yu Yuan. Heaven-surmounting Divine King. It's the heaven-surmounting Divine King. Ha ha ha. The heaven-surmounting Divine King finally rushed back. Yi Yuan's appearance made everyone incredibly excited. Previously, the spirit-bristle Divine King said that the heaven-surmounting Divine King entered deep into the God-forbidden region, searching for the opportunity to become a deity. Now that the heaven-surmounting Divine King returned, could it be that he succeeded? With that in mind, they felt like their hearts were almost leaping out. When Fang Tian saw Yi Yuan's figure, there was actually an additional trace of luster in those dead eyes. Teng Yun even started trembling with excitement. He grasped Fang Tian's hands and said agitatedly, "Senior, he came back. Ha ha ha. He really came back. I say, could he have? Could he have?" Fang Tian was powerless to speak, but he still nodded his head firmly. Right now, he could confirm that what caused these few days of heaven and earth phenomenon was definitely Yi Yuan. As long as he came back, he must have broken through to the deity realm. Furthermore, Fang Tian's concept comprehension was more than a magnitude stronger compared to the others. He could feel that elusive and intangible aura on Yi Yuan's body. That sort of feeling was as if what he was facing was the heavenly Tao. Kanua's eyes became wide circles, looking at this scene in disbelief. He knew how strong the Brahma true fiend was, but Yi Yuan actually blocked it with just one hand. Brahma true fiend. Crush for me. Kanua urged the fiend soar speed to the limits. The power of the Brahma true fiend's palm surged. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and gave a palm with a flip of a hand. The tiny flesh palm came into contact with the Brahma True Fiend's palm once more, and actually directly shocked the massive palm back. The Brahma True Fiend's Dharma idol seemed to have been struck by lightning. Its entire body started trembling. Finally, with a loud bang, it directly dissipated into nothing. When the fiend race powerhouses saw this scene, their eyeballs popped out. What kind of joke is this? The Brahma True Fiend was actually scattered by a single palm. The one who spoke was Fiend God Jialan. When he saw this scene, he even suspected that there was a problem with his eyes. How strong was the Brahma True Fiend? Back then, when Absolute Heaven faced off with Lord Kanua, he also kept a good distance away from this move. But now it was actually scattered by Yi Yuan's one palm. Yu Ji's pupils also constricted. Likewise, as a heavenly fiend god, she was naturally aware of the formidable aspect of Brahma True Fiend. This move, this martial technique was passed down by His Excellency, Fiend Lord, and its power was boundless. Even though Kanua was unable to unleash its true power, it was also absolutely not what an Empyrean world's aboriginal could defeat. The only possibility was that Yi Yuan corroborated his Tao and became a deity. But how is this possible? Yi Yuan did not care about everyone's astonishment. His figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared again, it was already beside Fang Tian. Senior, Yi Yuan came late and has made you suffer. While talking, Yi Yuan extended 2 fingers. A ball of green light appeared on his fingertips. It was only to see him lightly tap at Fang Tian's glabella. The green light flashed and disappeared, injecting itself into Fang Tian's body. A colossal life force instantly shone inside Fang Tian's body, making him a lot more energetic. Yi Yuan, this is... Fang Tian looked at this scene in disbelief. His bodily functions obtained restoration virtually instantly. The him that was already close to death actually revived miraculously. Yi Yuan said, "This is the lease of life that I sought from Senior Kanwa. With this wisp of vitality, it can guarantee you 100 years of lifespan." 100 years? Fang Tian drew a breath of cold air, looking at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. Previously, Yi Yuan expended a Herculean effort before refining the arcane insight rank Heavenly Fragrance Life Extending Pill, extending his lifespan by 30 years. Now, just a wisp of vitality could guarantee him 100 years of longevity. This was simply something inconceivable. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "That's right. Senior Kanwa's strength is what we're unable to imagine. If not that you've already reached the point where you're an expiring lamp that ran out of oil, just this wisp of vitality is sufficient to extend your lifespan by as long as 10,000 years. Everyone was taken aback by shock. Even the most powerful medicinal pill was also unable to extend lifespan by 10,000 years. Yi Yuan sought for a total for 2 wisps of vitality. One was for Fang Tian, but the other was for his mother. Yi Yuan, could you have... Tang Yun was not a person who did not know how to convey the meaning of his words. But at this moment, he really did not know how he should word it. He was very afraid, terrified that Yi Yuan did not break through to the deity realm. But this sort of thing was truly unimaginable. Under the circumstances where Heavenly Tao was missing today, was there really someone capable of breaking through to the deity realm? Yi Yuan smiled and nodded his head. When everyone saw the situation, their minds all buzzed, becoming blank, all unable to think anymore. It was true. Yi Yuan really broke through to the deity realm. Ha ha. Ha ha, Yi Yuan, say congratulations to you. Ha ha. There was a look of wild elation on Tang Yun's face, and he could not even quite choose his words anymore. He was even happier than himself breaking through to the deity realm. After the astonishment, the others were likewise greatly surprised. Yi Yuan breaking through to the deity realm indicated that they no longer needed to be afraid of Kanua. Furthermore, Yi Yuan broke through to the deity realm. That meant that they could all break through to the deity realm. Perhaps deity realm would descend upon the divine realm anew. How could this sort of thing not make them wild ecstatic? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Talk about this later. I'll be right back." These words were domineering. To be able to say this sort of words to heavenly fiend god Kanua, there was probably only a deity realm powerhouse, right? With a flash, Yi Yuan appeared in the sky once more, overlooking all life. Even someone as powerful as Kanua was also merely a slightly stronger ant in his eyes. All under the deity realm were ants. This was not just lip service. After breaking through to the deity realm, Yi Yuan deeply sensed the power of the deity realm. He saw Fangtian and Kanua's confrontation in his consciousness, then broke through to deity realm very soon and begged Kunwu for 2 wisps of vitality, crossing hundreds of millions of miles in an instant, arrived at the Dragon Clan, and just nice caught up to the Brahma True Fiend's palm. Kanua, you don't belong here. You have plagued the Immortal Grove region for as long as 1,000,000 years. Today is your judgment day. Those indifferent words of Yi Yuan's directly sentenced Kanua to death. Kanua's expression changed, and he said in a stern voice, Fiend Race Army, attack for me. Kill this kid. In the Fiend Race, there was only obedience. Even if ahead was a blade mountain and sea of fire, those Fiend Race powerhouses would also proceed without hesitation. For a moment, a horde of momentous and tidal-like voices sounded out. The Fiend Race powerhouses and Fiend Slave numbered far more than billions. Including Jialan, these Fiend gods, each and every one of them brought out their strongest attack, wanting to drown Yi Yuan using human wave tactics. Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said coolly, Humph! Dull and thickhead. Finished talking, Yi Yuan suddenly smacked a palm out. Heaven and earth changed colors. A berserk giant dragon rose into the air, charging forth and meeting those countless attacks. Rumble. After 10 breaths, there was a stretch of scorched earth before one's eyes. In a flick of a finger, an army was reduced to dust. Between heaven and earth there was a dead silence. There was only a trace of cool breeze reverberating between heaven and earth. The human martial artists felt like there was something stuck in their chest and had to get it out of their chest. This scene deeply astounded them. Slaughtering billions of powerhouses in one move, such means was simply inconceivable. My eyesight must be failing. It must be going blurry. This isn't real. T2 strong. Deity realm. This must be the deity realm. The heaven-surmounting divine king, he must have broken through to the deity realm. No wonder everyone says that all are ants under the deity realm. Deity realm is truly too strong. Such a spectacle was seriously too impactful. Even the fiend god Jialan and 4 great fiend gods who had once considered themselves without equal in the world all turned to dust under Yi Yuan's attack. This was already another kind of realm, a realm that they were unable to imagine. Such might, even his own people shuddered. Is this deity realm? Looking at that slightly thin and weak figure above in the sky, Tang Yun muttered to himself. The powerful strength that Yi Yuan displayed struck his heart directly, making his heart quiver with excitement. The thirst towards deity realm, these powerhouses who stood at the pinnacle of the divine realm, yearned for it the most. But, even if they stood at the summit, they could not touch that layer of membrane either. Yi Yuan's breakthrough gave them hope. Don't think anymore, Yi Yuan's success cannot be replicated. Fang Tian heaved a sigh, shattering Ting Yun's dream to pieces. He turned around to look at Fang Tian and said unwillingly, "Wi." Fang Tian sighed again and said, "If my conjectures are right, Yi Yuan has already obtained Heavenly Tao's recognition and became a true deity that towers above all life. The strength that he displayed earlier was far greater than a true initial stage grotto profound deity realm. His attacks carry the might of Heavenly Tao, that's why it's so powerful." A might of Heavenly Tao? Tang Yun felt like his brain was somewhat short-circuiting. Fang Tian's words made him somewhat unable to comprehend. What was Heavenly Tao? That was the thing that all the martial artists had to comprehend. Vague and intangible, the most mysterious of the mysterious. Heavenly Tao towered above all life. How could it possibly be used by others? Fang Tian's astonishment was no less than Tang Yun's. It was just that his understanding of the Heavenly Tao was far deeper than Tang Yun. So the things that he saw were far more than them. Heavenly Tao being absent, no matter how brilliant one was, it's also impossible to break the shackles. Yi Yuan blazed another path and created the Tao-defying pill, and refined it successfully, completing Heavenly Tao within his body. The heaven and earth phenomenon a few days ago was probably a process of Heavenly Tao's recognition towards him. Fang Tian said in a solemn voice. Tang Yun was utterly in disorder and said in disbelief, But why? The current Teng Yun seemed to only have this one phrase, why, because he really had too many unsolved questions. Fang Tian smiled bitterly and said, what I can understand is also just this much. This divine realm doesn't seem to be as simple as we understand. But I suspect that beyond the divine realm, there might be a higher-order world. Teng Yun's entire body trembled, his face full of disbelief. This news was simply too astonishing. Yi Yuan stands proudly in the air, akin to a divinity. That feeling of beholding a great mountain was established on strength. Kanua's eyes were filled with a look of fear. Using overwhelmed by terror to describe was not over the top in the least bit. He used a tone like he had seen a ghost and said to Yi Yuan, You actually obtained Heavenly Tao's recognition and became the new master. This is impossible. Kanua's understanding was far from what the divine realm's martial artists could compare to. The moment he saw this move of Yi Yuan's, Kanua realized the severity of the problem. Yi Yuan's palm was absolutely not just the strength of just entering the deity realm. That majesty of Heavenly Tao could not be concealed at all. Didn't you see it? Kanua, you've plagued the Immortal Grove region for 1,000,000 years. Now it's time to end it. Yi Yuan said coolly. Impossible. Impossible. You didn't obtain Immortal Grove, that old thing's Tao fruit. How can you possibly become the new master? Kanua's words were full of incredulity. Hearing that, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, Tao fruit. Yi Yuan realized that this might be the real objective of Kanua entering the divine realm. Kanua realized that his tongue slipped, and he said unresignedly, This deity is a heavenly fiend god. Even if you stepped into deity realm, what does it count for? True fiend descending upon the earth. Kanua was clearly unwilling to fail. His face fell, and monstrous fiendish energy slowly rose once more. This time, the fiend source bead suspended on above his head, amplifying his fiendish energy to the limits. A violent black gas gradually condensed and formed in the air. An enormous true fiend Dharma appeared in everyone's line of sight. Originally, the true fiend Dharma idol was merely half a body, but this time it was a complete human form. Furthermore, this true fiend Dharma idol was goodness knows how many times more corporeal than before. This true fiend Dharma body was far from as large as before. But that horrifying pressure that exuded struck everyone's hearts with great terror. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, you're really very good. But it also ends here. True fiend Dharma body. Even though the power cannot rival 1/1,000,000th of a true fiend's strength, it's also absolutely not what the current you can resist. Kanua said with a wild laugh. That black figure opened its eyes, staring at Yi Yuan coldly, a chilling intent penetrating to the bones. Is that so? The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a disdainful look of ridicule. Kanua's expression turned cold, and he cried out, Kill! Whoosh! The true fiend Dharma body suddenly disappeared. A terrifying apocalyptic power instantly wrapped Yi Yuan up. The true fiend Dharma body reached its hands out nimbly, a palm already pressing onto the top of Yi Yuan's head. The human race martial artists all cried out. Even they also felt the power of this blow. But Yi Yuan did not have the slightest intention of budging an inch. He just stood there and did nothing. Boom! An even more terrifying undulation than before spread out. The true fiend Dharma body was actually sent flying out backward by a recoil force. In midair, the true fiend Dharma body seemed to have suffered a tremendous impact, its entire body trembling incessantly. Finally, with a loud bang, it thoroughly dissipated into nothing. Golden light radiated on Yi Yuan's body, looking incomparably sacred. Kanua's expression changed, and he exclaimed, 9 transformations golden body. Black tortoise treasure body divine art. Even the origin deity realm's Wuzong could not breach Skydistance defense. The half-deity realm Kanua was far too lacking. After breaking through to deity realm, Yi Yuan's strength increase was all round. Regardless of whether it was offense or defense, it was all unassailable. Yi Yuan gave Kanua a glance and said coolly, Now, your fiend race can utterly disappear in the Immortal Grove region. Yi Yuan slowly raised his hand. The wind and clouds of the world suddenly changed. A terrifying energy undulation swept across the entire world. A hint of viciousness flashed across in Kanua's gaze, and he suddenly burst into crazed laughter. The void trembled and actually tore apart a large gouge. A figure crucified on a cross appeared in front of Kanua. Ha ha! Yi Yuan, even if you broke through to deity realm, you're still not this deity's match. If you have the capabilities, come and kill me. Kanua laughed wildly, unceasingly, as if he was crazy. Yi Yuan's mind went buzzing for a bit, feeling like it was going to burst open. The instant when he saw this figure, Yi Yuan finally understood just for what reason was his inexplicable heart palpitation. Back then, Lier was fine, and a chord in Yi Yuan's heart loosened up. Yi Yuan also did not go and bother about that inexplicable palpitation anymore. But it was precisely because of so that the self-reproach in his heart right now was even more severe. Ha ha ha! What's with your expression? Is it very surprising? Is it very delightful? Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Kanua laughed loudly and said. Yi Yuan's expression instantly darkened to the extreme. His heart was dripping blood. On the cross, 4 elegant limbs were nailed on it by 4 nails. Fresh blood had long dried up. That nail, Yi Yuan recognized it. It was called soul-locking nail. It was capable of nailing a person's divine soul, making it unable to escape. Even a divine king powerhouse could not either. The cross also faintly had law undulations. It was clearly not an ordinary object. Yi Yuan saw through at a glance that array formation was precisely used for sealing essence energy. On the cross, that kingdom-toppling face had a look of calmness and did not seem to have much fear. On the contrary, there was actually still a hint of smile on her face. But that hint of smile was even more like a steel needle, jabbing onto Yi Yuan's heart. Yi Yuan understood the meaning of that smile. She did not blame, did not resent. She just wanted to look at her heart's intent. Meeting under this kind of circumstance to her, it was instead a most welcome situation. She was the divine realm's #1 beauty. Mu Lingxue. Haha, little girl. Looks like there isn't you at all in his heart. Back then, he nearly fell into depravity for the Yu family's little girl. But he has never cared about you before, Kanua said with a loud laugh. Mu Lingxue ignored him. Looking at Yi Yuan, she said faintly, looks like you're really very surprised. Yi Yuan's heart twinged fiercely. He opened his mouth but did not know what he should say. What could he say? Say that I had actually had sudden impulse before, but I never thought of you at all? Mu Lingxue smiled. The Ice Beauty's smile was peerless and kingdom-toppling. It was as if heaven and earth were melted away. The Mu Lingxue at this time gave people a heart-wrenchingly beautiful feeling. Below, everyone was completely silent. Everyone knew that there was an unclear relationship entanglement between the heaven-surmounting Divine King and the Spirit Snow Divine King. Back then, how many amazingly talented geniuses pursued the Spirit Snow Divine King. But she only had feelings for the heaven-surmounting Divine King. It was unfortunate that the heartless brook babbled on while the dropping flowers pined for love. The two people did not walk together in the end. Time had passed and circumstances have changed. The former Ji Qingyun returned with the domineering attitude of the heaven-surmounting Divine King, but he walked together with Bright Moon City's proud daughter of heaven. This was originally something that followed a logical train of thought as well. No one dared to say anything much. After all, it was basically an outcome that happened without any external stimulus between Ji Qingyun and Mu Lingxue. Nobody could not have thought that just as the war was about to settle down, Kanua actually used the Spirit Snow Divine King as a hostage to threaten Yi Yuan. Very clearly, it worked. You don't need to say anything. I'll just ask you one sentence, Mu Lingxue said calmly. Yi Yuan really did not know what kind of words to use to describe his current emotions. If Mu Lingxue let loose a torrent of abuse to his face, he might be able to feel a bit better in his heart. But Mu Lingxue was too calm to the point where it made people terrified. Mu Lingxue's every word was like a blade, cutting on his heart blade by blade, making him feel unspeakable agony. Only at this moment did Yi Yuan knew the deity realm was not omnipotent. At this very moment, even if he grasped heavenly Tao, he was also that powerless. Was there really no Mu Lingxue in his heart? No. A person was not a stalk of grass or a tree. How could one be heartless? Previous life, he sought Tao wholeheartedly. feeling that attachments were a burden. Towards Mu Lingshue's feelings he was not willing to accept. But he did not really have no feelings for Mu Lingxue. If not so, how could he refine pills for Mu Lingxue and save her life? Later on, Yi Yuan met with a catastrophe and was stranded at the Endless World, but ran into Yu Mengli in an accident arising from many causes. This disaster changed Yi Yuan far too much. Not only did he embark on the martial path, but he also opened up his heart and let Yu Mengli walk into his heart. The two people experienced life and death together. Yu Mengli also finally moved Yi Yuan. And Yi Yuan did not wish to let Yu Mengli down. That was why he would force himself to forget that past relationship. Want to blame, could only blame fate for making a mockery out of men. The two people just passed each other by. Even so, she did not blame him for anything either. She did not even go and find trouble with Yu Mengli. Instead, when Yi Yuan was in danger, she saved Yi Yuan's life. Later on, she disappeared completely in Yi Yuan's life again. From start to end, Yi Yuan had never met her, and did not even get to say a word of thanks. The hardest thing to bear was a beauty's favor. Toward Yu Mengli, toward Mu Lingxue, how is it not like so as well? Mu Lingxue was the divine realm's well-renowned ice beauty. Towards anyone, she had an icy cold attitude. But only when facing him, her entire person seemed to be thaw out. This was a treatment that nobody had. Different from the warmth of Yu Mengli's love, Mu Lingxue's love was like her personality. Cold and silent. Leaving the Medicine King Hall back then, Mu Lingxue never took a step into the Medicine King Hall again, entering close seclusion since then. All the way until the Medicine King Hall's change and the news of Ji Qingyun's demise, his Tao vanishing, came to her attention. She exited seclusion. What Yi Yuan did not know was that Mu Lingxue had once gone up to the Medicine King Hall by herself and fought with Ji Kanglin for several days, returning with serious injuries. Later, Mu Lingxue knew that she was not Ji Kanglin's match. Hence, she paid attention to the Medicine King Hall's movements in secret before there was that day's rescue. These 30 to 40 years of suffering, only Mu Lingxue herself knew. But she had never gone to meet Yi Yuan to recount about everything before. She just loved him in solitary in her own way. Why you say? Yi Yuan said with his tongue dry. These few years, for the sake of Li'er, he practically sealed Mu Lingxue, this person, from his heart. Therefore, even if it was sudden impulse, he also did not expect that it was actually related to Mu Lingxue. But today, seeing Mu Lingxue, that seal was broken without the least bit of resistance. Was it all life, or Mu Lingxue? This was a multiple-choice question placed before Yi Yuan. Clearly, this multiple-choice question had no solution. Even if he grasped heavenly Tao presently, even if he looked down upon the world at present, even if he no longer had rivals in the world, it was also not possible for him to save Mu Lingxue from Kanua's hands. Because he knew that Kanua absolutely would not give him a chance. Mu Lingxue was the final hidden card that Kanua specially prepared for Yi Yuan, and it was also a trump card. How could Kanua possibly give him a chance? Compared to Yi Yuan's dilemma, Mu Lingxue seemed calmer. In everyone's view, she did not have any awareness of being a hostage. Although her appearance looked very bleak and forlorn, it gave people a calm and magnanimous feeling. The corners of Mu Lingxue's lips curled up. She smiled. It was only to see her lightly open her red lips and slowly recite, "Ice sealing 10,000 miles, 1,000 autumn snowfalls. Lingxue I." This poem was the last sentence Mu Lingxue said to Yi Yuan before she left the Medicine King Hall back then. Ice sealing 10,000 miles, 1,000 autumn snowfalls seemed like it was just a grandiose snow-covered landscape. Actually, it was Mu Lingxue questioning Yi Yuan. Of course, it was also a sentence that expressed her true feelings. Back then, she used this sentence to force Yi Yuan to pour his heart out. But Yi Yuan fell silent. He did not give a response. Mu Lingxue smiled mournfully at that time, and left abruptly with a flick of her sleeves, and never turned her head back again. The meaning of Mu Lingxue's sentence was, "If you don't accept my true feelings, then my heart shall be locked in ice henceforth and never open my heart for anyone again. In this life, the door to my heart would only open for you." Yi Yuan's silence made Mu Lingxue heartbroken to the extreme. She returned to the Snow God Palace from then and sealed off the gates. Under the scene presently, Mu Lingxue asked the sentence once more. If you feel troubled, you can still choose to be silent, Mu Lingxue still said with a faint smile. Haha, you little girl are really an infatuated one. It's too bad that the heartless brook babbles on while the dropping flowers pine for love. You've done so much for him, but he doesn't appreciate the favor at all. Presumably, even your life or death, he won't care either, Kanua said with a laugh. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said with seething killing intent, Kanua, if you dare to touch a hair of hers, this young master will make you never reincarnate for all of eternity. Kanua burst into laughter and said, Is that so? What if I were to make her never to reincarnate for all of eternity? Finished talking, an additional bone all suddenly appeared in Kanua's hand and plunged straight into Mu Lingxue's chest. Ugh! A heart-piercing pain spread throughout Mu Lingxue's entire body. Mu Lingxue's brows furrowed tightly. The originally already deathly pale face became even more without a trace of blood. But she stubbornly did not cry out in pain. Lingxue! Yi Yuan exclaimed. Haha, the soul-locking nails prowess you should know, said Kanua as he looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that was not a smile. The soul-locking nails prowess. Yi Yuan naturally knew it. It was able to cause irreversible damage to the divine soul. Furthermore, this kind of damage was continuous. It would torment the martial artist's divine soul unceasingly until the divine soul was destroyed. One could imagine just how much torment Mu Lingxue was currently suffering at this time. Yi Yuan's face was grim to the extreme, and he said in a solemn voice, What the hell do you want? Kanua said with a sinister smile. You die or she dies. Ji Qingyun, you haven't answered me. Mu Lingxue said feebly. This nail ramming down, Mu Lingxue's vitality was seriously injured, but her two eyes stared at Yi Yuan even more incisively. Yi Yuan's mind trembled and he blurted out, A storm overnight thaws it all away. Lingxue. Sorry, it is I who let you down. Mu Lingxue's chest heaved unsteadily. Even breathing became very difficult. However, this sentence of Yi Yuan's was like the warm sun in winter, instantly thawing her long, already frozen heart. She had never been so happy before. The human race martial artists were all besotted by this smile of hers. At this moment, they finally understood what was called toppling all life, even though they all knew that the smile only belonged to the heaven-surmounting divine king. With this sentence of yours, it's enough, Mu Lingxue said with a smile. Haha! What a fine pair of cruel, fated mandarin ducks, parted in life and separated in death. It's too bad that you guys have no chance to continue your former destiny anymore. Yi Yuan, I'm only giving you 3 breaths of time. Every 3 breaths that pass, I'll drive a soul-locking nail into her body. Now, the countdown starts, Kanua said and burst into laughter. Yi Yuan's chest was almost exploding. He really did not know how to choose. What was certain that upon his death, the divine realm would no longer have hope. But, to make him helplessly watch Mu Lingxue be subjected to all kinds of torment and die, how could he do it? This was an unsolvable question in the first place. Yi Yuan, I hope that you can grow to a ripe old age with her. With this sentence of yours, Lingxue has no regrets in death. Suddenly Mu Lingxue incomprehensibly gave this sentence. In her eyes was full of tenderness, making Yi Yuan feel like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Only then did Yi Yuan know that Mu Lingxue was really very easy to satisfy. The moment Kanua heart, he let out a wild laugh and said, Die? In front of this deity you can't die. As you please. Your essence energy is sealed. Divine essence is locked, use what to die. Ha ha ha. Mu Lingxue's eyes finally landed on Kanua, but it was icy cold. Kanua, you captured me to threaten Qingyun. Actually, you didn't know that this was also what I hoped for. If not for the sake of waiting until today, how could I give you this opportunity? Mu Lingxue gave a cold laugh. A freezing to the extreme aura emitted from her body. This freezing to the extreme aura instantly swept across the entire stretch of heaven and earth. The previous moment, it was still clear skies for 10,000 miles. The next instant, it was overcast with dark clouds. Very soon, goose feather-like heavy snow fell. Lunatic! You madwoman! How did you do it? Kanua's voice was filled with terror as if the end of the world had arrived. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, seemingly remembering something. Yi Yuan, Do you know what the 9 Divine Link Meridian's most powerful move is? The 9 Divine Link Meridian is just a type of spirit physique. It's also not a cultivation method or martial technique. What strongest move can there be still? Of course. This is the move recorded in the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul. Its name is called Ice Ceiling 10,000 Miles. Upon unleashing this move, within 10,000 miles will turn into an ice plain. Snow falling in the sky for 3 years. Even peak void mystic powerhouses will also be frozen immediately. So strong? Then isn't your snow god palace the true number 1 under the heavens? But why have I never heard of it before? Because utilizing this move requires reversing the meridians and sacrificing the divine soul. It's a mutual destruction move. If you don't promise me, I'll use this move and perish together with you. Hoo-hoo. What kind of joke is this? I'm not joking with you. Ji Qing Yun, I'll gift you a poem. If you can't match with the second half, I'll launch this move right now. Ice Ceiling 10,000 Miles, 1,000 Autumn Snowfalls. Mu Lingxue naturally did not unleash this move. She left. Yi Yuan thought that she was joking all along, thinking that she only came up with this strategy in order to force himself. He did not expect that she really unleashed it. There really was this move. A terrifying freezing air reverberated throughout heaven and earth. It was as if it could make time and space freeze. The power of this move was truly very terrifying. If it were before, this move was sufficient to freeze Yi Yuan to death. But she knew that Yi Yuan, who had already become the number 1 person through the ages, did not care about this bit of cold air. Her goal was suicide. She used this move to break through Kanua's restrictions, destroying this trump card in Kanua's hand. Lingxue, stop. Quickly stop. Yi Yuan shouted until his throat hoarse, resounding through the clouds. Yi Yuan's figure instantly appeared beside Mu Lingxue, holding her in his arms. When Kanua saw this scene, his expression changed several times. His figure moved, he sped away toward the horizon. But right at this moment, a terrifying power of law descended from the sky like a cage, thoroughly confining him. Kanua's figure abruptly came to a stop. A shrill and miserable scream sounded out. Kanua's howl was akin to slaughtering a pig, divulging terror and despair. This power of heavenly Tao was not what he could withstand at all. Yi Yuan did not kill him. He just shackled Kanua, making him unable to move. Noisy! Hearing that pig slaughtering like howl, Yi Yuan was extremely irritated in his heart and fired out an arc of light with a wave of a hand. Boom! Kanua's voice immediately went mute and could not emit any sound. His physical body directly collapsed under this blow, leaving behind only a cloud of black gas. The black gas was also dim without light under this blow, almost dissipating. Now it was finally quiet. Yi Yuan directly fired his remaining ball of vitality into Mu Lingxue's body. But there was not a hint of color. Mu Lingxue's aura was still in the midst of dissipating. Yi Yuan shed tears as he poured colossal amounts of soul force as well as divine essence into Mu Lingxue's body. But this was still unable to stop the elapsing of Mu Lingxue's life. Drip! Drip! Yi Yuan cast spells as he cried tears. Tears dripped onto Mu Lingxue's face. In his embrace, Mu Lingxue's eyes were already gradually lax. But one could tell that she did not have any regrets. On the contrary, a faint smile hung on her face, appearing very satisfied. Your dream finally came true. Congratulations. One sentence, it virtually exhausted all of her strength. She knew that Yi Yuan's lifelong pursuit was the alchemy god realm. At present, Yi Yuan stepped into deity realm. This dream naturally came true as well. To be able to witness this scene, and also obtain Yi Yuan's answer, and even saw Yi Yuan's true sentiments pour out for her, she had nothing to be dissatisfied with. This move, Ice Ceiling 10,000 Miles, was a true mutual destruction. Reversing the meridians was the maximum degree of damage to a martial artist's bodily functions. What was even more terrifying was sacrificing the divine soul. Once the divine soul was wiped out, there would no longer be this person in the world. Once this move was unleashed, it would be irreversible, all the way until one's life was exhausted. Even though Yi Yuan grasped heavenly Tao, he was not omnipotent. Facing the elapsing of life, he also appeared so powerless. No matter what methods he used, he was unable to stop the elapsing of Mu Lingxue's life. Don't speak anymore. You fool. Why did you have to do this? Don't die. You can't die. My promise hasn't been fulfilled yet. Yi Yuan's heart ached to the extreme. Mu Lingxue opened her mouth wanting to speak, but she already could not say anything. Color was fading frenziedly from that stunning face. Her vital functions were also rapidly dissipating. Her divine soul was already not left with much and could not support her to talk anymore. Seeing this scene, the human race powerhouses were all extremely moved. Quite a number of people already had their faces covered in tears. Sigh, stubborn boy. Stubborn boy. On Feng Tian's face, tears were already flowing from aged eyes. Mu Lingxue's deep love deeply shook him. To be able to have such a soulmate was Yi Yuan's blessing. But it turned into such an ending. The Spirit Snow Divine King's feelings touched the ninth heaven to be so decisive for the heaven-surmounting Divine King. She saved the heaven-surmounting Divine King and even saved the entire Divine Realm. The Spirit Snow Divine King's feelings for the heaven-surmounting Divine King. It is known by all in the Divine Realm. She waited silently for many years, just to wait for the heaven-surmounting Divine King's one sentence. While talking, that person already choked up. The Spirit Snow Divine King is our benefactor. She saved all life under the heavens. Let's pray for her together. This suggestion immediately obtained everyone's recognition. Thud. Thud. One set in motion a bunch spurred on a large swath. The human race martial artists actually knelt down collectively. Spirit Snow Divine King, please take care. Spirit Snow Divine King, please take care. Spirit Snow Divine King, please take care. The tumultuous voices reverberated throughout the firmament, echoing through the entire firmament. Yi Yuan shouted tremblingly, Lingxue, did you hear that? Not just me, everyone in the Divine Realm. They all don't wish for you to leave. You can't die. However, no matter how he shouted, Mu Lingxue was already unable to hear his voice anymore. She slowly shut her eyes, looking like a peaceful sleeping beauty. Yi Yuan exhausted all of his means and was also unable to salvage her divine soul from collapsing. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth, picked Mu Lingxue up, and immediately vanished in everyone's line of sight. When he appeared again, he already crossed hundreds of millions of miles and arrived in the God's Fall mountain range. The him who grasped heavenly Tao could travel unhindered within this immortal grove region. Senior, your means are exceedingly formidable. Please save her. Yi Yuan placed Mu Lingxue flat on the ground and directly knelt down toward Kunwa. Kunwa gave Mu Lingxue a glance and said with a sigh, you researched the divine soul path quite deeply and should know that sacrificing the divine soul is unsalvageable. Forget about me, even if Immortal Grove that old fart revives. He can't save her either. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled and he said in disbelief, How can that be? Isn't he the person who created this world? Kunwu said, creating the world doesn't mean being able to control everything in the world. Humans are the most magical species in this world. Even if he created the Immortal Grove world's humans, he also can't control their birth, old age, illness, and death. His heavenly Tao was also merely comprehended. It's just an incomplete heavenly Tao, that's all. After creating this world, everything was all heavenly Tao operating on its own. Crack. Crack. Yi Yuan's finger joints cracked, his heart aching until he was unable to breathe. This outcome, he was really unable to accept it. Could it be that there's really no way? Yi Yuan said unwillingly. Kunwu said, not that there's no way, it's just too difficult. When saying the too difficult at the back, Kunwu involuntarily aggravated his tone. It could be seen the degree of this method's difficulty. But to Yi Yuan, this was undoubtedly a heavenly melody. He looked at Kunwu with an excited look and said, Senior, please advise. No matter how difficult, Yi Yuan has to accomplish it too. Kunwu said with a smile, something that even Immortal Grove couldn't accomplish? Can you do it? Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, but his eyes revealed a determined look very quickly, and he said, Senior, Please advise. Kunwu sighed and said, no harm in telling you. But the likelihood of you accomplishing it is negligible. Before that, I'll cast a secret art first. It can protect a trace of her spiritual consciousness from extinguishing. As for the matters later, it will depend on you. Yi Yuan's face revealed a look of wild ecstasy, and he hurriedly said, many thanks, Senior. Yi Yuan retreated. Kunwu casually fired out 9 streaks of light, inserting around Mu Lingxue. Yi Yuan was startled, aware that those were 9 branches of Kunwu divine wood. This thing was equivalent to a part of Kunwu's body, incomparably precious. First was the Kunwu flower, then it was Kunwu branches. This favor, Yi Yuan remembered it firmly in his heart. Kunwu recited a spell. Those 9 tree branches gave off a dazzling light, assimilating into Mu Lingxue's soul. Mu Lingxue did not react in the slightest, but Yi Yuan could sense that her last trace of divine soul was finally preserved. Old fart dustless, this kid already grasped control of heavenly Tao. Until when are you planning to hole up like a turtle? Kunwu suddenly said. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that, somewhat uncertain what it meant, because Kunwu said it to him. Suddenly, a faint gray shadow appeared in front of the two. It was an old man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. The old man's figure was very faint until it was about the same as a transparent person. You piece of wood. You clearly know that I'm very weak right now, still want to call me out. Dustless smiled as he scolded. Kunwu smiled and said, not that I wanted to call you out. It's him who requires your help, Dustless said with a bitter smile. You all right then. Since it's his matters, it's not up to this old man to turn it down either. While talking, Dustless lightly swept at Mu Lingxue. A surge of mysterious power instantly wrapped her up. Following that, Mu Lingxue turned into an arc of flowing light and actually entered Yi Yuan's glabella. This scene made Yi Yuan jump in fright. Mu Lingxue actually entered inside the soul-suppressing pearl. Senior, this, Yi Yuan said in wonder. Kunwu smiled and said, Old fart dustless is the soul-suppressing pearl's artifact spirit. That move of mine can only preserve a trace of that lass's spiritual consciousness from extinguishing. But it can't last for a long time either. Want to maintain her life force? You must borrow the soul-suppressing pearl's power. Yi Yuan's shock was by no means insignificant. He did not think that this old man was actually the soul-suppressing pearl's artifact spirit. He hurriedly gave about toward Dustless and said, Please, Senior. Yi Yuan could sense that Dustless's condition was not very good. Taking Mu Lingxue's physical body into the soul-suppressing pearl already expended considerable amounts of his strength. Dustless smiled and said, You're the soul-suppressing pearl new master. This is naturally what I should do. Moreover, without you, I wouldn't be able to reawaken as well. It's just that my current state is very unstable. Maintaining that little lass's life force still requires the supplementation of soul force. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of that death soul tree and Li Gui. Could it be that that death soul tree and Li Gui were actually devoured by this old man before his eyes? This idea gave Yi Yuan a fright. Someone as powerful as the death soul tree was actually devoured by the soul-suppressing pearl so effortlessly? The soul force supplementation that Senior talked about, could it be devouring divine souls? Yi Yuan asked. Dustless smiled and said, That's right. The Immortal Grove region's life forms, their soul force is too weak and is completely insufficient to let me recover. Only a fellow like the Death Soul Tree can barely manage to satisfy my appetite. Yi Yuan was speechless for a while when he heard. The Death Soul Tree was already an invincible existence in the divine realm. It was actually just barely able to satisfy his appetite. But thinking about it, Dustless only recovered this tiny bit after gobbling up the Death Soul Tree. He was also relieved. The artifact spirit of an Empyrean spirit treasure was not what he could conjecture. The soul-suppressing pearl is a divine soul-defensive type Empyrean spirit treasure. Its power is boundless. If old fart Dustless can recover to his peak state, even if a heavenly Empyrean arrives in person, they won't be able to attack your divine soul either. This kind of Empyrean spirit treasure, even in the Heavenspan world, it's also exceedingly rare. Clearly, Kunwu held the soul-suppressing pearl in very high esteem. But Dustless said with a smile, In my current state, I can at most only withstand the divine soul attacks of Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Any stronger and I'd probably have to fall into slumber again. Yi Yuan said curiously, that Death Soul Tree. The Death Soul Tree was born in the Immortal Grove region, while I'm Immortal Grove's Empyrean spirit treasure. No matter how strong he can't escape the palm of my hands either. Moreover, he was imprisoned in this God-forbidden region by this old man in the first place, originally planning on devouring him. The result was, I fell asleep myself first, Dustless said. Yi Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard, not expecting that there was actually still such a thing. Messing around for so long, this Death Soul Tree was actually just a nourishment that the soul-suppressing pearl was rearing in a pen. No wonder he cursed that old fart so fervently. Turned out that it was actually Dustless. Yi Yuan cupped his fists towards Kunwu and said, Senior, I wonder what the method to save Lingxue is? What he was most concerned about right now was still this. Without a doubt, the method to save Mu Lingxue was definitely in the world outside. Something that even Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove could not accomplish. It could be imagined how difficult that was. This path was even more densely covered with thorns than his road of revenge. Kunwu smiled and said, You don't be anxious first. Since you're going to the Heavenspan world, I'll tell you about the Heavenspan world situation first. Then you consider whether or go or not. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, Senior, please say. Kunwu nodded his head and said, Heavenspan world and the Immortal Grove region are two totally different concepts. It's not a higher-level space compared to the Immortal Grove region, but a world that existed since time immemorial. The reason why it's called Heavenspan world is that there's a divine mountain they're called Heavenspan Mountain. In the Heavenspan world, your so-called deity realm is only the starting point. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The meaning in Kunwu's words was that this existence that stood at the very summit of the Immortal Grove region, was only the most ordinary person if he went there. Just like immortal. But toward the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan still yearned for it more. He very much wanted to see just how strong that world's powerhouses are. Heavenspan world? Heavenspan mountain? Senior, then what kind of existence is Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove in the Heavenspan world? Yi Yuan muttered. Kunwu smiled and said, Deity Realm has a total of 6 major realms, namely, Grotto Profound Deity Realm, Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm, Origin Deity Realm, Divine Lord Realm, Celestial Deity Realm, as well as True God Realm. Above True God Realm is the Heavenly Empyrean Realm. Heavenly Empyreans are also major power class existences in the Heavenspan world, towering above Deity Realm. And above Heavenly Empyrean Realm, there's even Heavenly Emperor and Tao Ancestor, 2 great realms. The true masters of the Heavenspan world are the Tao Ancestors. Yi Yuan had his breath taken away from listening to it. He did not expect that the deity realm actually still had so many realms. Empyrean in his eyes is already an existence too lofty beyond reach. He did not expect that above Heavenly Empyrean, there were actually still even higher realms. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Kunwu smiled and said, Don't have that sort of unrealistic ideas anymore. The realm of Tao Ancestor is not what you can imagine. The Heavenspan world only has 9 Tao Ancestors. They are all paramount existences who obtained the recognition of a law, and they have already existed for countless billions of years. They are invincible existences. A law commanding recognition of a Tao Ancestor unless they die. Otherwise, even if your talent is even more heaven-defying than the Tao Ancestors, it's also impossible to reach their realm. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath when he heard that and said in horror, There's actually still such a thing? In Yi Yuan's understanding, as long as talent was sufficient, as long as effort was enough, one could step foot in a supreme realm one day. But his way of thinking did not seem to work in the Heavenspan world. Only when a Tao Ancestor died would a law become vacant. But a Tao Ancestor was a powerhouse standing at the summit of the entire Heavenspan world. Who could make them fall? Unless they killed each other. But Kunwu said that they had already existed for God knows how many billions of years. This indicated that neither one of them could do anything to the others. Hence, this became a paradox. What Kunwu said was right. Even if your talent was any more heaven-defying, it was also impossible to become a Tao Ancestor. Kunwu looked at Yi Yuan's expression and smiled again as he said, I've said, this isn't a thing that you should consider now. What you have to consider now is how to pass through the turbulent spatial flow. Spatial turbulent flow? Yi Yuan had a bewildered look, not sure what it meant. An Empyrean world is a sealed-off small world that is incompatible with the heaven-span world. In an Empyrean world, even if one cultivates to true God realm, they will also be unable to ascend to the heaven-span world. Because every Empyrean world has a world-locking gate. This world-locking gate cuts off the Empyrean world and the heaven-span world. In between is endless spatial turbulent flow, Kunwu said. Yi Yuan was startled in his heart and said, then the deity realm powerhouses 100,000 years ago, didn't they all pass through the world-locking gate and entered the heaven-span world? A hint of disdain flashed across the corners of Kunwu's mouth, and he said, they went out through the world-locking gate. As for how many were able to reach the heaven-span world, there's no way of knowing. Yi Yuan's eyes became wide saucers, finally understanding Kunwu's meaning. This turbulent spatial flow was too terrifying. The deity realm powerhouses that left the Immortal Grove region 100,000 years ago were at least no less than 100 people. Even though the deity realm had declined, there were definitely heaven-glimpsed deity realm existences among them. Such a powerful lineup, but Kunwu used how many, this quantifying term, to describe it. It could be seen how many people would die in the turbulent spatial flow. One had to know that those deity realm powerhouses were all the Immortal Grove region's apex existences. Those who survived in this turbulent spatial flow was actually not even 1/10. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Kunwu knew that Yi Yuan understood and said with a smile, now, you still want to go to the heaven-span world? A hint of viciousness flashed across in Yi Yuan's gaze, and he said, even if this turbulent spatial flow is any more terrifying, it's also not as terrifying as losing Lingxue, the heaven-span world. I must go and brave it. Senior, please point out the right path. Kunwu laughed in spite of himself and said, truly an infatuated one. But this turbulent spatial flow is just the first test that you have to face. The second condition is the truly difficult one. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, Senior, please say. Kunwu was also solemn as he said, legends have it that on the heaven-span mountain there's a kind of spring water called Tears of Life. In the legends, this Tears of Life flows down from the top of the heaven-span mountain. As long as one consumes a drop, even if they only have a trace of spiritual consciousness existing, they can come back to life too. It's rumored that very, very long ago, somebody had once found this Tears of Life before. But that's just a rumor. Nobody has really found it before. At least, with Immortal Grove's realm, he had never seen it before. Hearing Kunwu said so, Yi Yuan also heaved a sigh in relief. Senior, even if this junior has to dig 3 feet deep into the heaven-span mountain, I must also find this Tears of Life. Yi Yuan said firmly, heaven rewards the faithful. If there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. He believed that there would come a day where he could find this Tears of Life. It was just that his words made Kunwu and Dustless laugh at the same time. Yi Yuan had a blank look, unsure what was going on. Dustless smiled lightly and said, Kid, you're really an ignoramus who's fearless. That heaven passage mountain isn't what you can dig as you like. That's the heaven-span world's Tao enlightening holy land. Only when you reach the divine Lord realm and open up an inner world can you step onto the heaven-span mountain. Otherwise, you'll be crushed into meat paste by the heaven-span mountain's power of laws. And divine Lord realm powerhouses can only climb up 10 miles. Further up, only by reaching celestial deity realm can one set foot on it. The things that heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove haven't seen are at least above 10,000 miles. Even if you can cultivate to the heavenly Empyrean realm, no idea what year it will be already. Yi Yuan drew a cold breath when he heard. Only then did he know this heaven-span mountain's extraordinariness. He was still curious before why the world outside would be named after a mountain. Turned out that it was actually this reason. Kunwu added, I forgot to tell you, the 9 great Tao ancestors gained enlightenment on Tao above 1,000,000 miles on the heaven-span mountain and from there obtained the recognition of a law, becoming a Tao ancestor. Many people all speculated, if there's really Tears of Life, it's very likely above 1,000,000 miles. But how much assurance do you feel you have in cultivating to become a Tao ancestor? Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, finally knowing why Kunwu said that it was virtually impossible. Because wanting to become a new Tao ancestor, there must be an old Tao ancestor who passed away. This difficulty was simply comparable to ascending to heaven. Yi Yuan's expression instantly became incomparably ugly. He suddenly discovered that Kunwu saying so much was equivalent to wasting his breath. "Senior, this? Could it be that there's no other way?" Yi Yuan said helplessly. Kunwu gave him a glance and said with a nod, "There are 2 more ways." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, not expecting that Kunwu actually said 2 more ways all of a sudden. "Senior, please say." A glimmer of hope could be seen in Yi Yuan's eyes again. Kunwu let out a sigh and said, "The first method is to invite one of the Tao ancestors to take action and have him help look for the tears of life. The second method is to invite the life Tao ancestor to take action. What he obtained was the recognition of life laws. If he's willing to take action, he should be able to save this lass. Of course, this is just my conjecture. In the heavenspan world, the strongest person that one is able to see is also just Heavenly Emperor. Tao ancestors have already not appeared for goodness knows how many years. Nobody had seen them before at all." Yi Yuan's mind was in a mess. Saying these words was pretty much the same as not saying. Summing these 3 methods up only had one point, that was that he must have a Tao ancestor take action or reach the realm of Tao ancestor. This was virtually something impossible. Seeing Yi Yuan's absent-minded look, Kunwu and Dustless exchanged a glance and was also helpless. They could see through Yi Yuan's feelings for Mu Lingxue. But wanting to save a person who only had a trace of spiritual consciousness remaining, this difficulty was too great. "Give up. This matter to you is simply impossible. In fact, in my opinion, the likelihood of you passing through the turbulent spatial flow is virtually 0. Stay in the Immortal Grove region to be your controller well." Kunwu let out a sigh and said. After a long time, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath. His emotions seemed to have calmed down considerably. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Kunwu and Dustless also let out a sigh in relief at the same time. If Yi Yuan died in the turbulent spatial flow, the Immortal Grove region would become a masterless Empyrean world again. Before long, it would thoroughly decline and wither away. Their relationship with Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was not shallow, and they were naturally unwilling to see this kind of thing happen. "Senior, please tell me the way to pass through the world-locking gate," Yi Yuan said with a resolute gaze. Kunwu, the 2 of them were greatly surprised. They even thought that they heard wrongly. They already stated the pros and cons very clearly. But Yi Yuan was still obstinately stuck in a delusion. For a girl, taking a completely impossible path, and might have the possibility of losing his life at any moment, this was simply incomprehensible. The powerhouses of Heavenspan World were not what an Empyrean world's ant could be presumptuous enough to surmise. Even if Yi Yuan controlled the Immortal Grove region, he was still the bottommost level existence in the Heavenspan World. Even if Yi Yuan was amazingly talented in the Immortal Grove region, reaching the Heavenspan World, even a dragon had to coil up too. "You have to think carefully," Kunwu said in a deep voice. Yi Yuan's expression was a never-before-seen determination. He nodded and said, "I've thought of it very clearly. If I must become a Tao ancestor to save Lingxue, then I'll become the Heavenspan World's 10th Tao ancestor." Wildly arrogant. Ignorant. Kunwu and Dustless virtually said it in unison. This kind of word could only be spoken by ignorant people. In the Heavenspan World, gifted powerhouses would boast exaggeratedly, saying that they could achieve Heavenly Empyrean, even Heavenly Emperor. But even for Heavenly Emperors, they also never dared to blow this kind of trumpet about becoming a Tao ancestor. Yi Yuan's gaze was an unprecedented firm, and he said lightly, "Ignorant is fine as well. Wildly arrogant also works. In this life, if I can't save Lingxue, I'm willing to sink into depravity for all ages." Kunwu's emotions finally calmed down a little. He was indeed given a fright by Yi Yuan's words earlier. Because in the Heavenspan World, Tao ancestor this realm was more like a totem. The ones active in front of the public were only Heavenly Emperors and Heavenly Empyreans. But at this time, Kunwu still felt Yi Yuan's powerful determination. The resolve to put everything on the line to save his beloved. "Forget it, you humans' feelings. I'm unable to understand. Since you want to seek death, then I'll tell you. The key to unlocking the world-locking gate are the 4 symbol spirits. Kunwu said and heaved a sigh. Yu Yuan was stunned. Only then did he understand the objective of Kanua capturing the spirit of the white tiger back then. It was actually to unlock the world locking gate. This way, back then when the Dragon Clan's old patriarch brought the sacred dragon token and left the Dragon Clan, as well as Long Zhan's departure, it was probably all related to the world locking gate. It was just that, don't know if they passed through the turbulent spatial flow or not. Many thanks for Senior's guidance. This junior still has some matters to deal with, and will take my leave first. Yi Yuan's figure moved, returning to the Dragon Clan sky once more. Kanua was still in Yi Yuan's imprisonment. Yi Yuan did not say a word and directly nailed a soul-locking nail onto Kanua's body. Howl! A scream that sounded like ghosts wailing and wolves howling reverberated throughout heaven and earth, making everyone get goosebumps. No idea where heaven-surmounting Divine King went to previously either, but his mood seems to be a lot better. The Spirit Snow Divine King is gone. Maybe the heaven-surmounting Divine King really has a way to save her. Sigh. Hope that the Spirit Snow Divine King is fine. No matter what, that Kanua is dead for sure. Now it's time for him to suffer the wrath of the heaven-surmounting Divine King. Yi Yuan did not say anything at all. He just nailed one soul-locking nail after another onto that cloud of black gas. These soul-locking nails were all pulled off from Mu Lingshua's body. This cloud of black gas was similar to the fiend race's divine soul. It was just that this kind of divine soul was exceedingly difficult to be killed. Even though Kanua was already very weak currently, these soul-locking nails still could not kill Kanua. However, it was plenty to make him wish he was dead. The pain that Lingxue suffered, I hope that you can savor it well for a bit. Yi Yuan took his time and said. Yi Yuan could maneuver the power of heavenly Tao. Wanting to kill Kanua was seriously too easy. But how could killing him directly vent the hatred in his heart? At present, the human race's territory was virtually already a piece of scorched earth. The humans who died in this war numbered more than billions. All of these were caused by Kanua single-handedly, including the grudge of murdering his father. Mu Lingxue on the brink of death was also Kanua's meritorious deed. Yi Yuan's killing intent towards him could practically burst through the clouds. If Kanua had 10,000 lives, Yi Yuan would definitely kill him 10,000 times. Ah! Yi Yuan, spare me. I can't take it anymore. Ah! Kanua howled like a pig being slaughtered and finally could not bear it anymore, opening his mouth and begging Yi Yuan for mercy. Yi Yuan's eyes were cold. Toward Kanua, he only had a monstrous hatred, without a shred of compassion. The pain that you suffered is not yet 1/10,000th of Lingshua's. Just this and you can't stand it already? Rest assured, this is just the beginning. Before I leave the Immortal Grove region, I'll make you experience what is called true despair, Yi Yuan said coldly. Yi Yuan researched greatly into the divine soul path in the first place. Regarding methods of torturing people, he could be said to have it at his fingertips. Now, he stepped into the deity realm and took control of heavenly Tao. Dealing with Kanua, he could switch things up and play for as long as several years. It was just that normally, facing the enemy, he was disdainful to do so, that was all. But toward Kanua, it was an exception. The crimes that Kanua committed were too numerous to be recorded. He must suffer endless agony and die. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, that cloud of black gas gave off a tremble, terrified to the extreme. Yi Yuan, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. Ah! Since you know that you were wrong, then you have to make atonement. Now, is the time where you atone for your crimes. Yi Yuan said lightly. You'll die a horrible death. Do you think that by breaking through to the deity realm, you can pass through the turbulent spatial flow? You're alone. It's impossible to pass through the turbulent spatial flow. You're dead for sure. That I don't need you to worry about. Before that, you'd definitely be dead already. Yi Yuan lightly threw down a sentence, but turned around and walked to another place, leaving Kanua there howling miserably. He already set up various means, taking turns one by one. It would make Kanua ecstatic to the extreme until he wished he was dead. Not far away from Kanua, a beautiful woman was similarly shackled in the air. This person was naturally Yuji. Compared to Kanua, Yuji's treatment was much better. It was merely being imprisoned. Seeing Yi Yuan walk in, A thick look of fear revealed in Yu Ji's eyes. She completely did not expect that this young man actually inherited this dilapidated world, taking control of heavenly Tao. Even if Yi Yuan really broke through to deity realm by relying on the fiend source speed, it was also not possible for Kanua to be defeated so thoroughly. But, under the heavenly Tao, they did not have the least bit of strength to resist at all. Kanua's outcome, you saw it. Say the purpose of you guys coming here. I can give you all a quick death, Yi Yuan said coolly. Under Yi Yuan's means, they could not even commit suicide. Hence, granting Yu Ji death was already the greatest grace to her. That extremely pitiful voice of Kanua's still entered Yu Ji's ears repeatedly. Yu Ji's face changed, falling silent. Yi Yuan did not urge either, quietly waiting for Yu Ji to open her mouth. He knew that Yu Ji would definitely capitulate. Sure enough, before long Yu Ji opened her mouth. We're here for those 2 Empyrean spirit treasures in your hands. Of course, we were even planning on cultivating a demonic skill with the help of the living creatures here, and break through to the Divine Lord realm, Yu Ji said. When saying these, she secretly looked to size up Yi Yuan, fearful that he would suddenly rampage. However, Yi Yuan did not reveal any expression on his face. She could not guess what Yi Yuan was thinking at all. Who sent you all here? Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Ji's gaze turned intent, and she said, It was Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. The expression on Yi Yuan's face finally had a hint of change. He never would have thought that behind Kanua and Yu Ji was actually a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse that was a powerhouse at the very apex of the Heavenspan world. Originally, Yi Yuan was still planning on finding their main instigator behind the scenes. After he cultivated to a certain realm, he would then take revenge. Looks like now, he had to give the matter further considerations. There's enmity between Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and Heavenly Emperor Jiushang? Yi Yuan asked again. Yu Ji nodded her head and said, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang was a fiend race newly ascended, Heavenly Emperor 1,000,000 years ago. Back then, he was an Empyrean powerhouse at the height of his popularity along with Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and several others. They all had extremely high hopes of breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. And among them, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and Heavenly Emperor Jiushang had been enemies for a long time already. After that, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang obtained a Heavenly Emperor Dao fruit in a Heavenly Emperor world, and broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm first. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, It was Heavenly Emperor Jiushang who killed Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove? And then sent you all here to seize treasures? Yu Ji gave a bitter laugh and said, In the eyes of a Heavenly Emperor, we're merely ants. We haven't even reached the Divine Lord realm, so how can we possibly reach Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's level? Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was also not killed by Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. His means were exceedingly formidable, even a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse found it difficult to kill him too. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang just severely wounded him. As for who killed him, it's unknown. From Yu Ji's words, Yi Yuan had a preliminary impression of the Heavenspan world as well. The Heavenspan world was similarly a world filled with slaughter and struggles. In fact, it might be even more brutal than the Immortal Grove region. Yi Yuan even suspected that because Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was too severely injured, he was killed by some thieves and the likes who were coveting treasures. Except that had nothing much to do with Yi Yuan anymore. Yi Yuan knew very little about Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and was far from talking about love or hate. The Immortal Grove region choosing himself was just a kind of instinctive protection towards the Heavenly Tao itself. It just thought that he could take on the responsibility. Putting it bluntly, it was a kind of mutual exploitation. While he did not fail to live up to the Heavenly Tao's expectations either, achieving his present realm, this kind of inheritance was different from Long Tongue's inheritance. Yi Yuan did not have the obligation to go and help him take revenge. But Kanua and Yu Ji were sent by Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, so that was different. Disregarding that he was Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, even if he was Tao ancestor Jiushang, Yi Yuan would definitely eradicate him too. It was just that looking at it now, the hope was very slim. Yi Yuan did not speak, waiting for Yu Ji to continue talking. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang had always coveted Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's soul-suppressing pearl and wanted to make it his own. Hence, that's why he sent Kanua and me to search for the Immortal Grove region. As a result, it was indeed found by us. Yuji said. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching as he said, Heavenly Emperor Jiushang already ascended to the Heavenly Emperor realm. So why would he still covet an Emperorian spirit treasure? Yuji smiled bitterly and said, The rarity of Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures can be described seldom seen, and the soul-suppressing pearl could be said to be top grade among the masses. It was precisely because Heavenly Emporian Immortal Grove had this Emporian spirit treasure that he had always suppressed Heavenly Emperor Jiushang. It's just that didn't expect that Heavenly Emperor Jiushang's luck was better than Heavenly Emporian Immortal Groves. In the end, it was he who broke through first. Yi Yuan nodded his head, finally having a rough understanding of the beginning and end of the fiend race's invasion. Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, is it? One day, I'll let you know that ants can topple trees too. Yi Yuan's gaze was sharp, seething with killing intent. Seeing this scene, Yuji could not help being stunned. This kind of big talk, only this one in front of her dared to say it. A heavenly emperor was the strongest existence in the heavenspan world. Even Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, who had just ascended 1,000,000 years ago, was also not what an Emporian world's ant could resist. The great battle already stopped, but the divine realm was still making progress with no signs of stopping. The entire human territory was already utterly destroyed by this war. The original human race setup was already thoroughly smashed. Countless human martial artists were turned into fiend slaves by Kanua, and then utterly obliterated by that attack of Yi Yuan's. The remaining humans returning to the human region anew were bound to experience a very long period of shuffling. However, these were all not what Yi Yuan was concerned about. Humans were especially adept at the law of survival. Once time passed, they would definitely establish a new order. When Yi Yuan returned to the Dragon Clan, Fang Tian led everyone over. They naturally inquired about Mu Lingshue's situation right away. Yi Yuan shook his head and said Lingxue is fine for the time being. It's just that her situation is very bad. Senior, I came back to tell you all that I'm leaving. Brother Tang. The divine realm's matters in the future will have to trouble you. Yi Yuan's words made everyone startled. Fang Tian's expression changed, and he said, Sure enough, are you going to the outside world? Yi Yuan revealed a look of surprise and immediately smiled and said, Looks like Senior already guessed it. This world that we're in is merely a small world that a martial Dao powerhouse opened up, called Immortal Grove region. Outside, there's an even broader world. Want to save Lingxue? I have to go there. Even if Fang Tian already guessed it, hearing Yi Yuan say it out, he was still shaken to the core. Yi Yuan, just what realm are you at right now? It seems like the deity realm isn't as strong as you. Fang Tian drew a deep breath and said. When the others heard this, they also could not help perking their ears up. This was the question that every one of them paid attention to. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm indeed initial stage grotto profound deity realm currently. It's just that my situation is somewhat special. If I really have to say, I'm barely considered half-master of the Immortal Grove region. Hiss! Everyone drew a cold breath. This matter was not difficult to understand. That was also to say that Yi Yuan was the Immortal Grove region's true god. A god that towered above all beings. Recalling Yi Yuan's growth experiences, everyone felt like they were dreaming. Then, do we still have hopes of breaking through to the deity realm? Tang Yun asked with fear and anxiety in his heart. This question was similarly the question that everyone was most concerned with. Since Yi Yuan broke through to deity realm, then could they break through to the deity realm or not? But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I induced Heavenly Dao with Alchemy Dao, completing the Heavenly Dao of Initial Stage Grotto Profound Deity Realm within my body, obtaining Heavenly Dao's recognition from there. You guys are unable to replicate it. Hearing Yi Yuan's reply, everyone's faces all involuntarily revealed a look of disappointment. Yi Yuan smiled and continued, but everybody rest assured, this is just temporary. As long as I can reach the outside world, when my strength increases in the future, I'll naturally have ways to make Immortal Grove Heavenly Dao rise again. At that time, all of you will be able to break through to the deity realm. One sentence made everyone pleasantly surprised. Except, Fang Tian's expression was still somewhat unnatural. He discerned the overtones in Yi Yuan's words. Everyone dispersed. There was only Fang Tian and Yi Yuan left inside the Great Hall. Fang Tian said, "Yi Yuan, tell me honestly, this departure for the outside world probably won't be so smooth, right?" Yi Yuan smiled. He knew that he could not hide from Fang Tian. Hence, he briefly recounted the matters of the turbulent spatial flow, including the riddle of the disappearance of the deity realm powerhouses 100,000 years ago. Fang Tian's heart shook when he heard this. He was aware how perilous that turbulent spatial flow was. "No way. You definitely can't go." Over 100,000 years ago, there were at least 100 deity realm powerhouses. They faced near certain death when banding up together and entering the turbulent spatial flow. "You by yourself, how can you possibly pass through the turbulent spatial flow?" Fang Tian said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Senior, my mind is made up. Don't urge anymore. Ling Xue sacrificed her divine soul for me. How can I watch her die helplessly? Don't talk about near certain death. Even if it's a certain death, I have to brave it too." Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Fang Tian knew that he could not persuade. Hence, he let out a sigh and said, "You're a good boy that regards feelings and ties highly. Forget it, on your trip, you must be careful." "Lier, sorry." Under the moonlight, Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli stood side by side, the words full of guilt. According to Yi Yuan's original plans, once he was able to break through to the deity realm and end the fiend calamity, he would give Yu Mengli a glorious wedding. But now everything went up in smoke. Mu Lingxue sacrificed her divine soul for him, leaving just a trace of spiritual consciousness left. Yi Yuan was seriously unable to marry Lier. With 2 lifetimes, Yi Yuan discovered that he actually fell in love with 2 people at the same time. Yi Yuan always thought that he could put down Mu Lingxue. But that moment when Mu Lingxue unleashed ice ceiling 10,000 miles, Yi Yuan's entire person seemed to be siphoned empty. Only at that moment did Yi Yuan discover that the more he suppressed them, the deeper the feelings toward Mu Lingxue. "Don't say sorry. If really want to say it, it should be me who says so. If not for my selfishness, maybe when you and elder sister Mu reunited, you'd have already walked together. Such a thing wouldn't have happened as well." Talking up to here, Liu involuntarily shed tears. She was grieving for Mu Lingxue. These few days, Liu was constantly washing her face with tears. That scene of Mu Lingxue sacrificing the divine soul, she saw it clearly inside the vast heaven pagoda. At that time, her heart shattered. She did not think that Mu Lingxue would actually be so decisive. Only at that moment did she know that Mu Lingxue's love for Yi Yuan was not the least bit less than hers. Only the depths of love would have such unhesitatingness. Lier was certain that if it was changed to her, she would likewise do so without the slightest hesitation. But there was no if. The one crucified on the cross was Mu Lingxue. In that instant, she suddenly felt somewhat envious of the spirit snow divine king. Because of those words, Yi Yuan would engrave it even deeper in his heart. Yi Yuan lightly pulled Lier into his embrace and said with a sigh, "Silly girl, don't cry anymore. You understand my heart. Lingxue's matters was a great blow to me. But your position in my heart isn't inferior to Lingxue's. It's just that her current condition. I truly can't deceive myself and go soaring away like a pair of birds forever." Sure enough, Yi Yuan's words made Lier stop crying. She could not bear to make Yi Yuan even more upset. "Big brother Yuan. Don't say anymore, I understand. Go to the heavenspan world. You must save elder sister Mu. Otherwise, I'd really not have the face to live on." "I absolutely won't live on my own." Yi Yuan helped her wipe away tears and said with a smile, "There's no if. Don't you trust me?" Lier raised her head to look at Yi Yuan and nodded her head firmly. The turbulent spatial flow was incomparably violent. If Yi Yuan brought the vast heaven pagoda into it, it would be crushed into smithereens by the turbulent spatial flow. Hence, Yi Yuan could only pass through the turbulent spatial flow alone. Yi Yuan already separated the vast heaven pagoda and vast heaven steel. He would bring the vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl, and pass through the world-locking gate. You stay behind with white light and cultivate in peace. Come the day when you guys break through to the deity realm, that will be the point where I have preliminary success in the heavenspan world," Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan was currently considered half-master. When his cultivation reached the Divine Lord realm, the Divine Realm's heavenly Tao would naturally strengthen anew. At that time, the Divine Realm's martial artists would be able to break through to the Deity Realm anew. Rest assured, Big Brother Yuan, I'll work hard on cultivating, Leah said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Your strength advances at a tremendous pace. There are already not many able to outperform you in the Divine Realm. I can naturally rest assured. Tomorrow I'll let Senior Sky Distant out. As long as he's around, nobody in the Divine Realm can overturn the heavens. When my strength is sufficient, I'll return to see you. But when Yi Yuan appeared in front of Sky Distant again, it gave Sky Distant a fright. He used an expression like he had seen a ghost to look at Yi Yuan and said in incredible shock, You actually broke through to the Deity Realm? This is impossible. Heavenly Tao is missing. How did you break through to the Deity Realm? He did not believe this kind of bizarre thing. But that powerful aura of Yi Yuan, even he quivered endlessly. This could not fool anyone. Yi Yuan did not reply to his question but said with a scoff, Senior Sky Distant has been suppressed by Zhuozong for as long as 1,000,000 years. Seems like you're not anxious to get out at all? Sky Distant froze again and said, Go out? Don't joke around. Don't tell me that you're here to let me out. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, That's how it is. Sky Distant said crossly, Brat, you aren't here to specially make fun of me after breaking through to the Deity Realm, right? Even if you broke through to the Deity Realm, you're also just initial stage Grotto Profound Deity Realm. How can this bit of strength possibly let me out? This joke isn't funny at all. Yi Yuan smiled without saying a word. Reaching his hand out towards the void a bit, the entire Blood Rain wilderness started trembling violently. The demonic beasts and medicine spirits were all in a tizzy, not knowing what was happening. Boom! An afterimage shattered the fetters of space, leaping straight out from the depths of the 7th level. A burly man appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Who could it be if not Sky Distant? It was just that shock was written all over Sky Distant's face. Yi Yuan's casual move broke Zhuozong's seal. How is this possible? It turned out that Yi Yuan was really not here to make fun of him, but to really let him out. Congratulations to your excellency for seeing the light of day again. Zhuozong's seal being broken by Yi Yuan with a finger, the current Blood Rain wilderness was consolidated into an enormous medicine garden by Yi Yuan with a great divine ability. When the original 6th level's 3 great kings saw Sky Distant appear, they all came forward to congratulate. Sky Distant waved his hand impatiently, staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. He said, Boy, what on earth is going on? Even if absolute heaven reincarnates, it's also impossible to break the seal that Zhuozong laid down so easily. How did you do it? Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Under the heavenly Tao, what does Zhuozong count for? Sky Distant's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. He was too shocked just now, his brain short-circuiting for a moment, and did not come back to his senses. Thinking back now, that finger of Yi Yuan's earlier was incomparably profound. He could not fathom it at all. That was the aura of Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao was actually being used by Yi Yuan? Sky Distant was instantly thrown into confusion. This kind of thing could not be understood at all. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of keeping him in suspense, briefly recounting the events that happened these few years, including the matter of the Great Tao Pill refinement and exterminating the fiend race. Sky Distant's brain that had just recovered a little fell into a short circuit once more. The 3 great kings were similarly like so. They exchanged glances, their faces full of disbelief. Recalling when Yi Yuan entered the Blood Rain wilderness back then, he was just an ant-like existence in their eyes. In just a few years' time, he actually became the master that towered above all life. This kind of feeling was completely like having a dream. You're saying that heavenly fiend god Kanua and Ug are already suppressed by you, and about to be executed right away? Sky Distant said. Mentioning Kanua, the killing intent in Yi Yuan's body involuntarily spread out. Including Sky Distant, everyone's heart shuddered. Just a surge of aura was actually so terrifying. This was the strength of the controller. Your Excellency, according to your instructions, all humans have already been expelled out of the demon region. Moreover, the Mystic Gate has already issued the order, announcing dissolution. In the hall, Chao Yunji reported to Yi Yuan about the direction of the human race's progress very meticulously. The human race had its own set of survival rules. With Yi Yuan chasing them out of the demon region before long, they would form a new arrangement. The demon race's losses were similarly very heavy in order to resist the assault of the fiend race, and they needed to rest and build up strength. Yi Yuan already issued a strict order within 100 years, if any humans invade the demon region, they would be killed without mercy. Even though the martial artist world was originally the weak being prey and the strong feasts, Yi Yuan did not wish to repeat the same mistake as with the Stoneman clan's incident. After hearing the instructions, Yi Yuan said coolly, "You've done very well. Although the Mystic Gate has already disbanded, the fiend calamity this time probably requires 1,000 years, even longer, before we can recover some vitality. During this period, the divine realm naturally can't avoid killing. Hence, I'm preparing to set up a law enforcement hall which is independent of the divine realm, specifically to punish those people who are utterly devoid of conscience. This law enforcement hall will be managed by Senior Sky Distant. The operation of the law enforcement hall will be left to you to be in charge then." Chao Yunji trembled all over, but the look of wild ecstasy on his face could not be concealed no matter what. He was extremely clever. How could he not understand the significance of this law enforcement hall? This shall be a powerful force that transcended the entire divine realm. It shall be the heaven-surmounting divine king's spokesperson. With Yi Yuan's awe, this force could be said to be the divine realm's overlord, while he would be this force's operator in practice. The scope of his authority could be said to surpass the divine realm. Chao Yunji already knew that Skydistant's strength was even stronger than Fang Tian. Furthermore, establishing this law enforcement hall, the spirit-bristle divine king they all would definitely join. This was actually just another Mystic Gate. He indeed bet correctly back then. Chao Yunji prostrated on the ground and said agitatedly, "Yunji thanks Your Excellency for the promotion. Yunji will definitely do his very best to serve till the end of his days." Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Having you be in charge of the law enforcement hall's operation is naturally because you have this ability. You're a clever man and should know how great the authority I've bestowed upon you. But, if you dare to use power to seek personal gain, making use of the law enforcement hall's strength to eliminate dissidents and build your own force, Kanua's outcome, you saw it." Yi Yuan's tone became increasingly colder. Chao Yunji felt like the entire sky was almost collapsing, making him instantly feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. The wild elation from before instantly turned into a mountain-like pressure. Right now, Kanua was still wailing incessantly in the sky. Just a moment ago, a whole bunch of thoughts had indeed flashed across in his inner heart. But now a fire in his heart burned all these thoughts away. This one in front of him was the divine realm's master, an existence that controlled heavenly Tao. His might made the entire world tremble. No one could surpass him. "Your Excellency, rest assured. Even if you lend Yunji 100 galls, Yunji won't dare either," Chao Yunji hurriedly said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "I can naturally trust you, but let's get the unpleasantness out of the way first. On my trip to the outside world, firstly it is in order to save Lingxue. In addition, it's also for the sake of rebirthing the divine realm's glory. If I discover that somebody stabbed me in the back, I'll make him wish he's dead." "Understood." Chao Yunji's expression turned fearful, and he said, "Yunji understands." Seeing Chao Yunji's appearance, Yi Yuan knew that his words took effect. Chao Yunji was a smart man and also indeed the best candidate to manage the law enforcement hall. But he was absolutely not an upright gentleman. If he did not knock and beat him, he might do something in the future. Behind the world-locking gate, the danger of the turbulent spatial flow, apart from Lear white light they all, only Fang Tian alone knew. Even if Yi Yuan really met with some mishap inside the turbulent spatial flow, Chao Yunji absolutely would not dare to mess around either. Chao Yunji was very clearly how powerful Yi Yuan's current strength was. "You're a clever person, and should be able to guess my objective of establishing this law enforcement hall. This law enforcement hall's constitution will be drawn up by you. I just want one point, that is not to intervene in the divine realm's affairs. But also don't allow extreme things to happen. Got it. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Yi Yuan's goal was very simple. He just wanted to come up with a transcendental force to grasp the divine realm's developmental direction. The existence of the law enforcement hall was much higher than the status of the holy city. What it represented was Yi Yuan himself. When Yi Yuan is not in the divine realm, it would be up to the law enforcement hall to manage the divine realm on his behalf. Xiao Yunji's expression became stern and he said, "Your Excellency, rest assured. Yunji will definitely satisfy Your Excellency." After Xiao Yunji left, Sky Distant and Fang Tian walked out from behind the curtains. After Sky Distant was rescued by Yi Yuan, he immediately took action and thoroughly annihilated the Yu Soul Sect's Dao legacy. With his strength, Cloud Sky, they all did not have any room to resist at all. Being suppressed for 1,000,000 years, Sky Distant finally vented a breath of foul air. Of course, this was all thanks to Yi Yuan. He was originally not planning on coming out already. Did not expect that Yi Yuan actually took control of Heavenly Dao and easily let him out. Hoo-hoo. Fine means. Carrot and stick. Even if you leave the divine realm, that kid probably won't dare to seek power for personal gains either, said Sky Distant, who raised a thumbs up to Yi Yuan. Hey, this boy is really a freak. Not only is he a cultivation genius, but he also has a very good grasp on the human heart. Xiao Yunji, that brat is a real piece of work. Disregarding his formidable strength, his cunningness is also first-rate. If Yi Yuan doesn't play this move, even Teng Yun, the few of them, might end up as his hired thugs too. But no matter how he jumps around, he's also completely cornered by Yi Yuan. Fang Tian also laughed and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There are no two ways about it. He's still afraid of my strength. In front of absolute strength, any schemes are useless." Fang Tian nodded and said, "That's right. With your current strength, it's not up to Xiao Yunji to not fear the sword suspending above." Sky Distant said, "Yi Yuan, when are you planning on leaving?" Yi Yuan said, "After 3 months. Only after I settle the divine realm's matters can I leave without any fears of trouble back at home." Before leaving, the things that Yi Yuan had to do were too many. Lure, white light, he had to placate all of them well. Apart from this, he even took the time to make a trip to the lower realms and fetched Yi Hang and the rest to the divine realm. With his current strength, doing these was just a matter of a single thought. Yi Yuan prepared many medicinal pills for Yi Hang's family, sufficient for them to cultivate to the divine king realm. This departure for the heavenspan world, Yi Yuan did not know how long he would travel. But Yi Yuan knew that over there, 1,000,000 years was but a snap of a finger. Yi Yuan did not wish for when he returned. His parents already returned from dust to dust. Having Yi Hang they all cultivate to divine king realm and supplementing with medicinal pills, it was sufficient for them to live for as long as several tens of thousands of years. The few people were currently chatting when Yi Yuan's mind suddenly stirred, his brows knitting together. Through heavenly Dao, Yi Yuan detected that somewhere in the divine realm there was a surge of terrifying undulation that billowed to the sky. "What's wrong, Yi Yuan?" Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Fang Tian asked in a solemn voice. "Somebody triggered the heavenly Dao, wanting to break through to the deity realm," Yi Yuan said with a frown. Sky Distant and Fang Tian exchanged a glance when they heard that, both incredibly shocked. How is this possible? In this world, apart from you, there's actually still someone capable of breaking through to the deity realm, Fang Tian said with a look of disbelief. When it came to talent, he, Fang Tian, could be said to be the greatest in the divine realm. Even he was unable to break through to deity realm, so how could someone possibly break through to the deity realm? He conceded to Yi Yuan, but other people breaking through to deity realm, he was unconvinced. Yeah, you wouldn't have been mistaken, right? To say that there's still someone capable of breaking through to deity realm. I won't believe even if you beat me to death, Sky Distance said. Yi Yuan suddenly said, I only said that somebody is breaking through to the deity realm. I didn't say that he broke through to the deity realm. If barring no accidents, he's probably going to fail. Only upon hearing Yi Yuan's words did the two people's expressions become a little better. But they were very curious just who was breaking through to the deity realm. Those with the qualifications to break through to the deity realm in the divine realm were just those few. There was no reason that they did not know. However, His breakthrough method is really indulging in the wildest of fantasy. It's too bad. Too bad. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan's words involuntarily aroused the two people's curiosity. Yi Yuan, just what in the world is happening? Are you trying to exasperate me to death? Sky Distant said anxiously. Yi Yuan smiled slightly. His mind stirred, and he arrived at the summit of a tall mountain. Three people stood in the air, looking at the raging storm in the distance. When Sky Distant and Fang Tian saw this scene, their faces revealed an astonished look at the same time. Fang Tian's gaze turned intent, and he exclaimed, Grand Yen Divine King, this is the aura of Heavenly Tao. He actually used array formations to derive Heavenly Tao. This powerhouse that was currently breaking through to the deity realm was actually the Grand Yen Divine King Lu Linfeng. During the turmoil with the fiend race, he never showed himself all along. Fang Tian did not expect that he was actually preparing to break through to the deity realm. Although he could not see his true body, Fang Tian was not foreign to Lu Linfeng's aura and recognized it at a glance. Sky Distant was also unbelievably shocked and exclaimed, He's actually going to create a heavenly Tao that belongs to him. This guy is really a genius. In the distance, inside the array formation, a sacred aura surged to the sky. That array formation subverted their past understanding. Within the scope of the array formation, there was a very unique atmosphere. That atmosphere did not belong to the Immortal Grove region, but it belonged to the Grand Yen Divine King himself. The array formation's area was akin to another world, appearing out of place with the surrounding environment. Grand Yen Divine King Lu Linfeng actually derived Heavenly Tao with Formation Tao, creating a Heavenly Tao that belonged to him. This way of thinking could not be said to not be genius. Furthermore, it seemed like he was already not far away from success. It was precisely because so that Sky Distant and Fang Tian would be so visibly moved. However, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Doing this, he'll suffer the wrath of heaven. Sky Distant duo trembled all over, looking toward Yi Yuan, uncertain what it meant. If other people said these kinds of words, they would definitely turn their noses up and scoff. But, in this Immortal Grove region, no one had more authority to say this kind of words than Yi Yuan. His words virtually represented the Heavenly Tao. He said that he would suffer the wrath of heaven, then he would definitely suffer heaven's condemnation. Except, they did not understand. Why would such a shockingly brilliant idea suffer heaven's condemnation? Old Fart Lu is indeed a rare genius. Even if his strength is slightly weaker than Zhuge Qingxian and Brother Teng, he clearly has more ideas than them on Tao. It's just a shame that Old Fart Lu is pulling up seedlings to help them grow here, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow? The two said with a puzzled look. Yi Yuan nodded his head and explained, Creating Heavenly Tao. That is something that only Divine Lord Realm can do. Old Fart Lu is only half deity realm. How can he be capable of creating a Heavenly Tao belonging to him? Furthermore, in the Immortal Grove region, Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's Heavenly Tao rejects all other Heavenly Taos. Him creating a Heavenly Tao that belongs to him, that is challenging the prestige of Heavenly Tao. How can Heavenly Tao not eradicate him? This idea seems genius, but actually, it's no different from seeking death. Yi Yuan's words made the two shudder with fear. The two of them were half-deity realm powerhouses. Moreover, their concepts were already comprehended to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. But regarding Heavenly Tao's understanding, they could not even catch up to Yi Yuan by whipping their horses. They only felt that Lu Linfeng's aura was incomparably powerful, charging straight for deity realm, but did not expect that there were actually still so many tricks involved. As if affirming Yi Yuan's words, an apocalyptic aura descended from the sky at this time. Sky Distant and Fang Tian's countenance suddenly changed. This aura was even stronger than what Yi Yuan exhibited. At this time, they finally understood Yi Yuan's words. Heavenly Tao was enraged. Lu Linfeng's approach already thoroughly infuriated Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao had no consciousness. It was just a kind of extremely mysterious rule. Everything was a primitive instinct. The Immortal Grove region's Heavenly Tao was the rules that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove set. Now, someone was challenging the prestige of Heavenly Tao. It instinctively wanted to give it a catastrophic blow. Hence, this terrifying heavenly tribulation descended from the sky. A dark yellow lightning bolt plummeted straight down from the clouds. This lightning bolt was like a towering tree that reached the heavens, incomparably thick. The target was precisely the grand array that Lu Linfeng set up. The commotion of Lu Linfeng's breakthrough was indeed huge. But he already realized that his way of doing things would not work. The array formation already showed signs of instability. This terrifying heavenly tribulation arriving at this time, his gaze revealed a look of despair. Only at this time did he realize that he seemed to have angered Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao wanted to kill him and be done with it. Just as that incomparably thick lightning bolt was about to fall on the array formation, a gentle power of Heavenly Tao overlapped on top of his array formation. When that dark yellow lightning bolt landed on it, it actually directly dissipated into nothingness. The Lu Linfeng inside the array formation was incomparably shocked as he looked at this scene. He did not expect that this heavenly tribulation was actually all talk no action. Pooh work. It was not up to him to be shocked. The breakthrough failing caused him to suffer a tremendous backlash, fresh blood spurting wildly. When everything evaporated away, only then did Lu Linfeng saw clearly that there were 3 figures in the distance currently looking at him. This made him greatly surprised. In order to ensure that his breakthrough was not interrupted, he set up many large formations around him. Even Peak Void Mystic absolutely could not barge inside either. But these 3 people actually entered effortlessly. Furthermore, he actually did not detect it in the slightest. If the 3 people touched the array formation, his breakthrough would have long failed. The 3 silhouettes flashed and arrived in front of him in a blink of an eye. Seeing the arrivals, Lu Linfeng's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, "Ji Qingyun, was it you who saved me?" Lu Linfeng was not a fool. The might of that bolt of heavenly tribulation before could virtually destroy the heavens and decimate the heaven. But it started off with a large bang and ended with a whimper, finally dissipating into nothing. This was definitely someone making a move to assist. Except that kind of heavenly Tao's might who had this ability to save him. Lu Linfeng had always focused on closed seclusion, making preparations for today's breakthrough. Regarding the divine realms matters, he did not have the slightest clue. Suddenly, his entire body trembled and his gaze revealed astoundment as he said, You broke through to the deity realm? This is impossible. I must have seen it wrongly. This person, Yi Yuan, in front of him gave Lu Linfeng a feeling of being above the clouds. This kind of strength, what was it if not someone in the deity realm? Furthermore, Lu Linfeng faintly had a feeling earlier that aura that saved him was actually identical with the heavenly Tao's. Fang Tian looked at Lu Linfeng with sympathy and said, You didn't guess wrongly. Yi Yuan, he indeed broke through to deity realm. He is now the divine realm's sole deity realm powerhouse. Lu Linfeng's entire body trembled. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of bizarreness. For the sake of today, he had prepared for who knows how many years and expended God knows how much effort. Before today, Lu Linfeng had been very confident. He was confident that his approach was the most genius idea in the divine realm's 100,000 years. Not saying that it was definitely able to break through to the deity realm, but it was absolutely the most promising. In the end, he failed. This was originally nothing. After all, over these 100,000 years, the people who failed were too many. But a deity realm powerhouse actually really showed up in front of him. Nothing was more demoralizing than this. Yi Yuan knew that him appearing at this time was not some good timing. But Lu Linfeng's relationship with him was not shallow. To really calculate, he was even half a disciple of his. Allowing Lu Linfeng to be killed by heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan could not do it. Impossible. Even I failed, and you... How did you accomplish it? Lu Linfeng said, battered out of his senses. These words sounded very arrogant, but Lu Linfeng indeed had the capital to be arrogant. He derived a heavenly Tao belonging to him with formation Tao. This talent, this boldness, this strength, apart from Yi Yuan, there really was not a second person. Even Fang Tian was also inferior to Lu Linfeng in certain aspects. Yi Yuan smiled and said, What you walk on is the formation Tao, what I walk on is the alchemy Tao. You derived heavenly Tao with array formations. I completed heavenly Tao with the alchemy Tao. That's all there is to it. Lu Linfeng's gaze turned intent, and he muttered, completing heavenly Tao with alchemy Tao. Completing heavenly Tao with alchemy Tao. That's all there is to it. He naturally understood Yi Yuan's words. In fact, Yi Yuan's path had the same ingenuity of achieving the same goal via different means with him. It was just that he failed while Yi Yuan succeeded. Lu Linfeng keenly realized the profundities in Yi Yuan's words. One derived heavenly Tao with formation Tao, the other completed heavenly Tao with alchemy Tao. It looked almost the same, but actually it was diametrically opposed. Yi Yuan's words were very vague, but it made Lu Linfeng suddenly feel refreshed. Yi Yuan was telling him that his idea was too unrealistic, that was why it would fail. Lu Linfeng could not refrain from recalling that terrifying heavenly tribulation and involuntarily palpitated with anxiety and fear. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Deity realm was strong, but just now, he himself already touched the threshold of deity realm too. It seemed like it was still somewhat enough to choke when dealing with this heavenly tribulation. Yi Yuan, the heavenly tribulation just now. Even if you're deity realm, it's also impossible to resolve it so easily, right? Lu Linfeng asked probingly. Fang Tian smiled and said, Yi Yuan isn't an ordinary deity realm. You have been in closed seclusion all along and probably don't know what happened in the divine realm. Yi Yuan is already the divine realm's controller now, surmounting above all life. See controller. Lu Linfeng's pupils constricted. He was frightened by this term. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, Old fart Lu, you don't need to be disheartened either. With your talent, as long as you cultivate according to conventional routine, there's still a chance to corroborate the great Tao again. Making a move earlier was just returning the favor of you imparting to me your knowledge. Lu Linfeng's face was ashen pale, and he said with self-ridicule, Talk is cheap for you. Corroborate the great Tao again? Easier said than done. This path doesn't work. This lose years of effort is equivalent to being in vain. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Great Tao leads to the same destination. How can your efforts be wasted? You should just cultivate with peace of mind. In the future, there will be an opportunity to cultivate to the origin deity realm. When the time comes, it will be the time for this method of array amplifying heavenly Tao to give off its brilliance. That's all this Yi has to say. Old fart Lu, you take care. Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Fang Tian and Sky Distant along with him and disappeared from where they were. Lu Linfeng trembled. Looking at the direction Yi Yuan's figure disappeared, he did not come back to his sense for a long time. Yi Yuan's few short sentences revealed a lot of information. Could it be that Yi Yuan really had a way of making that vanished heavenly Tao of the divine realms return again? Highly probable. Yi Yuan's current realm was already what he could not see through. Furthermore, listening to the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, after origin deity realm, there were actually even higher realms. But these were too far away for him. Yi Yuan's words reignited Lu Linfeng's hope. He got a backlash from heavenly Tao, his strength greatly diminished. But Yi Yuan's move already minimized heavenly Tao's damage to him to the greatest degree, preserving his foundation. As long as he cultivated hard, he could still return to the peak. 3 months later, in the land of extreme east of the divine realm, at the end of the Garnersky Sea region, there was a stretch of heavy fog. The feeling that the stretch of fog gave people was extremely dangerous. Even Yi Yuan's gaze revealed a look of dread too. Several figures stood in the air. Yi Yuan, Fang Tian, Sky Distant, Yu Mengli, White Light, Long Tang, and the rest, all came here to see Yi Yuan off. There were 4 phantoms behind Yi Yuan. They were precisely the spirits of the 4 symbols. What, scared? There's the realm barrier protecting here. The violent spatial turbulent flow can't come in. Once you pass through the world-locking gate, it's the endless spatial turbulent flow after that. Do you still want to brave it? A voice came from within the void. It was precisely Kunwu. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, Senior, don't need to persuade anymore. Yi Yuan's mind is made up. Heh. Truly a brat who doesn't turn back without hitting the south wall. Forget it. If you want to court death yourself, others can't stop you either, Kunwu said in a disappointed and angry tone. Yi Yuan slowly turned around and gave a bow towards the spirits of the 4 symbols and said, I'll have to trouble 4 seniors. The spirits of the four symbols were the totem powers of the four clans and did not have consciousness. But they were subjected to the domination of the sacred dragon token. That was why Yi Yuan could bring them here. Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought out the sacred dragon token. A sacred aura instantly radiated the entire sea region. The spirits of the four symbols also each split into north, south, east, west, revolving around the sacred dragon token and standing in the air. Suddenly, for clear cries billowed to the sky, the spirits of the four symbols opened their enormous mouths at the same time and spewed out a surge of powerful law's undulation, converging over towards the void. World-locking gate, open, for arcs of light shot to the sky and finally gathered in one place above the void. An archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life came from above the void. A massive stone door manifested. Following the appearance of this stone door, everyone only felt like their divine souls were about to collapse and dissipate. This aura that suppressed everything truly made people collapse. Yi Yuan's body gave off an aura belonging to heavenly Tao enveloping everyone. That feeling of collapse instantly vanished into nothing. Everyone looked at that archaic gate, unbelievably shocked. This is the world-locking gate? What a powerful aura. Not reaching the deity realm, one can't withstand this kind of frightening pressure at all, Fang Tian said with a sigh. No idea how those deity realm powerhouses back then knew about this exit either. Those selfish fellows had best all be buried in the turbulent spatial flow. White Light said with indignation. Senior Sky Distant, Senior Fang Tian. After Yi Yuan leaves, the divine realm will have to trouble you all to take care of it. Yi Yuan clasped his hands at the two and said. Finally, the time to leave still came. Leaving his homeland, Yi Yuan also had a myriad of feelings well up in his heart for a moment too. This place had what he was worried about, had his fetters. No matter where he went to, this was his home. Regarding his home, Yi Yuan was naturally very concerned about his posthumous coverage. Fang Tian said, Go on. Rest assured about the divine realm's matters. With Sky Distant and me around, they can't stir up any large waves. There's also Lu Linfeng. He went to find Chao Yunji the other day as well, taking the initiative to request to serve as the Law Enforcement Hall's guest elder. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, I didn't expect that this guy would actually do such a thing. The Grand Yen Divine King had always moved independently. Apart from taking in a disciple, he had never joined any faction before and was completely indifferent to the divine realm's matters as well. Yi Yuan also did not expect that he would actually take the initiative to request to join the Law Enforcement Hall. Sky Distant smiled and said, Isn't this still on account of your face? He's giving a plum in return for a peach here. Returning your life-saving grace. Yi Yuan chuckled and did not say anything. With so many powerhouses holding down the fort, presumably, no major storms should appear in the divine realm. He could also leave with peace of mind. Senior Long Tongue, on this journey, thank you very much for your care. Yi Yuan gave a deep bow toward Long Tongue. Long Tongue was a teacher-like friend to Yi Yuan and helped Yi Yuan tremendously. Previously, in order to let Yi Yuan escape, Long Tongue even did not hesitate, his soul disintegrating to resist Kanhua. How could Yi Yuan not be moved? Go on, but you must take care. Old Tongue had tears running down his aged face as he said. Yi Yuan nodded his head solemnly and came before White Light. The two people grasped hands and had a big bear hug. Between brothers, there was no need for too many words. Big brother, you can go with peace of mind. I'll work hard on cultivation. When you restore the divine realm's heavenly Tao one day, I'll go to the heavenspan world to find you. White Light said firmly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Good brother. I'll wait for you in the heavenspan world. By the side, Luer was long already sobbing until tears poured down. Young Master Luer, can't bear to leave you. Sniff, sniff. Yi Yuan pulled Luer into his embrace. Lightly stroking her hair, he said, Good Luer, you cultivate well too. When you break through to the deity realm, young master will definitely fetch you to the heavenspan world. All right. Luer pushed Yi Yuan away and said with teary eyes, Young master, you have to keep your word. Yi Yuan smiled and said, When have young master lied to you before? Luer smiled through tears and said, I knew that young master is the best. Young master, rest assured, Luer will definitely cultivate well and strive to break through to the deity realm as soon as possible. Yu Mengli still had an indifferent expression, as if nothing could move her. Except that hint of sadness and reluctance to part in her eyes could not be concealed no matter what. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, Lier, you too. Lier's expression dimmed. She nodded and lightly hummed. Looking at Lier's eyes, Yi Yuan felt his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts and was actually speechless. Yi Yuan understood that if they had to compete to see who was better among these people, the one who could not bear for him to leave the most would be Lier. But, in order to not make him worry, she stubbornly endured it. This girl, he really had nothing to nitpick with. Yi Yuan opened his mouth wanting to say something, but he did not say it. At this time, any words were feeble. With this departure, life and death were hard to predict, weal and woe unknown. That was a completely foreign world. They did not know, Yi Yuan similarly did not know. Just like entering the God's Fall mountain range back then, Yi Yuan seriously could not give them any promise. I'm going. Yi Yuan hardened his heart, turned around, and flew towards that world-locking gate. Lier's tears could not hold back anymore and burst out. She shouted at Yi Yuan's back view. Big brother Yuan, Lier will go and find you. You must take good care of yourself. Yi Yuan's figure paused, but gritted his teeth and refused to turn his head back, his figure finally vanishing behind the world-locking gate. He was afraid that he did not have the courage to leave. When Yi Yuan's figure disappeared from her line of sight, Lier's entire person seemed to have been sapped of strength, falling down weakly. Luer was startled and hurriedly supported her, similarly complaining tearfully, Big sister Lier, you have to hang on. Young master, he'll definitely be fine. Lier's tears were like floodwaters that broke the dam, drenched a peerlessly beautiful face. I know. He'll definitely be fine. Lier choked. The two sisters hugged their heads and cried bitterly. When everyone by the side saw the scene, they all could not hold back tears from trickling down their cheeks. What they could do was only to pray that Yi Yuan was able to survive the turbulent spatial flow. In front of Yi Yuan was a murky gray space. No direction, no sounds. What there was just violent energy undulations. Yi Yuan heard Kunwu say before, this turbulent spatial flow was actually a sea of space, pieced together and formed by countless spatial fragments. The friction and fluctuations between the spatial fragments would produce incomparably violent energy, wiping out everything in the sea of space. Of course, this kind of energy had strong and weak types. Strong ones, even if it was a divine lord realm powerhouse, they could obliterate too. Weak ones, it was 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live for grotto profound deity realm powerhouses too. Right now, Yi Yuan had just passed through the world-locking gate. The turbulent spatial flow was not very strong yet. Following his penetration deep inside, these energy storms would become stronger and stronger, all the way until the end, utterly obliterating him. Want to shuttle back and forth in the turbulent spatial flow safely, one must have at least true God realm strength. Hence, that was why Kunwu said that Yi Yuan entering the turbulent spatial flow was certain death. That group of people 100,000 years ago relied on safety in numbers. Under their teaming up, that was how they had an additional ray of hope. Kunwu said, even if they were really able to pass through the turbulent spatial flow, to have 5 people remaining was already considered pretty good. Of course, this was still an optimistic estimation. The greatest likelihood was still not a single one left. Therefore, Yi Yuan, a rookie who had just broken through to deity realm, wanting to pass through the turbulent spatial flow, could virtually be said to be a fool's talk. This turbulent spatial flow, the most dangerous was still not these violent energies, but those spatial fragments. Once bumped into by those spatial fragments, even celestial deity realm powerhouse would be shredded into pieces by the unstable spatial fragments too. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and shrunk the domain of sword to a radius of 10 feet. At the same time, an earth-yellow light flooded on his body, revolving the black tortoise treasure body divine art, his figure shooting out akin to an arrow that left the string. After breaking through to deity realm, Yi Yuan's defense could truly use powerful to describe already. The domain of sword and black tortoise treasure body divine art evoked with deity realm. The power could not be mentioned in the same breath. One had to know that even the origin deity realms was Zong back then was unable to do anything to Sky Distant. How powerful the defensive strength of this cultivation method was, it could be imagined. Entering the sea of space, countless violent energies assailed from all directions. The tiny figure of Yi Yuan was instantly drowned out. Only at this time did he truly understand why Kunwu was not optimistic about him. When Yi Yuan was still in the Divine King realm, 3 great fiend gods joining hands were also unable to breach his defense. Breaking through to the deity realm now, his defense was God knows how many times stronger compared to back then. But even so, Yi Yuan could not endure the turbulent spatial flow that surged over from all directions very soon. His divine essence was being rapidly consumed. His physical strength was also being depleted quickly. At the rate of the speed of consumption, before long, he would be utterly swallowed up by these violent spatial turbulent flows. Sigh, kid. I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming. Now, you know that Kunwu and I weren't joking around with you, right? In his sea of consciousness, Dustless's voice rang out. How could Yi Yuan's huge consumption of physical strength and essence energy hide from his eyes? This was still the beginning, and Yi Yuan already almost could not bear it anymore. Continuing forward would be facing certain death. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "If Senior has time to laugh at me, might as well help me think of a way." Heh, passing through the turbulent spatial flow, you can only rely on your own strength. I can't protect myself currently. How can I help you? Dustless said. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only grit his teeth and endure forcefully. Yi Yuan carefully avoided the spatial fragments while gritting his teeth and resisting the impact of the turbulent spatial flow. At the start, Yi Yuan's speed was very fast, but very soon it became very hard for him to move his feet. Although this process was painful, Yi Yuan was still able to accomplish slow progress by relying on his powerful defensive strength. Cultivating the black tortoise treasure body divine art to the divine Dao first level, Yi Yuan's defensive strength was even stronger compared to those middle stage, even late-stage grotto profound deity realm powerhouses back then. Coupled with the domain of sword, Yi Yuan's defensive strength could absolutely rival those in the grotto profound deity realm grand completion. Yi Yuan still had this bit of confidence. Time slowly passed. The Dustless inside the soul-suppressing pearl was also shocked by Yi Yuan's willpower. According to the divine realm's time, Yi Yuan already walked in this turbulent spatial flow for 7 days and nights. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan should have long reached his limits. But, by relying on his willpower and exquisite control over divine essence, he forcefully sustained for 7 days and nights. The divine realm had long been devoid of divine rank spirit medicines already. Yi Yuan did not have divine pills formulas either. Hence, there was no way to refine divine pills at all. Even arcane insight rank's mystic grade medicinal pills had no effect at all on the current Yi Yuan too. Without the support of medicinal pills, Yi Yuan could only rely on his own strength. In this place, Yi Yuan unleashed his advantages of an alchemist to the limits. His control over the domain of sword could be described using harsh. If he could use a fraction of divine essence, Yi Yuan absolutely would not use a trace more of divine essence. Humans would erupt with tremendous potential under a critical state. In 7 days' time, Yi Yuan's exquisite control aspect of divine essence actually improved even further. This point, Dustless also secretly expressed his wonder. Except, even if Yi Yuan lasted 7 days and nights, it was also just taking the first step of a 10,000 miles long journey. According to Dustless, wanting to pass through this sea of space required 2 months' time. The further back, the more powerful the turbulent spatial flow would become, while Yi Yuan's consumption would also be greater and greater. Hence, even if Yi Yuan lasted 7 days and nights, Dustless was not optimistic about him at all either. In just 7 days' time, Yi Yuan's divine essence was already exhausted by more than half. The remaining journey, this kind of consumption would only increase more and more. What would he use to tide over the journey at the back? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. The energy undulations around him actually became even more violent all of a sudden. In virtually an instant, The pressure on Yi Yuan's body skyrocketed, the divine essence and physical strength consumption suddenly becoming several times faster. Yi Yuan's expression became incomparably ugly. At the rate of this consumption speed, he could not sustain for very long. "Senior, what's going on here?" Yi Yuan asked Dustless. Dustless's expression was also incomparably ugly as he said in a solemn voice, "Your luck is really booming. This is a spatial storm." Spatial storm. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even tighter. This name did not sound like a jackpot, no matter what. Dustless said, "A spatial storm is a situation when two enormous spatial fragments collide into each other and then shatter apart, throwing the energy inside the sea of space into complete havoc. Just like a tsunami at sea, the spatial turbulent flow's berserk extent will instantly increase several dozen times, even several hundred times. It's just that this spatial storm might not be encountered even once in several decades normally. I didn't expect that you ran into it." Yi Yuan turned back. Once a spatial storm kicks up, you absolutely can't pass through the turbulent spatial flow. Clearly, even Dustless was also very apprehensive of this spatial storm. Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath. Increasing several dozen times, even several hundred times, he could not withstand it with his strength at all. This was truly rain pouring throughout the night when your roof was already leaking. Yi Yuan did not expect that his luck was actually so good encountering this kind of thing. Yi Yuan's expression flickered incessantly, his heart was also struggling incessantly. The surrounding energy undulations became stronger and stronger, virtually going to shred his entire person up. This was still just the beginning. Moving forward, the spatial storm would get even more terrifying. Terrifying until one was unable to imagine it. "Yi Yuan, what are you still in a daze for? A spatial storm is absolutely not what you can resist alone. Even if a divine Lord Realm powerhouse enters the center of the storm, it's a road that leads to death too," Dustless said urgently. He did not wish for Yi Yuan to die just like this. That way, he probably would not have the possibility of waking up the next time already. The Immortal Grove World's heavenly Tao already could not sustain for that long anymore. But Yi Yuan was still hesitating. "Hurry, Yi Yuan. You won't make it if you're any slower." Yi Yuan suddenly clenched his teeth and urged his essence energy and physical strength to the limits, and plunged headlong into the storm. "Are you mad, Yi Yuan? You're courting death here," Dustless said with a furious roar. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually did not retreat. He advanced instead, marching into the spatial storm. Yi Yuan did not speak. His gaze was incomparably firm, entering the spatial storm without any hesitation. This spatial storm scale was massive. Yi Yuan was already brought inside by the storm. Even if he escaped, he might not be able to get out either. Turning back again at this time, his essence energy and physical strength might not be able to sustain him to return to his starting point as well. Therefore, he chose to move forward. Since he came here, there was no road back anymore. Being overly cautious and indecisive, he would die even quicker instead. "Lunatic! You lunatic! You fool who overestimate your own ability, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that by controlling heavenly Tao, you can consider everybody and everything beneath your notice? Let me tell you, in the heavenspan world, you're mere an ant." Dustless howled inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. But no matter what he said, Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear too. He clung stubbornly to his own course and advanced forward, urging essence energy and physical strength to the limits. Violent energy sliced on Yi Yuan's body akin to sharp knives. Very soon, his defense could not support it anymore. Yi Yuan's body was sustaining a tremendous impact. Yi Yuan mustered up the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, repairing the injuries within his body frenziedly. The spatial storm became more and more rampant, ravaging Yi Yuan's fleshy body crazily. The noonday sun high in the sky, spiritual power was plentiful. On a field overgrown with weeds, a group of carriages and horses with several dozen people were currently advancing slowly. "Second miss, there's another half a month's journey, and then we'll reach the Myriad Beast Forest. After the Myriad Beast Forest, we won't be far from Jewel Hill City anymore." The one talking was a middle-aged man dressed as a guard. In front of him was a pretty-looking woman. Looking at that appearance, she should be the leader of this company. Instruct everyone to be a little more careful. The Myriad Beast Forest has been rather tumultuous recently. After passing through the Myriad Beast Forest, this young lady will give everybody double the pay, the woman said with a nod. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and said, "Thank you very much, second miss." He turned around and called out to the group of guards. "Did everybody hear that? Second miss wants to double our pay. So all buck up and be smart about it. Do you hear me?" The group of guards were also overjoyed and said, "Thank you very much, second miss." The woman smiled slightly and nodded her head to give a signal. Her gaze inadvertently looked over toward the woman at the rear, a hint of disdain showing at the corners of her mouth. That woman was weak as a willow, her spirit appearing slightly haggard. But in terms of looks, it was several points above that second miss. Toward the second miss display, the girl did not express much. Clearly, she was indifferent by favor or disgrace. Suddenly, her brows knitted, and she suddenly drew the reins of her horse and turned off the main road. When the second miss saw this, she frowned and berated, "Liang Wanru, what are you going to do one?" The girl ignored her and got down her horse, entering into the grassy growth. In the thicket, there was a man covered in wounds and scars, too ghastly to look at. The woman frowned hard, her face revealing a look of lament. She turned around and beckoned to the middle-aged guard. That guard was just about to move, but then he heard the second miss said coldly, "Xianxia, you're not to go. A dead man, bring along for what? If she wants to take a loan, let her carry him over herself." Xianxia hesitated for a bit, and finally still retreated to one side, and did not go over. Liang Wanru sighed slightly and actually really took it upon herself to go and support that dead man. The dead man was not very heavy, but there were dried bloodstains all over his body. He had already basked under the blazing sun for God knows how many days, with his body emitting waves of unbearable smell. The dead man was none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who escaped with his life by a fluke from inside the spatial storm. He was naturally not really dead, but he was also not far from death. Yi Yuan did not have an intact spot from head to toe. The skin and flesh on his body were turned out, scorched under the blazing sun for quite a long time, giving off a nasty smell. Even with the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, it was also unable to recover the injuries on his body. Moreover, Yi Yuan did not have a trace of essence energy undulation from head to toe at this time. He was no different from Immortal and was just left with one last breath. Continuing to bask under this blazing sun, this final breath probably would not be insured anymore as well. Liang Wanru endured the stench on Yi Yuan's body and carried him onto a carriage. On the carriage was full of goods giving off a faint medicinal fragrance. But Yi Yuan was completely oblivious at this time, allowing Liang Wanru to fiddle as she pleased. The second miss slowly came to the carriage's side. Looking at the Yi Yuan lying on the carriage dead to the world, her brows involuntarily knitted together tightly. Liang Wanru's ethereal and refined body was also made very messy by Yi Yuan at this time. But she did not seem to mind. "Heh, my good elder sister, even though this person is still hanging in there with one last breath, he's already no different from a dead person. Our trip hasn't been too smooth. Aren't you adding more to the disarray by bringing him along? Let me tell you, if we run into any dangers in the Myriad Beast Forest, nobody will care about his life and death," the second miss said coldly. Liang Wanru did not speak and actually used her hand to gesture something. This beautiful Liang Wanru was actually a mute. The second miss clearly understood Liang Wanru's hand gesture. With a look of disgust on her face, she said with a cold snort, "Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda? My good elder sister, are you feigning a heart of gold again? Yeah, you're a living bodhisattva, we're all heinous sinners. Ho-ho, with the way he looks, you got to save him first before talking. This stinky man's divine sea is damaged, and his fleshy body has already suffered irreversible damage. Even if Elder Fan is here, he's also powerless to turn the tables." Liang Wanru's expression dimmed, giving Yi Yuan a sympathetic glance. Suddenly, she fished out a bright red medicinal pill and was going to give Yi Yuan to consume. The second Mrs. Gaze turned intent and she looked at Liang Wanru in disbelief as she said, "Are you mad? This profound essence pill is a high-grade tier 1 divine pill. It's a relic that father left for you. You actually want to take it out to save a person who has nothing to do with you? When we go back, I must tell this matter to father. Not just the second miss. Even those guards' faces also revealed a look of astonishment. High-grade Tier 1 divine pill, each one was incomparably precious. These guards, could not afford it even if they bankrupted themselves. Liang Wanru looked at her and smiled slightly, but did not hesitate in the slightest, stuffing that profound essence pill into Yi Yuan's mouth. She brought over some water for Yi Yuan to drink, guiding the medicinal pill in. When the second miss saw this scene, she snorted coldly and said, Liang Wanru, it's fine that you yourself are a good-for-nothing. But now you still want to bring along a good-for-nothing. We're not here to sightsee. If we really encounter any danger, nobody will care about you guys. Liang Wanru looked at her and still smiled slightly. This smile was like a spring breeze blowing past, warming people's hearts. Except, it could not warm the second miss heart. The group of people continued on their way. No one bothered with Liang Wanru and Yi Yuan at all. Clearly, Liang Wanru was a marginalized figure. However, Liang Wanru did not complain about anything, taking the utmost care of Yi Yuan along the way. She endured the stench and helped Yi Yuan clean up the rotten flesh on his body, helping him clean his wounds. Apart from that profound essence pill, Liang Wanru took out some more medicinal pills, giving Yi Yuan to eat every other 2 days. Seeing this scene, the second miss, Liang Wanrong, just watched differently with a look of disdain. She and Liang Wanru were biological sisters. It was just that Liang Wanru was born of the legal wife while she was a concubine's child. Their father, Liang Mingyu, loved Liang Wanru's mother very much and treated Liang Wanru very well as well. But Liang Wanru suffered many setbacks in life. Her mother passing away prematurely and she was innately unable to talk. Later on, Liang Mingyu remarried. That was how there was Liang Wanrong. Liang Wanrong's mother was another large family clan's daughter in Jewel Hill City. Marrying Liang Mingyu was marrying to someone of a lower status, and she had always been very domineering in the Liang family. Liang Wanrong mother and daughter found Liang Wanru displeasing to the eye no matter how they looked at her, so they caused her hardship in all manners. Liang Mingyu lacked power and could only turn a blind eye to this. Fortunately, he had some conscience and compensated his eldest daughter a little in private. That was how it let Liang Wanru have an easier time. The Liang family was in the medicinal herbs business. This time, the 2 daughters were sent to import a batch of medicinal herbs. At this time, it was already on the way back. When Liang Wanrong saw her elder sister's busy appearance, suddenly, a wicked thought lingered in her heart and did not go away for a long time. At this time, it had already been over 10 days since Liang Wanru saved Yi Yuan. Under her meticulous care, Yi Yuan finally woke up from his coma. Brat, you finally woke up? Yi Yuan had just regained consciousness when Dustless's voice sounded out by his ears. He had just regained consciousness and could not even open his eyes. A heart-piercing, intense pain transmitted over, making Yi Yuan's divine soul quiver. But he could not even groan. His entire body seemed like it was totally not his. Senior Dustless? I'm not dead yet. Regarding him surviving miraculously, Yi Yuan also felt very surprised. Recalling the spatial storm, Yi Yuan still had lingering fear in his heart until now. In front of those violent spatial energies, Yi Yuan was feeble as if he was immortal. Yi Yuan virtually exhausted all of his means and could not withstand the storm's invasion too. Finally, he was ravaged until there was not an intact spot on his body from top to bottom. If not for his powerful fleshly body and the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, Yi Yuan probably would not even have residue left. Even Yi Yuan himself also did not understand how he came out alive. This old man wishes that you were dead. You, brat, were simply messing around too much, Dustless said crossly. Scolding was scolding, but seeing Yi Yuan wake up, Dustless finally heaved a sigh of relief. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually really passed through the spatial storm miraculously and arrived at the Heavenspan world. This kind of thing, logically speaking, it was impossible to accomplish. Yet it happened. Yi Yuan laughed embarrassedly and said, Senior, don't blame me. Didn't I pull through? If we went back that time, it might be even worse than the current situation. Dustless gave a cold snort and stopped speaking. Yi Yuan asked probingly, Senior, have I arrived at the heavenspan world? Dustless grunted and said, You were one lucky bastard. Absolute pure dumb luck. This was equivalent to tacitly acknowledging Yi Yuan's query. They really came to the heavenspan world. Yi Yuan also did not expect that his luck was really so good. Haha. Dumb luck is good too. Senior, how did we arrive at the heavenspan world? Yi Yuan said in pleasant surprise. Seeing Yi Yuan ask, Dustless fell silent too. Being able to come to the heavenspan world, even he felt like he was having a dream. He really did not expect that Yi Yuan actually really passed through the spatial storm. This was something that had never happened before. An initial stage grotto profound deity realm rookie actually passed through a spatial storm. This was too inconceivable. When you were unconscious, you just nice barged into the center of the spatial storm. Didn't expect that the central area of the spatial storm was actually calm and peaceful, without even a hint of energy undulation. That's how you escaped a disaster. You drifted in the center of the spatial storm for as long as half a year and was actually brought to the spatial rift that left to the heavenspan world by accident. This series of events, apart from using pure dumb luck to describe, this old man seriously doesn't know what to say, Dustless said. Yi Yuan was also surprised when he heard it. He did not expect that this coma was actually half a year's time already. It was really as Dustless said, his luck was truly good to the extreme. This was completely unconscious drifting. He might also be swept into a turbulent spatial flow and never come out again. He did not think that he actually came to the heavenspan world just like that. Dustless suddenly continued. But, for you to be able to barge into the heart of the spatial storm, this in itself was already a miracle. Kid, you really made this old man view you in a different light. The more one went towards the center of the storm, the stronger the energy undulations. The region near the central zone, even Divine Lord realm powerhouses had virtually no possibility of surviving too. But Yi Yuan relied on his own willpower and forcefully pulled through. Not that Yi Yuan's strength was stronger than Divine Lord realm, and also not that a Divine Lord realm's strength was weak. One could only say that Yi Yuan's physiological attribute was too strong. His recovery ability was too strong. That was how he could accomplish this kind of virtually impossible thing. Yi Yuan possessed the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise, two great divine beasts' peak cultivation methods. That was the key to him breaking into the center of the storm. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior, where are we now? My divine sense is unable to leave the body currently, and my eyes can't see. I don't know the outside world's situation at all. Dustless recounted the events of him prior to being rescued by Liang Wanru, making Yi Yuan feel frightened for a while after the event. Drifting for half a year inside the spatial storm, Yi Yuan's physical strength had already reached the limits. Any later and he probably would not have the chance to awaken at all. Actually, these few days, Dustless was also secretly fretful. It was just that he could not help Yi Yuan with anything at all, and could only leave it up to fate. Fortunately, Liang Wanru showed up. Within the spatial storm, Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit, three paths, all suffered a devastating blow. Right now, he could not even let his divine sense leave his body. But viewing internally could still be done. Yi Yuan examined his body before knowing how terrible the situation was. After he broke through to the deity realm, his essence energy sea transformed to become a divine sea. But now, his divine sea was completely dry. Moreover, it suffered massive damage and was already unable to gather divine essence anymore. As for his fleshy body, being repeatedly ravaged by the energy inside the spatial storm, his recovery ability was already weakened to the extreme. He was unable to activate the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art at all currently. Cultivating all the way until now, Yi Yuan had yet to sustain such serious injuries before. One could say that he was basically equivalent to a cripple right now. And this is a divine pill, Yi Yuan suddenly said in surprise. Liang Wanru let Yi Yuan consume the profound essence pill. But there was no divine essence within Yi Yuan's body and he could not refine the medicinal strength at all. He could only wait for the profound essence pill's medicinal strength to dissolve on its own. This process was very slow. This profound essence pill was a healing medicine. It had tremendous benefits for the recovery of Yi Yuan's physical body. It was just that Yi Yuan could not unleash the medicinal strength currently. Hence, the recovery was very slow. Yi Yuan's lifelong pursuit was the alchemy god realm. At present, breaking through to the deity realm, he achieved alchemy god. But he was completely clueless about divine pills. One could say that he had to start everything over from scratch now. It was completely different from that sort of enlightened cultivation practice in the past one. A foreign world, foreign cultivation realms, even his most proficient medicinal pills he was utterly ignorant to. However, in that instant, he sensed the divine pill. Yi Yuan became entranced. This was the medicinal pill that he sought all his life? Except, it seemed like it was also nothing much in the heavenspan world. If Yi Yuan knew the value of this profound essence pill, he probably would not say so. TSK, merely the lowest grade divine pill, what's worth kicking a fuss about for? Dustless said in disdain. Yi Yuan ignored him. He was already obsessed. He used divine essence to analyze the compositions of the profound essence pill. But he discovered that he completely could not do it. He did not recognize it. The divine rank spirit medicines in the Immortal Grove world had long already disappeared without a trace. Yi Yuan had not seen before divine rank spirit medicines. Occasionally, the names of some divine pills he had still seen before on books and records. But the specifics of the refining method there wasn't as well. Senior, you know this kind of divine pill? What's divine pill is this? Use what to refine? Do you know the refining method? The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, he asked a whole bunch of professional questions. Dustless finally knew why Yi Yuan could trigger the Heavenly Tao with Alchemy Tao and from there, obtain the Immortal Grove Heavenly Tao's recognition. This nuttiness really made him collapse. If to say alchemists were all lunatics, then Yi Yuan was the lunatic among lunatics. Yi Yuan used 2 hours' time, turning the profound essence pill inside out before he was finally satisfied. However, only then did Yi Yuan know that, with his current strength, he could not refine the profound essence pill at all. Furthermore, he completely had no understanding of divine rank spirit medicine's medicinal properties. Even if one really placed the spirit medicines in front of him, he could not possibly refine it either. The current Yi Yuan was a complete and utter alchemy path newbie. Finally, Dustless said huffily, "You'd best hurry up and refine the profound essence pill. At this rate, you'll be a cripple in the future." Only then did Yi Yuan come back to his senses and discovered that Dustless's words were right. With his current body condition, if he did not quickly refine the medicinal pill, he might really be a cripple in the future. However, Yi Yuan discovered to his dismay that his body completely did not have divine essence, and was unable to quickly refine the medicinal pills at all. Fortunately, he regained consciousness and was able to guide his fleshy body to draw on the power of the medicinal pill. Although the recovery speed this way was a little slow, it was much faster than absorbing unconsciously. This profound essence pill was indeed worthy of being a high-grade Tier 1 divine pill. The medicinal effects were indeed powerful. After half a day, Yi Yuan's fingers finally moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was a delicate and beautiful young maiden. Liang Wanru was currently looking at Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan wake up, a hint of surprise flickered across her eyes too. Was it you who saved me? Opening the mouth to speak was different from communicating with divine sense. Yi Yuan discovered that he found it difficult to even speak, his throat smoldering. Liang Wanru hurriedly went to get some water. Yi Yuan directly drank a large flask of water before feeling slightly better. Was it you who saved me? Yi Yuan asked again. Liang Wanru nodded her head. Yi Yuan was stunned. Only then, recalling that the other party was mute. Liang Wanru had the poise of a willow and a beautiful face. It was too bad that she could not open her mouth and talk. Many thanks for the life-saving grace. Great kindness can't be thanked with words. When Yi Yuan's injuries recover fully, I'll definitely repay Miss. Yi Yuan said sincerely. Liang Wanru beamed, but shook her head. Yi Yuan knew that she wanted to say that saving him was not for the sake of repayment. At this time, Liang Wanrong's mocking cold laugh sounded out at one side. She said, "How laughable! Your divine sea is already ruined, fleshly body is already disabled. You're already a cripple. To actually still want to make such an empty promise. My good elder sister. Looks like you rescued a boastful fellow. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. He already got to know about this Liang Wanrong from Dustless. When Liang Wanru rescued him, Liang Wanrong was strongly opposed and even threatened not to care about the two of them. These two sisters' disparity was really not an ordinary kind of huge. One was gentle and kind, while the other was not just vicious like a viper, but was at the very least cold and heartless as one too. Liang Wanru smiled apologetically at Yi Yuan. Clearly, she was apologizing for her sister's rudeness. Yi Yuan sighed in his heart, but then she asked, "You gave me the profound essence pill. I'll definitely think of a way to return the profound essence pill to you." Seeing that Yi Yuan completely ignored her, Liang Wanrong could not help flying into a great rage and berated. "Terrific lad. You dare to ignore this miss? Do you believe this miss will throw you out of the fleet right now and let you run your own course?" Yi Yuan had yet to say anything, but Liang Wanru blocked in front of Yi Yuan, using a stubborn gaze to look at her sister. Her resolve to protect Yi Yuan already did not need to go into details. But when Liang Wanrong saw this, she suddenly started giggling and said, My good elder sister, you wouldn't have taken fancy on this pretty boy, right? When just rescued, his face was covered in bloodstains. It was too awful to look at. Looking now, he's good-looking little pretty boy. A mute, a cripple, it's a match made in heaven. Liang Wanrong found it funnier the more she thought. The more she thought, the more she felt that this idea was pretty good, laughing herself into fits. But Liang Wanru was ashamed and angry, her chest heaving nonstop. It was just that she could not talk and was totally unable to refute Liang Wanrong's words. Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Miss Wanru is beautiful, magnanimous, and kind-hearted. If any man can marry her, that's his blessing. But Miss Wanrong, her." Yi Yuan smiled and said nothing, but did not carry on speaking. A her already expressed the disdainful attitude incisively and vividly. With this, Liang Wanrong directly jumped up. She boasted of being beautiful as a flower and absolutely did not lose to Liang Wanru. Her status in the Liang family was God knows how many times stronger compared to Liang Wanru. This punk actually looked down on her. "Stinking brat, you make it clear for this miss. What's the meaning of your her?" Liang Wanrong already reached the edge of rampaging. Liang Wanrong actually did not have much cunningness. These few years in the Liang family, it was mostly her mother managing affairs. Her despise towards her elder sister was already written on the face. Anyone could tell. If she had any deviousness, she absolutely would not express it so obviously. Therefore, even though she clearly knew that Yi Yuan would not say anything good, she still wanted to hear. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Nothing, the meaning is that you, Miss Wanrong, are out of this year's league." That sarcastic tone of Yi Yuan's was practically almost blowing Liang Wanrong up. He was clearly saying that you're inferior to your sister in every way, even if given to me, I would not even want. In the Jewel Hill City, the young masters that came to matchmake at least had to line up a long street. This guy actually looked down on her. You, a cripple, actually dare to look down on this miss? Xianxia. Kill this guy for me and throw him at the roadside to feed the dogs. Liang Wanrong was also accustomed to being domineering, killing people at a word of disagreement. This, Xianxia said hesitantly. Xianxia also had his head swell up when he saw. They were just household guards. These two little ancestors having a conflict, it made things very difficult for him being clamped in the middle. Even though the second miss status in the Liang family was very high, he knew that his master still favored the eldest miss a little more. With this, no one could be offended. Still in a daze for what? Xianxia, you aren't even obeying this miss words anymore. Liang Wanrong glared at Xianxia and said, "Finish talking." Liang Wanrong directly lifted a foot and actually struck Liang Wanru's chest directly, kicking her flying out. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, killing intent surging. When Liang Wanrong saw this scene, she said with a cold smile, "A cripple still dares to glare at this miss. Do you believe that this miss will dig your eyeballs out right now? Humph. If you all are not making a move, this miss will do it myself." Done talking, Liang Wanrong closed in on Yi Yuan. She took out a glinting little blade and went for Yi Yuan's eyes. Although Yi Yuan was able to open his mouth and speak, he could not move at all. That kick of Liang Wanrong was very appropriate, kicking until Liang Wanru could not get up. With this, nobody could protect Yi Yuan anymore. The Yi Yuan lying on the carriage was just a lamp awaiting slaughter. Liang Wanrong dangled the knife in front of Yi Yuan and said with a hideous grin, "Glare! Glare some more. In a minute, you won't be able to glare anymore." Liang Wanru panicked. She struggled, wanting to get up. But this kick was truly not light. She actually could not get up. Watching that knife get closer and closer to Yi Yuan's eyes, Liang Wanru started sobbing from anxiety. Zhang Shun and the rest also looked at this scene helplessly. This missus was notorious for being cruel and cold-hearted. This boy actually dared to provoke the second miss, truly tired of living. Glimpsing Liang Wanru's expression with her peripherals, Liang Wanrong felt pleased with herself inwardly. Liang Wanru being like this was what she wanted to see the most. That appearance that remained indifferent to favor or disgrace, she hated it the most. Liang Wanrong raised the knife and stabbed down viciously. Everyone all could not bear to look at this scene, turning their heads over. But after waiting for a long time, they did not hear Yi Yuan scream either. Turning around and looking, each and every one of them could not help widening their eyes. Bang! The knife was thrown onto the ground. A hint of lust actually surfaced on Liang Wanrong's face. Her gaze was blurry, her face scarlet red. Her two hands actually started fondling on her body. A pair of hazy eyes stared straight at Zhang Shun, making goosebumps break out all over his body. "Second miss, you?" Zhang Shun instinctively sensed that it was not good. Second miss's mannerism was clearly the tempo of going into heat. Sure enough, the second miss came to Zhang Shun's side with a lunge and directly wrapped around his waist, raised her head, and kissed Zhang Shun madly. "Big brother Shun, Ronger has liked you for a long time. You, take Ronger. All right? All right?" Liang Wanrong's voice made Zhang Shun's bones go soft. All of the guards were utterly dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? Truthfully speaking, Liang Wanrong was very beautiful. And it was also this coquettish attitude making her irresistible. How could Zhang Shun be unmoved? Except it was merely being tempted. So many people watching, wasn't it wanting his life? Zhang Shun's face turned pale with fright, hurriedly wanting to push Liang Wanrong away. But Liang Wanrong stuck onto him like a dogskin plaster and refused to let go no matter what. Liang Wanrong's status in the Liang family was extraordinary. Zhang Shun did not dare to deal a heavy blow either. His entire person almost went crazy. "What are you guys still standing around for? Quickly pull second miss away." Zhang Shun's scalp tingled and completely did not have the excitement of a beautiful girl delivering herself to the doorstep. If this were to be conveyed back to the Liang family and be known by that shrew, he would be dead for sure. Only then did the group of guards awaken from the dream and hurriedly went forward to pull Liang Wanrong away. Liang Wanrong struggled and pulled Zhang Shun's clothes desperately, not letting go. Fortunately, the guards' strengths were strong enough. The group of people swarmed forward before they could pull her off. The current Liang Wanrong was disheveled, her upper body revealing large patches of snow-white skin, making the group of guards drool. "Big brother Shun, Ronger really likes you a lot. Take Ronger." Although being restrained, Liang Wanrong still pestered incessantly with infatuation. Zhang Shun smoothed out his clothes, came before Liang Wanrong, and said with a salute, "Second miss, sorry." Done talking, he chopped a palm at Liang Wanrong's neck area. Liang Wanrong toppled with a grunt. Finished doing these, Zhang Shun walked straight towards Yi Yuan. After this bout of struggle, Liang Wanru finally recovered and got up from the ground. Seeing this scene, she reached her hand out again and blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Zhang Shun was stunned and said with a salute, "Eldest miss, you also saw second miss's condition. This brat's origins are unknown. There's a peculiarity. He's probably not some good person. It isn't good for you to defend him like this, right?" Liang Wanru's beautiful eyes flickered. Turning back and giving Yi Yuan a glance, she saw Yi Yuan's calm appearance. She turned her head around and gestured towards Zhang Shun. She pointed at Liang Wanrong. The meaning was that this incident was Liang Wanrong's fault. Zhang Shun felt his head swell. This matter, he saw it from beginning to end and naturally knew that it was Liang Wanrong finding trouble. But Liang Wanru could say these words. He could not say it. He was just a subordinate and could only turn the spearhead to Yi Yuan, whose background was unknown. However, he also did not perceive how Yi Yuan did it. According to Dustless, these people were merely just a bunch of mortals, even though they were Dao Profound Realm mortals. When he heard this theory, Yi Yuan also jumped in fright. Dustless said that in the Heavenspan world, the realm when a martial artist was born was mostly determined by the parents. For example, the union of two heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouses, the descendants born would at the minimum be Divine Lord Realm too. There was even a certain chance of giving birth to a true God Realm powerhouse. In the legends, there were even heavenly Emperor descendants who were born as Empyreans. Being true God Realm at birth, this was already winning on the starting line. Empyrean Realm was even more inconceivable. At that time, Yi Yuan also found it fantastical. The union of two ordinary deity realm powerhouses, the descendants born were mostly in the Dao Profound Realm. Of course, the lowest was also being in the Dao Profound Realm. Those in the Dao Profound Realm were called mortals in the Heavenspan world. In the Immortal Grove world, the realm that the vast majority of martial artists pursued all their lives, was also just mortals in this place. But in the Heavenspan world, wanting to cultivate to the deity realm was far easier than the Immortal Grove world. But even so, the greatest numbers in the Heavenspan world were still mortals. Among this group of people, there was only one deity realm powerhouse, which was Xianxia. Hence, even though Yi Yuan was unable to move, utilizing the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil to make Liang Wanrong succumb did not even count as the effort it took to raise a hand. Liang Wanru's protection made things very difficult for Xianxia. Boy, what on earth did you do to the second miss? Xianxia's gaze went past Liang Wanru and looked at Yi Yuan as he said. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Is Guard Zhang mistaken about something? I can't even move right now, my divine essence completely lost. What do you think I can do? In my view, it should be that Miss Wanrong is really in love with Guard Zhang, right? Guard Zhang doesn't have to be unduly humble either. You're at any rate a grotto profound deity realm powerhouse and already transcended mortals. Even if something really happens with Miss Wanrong, it won't humiliate her either." Xianxia's face fell. He knew that Yi Yuan was talking rubbish. Yet Yi Yuan has spoken it so logically. He had been staring at Yi Yuan all along just now and was confident that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to do anything that he did not know under his eyelids. In truth, Yi Yuan really did not utilize a trace of divine essence. After Yi Yuan broke through to deity realm, the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil recovered to the deity realm naturally. With its cultivation, how could dealing with a mortal require utilizing any divine essence? Humph! Do you really take this Zhang to be easy to hoodwink? In this place, apart from you, who else would deal with second miss? Xianxia said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Guard Zhang, you got to speak with conscience. You said that I did it, there has got to be proof, right?" Yi Yuan did not think that Xianxia knew about the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil's existence. This kind of ocular art was a matter between the two people. Outsiders could not detect it at all. With Liang Wanru around, Xianxia did not dare to be too impudent as well. After a long time, he did not find any evidence either to prove that Liang Wanrong going mad was caused by Yi Yuan and could only drop it. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Liang Wanrong slowly woke up and discovered that the surrounding guards' gazes became odd. She was suddenly startled, recalling her disgraceful scene during the day. Her face immediately flushed bright red. I'm going to kill you, lecher." Under shame and rage, Liang Wanrong raised a sword and stabbed over towards Yi Yuan. But halfway there, she noticed that Yi Yuan was currently looking at her with a smile that was not a smile. Liang Wanrong was suddenly startled, her figure abruptly stopping. Her gaze that looked at Yi Yuan was full of fear. Liang Wanrong felt a cool breeze at her back, secretly thinking that it was a close call. During the day, she fell for it without understanding anything and did not even know how she succumbed. But she was certain that it was absolutely related to Yi Yuan. Xianxia. Liang Wanrong was just about to order Xianxia when she suddenly remembered her actions during the day, her face flushing even redder. Liang Wanrong even felt that even if the one she acted indecently to was Yi Yuan, it would have more face than Xianxia. After all, Yi Yuan's identity was unknown, while Xianxia was a subordinate. With this, she was really in a dilemma. The one in a dilemma was not just her. There was also Xianxia and the group of guards. Xianxia was an experienced veteran in the end and suddenly said, "Second miss, ahead is the myriad beast forest. At this time, we'll require you and eldest miss to cooperate to be able to lead us through together." Liang Wanrong was not an idiot in the end. Seeing that there was a way out, she hurriedly said, What you said is right." After resting, the group of people entered the myriad beast forest. The myriad beast forest was not a safe place. There were quite a number of divine beasts inside. The divine beasts that were extinct in the Immortal Grove world were everywhere in the Heavenspan world. Inside the myriad beast forest were mostly ordinary demonic beasts. But the divine beasts that occasionally appeared were human martial artists' nightmare. After entering the myriad beast forest, Yi Yuan distinctly sensed Xianxia becoming alert. The awkwardness from before was already completely replaced by solemnness. The profound essence pill was worthy of being a high-grade Tier 1 divine pill. After several days, Yi Yuan could already get down and walk around. Even though he did not look much different from the average person, he was at least able to move already. "Miss Wanru, could you let this Yi diagnose your pulse? This Yi is an alchemist. Maybe I can help you." On the carriage, Yi Yuan told her this. Yi Yuan's temperament had always been very easygoing. Liang Wanru did not have the intention of avoiding and nodded her head to allow it. After a round of diagnosing, Yi Yuan's brows also knitted together. The matter did not seem to be as simple as he imagined. Yi Yuan searched through the medicinal pills that he grasped and discovered that there was not a kind that was able to resolve Liang Wanru's symptoms. Logically speaking, for hereditary deaf and mute, one could use medicinal pills to resolve. It was not a big deal in the Immortal Grove world. However, Liang Wanru's body's situation seemed to be totally different from the Immortal Grove world. This kind of innate muteness required the power of laws to resolve. But Yi Yuan was completely clueless about divine pills. His trumpet seemed to be blown a little too loudly. Previously, Yi Yuan also thought that treating Liang Wanru's muteness was very easy. Looking at it now, it was not that simple. "Senior, for Miss Wanru's situation, is there a low-grade Tier 1 divine pill that can resolve it?" Yi Yuan asked dustless. Yi Yuan already knew that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove had extraordinary attainments in alchemy Dao. The soul-suppressing pearl was Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's reliance. Only with sufficient strong soul force could one have sufficiently great attainments in alchemy Dao. Dustless said, "That is, of course. In my view, when this Liang Wanru was born, she should have suffered an undeserved calamity. That's why it resulted in this kind of situation. The descendants of deity realm powerhouses, even if immortal, would not have this kind of situation occur either. Liang Wanru's situation belongs to absent laws. The low-grade Tier 1 divine pill, wisdomless pill, can resolve this kind of situation." Yi Yuan muttered, "Wisdomless pill? Senior dustless. I wonder how should this medicinal pill be refined?" The only divine pill that Yi Yuan could refine right now was the Dao-defying pill. Wisdomless pill, he had not even heard of it before. Naturally, refining it was out of the question. Alchemy Dao, on the one hand, it was comprehending heavenly Dao. On the other hand, it was a deep understanding of spirit medicines. The two aspects were indispensable. Yi Yuan's comprehensions towards alchemy Dao might have barely managed to reach the level. But regarding spirit medicines, he was utterly clueless. Dustless listed several kinds of spirit medicines. Yi Yuan simply had never heard of them before. Harboring the mentality of giving it a try, Yi Yuan said to Liang Wanru, "Miss Wanru, I wonder if you're familiar with the heart-linking grass, Tian Wang branch, purple caltrip, these 3 types of spirit medicines or not?" Liang Wanru was rather surprised. But after staring blankly, she walked to a carriage and pointed at a wooden box. "This is the heart-linking grass." Under dustless guidance, Yi Yuan knew about the origins of the spirit medicine inside this box. Divine rank spirit medicine, heart-linking grass. Yi Yuan reached his hand out towards that wooden box but was stopped by Xianxia halfway. "Boy, on account of eldest Mrs. Face, I must give it. But these spirit medicines are all items that Master purchased. They are very important. If you want to touch, Don't blame this Zhang for not being courteous. Zhang Shun's words were full of disdain. A cripple who was unable to even gather divine essence actually wanted to poke his nose into divine rank spirit medicines. What was this if not a toad luster after swan meat? These divine rank spirit medicines were all the Liang family's important material reserves. How could he allow a stranger to encroach on it? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "So that's how it is. It was this Yi who was rude." Finished talking, Yi Yuan stepped aside and really did not touch those spirit medicines anymore. Zhang Shun was stunned, not expecting that Yi Yuan was actually so forthright. But very soon, the expression on his face changed, and he shouted, "Stop!" Liang Wanrong said in puzzlement, "Guard Zhang, what is it?" Zhang Shun's expression was solemn as he said, "Something is not right." "What's not right? Isn't it pretty all right like this now?" Liang Wanrong said. Zhang Shun said, "It's precisely because it's like this that something is amiss. Passing through the myriad beast forest, things absolutely won't be so quiet. Along the way, even if we're any more careful, we'll encounter the obstruction of demonic beasts too. The quieter it is, the more amiss the situation is." Liang Wanrong knew that Zhang Shun was a veteran in this area. Since he said so, then it was definitely a sure thing. Zhang Shun's voice had yet to fade when shadows loomed from inside the forest. Those figures that disappeared and reappeared again like smoke already utterly surrounded Yi Yuan's party. Among them there were faintly several powerful undulations. They were divine beasts without a doubt. Zhang Shun's expression was incomparably ugly, and he said with a solemn look, "Second miss, this seems to be a beast tide." Liang Wanrong's face changed. She had naturally heard the reputation of the beast tide before. Demonic beasts that covered the hills and filled the plains surrounded them, making it hard for them to escape even with wings. Liang Wanrong never thought that she would actually encounter this kind of thing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hordes of wild beasts' roars echoed throughout the entire myriad beast forest. They were already completely surrounded by these demonic beasts. Right at this time, Liang Wanrong suddenly walked towards Liang Wanru and said with a bitter smile, "Elder sister, didn't expect that we fought for so much but would actually perish in this place together." Liang Wanru froze, her eyes immediately revealing a gentle look. A person's words were nice when near death. Birds cry plaintively before they died too. She did not expect that Liang Wanrong actually thoroughly saw the light at this time. Liang Wanru smiled slightly and shook her head, indicating that she did not mind. Liang Wanrong took Liang Wanru's hand and said with a sigh, "Elder sister, in the past, it was all my fault. Don't hate me, okay?" Liang Wanru nodded her head, a look of relief on her face. But right at this time, the sound of a blade being drawn sounded out. "Ha ha! Demonic beasts are extremely sensitive towards fresh blood. My good elder sister, if you die, it can let this younger sister escape alive. We can also be considered deeply affectionate sisters," Liang Wanrong said with a loud laugh. This blade was undeniably planned. One cut directly severed Liang Wanru's aorta. Blood immediately gushed out in torrents. Even though these demonic beasts were Tier 9, they were like the immortal Grove world's desolate beasts, savage and yet to become civilized. Sensing the taste of blood, all of them indeed pounced over towards Liang Wanru crazily. That instant just now, Yi Yuan almost believed it too. Did not expect that this Liang Wanrong was actually as venomous as a viper, feeding her elder sister to the tiger's maws to let herself escape. Liang Wanrong swept past, her figure already 1,000 feet away. "Zhang Shun, let's go." "Second miss this." "What? Do you have the confidence to deal with this beast tide?" Zhang Shun shook his head. This was a certain death situation. Then what are you still waiting for? Doesn't my good elder sister like that gigolo? Becoming a pair with him and having the same fate. Elder sister should be thanking me, Liang Wanrong said with a sneer. Zhang Shun gave a glance over there pitifully. He let out a sigh and led the group of guards break out of the encirclement. Over there, Liang Wanru's and Yi Yuan's profiles could not be seen already, completely engulfed by the frenzied demonic beasts. A hint of a smug smile flashed across the corners of Liang Wanrong's mouth. Finally, that annoying woman die. Even though the majority of the demonic beasts were attracted by Liang Wanru, there were still quite a number of demonic beasts in the surroundings. It was not that easy for them to want to escape. The group of guards fought desperately. In the blink of an eye, they broke out several miles away. Second miss, it's not right. Why do I feel like the demonic beasts are getting more and more unable to kill them entirely? Zhang Shun said with a solemn expression. Liang Wanrong clearly also realized this problem, her expression becoming very ugly. It's all that slut. Couldn't even delay for a moment. Really useless? Don't be long-winded anymore. Hurry up and charge outside. Otherwise, none of us can escape, Liang Wanrong said fiercely. Everyone did not dare to dawdle, making a concerted effort to break through. Zhang Shun indeed deserved to be a grotto-profound deity realm powerhouse. Walking among these Tier 9 demonic beasts was akin to entering an unpopulated land unobstructed. However, the demonic beasts' numbers were seriously too many to kill finish. Roar! An enormous roar came over. Zhang Shun's expression suddenly changed. He could judge from this pressure that it was absolutely a divine beast. An afterimage flashed past. Zhang Shun's expression changed drastically and instinctively blocked it. Boom! The powerful Zhang Shun was directly knocked flying out, spewing out a mouthful of golden blood. This was the special hallmark of deity realm powerhouses. It's a cloud soul sound-rending leopard. Zhang Shun cried out in shock. A cloud soul sound-rending leopard could be said to be overlord-rank demonic beasts in the forest. This figure was not large, but its speed was incomparably strange. It was practically 2 to 3 times of human martial artists in the same realm. Once tangled with it, there was virtually no possibility of survival. Hence, that was why Zhang Shun would be so shocked. The other people's faces all revealed looks of despair. With the cloud soul sound-rending leopard here, they virtually did not have the possibility of escaping. Zhang Shun sucked in a deep breath. A hint of ferociousness flashed across his eyes, and he said, "You all protect second miss to break through. I'll cover the rear and deal with this beast." This cloud soul sound-rending leopard's strength was very formidable. Battling together with Zhang Shun, it firmly overpowered Zhang Shun. The party retreated as they fought. The guards were either injured or dead. This beast-tide scale was not considered large, but it was also not what a martial artist team of several dozen people could withstand. After a great battle, Zhang Shun was overpowered by the cloud soul sound-rending leopard until he could not catch his breath. Very soon, he was covered all over with wounds. The guard team was surrounded by large numbers of demonic beasts and already had no way out. The numbers were dwindling. The originally close to 100-people team was only left with over 20 people. Just as everyone lost all hope, the group of demonic beasts suddenly stopped the attacks. Even the cloud soul sound-rending leopard also stopped its attacks against Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun's breathing was ragged, dark golden-colored bloodstains everywhere on his body. Under everyone's protection, Liang Wanrong was slightly better than the rest. But it was also just a little better. The current Liang Wanrong was dressed in tattered clothes. Quite a number of places were ripped apart by demonic beasts, just like a beggar. Although the group of demonic beasts stopped the assault, they surrounded and did not attack, and did not have the intention of letting everyone go. "Second miss, are you all right?" Zhang Shun asked. "I'm still all right." "Zhang Shun, what's the situation?" Liang Wanrong said with a gloomy look. Zhang Shun shook his head and said, "I don't know. The demonic beasts in a beast tide are all in a berserk state. Logically speaking, this kind of situation won't happen. Looking at these demonic beasts' appearance, a beast king might have appeared." Zhang Shun was a veteran and made his own judgment on this situation. It was just that this judgment made everyone despair. A cloud soul sound-rending leopard was enough for them to choke on already. A beast king that even it had to steer clear of? What would it be like? Liang Wanrong's face revealed a look of unwillingness. She did not imagine that that disappointing elder sister could not even delay for a while. What a good-for-nothing. As for Yi Yuan, she thought even lesser of him. Just a cripple, he would probably be torn to pieces by those demonic beasts instantly. Boom! 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 The entire myriad beast forest started quaking from these heavy footsteps. These demonic beasts all trembled incessantly, lowering their proud heads. A beast king passing through, myriad beasts prostrated in worship. The faces of Xianxia and the rest became even more incredibly ugly. This commotion, there was definitely an even more powerful divine beast appearing. A giant elephant approached from far away, entering everyone's line of sight. Even that cloud soul sound-rending leopard also opened up a path, clearly incredibly wary of this giant elephant. It's a Devil-Evan giant elephant. This Devil-Evan giant elephant is a late-stage rank 1 divine beast. Xianxia exclaimed. That cloud soul sound-rending leopard was merely an initial stage rank 1 divine beast. A late-stage rank 1 demonic beast was sufficient to become the beast king among these demonic beasts already. No wonder these demonic beasts all submitted in worship. Your Excellency, you look on that Devil-Heaven giant elephant's back. Seems like there's somebody, a subordinate suddenly said to Xianxia. Xianxia was startled and could not help looking over at that elephant's back. Sure enough, he discovered 2 silhouettes. It was just because of the angle he could not see those 2 figures clearly. But without a doubt, there were really people riding on the elephant's back. This shock was by no means insignificant. A late-stage rank 1 Devil-Heaven giant elephant's strength was incomparably fearsome. Even in Jewel Hill City, the martial artists capable of rivaling it were not many either. But now, there was actually someone riding on its back. Divine beasts and ordinary demonic beasts were different. Each one was incomparably noble. Even if the martial artist's strength was stronger than them, it was also impossible to allow the other party to ride on its back. Unless the martial artist's strength was powerful to a certain degree and subdued the Devil-Heaven giant elephant to become a mount. Could it be that the strength of those 2 people on the elephant's back was actually so formidable? Xianxia's face suddenly revealed a look of wild elation, and he said to Liang Wanrong, "Second miss, perhaps we're not fated to die." Liang Wanrong was thrilled and immediately understood Xianxia's meaning. She shouted in the Devil-Evan giant elephant's direction in a clear voice, "Seniors, this junior is the daughter of Jewel Hill City's Liang family. I, unfortunately, encountered this beast tide when passing through the myriad beast forest. Hope the 2 seniors can take action to rescue us. The Liang family will definitely thank the 2 seniors considerably." The Liang family's influence in the Jewel Hill City area was still very great. Liang Wanrong believed that the other party definitely heard of the Liang family's great name before. At this time, the Devil-Evan giant elephant came close. A mocking voice came from on top of the elephant's back. "You guys are too slow. Why have you only walked this far?" Liang Wanrong, Xianxia, and the group of guards, their eyes became wide saucers, staring at those 2 figures on the elephant's back in disbelief. They even doubted it if they saw things wrongly or not. The ones riding on the elephant's back were none other than precisely the Yi Yuan and Liang Wanru, whom they thought had long already perished in the beast tide. Liang Wanrong was dumbfounded. She did not expect that the seniors she begged were the 2 of them. But how was this possible? What they were riding was a late-stage rank 1 divine beast. 2 good-for-nothings actually subdued a divine beast? How can you guys? How can? Liang Wanrong muttered under her breath, still not believing the truth that she saw in front of her. Not just her. Xianxia also had a look of bewilderment. The Devil-Heaven giant elephant was very violent. Could be said to kill on sight. It was actually subdued by the 2 of them. Yi Yuan gave them a glance and said with a faint smile, "You guys carry on playing. We're just passing through and won't disturb you all." Liang Wanrong was alarmed inwardly. Once Yi Yuan left, they would be dead for sure. "Elder sister. I'm your younger sister. Could it be that you're going to watch your own biological sister be killed by these demonic beasts and do nothing?" Liang Wanrong yelled. Liang Wanrong was very smart. She knew that Yi Yuan would not save her, but Liang Wanru would. Sure enough, Liang Wanru's lovely body trembled and used a pleading gaze to look at Yi Yuan. That meaning was already very clear. She hoped for Yi Yuan to save Liang Wanrong. Yi Yuan sighed slightly. This girl was seriously too kind. Even if Liang Wanrong treated her like that, she chose to tolerate it too. However, Yi Yuan was not so kind-hearted. This kind of viper-hearted woman, once he saved her, it might stir up some incidents in the future. Using your own elder sister as bait to exchange for a chance for you to escape. Miss Wanrong, you're really a good sister. Now, you want to exploit Miss Wanru's kindness again. Liang Wanrong bit her lower lip tightly tears welling up in her eyes. It was truly a sight that made people unable to help showing tender care. Sister, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. Just now, Wanrong was muddled for a moment too. That's why I would do that kind of thing that's worse than pigs or dogs. Sniff, sniff. As she said, Liang Wanrong started sniveling. That appearance was delicate and touching. Liang Wanru indeed softened her heart. She reached out her fair fingers and tugged the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves, the imploring look in her eyes even thicker. Seeing this scene, Liang Wanrong secretly rejoiced. This foolish elder sister was really a goody two-shoes. There was a chance. Yi Yuan was silent and did not speak. Liang Wanru increased her strength again, tugging the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Tears were almost about to burst out. Yi Yuan heaved a slight sigh and said, "All right, I hope that you don't regret it." Experiencing 2 lifetimes, Yi Yuan understood human nature too well. Liang Wanrong, this kind of person, absolutely belonged to that incorrigible category. Saving her today, not only would she not be grateful, she might even harbor resentment instead. Seeing Yi Yuan relent, Liang Wanrong and the group of guards all revealed looks of wild ecstasy on their faces. "Great! Thank you. Thank you, brother-in-law," Liang Wanrong blurted out, directly calling Yi Yuan as her brother-in-law. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. Liang Wanrong's performance was too clumsy in his eyes. Want to act, also got to act more realistically. Cover up that hint of killing intent in your eyes, all right? However, Liang Wanru blushed heavily and waved her hands repeatedly. The 2 of them were sitting on the elephant's back currently, one in front, one at the back. Although Yi Yuan was very proper, it was indeed somewhat ambiguous. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Guys, make way." Under Yi Yuan's order, those demonic beasts indeed clamored to open up a path. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's eyes popped out. He thought that these demonic beasts were afraid of the Devil Heaven giant elephant. Looking at it now, they were actually afraid of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was merely a cripple whose divine sea was crippled. How could he possibly make these demonic beasts fear him like so? On what basis? More importantly, among these demonic beasts, there was even the cloud soul sound-rending leopard and devil Evan giant elephant, this kind of divine beasts. How could Xianxia know that even though Yi Yuan's cultivation was completely wasted, the dragon race aura on his body was still there? Dustless had said that the dragon race was an extremely noble divine beast bloodline even in the Heavenspan world too. After Yi Yuan broke through to deity realm, his bloodline already evolved to divine rank. How could these demonic beasts in the myriad beast forest dare to be unbridled in front of him? A mere beast tide was nothing to fear to Yi Yuan at all. Yet, Liang Wanrong fancied herself smart and played out a disgusting scene, completely exposing her nature. Xianxian stared at Yi Yuan, his gaze full of fear. This man that came out of God knows where seemed to be very extraordinary. He felt more and more that Yi Yuan was an enigmatic existence. Clearly could not even condense divine essence, but his means emerged in endless streams. To be able to make the demonic beasts in the beast tide afraid to such an extent, even Heaven Glimpse deity realm powerhouses could not do it too. Zhang Shun thanks Brother Yi for your life-saving grace on behalf of my brothers. Where I've offended previously, I hope that Brother Yi is magnanimous enough to forgive. Zhang Shun bowed toward Yi Yuan and said with a salute. Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Wanna thank Miss Wanru. With my temper, I absolutely won't save you all." Zhang Shun could not help choking up. He did not think that Yi Yuan was so apathetic about giving face. But at this time it was also not up to him to not be unhappy. Hence, he gave thanks to Liang Wanru again. Yi Yuan and Liang Wanru, the 2 of them, rode the Devil Evan giant elephant and passed right through the myriad beast forest before putting it back. Along the way it was awe-inspiring. Liang Wanrong could not even straighten her legs when riding in front of the Devil Evan giant elephant. She could only drag her injured body and walk together with the group of guards. Along the way, she was also much more obedient and did not dare to be as arrogant and bossy as before. When the Devil Evan giant elephant left, it even raised its trunk like it was paying tribute to Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, the group of guards could not help clicking their tongues in wonder. This scene they had never seen before yet. These few days, Yi Yuan already completely absorbed the medicinal strength of the profound essence pill. But due to him being too heavily injured this time, His fleshy body only recovered 40 to 50%. Traveling several more days, this party finally arrived at Jewel Hill City. Zhang Shun clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, "Brother Yi, this place is Jewel Hill City already. I wonder what your plans are." Yi Yuan gave Liang Wanru a glance and said, "Miss Wanru's life-saving grace. This Yi hasn't repaid yet. How about I go to the Liang family together with you all, may I?" Yi Yuan originally planned on parting ways with this group of people after coming to Jewel Hill City. As for Liang Wanru's life-saving grace, he would naturally repay it in the future. But now, he could not quite feel reassured about Liang Wanru. He could only enter the Liang family together with her. Actually, Zhang Shun hoped for Yi Yuan to leave. He was very apprehensive towards Yi Yuan right now. Furthermore, along the way, the things that Yi Yuan saw were too many. It might be detrimental to the second miss. But Yi Yuan wanting to enter the Liang family, he really did not have a reason to refuse. With Miss Wanru around, it was also useless if he rejected it. When Liang Wanru saw Yi Yuan say so, her eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. "Hooray, hooray! For brother-in-law to be able to enter the Liang family, it's really excellent. As the younger sister, I'll definitely repay your life-saving grace properly." But Liang Wanrong agreed with a cheerful expression. Zhang Shun glanced at her and sighed helplessly. This little lass. Does she really think that Yi Yuan is so easy to deal with? Him entering the Liang family, whether it was catching a turtle in a jar or inviting a wolf into the house, it was really hard to say. "Little brother Yi, all thanks to you for this trip. Otherwise, this Liang really wouldn't know how to face my two daughters anymore. Family head is too kind, this Yi just knows some beast taming arts and just happened to come in handy during the beast tide. Want to really thank, it should also be this Yi saying it. If not for Miss Wanru, this Yi would already be a corpse exhibited in the wilderness right now. Haha, little brother Yi is too humble. Since little brother Yi has nowhere to stay, then stay in the Liang family first. When little brother Yi finds a place to stay, it's not late to move out then as well. Then I'll have to impose on family head." Liang Mingyu was evidently a sly old businessman at a glance, very worldly wise. But his strength was not weak. He was a middle-stage grotto profound deity realm powerhouse. These words sounded courteous, but it gave Yi Yuan a faint sense of alienation. Even though Yi Yuan saved Liang Wanru and sister, Liang Wanru also saved Yi Yuan and even gave Yi Yuan to eat the profound essence pill. After listening to Zhang Shun's report until the end, Liang Mingyu could not help feeling pain. In Jewel Hill City, the profound essence pill was a life-saving medicinal pill. He also knew that he owed Liang Wanru quite a lot these few years. Hence, that was why he left this medicinal pill to her for preserving her life. He did not expect that his daughter actually gave it to a stranger. But speaking of which, if not for this daughter being kind-hearted, saving an inconsequential Yi Yuan, she would probably have already perished in the belly of demonic beasts at this time too. This was also considered kindness begets kindness. But, toward this Yi Yuan whose background was unknown, Liang Mingyu held a little caution. He doted on his eldest daughter very much and could not bear to make her upset. That was why he agreed for Yi Yuan to stay. Later on, finding a reason, he was planning on chasing Yi Yuan out of the Liang family. He did not wish to raise a cripple at home. Actually, the intent of chasing away was already very clear in his words. He hoped that Yi Yuan could be a bit sensible and take the initiative to leave himself. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually pretended not to understand and climbed up along the shaft, lingering in the Liang family. Ling Mingyu was unhappy in his heart, but he naturally would not show it on the surface. With his means, wanting to chase a cripple out of the Liang family was too easy. In a room, Liang Wanrong had watery eyes, lodging a complaint in front of a fat-headed and large-eared woman. This fat lady was precisely her mother, called Wang Pianran. It was just that this woman was completely mismatched with the Pianran two words, giving people an extremely disgusting feeling one. For this kind of woman to be able to give birth to a beauty like Liang Wanrong, it was also all thanks to Liang Mingyu. But in the Liang family, Liang Mingyu really did not dare to offend this female big shot. Back then, the Liang family fell into a crisis and was almost destroyed. It was all thanks to Wang Pianran marrying over the Liang family and Wang family joining in marriage that they survived the crisis. Wang Pianran considered herself to be the savior and was very domineering in the Liang family. Mom, you aren't aware. That punk knows how to cast evil arts and cheated this daughter bitterly. I suspect that the beast tide this time was summoned by him originally. He definitely took fancy on Liang Wanru, that slut's looks, and deliberately tried to ingratiate himself to her. Fortunately, daughter was astute, otherwise, mother, you probably can't see Ronger anymore. Sniff, sniff. Liang Wanrong pounced into her mother's embrace, crying her eyes out. She gave embellishment to the events during the trip for Wang Pianran to hear. Wang Pianran doted on this daughter like crazy in the first place. Even if she did not add color details, she also would not be courteous towards Liang Wanru and Yi Yuan. Seeing her daughter cry so mournfully, she was even more livid with rage, the flesh on her face piling together. Ronger, you rest assured. Mother will definitely seek justice for you. It's fine if that brat was a little sensible and leaves, but since he came to the Liang family, then he only has one path to hell. Also, that slut looks like mother was still too lenient towards her normally. This time, I have to make her remember it well. A cold light shone in Wang Pianran's gaze, and she shouted, "Come, men!" A maidservant entered flusteredly and greeted with folded hands at the lower right side, saying, "Madam, call Liang Mingyu over for me at once." Immediately, Wang Pianran said sternly, "Yes, madam." The maidservant was clearly very scared of this fatty, hurriedly scrambling away. "Liang Mingyu, let me tell you, that brat who's surnamed Yi must die. Otherwise, I'll bring Ronger back to the Wang family tomorrow," Wang Pianran said fiercely. Liang Mingyu felt his head swell, fed up with this woman to the extreme. Back then, he was left with no other choice that he married this fat and ugly woman. Although he made it through the hurdle, it was also considered to have invited a wolf into the house. This woman was just like a mad dog, aggressive and overbearing, taking herself to be the Liang family's matron, wanting to stick a hand into everything. It was also precisely because of so that Liang Mingyu missed his former wife, Liang Wanru's mother, even more. Similarly, a woman, but why was the difference so great? But even so, he could only swallow his grievances and said with difficulty, This isn't too nice, right? After all, Yi Yuan saved our two daughters. If he dies in the Liang family for unknown reasons, who would still dare to do business with our Liang family in the future?" Wang Pianran's expression turned cold, and she said, "Liang Mingyu, don't give me that. As long as you make him die unbeknown to gods and ghosts, who would know that there was this matter? Just a cripple, would somebody be concerned that this world lost a cripple? Heh, saved our two daughters? Perhaps that beast tide was summoned by him in the first place." Liang Mingyu's eyes narrowed. He really had not thought of this possibility before. When Wang Pianran saw this, she suddenly changed her tone and said, "Liang Mingyu, that punk's beast taming abilities are extraordinary, as long as you can pry open his mouth." Wang Pianran had a sinister look, her face very proud of herself. Even though she had a large head and big ears, she was not stupid. In reality, Wang Pianran's deviousness was much deeper than Liang Wanrong. Otherwise, on what basis could she suppress the head of a family, Liang Mingyu? When Liang Wanrong spoke of Yi Yuan's beast-taming ability, she had the idea already. Yi Yuan, a cripple, was actually able to control a late-stage rank 1 devil-even giant elephant. If this kind of method was obtained by the Liang family, then the Liang family would be able to become Jewel Hill City's #1 great family in one leap. There were quite a number of divine beasts inside the myriad beast forest. Randomly catching a few over, this combat strength could not be overlooked too. Liang Mingyu's entire body trembled. The greedy look in his eyes could not be concealed anymore. Heh. Wifey is truly my better half. Ever since marrying wifey, my Liang Mingyu's development these few years has become smoother and smoother. Now, there are even hopes of becoming Jewel Hill City's #1 family, Liang Mingyu said with an excited look. Yi Yuan's life and death he did not care. What he minded were just Liang Wanru's thoughts. But now, Wang Pianran's words completely roused the ambition in his heart. Beast-taming arts capable of controlling a late-stage rank 1 divine beast. How could it not make people drool with envy? Compared to Jewel Hill City's #1 family, what did Yi Yuan's little life count as? Wang Pianran said proudly. That is, of course. I know that you still miss that dead ghost these few years, but you also didn't think it over properly. If there wasn't me, Wang Pianran, how can you have the time to contrast past misery with present happiness? Yi Yuan was completely unaware that the Liang family already viewed him as a fat lamb, planning on assassinating him. What he had a headache over currently was how to repair his divine essence and let himself recover essence energy. Divine C damaged, essence energy utterly lost. Yi Yuan was unable to refine pills at all. Unable to refine pills, his divine C would be unable to recover. This was an endless loop, making his head swell. Of course, Yi Yuan could be said to be a complete layman towards medicinal pills right now. The him who triggered heavenly Tao with alchemy Tao was a complete and utter layman here. The current Yi Yuan was sitting in the dark. Senior Dustless. I wonder if you have any ways to resolve my current predicament? Yi Yuan was helpless and could only turn to Dustless for help. After all, Dustless followed Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and traversed the heavenspan world unobstructed. The things that he knew were far more compared to him. Dustless said huffily, "No to ask this old man for help now? Back then, I told you not to flaunt your superiority. Now, suffered the fruits of your own evil deeds, right?" Yi Yuan chuckled, smiled slightly, and said nothing. Dustless punch landing on cotton, he could not help billowing his beard and glared as he said, "Kid, not that I'm scaring you, but your current condition is basically considered crippled already. Not that there's no method, but for you to want to repair the divine C, it at least has to wait 100 years too." But Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and said, "It's good that there's a way. What does 100 years time count for?" Dustless said with a cold smile, "Heh, 100 years is certainly nothing to you, but that little friend of yours can't wait 100 years. Yi Yuan's expression instantly became ugly, and he said, "Senior, what do you mean? Could it be that the soul-suppressing pearl can't even maintain Lingshua's spiritual consciousness for 100 years' time?" Dustless was also helpless as he said, "If I'm at my heyday, forget about 100 years, even 1,000,000 years isn't an issue either. But my current state, I can at most last for another 10 years and I'll fall into a slumber again." Yi Yuan's heart thumped, not expecting that Dustless's condition was actually bad to such an extent. He drew a deep breath and said, "Senior, I wonder how can I let you recover strength?" Dustless sighed and said, "The 3 great Empyrean spirit treasures are connected by blood with Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. Upon Immortal Grove's death, the 3 great Empyrean spirit treasures will suffer severe damage. Hence, that's why this old man fell asleep. Although you let this old man wake up, if you can't provide sufficient nourishment for this old man will still decline, all the way until I fall asleep. Originally, absorbing the Death Soul tree, it's also not to the point of falling asleep so quickly. But sustaining the vitality of that little friend of yours needs to consume quite a bit of strength. In my current state, I can at most still last for 10 years. Only then did Yi Yuan know how serious the state of affairs were. Once Dustless fell asleep, he would not be able to maintain Mu Lingshua's spiritual consciousness, and she would die. Want to let the soul-suppressing pearl keep on sustaining, that will require an endless supply of nourishment. But in his current condition, where would he go to provide nourishment? Everything had to wait for him to recover his strength before talking. A 10-year period was merely a snap of a finger in the heavenspan world. One could not even raise their cultivation by a trace. This point Yi Yuan had known long ago. The cultivation of the martial artists here was easily calculated with 100,000 years. Deity realm powerhouses were merely the heavenspan world's ants too. Only by cultivating to the divine lord realm could it be considered to have minor accomplishment. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and opened his mouth to say, "Senior Dustless, what's the method that you speak of just now?" At this very moment, Yi Yuan himself was already at the ends of his rope, and could only place hopes on completing the method that Dustless mentioned as soon as possible. Dustless being so unhappy was also because of this reason. He had a way, but for the current Yi Yuan to want to complete this method, that was virtually something impossible. He gave a drawn-out sigh and said, "In the heavenspan world, there's a kind of pill refining method called Formation Tao Pill Refinement. Right now, your divine essence is completely gone. Only with this channel can you refine medicinal pills. With your Divine C's degree of damage, a low-grade Tier 1 Divine Pill, 1-star Heavenly Mark Pill is sufficient already. It's just too bad that both your Essence Energy Realm and Alchemy Dao already broke through to Deity Realm, but your Formation Dao didn't. Moreover, you're completely clueless about Divine Pills. The refining difficulty of Divine Pills is completely not what mortal-grade medicinal pills can compare to. Forget about 10 years. Even if I give you 100 years' time, you might not be able to refine a 1-star Heavenly Mark Pill too. The mystic-grade medicinal pill that had once let Yi Yuan command the winds and clouds in the Immortal Grove world. It merely became the mortal-grade medicinal pills from Dustless' mouth presently. It was not that Dustless looked down on Yi Yuan. In fact, he already regarded Yi Yuan very highly. How could Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's pill formulas be so easy to refine? If ordinary alchemists were able to refine, Dustless would not be so desperate too. This Jewel Hill city had alchemists who could refine the profound essence pill. Worst come to worst, hand the pill formula over to the other party, it could always succeed. But the problem was, this 1-star Heavenly Mark Pill, ordinary alchemists could not refine it at all. The profound essence pill was not even fit to carry shoes in front of the 1-star Heavenly Mark Pill. The profound essence pill, as long as one's realm reached, refining was not hard. Although a 1-star Heavenly Mark Pill was a low-grade Tier 1 Divine Pill, it required profound understanding towards Alchemy Dao to be able to refine it. Skill being lacking, it was pointless no matter how high the realm. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with a solemn expression, "Senior, for the average person to become an initial rank 1-star Alchemy God, how long does it normally take?" The Alchemy God realm was divided into 9 stars. The Profound Essence Pill and 1-star Heavenly Mark Pill both belong to Tier 1 Divine Pills. 1-star Alchemy God could refine already. Of course, one was an initial rank Alchemy God, while the other was a high-rank Alchemy God. Dustless said, "The Alchemy Dao that you understood is merely just a portion of the Heavenly Dao which Immortal Grove comprehended. You were able to trigger the Immortal Grove Heavenly Dao. But in front of the Heavenspan world's Heavenly Dao, it's not worth mentioning at all. In the Heavenspan world, Alchemy Dao is even more extensive and profound. For ordinary people, even if their Alchemy Dao talent is exceedingly good, it requires 1,000 years' time too, before they can have a preliminary grasp of the medicinal pill's refinement, and become a 1-star Alchemy God. Hence, in the Heavenspan world, the status of Alchemy Gods are even higher than in the Immortal Grove world." Yi Yuan drew a cold breath when he heard that. Only now did he know how precious that profound essence pill was. Yi Yuan merely used 300 years' time to cultivate to peak Alchemy Emperor back then. Now, wanting to cultivate to initial rank 1-star Alchemy God actually required 1,000 years' time. Furthermore, this was even just the most elementary level initial rank 1-star Alchemy God. Refining a 1-star Heavenly Mark Pill, an ordinary initial rank 1-star Alchemy God definitely would not do. Even though Dustless did not say, Yi Yuan reckoned that wanting to reach the level of being able to refine a 1-star Heavenly Mark Pill, it probably needed at least over 2,000 years' time too. Coming back to his sense from shock, Yi Yuan asked, "Since that's the case, why does Senior say that this junior requires 100 years' time?" Dustless said, "Of course it's because of the world-suppressing steel. You broke through to Deity Realm, you can activate some of the world-suppressing steel's functions already. And apart from inscribing the Immortal Grove Heavenly Dao, the world-suppressing steel's greatest use is being able to change the flow rate of time." Yi Yuan's gaze sharpened. This function, he had already coveted it for a long time. He did not expect that he could actually use it already. "Hey! Don't be happy too early. The world-suppressing steel can only activate the first layer space right now. The time ratio is only 1 to 10. Your talent is indeed pretty good, but the Heavenspan world's talents are way stronger. Immortal Grove was one of them. Even for him, reaching this step took 1,000 years too. Even if your talent is greater than his, 800 years is already the limit too. Which is also to say that you only have 80 years' time. These 80 years, you still have to divert attention and learn Formation Dao. 10 years, it's absolutely impossible for you to succeed." Dustless struck down without showing the slightest bit of mercy. In this world, how many dared to say that their talent was even greater than Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove? That was an existence closest to Heavenly Emperor. while Yi Yuan was just a native of the Immortal Grove world, with innate deficiencies. Wanting to surpass Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, that was nigh impossible. Dustless estimations were already regarding Yi Yuan infinitely highly. 80 years was the limit that Yi Yuan could reach already. This was already an achievement that surpassed Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove. But Yi Yuan could not wait 80 years. He only had 10 years' time. And within 10 years it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to succeed. However, Yi Yuan completely did not have the look of being beaten down on his face. He smiled and said, "Not trying, how would you know?" To Yi Yuan, the most frightening was not difficulties but having completely no way. As long as there was a way, he could face the difficulties and advance. Wasn't this road crossed this way? Even the deity realm, which no one had achieved in 100,000 years, he succeeded too. Nothing in the world was difficult for one who set his mind to it. If Yi Yuan was scared from beginning to end, it would also be impossible to trigger Heavenly Tao and become the controller. Talent was one aspect, but determination and hard work were just as important. Dustless did not think that Yi Yuan was actually not the least bit dispirited. On the contrary, the current Yi Yuan's gaze was sharp, filled with fighting intent from head to toe. Dustless discovered that his understanding of Yi Yuan seemed to be too little. If Long Tongue was here, he absolutely would not say this kind of words. Dustless let out a sigh and said, "Fine then. At this point presently, it seems like there's no other way as well." Although he said so, Dustless did not harbor much hope in Yi Yuan. Reaching initial rank 1-star alchemy god within 10 years, this was indeed pushing people a little too much beyond their power. But the first difficulty put in front of you right now isn't alchemy Dao and formation Dao, but divine essence stones, Dustless continued. Yi Yuan froze, also discovering the severity of the problem. He had Dustless mentioned that the Heavenspan world's universal currency was divine essence stones. Furthermore, divine essence stones were not that anybody could have. On mortals, under ordinary circumstances, it was impossible to have divine essence stones. Martial artists cultivating, deducing formation Dao, all could not dispense with divine essence stones. But now Yi Yuan was penniless. Even if he wanted to cultivate formation Dao, there was also no way to start practicing. When at the Immortal Grove world, Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao reached the acme of perfection. Casually refining a few medicinal pills could exchange for money. Therefore, he had never worried about money before. But now, he could only even refine the most basic tier 1 divine pill, use what to exchange for money. Don't count on the Liang family, it was already pretty good that Liang Mingyu did not drive him out. Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that it was truly a penny stumping a hero. This is really a problem, Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile. And Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. A knocking sound suddenly sounded outside the door. Opening the door to take a look, it was an unfamiliar little girl. Looking at the appearance, it should be a maidservant. That maidservant was also sizing Yi Yuan up and said doubtfully, "You're Yi Yuan?" When Yi Yuan heard this tone, it seemed like the arrival was somewhat unfriendly. "It's precisely this Yi. May I ask for Mrs. name?" "I'm called Lan Qing, Miss Wanru's personal maidservant." Yi Yuan brows raised and he said, "So, it's Miss Lan Qing. Is Miss Wanru well?" Lan Qing looked at Yi Yuan and rolled her eyes as she said, "Well, my ass. Miss has been grounded." Yi Yuan frowned and asked, "What's going on here?" "What's going on? You still have the cheek to ask. It's all because of you that Miss was grounded by that shrew." Furthermore, she even docked her 3 years of divine essence stones. Talking to the back, Lan Qing suppressed her voice and said, "That shrew was an existence which she could not provoke. If it was heard by someone, she was dead for sure." Yi Yuan reckoned that the Liang family probably did this in order to stop him from meeting her. That was why it was like this. He only came to the Liang family in order to protect Liang Wanru. But he suddenly discovered that he seemed to be a little too weak and could not help at all. Musing for a moment, Yi Yuan opened his mouth again and said, "Could it be that Miss Lan Qing came to find this Yi in order to denounce me for my crimes?" Lan Qing had already long seen through that Yi Yuan was merely a good-for-nothing who could not cultivate. She did not understand why Miss was so worried about him. She snorted coldly and unwillingly threw Yi Yuan a storage ring, finally muttering to herself, "I really don't know what Miss thinks, clearly a cripple." As she said, she turned right around and left, and could not be bothered to even give Yi Yuan another look. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not mind. He could tell that this Lan Qing was standing up for Liang Wanru, feeling indignant on her behalf. Furthermore, she did not say wrongly either. Wasn't the current him a cripple? The storage ring was an ownerless item. Yi Yuan sunk his divine sense inside and discovered that inside the storage ring there were 100 milky white stones. This lass is really delivering charcoal in the snow. To actually send you divine essence stone, Dustless said in surprise. Yi Yuan was stunned and said in surprise, "These are divine essence stone? Such thick spiritual energy." Yi Yuan had never seen before divine essence stones. Only when he heard Dustless gasp did he know that these milky white stones were divine essence stones. Divine essence stones were completely different from essence crystals. When martial artists absorbed the energy inside, they could directly convert it into divine essence. Deity realm martial artists' cultivation could not get away from divine essence stones. The heavenspan world's heaven and earth essence energy was not called essence energy but called spiritual energy. The energy concentration of spiritual energy was more than goodness knows how many times higher than essence energy, completely another level of energy. And divine essence stones would only be produced in regions with an extremely high concentration of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, these are merely low-grade divine essence stones. Furthermore, the quantity is too little, completely not enough for you to cultivate, Dustless said. But Yi Yuan said rather happily, "Having is better than nothing. Senior, this matter brooks no delay. Where do we start from?" Dustless also knew that time was pressing and did not hesitate at once, saying, "Start from the divine essence pill then. This is the most basic divine pill already. Extract and refine the divine essence inside spirit medicines, condensing to form a pill, and providing for martial artists to cultivate. This is the pill formula. You go and buy some spirit medicines back first." Yi Yuan had an additional pill formula in his mind. The spirit medicines that this pill formula needed were not many, looking very simple. Yi Yuan knew that this divine essence pill should be similar to mortal-grade medicinal pills, the likes of the essence-gathering pill and explosive yuan pill. Of course, this was completely the medicinal pills of two worlds. Yi Yuan already made up his mind to definitely comprehend the divine essence pill within the shortest time. As long as he could refine the divine essence pill, he would be able to rely on selling medicinal pills for a living. Forget about the Liang family. "Senior, where do we go to buy spirit medicines?" Yi Yuan said. Dustless said, "Go to the Myriad Treasure Tower then." The word of mouth of the Myriad Treasure Tower under Empyrean Myriad Treasure is still very secure. When Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove was alive, he liked to go to the Myriad Treasure Tower to buy things too. Yi Yuan nodded his head. Even Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove acknowledged it, so he naturally would not have any objections. Getting his things in order, Yi Yuan went straight out of the Liang family. Inquiring, Yi Yuan headed for the Myriad Treasure Tower. Dustless's voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's mind. "Kid, there's a tail following. It's that Xianxia." Yi Yuan was alarmed inwardly, but his expression did not change. He continued walking forward. The Heavenspan world was totally different from the Immortal Grove world. Yi Yuan's divine sense could only extend roughly the distance of 100 feet here. Furthermore, the Heavenly Tao's suppression toward martial artists here was exceptionally powerful. Under Divine Lord Realm, martial artists were unable to fly. Hence, Yi Yuan's perception was far from as sensitive as at the Immortal Grove world. Fortunately, Dustless was incomparably powerful. At practically the first instant he detected Zhang Shun's existence. Zhang Shun was probably up to no good chasing after him. "Looks like Liang Mingyu had some devious ideas," Yi Yuan replied, "and most likely took a fancy on that so-called beast-taming technique of yours," Dustless said. "I can't return to the Liang family anymore. What should I do?" Yi Yuan asked. "No worries. You have divine essence stones on you, can go to the Myriad Treasure Tower and rent a cultivation room and focus on figuring out Formation Dao and Alchemy Dao. However, this will have to depend on your comprehension ability. If you're still not able to refine divine essence pills before the divine essence stones are depleted, This little life of yours will probably be hard to preserve, Dustless said. Yi Yuan's brows shot up, but he said with high morale, Heh, this is considered driving me into a dead end? Looks like there's only going for broke. Yi Yuan was a cripple now. What could move Liang Mingyu was probably just that non-existent beast-taming technique. This was not hard to guess. Luckily, he came out in time. Any later and he probably would not even be able to leave the Liang family's gate. Yi Yuan hastened his footsteps and arrived at the Myriad Treasure Tower very soon. Hiss! What a grand Myriad Treasure Tower! In front of him was a magnificent and imposing building. Carved balustrades and marble steps, richly decorated jade halls, a grand atmosphere, but completely did not have the air of an upstart. Hey, Empyrean Myriad Treasure corroborated his Tao with artifacts and is the wealthiest heavenly emperor in this heavenspan world. Even in this remote Jewel Hill city, the Myriad Treasure Tower also isn't what the Liang family, that sort of bumpkin, can rival, Dustless said. Yi Yuan felt a burst of yearning when he heard this, but he recollected his mind very quickly and stepped into the Myriad Treasure Tower. This, sir, our Myriad Treasure Tower has everything under the sun. I wonder, what do you require? A pretty maidservant came up to receive him. She was called Hong Yin, specifically responsible for guiding customers to shop. Seeing Hong Yin, Yi Yuan's gaze involuntarily turned sharp. A little maidservant was actually a deity realm powerhouse. This Myriad Treasure Tower was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, this Hong Yin should be able to see through him at a glance. Although there was some disdain in her eyes, it was concealed very well. One could not even hear a trace of impatience in her words. Indeed, well-deserving of being a faction under a heavenly emperor's command. I need 5 caddies of divine rain silk, 8 caddies of golden wind immortal grass, 6 caddies of heavenly silk crystal. Yi Yuan listed out 5 to 6 kinds of divine rank spirit medicines in one go. Although these spirit medicines were divine rank spirit medicines, they were all entry-level. Hong Yin could not help being stunned when she heard these but felt at ease very soon. These spirit medicines were all beginner alchemist spirit medicines. They were normally used for newcomers to get started. This youth in front of her did not have the slightest trace of divine essence undulations. He was probably a cripple. He should be a servant of some alchemy god master, running errands for him. All right, sir. I'll send someone to fetch it at once. Is there still anything else you need? Hong Yin asked again. Yi Yuan continued, I wish to rent a training room. Hong Yin froze. Buying so many spirit medicines and entering a training room for what? Could it be that he did not need to deliver it back for his master? How could a servant be so daring? Suspicions were suspicions. Hong Yin still smiled radiantly and said, Our Myriad Treasure Tower's training rooms are divided into Heaven, Earth, Mystic, Yellow, 4 ranks. Heaven rank training rooms are 1,000 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones for a day. Earth rank training rooms are 500 low-grade divine essence stones for a day. Mystic rank training rooms are 100 low-grade divine essence stones a day. Yellow rank training rooms are 10 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones a day. Yi Yuan's face could not help turning stiff. So expensive. He originally planned on renting 10 days. 100 low-grade divine essence stones were gone all at once, while the divine essence stones that Liang Wanru gave him were merely 135 pieces in total. Subtracting away the costs of buying spirit medicines, what could he cultivate still? Yi Yuan knew that the purchasing power of divine essence stones was still quite okay. But the cultivation rooms in the Myriad Treasure Tower were truly too expensive as well. Is there a cheaper cultivation room? Yi Yuan thickened his skin and asked. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart for a while. He did not expect that he would actually have a day where he was so miserable too. Fortunately, before he came to the Heavenspan world, he already had sufficient mental preparations, and it was not to the extent of having a huge psychological drop. It was just somewhat sighing emotionally. Hong Yin felt a bout of contempt in her heart. No money, put on an act for what? Contempt was contempt, but Hong Yin was a very professional maidservant. She smiled faintly to Yi Yuan and said, Of course. We still have ungraded cultivation rooms here. It only requires 4 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones a day. But these ungraded cultivation rooms, the effects are much poorer, the cost-to-performance ratio isn't high. Does Sir really want to rent it? Yi Yuan's eyes lit up. He only asked tentatively, did not expect that there really was. He was only renting the cultivation room in order to refine pills. Good or bad did not matter. Right now, he did not have the qualifications to cultivate at all. All right, I'll rent for 10 days. You have someone directly deliver the spirit medicines to the cultivation room, Yi Yuan said straightforwardly. Hong Yin did not expect that Yi Yuan really rented it. She was very perplexed by Yi Yuan's actions. Could it be that this young man who did not even have divine essence actually wanted to refine pills himself? You have got to be kidding. The professional Hong Yin smiled faintly again and said, Okay, sir. Adding the spirit medicines that you bought previously, it's 68 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones in total. Please pay the bill first. Yi Yuan felt his flesh hurt, retrieving 68 pieces of divine essence stones from within the storage ring and paid the bill. With this, inside his storage ring was only left with 67 pieces of divine essence stones. If he was unable to use these 67 pieces of divine essence stones to refine a divine essence pill, then what awaited him shall be death. Right now, Yi Yuan already had no paths of retreat. Oh, right. If I can refine divine essence pills, will your myriad treasure tower accept it? Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Hong Yin was stunned. This was still her first time encountering such a person. Buying spirit medicines at the myriad treasure tower, he actually wanted to refine into medicinal pills and sell to the myriad treasure tower. But she already confirmed one thing. This young man renting a practice room was really to refine pills himself. However, a youth who did not even have divine essence, what right did he? No, wait, formation Dao pill refinement. Hong Yin's entire body suddenly trembled, thinking of a kind of possibility. But how was this possible? Formation Dao pill refinement in this Jewel Hill city, there should be no one able to do it, right? Divine pills are naturally accepted, but it will have to depend on what grade of divine essence pill you refine. Our myriad treasure tower guarantees quality. Divine essence pills lower than middle grade, we won't accept any. Hong Yin was shocked inwardly but was still calm on the surface. Furthermore, she was very puzzled. This youth seemed to be very short on money. But if he really knew formation Dao pill refinement, how could he possibly be poor until he could not even afford to rent a yellow-rank cultivation room? But Yi Yuan did not mind Hong Yin's words. He asked, I wonder what's your acquisition price? Hong Yin was not impatient and replied, middle-grade divine essence pill, 25 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones. High-grade divine essence pills, 80. Superior-grade divine essence pills, 400 pieces. Middle-grade divine essence pills selling price was 30 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones. High-grade was 100 pieces. Superior-grade was 500 pieces. Since the myriad treasure tower purchased medicinal pills, they naturally wanted to earn the price difference. This price was already very fair. In reality, the one that sold the most was still low-grade divine essence pills. The majority of martial artists could only afford to consume low-grade. Because divine essence pills were running stock medicinal pills for martial artists to cultivate, middle grade was still a little okay. High grade would easily require hundreds of divine essence stones. Ordinary martial artists really could not afford it. As for superior grade divine essence pills, that was really a sky-high price. But what the myriad treasure tower walked was the quality goods route. Hence, low-grade divine essence pills which did not meet the mark, they did not sell at all. Yi Yuan nodded and said to Hong Yin with clasped hands, Thank you very much, Mississippi. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Hong Yin's beautiful eyes swiveled around. Although she did not think that Yi Yuan could refine divine essence pills, she garnered interest in Yi Yuan. After entering the cultivation room, Yi Yuan directly sunk his divine sense into the world-suppressing steel according to the method that Dustless said. Suddenly, his eyes blurred, directly entering inside a milky white space. Yi Yuan discovered that the time flow rate here was indeed much faster than the outside world. Senior, get started then. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said with a firm gaze. He only had 10 days, which were 100 days' time inside the world-suppressing steel. A 100 days' time to use to master formation Dao pill refinement. This was an incomparably arduous challenge. He did not have any time to waste. This was a virtually impossible task. Tao-defying pill said, compared to mortal-grade medicinal pills, the refinement threshold of divine pills is much higher. You had once refined the Tao-defying pill before. Even though that medicinal pill was incredible, it's also still in the scope of mortal-grade medicinal pills. Divine rank spirit medicines, even the lowest level divine rank spirit medicines, the complexity of the medicinal properties is also 10,000 times, even 100,000 times, a million times of mortal-grade spirit medicines. Therefore, wanting to refine divine pills, one must first familiarize with the medicinal properties of divine rank spirit medicines. This is a drawn-out process. But you only have 10 chances. The spirit medicines that Yi Yuan purchased were the quantity of 10 sets of divine essence pills in total. This was also to say that not only did he have to use these 10 sets of spirit medicines to familiarize himself with the medicinal properties, he even had to use them to attempt pill refinement. Furthermore, he must even succeed in refining a middle-grade divine essence pill. This difficulty was too great. Dustless sighed and said, "Kid, even if it's heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, it's also impossible to complete such a refinement. It's really making things hard for you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior, these emotional words, it's not too late to wait until after Yi Yuan fails before talking." Dustless's gaze turned intent and he said with a nod, "I'll be telling you about the medicinal properties of these few kinds of divine rank spirit medicines. As for how much you can comprehend, it will have to depend on yourself. First, it's the divine rain silk." Dustless talked smoothly, clearly long memorized the medicinal properties of these low-level spirit medicines thoroughly already. However, no matter how familiar Dustless was, that was Dustless's business. Pill refinement, this sort of thing, only if the alchemist himself comprehended it could he refine it. Talking and mastering were two completely different things. There was a saying, knowledge from books was ultimately shallow, one must experience it firsthand to know the intrinsic quality. This was the situation. Pill refinement had always been a skill that was continuously refined and tempered. No matter how thoroughly the master expounded, it also required one to explore it little by little. At most, it was just shortening this process. Yi Yuan focused on things the way he had never done before. Every word that Dustless said, he imprinted it firmly in his mind. He did not have many chances to go and repeatedly experience the medicinal properties of these spirit medicines. Then what Dustless said was very important. Refining divine pills, Yi Yuan was an out-and-out novice. But in terms of pill refining experience, few people could match up to Yi Yuan, even if what he refined were all mortal-grade medicinal pills. This talk was 10 days and 10 nights. 100 days, 1/10 was gone in a blink of an eye. Even though Dustless had long warned before, Yi Yuan still did not expect that a mere 5 kinds of lowest-level divine rank spirit medicines were actually complicated to such a degree. In these 10 days, the quantity of information which Dustless narrated, even Yi Yuan had the impulse to shrink back at the sound of it. Without the least bit of exaggeration, every kind of spirit medicine was an encyclopedia. At this time, he finally knew why Dustless was so pessimistic about him. The refining difficulty of this divine essence pill, the Tao-defying pill, could not catch up to it even by whipping the horse. What Dustless talked about was still just the medicinal properties. The true pill refining process was goodness knows how many times more complicated than this. 100 days' time was indeed too forceful. Heck, kid, know the difficulty of refining divine pills, right? Now, are you still so confident? Dustless could not resist teasing when he saw Yi Yuan's expression. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "The difficulty is indeed much greater than I imagined, but it's still that sentence. I already have no way out. Since that's the case, then I'll face the difficulties." Done talking, Yi Yuan slowly closed his eyes and started digesting his gains over these 10 days. A colossal amount of information needed him to go and digest little by little. He did not have the conditions to experiment repeatedly. He could only do his homework beforehand. 2 days later, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Dustless said in surprise, "You used 2 days' time and already completely digested it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Can't say completely digest, but I more or less understand a little. The things that Senior said ultimately needs to be experienced firsthand. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk." Dustless's brows furrowed, and he said, "Kid, I urge that you'd best experience it for a few more days. Your divine sea is damaged. After swallowing these spirit medicines, the medicinal properties will dissipate very quickly. The time left for you is just 1/10, even 1/100th of ordinary martial artists." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Of course I know this. But the verification of medicinal properties, it is still better to experience it firsthand." Finished talking, Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, directly retrieving a portion of divine rain silk and started chewing it bit by bit. At this time, outside the Myriad Treasure Tower, Xianxia and another Liang family's family guard were already impatient from waiting. "Why hasn't that punk come out after entering the Myriad Treasure Tower?" the family guard said. Xianxia mused for a moment and said, "He wouldn't have entered the cultivation room, right?" That family guard was stunned and said with a snicker, "Cultivation room? A cripple enter a cultivation room for what? Isn't this taking off the pants to let out a fart? An unnecessary move?" Xianxia also felt that it was not too likely. But Yi Yuan staying until now, what could it be apart from entering the cultivation room still? "This kid is very strange. Mustn't let down our guard. No matter what, we'd best keep a close watch. If he doesn't come out, then we'll wait until he comes out," Xianxia said. A surge of sweetness flowed into his heart. The divine rain silk turned into threads of divine essence, entering Yi Yuan's 4 limbs and all the bones in his body. Finally, it converged in Yi Yuan's divine sea. Yi Yuan closed his eyes, sampling the divine rain silk's medicinal properties in detail. The knowledge that Dustless narrated rolled swiftly in Yi Yuan's mind, affirming with his experiences one by one. However, after the divine rain silk's medicinal strength entered Yi Yuan's divine sea, it dissipated to nothing very quickly. Very soon, Yi Yuan's divine sea was thoroughly dried up. "What did I say? You're purely wasting spirit medicines like this. Digest the things that I said more." Dustless was currently grumbling when he suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan completely ignored him. One look, Yi Yuan actually already entered a meditative state. Dustless was helpless and could only shut up. 2 days later, Yi Yuan swallowed another portion of divine rain silk. Dustless could not do anything to Yi Yuan and could only cuss him out for being a wastrel. But Yi Yuan acted arbitrarily without regard for others' opinion. It was as if he did not hear his words at all. Only at this time did Dustless notice that ever since the first time he swallowed the divine rain silk, Yi Yuan did not seem to have paid attention to him anymore. This guy, he wouldn't have. Dustless sucked in a deep breath. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became odd. He shut his mouth and just kept looking at him like this. Yi Yuan already completely forgot about Dustless's existence. He was just like a puppet, swallowing a portion of spirit medicines every 1 to 2 days. The spirit medicines were reducing one portion by one portion. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stopping. In a blink, over 30 days passed. 10 sets of complete spirit medicines were only left with 4 sets now. These 30 days' time, Yi Yuan exhausted a full 6 portions of spirit medicines. When Yi Yuan opened his eyes, he discovered that Dustless's breathing became ragged, a pair of eyes staring at him like seeing ghosts. Yi Yuan asked with a curious look, "Senior, what are you doing here? Could it be that there are flowers on my face?" Dustless drew a deep breath and strove to calm his emotions down and asked Yi Yuan, "You wouldn't have grasped all of it, right?" When he asked this kind of thing, Dustless actually started feeling somewhat worried lest he should lose it. Yi Yuan froze. Only then did he understand that Dustless was asking him if he grasped the medicinal properties of the spirit medicines. Yi Yuan shut his eyes and went through once, and discovered to his pleasant surprise that these spirit medicines' medicinal properties. He actually already grasped 70% to 80%. This discovery made Yi Yuan pleasantly surprised. This period of time, he felt like he had a dream. In the dream, he was continuously comprehending these spirit medicines' medicinal properties. No idea how much time had passed either, he virtually grasped all of it. He originally thought that he was having a dream. He did not expect that after waking up from the dream, he actually really grasped the medicinal properties of these spirit medicines. This kind of feeling was really like dreaming. Yi Yuan asked Dustless with a look of pleasant surprise and said, "Senior, I already grasped 70% to 80% of the medicinal properties. What's going on here? The corners of Dustless's mouth suddenly twitched and he asked, did you feel like these 30 days' time it was like having a dream? Yi Yuan froze and could not help saying in surprise, 30 days? 30 days already gone by. Merely just a dream. Yi Yuan felt that the time was very long in the dream. But after waking up, he also felt that not a long time passed. But hearing Dustless meaning 30 days had actually gone by already. The more he said, the more puzzled Yi Yuan got, totally unaware of what happened. He grasped these spirit medicines' medicinal properties bafflingly. Did you have a dream? Dustless suddenly asked. Yi Yuan nodded honestly. In the dream, did you feel like a very long time had already passed? Yi Yuan nodded once again. In the dream, did you continuously comprehend the medicinal properties? Yi Yuan nodded his head repeatedly. Dustless let out a sigh and said, You brat, your luck is really excellent to the extreme. In an accident arising from many causes, you actually entered the selfless realm one. Selfless realm. Yi Yuan repeated it, clearly very unfamiliar with this realm. Dustless said, That's right. The so-called selfless realm is a kind of spirit wandering away state. Under this sort of state, no matter what you learn, it's incomparably fast. Since you entered the selfless realm until now, a total of 30 days' time had passed. Figuring out 70% to 80% of 5 kinds of divine-rank spirit medicines in 30 days, this can simply be rated as a miracle. Only the selfless realm can achieve this kind of effect. Yi Yuan said in surprise, There's still such a realm? Doesn't that mean that 100 days' time is sufficient for me to refine the divine essence pill? Pooh! You're really shameless. Do you think that selfless realm is so easy to enter? Being able to enter this kind of state once, you already hit the jackpot. Under Divine Lord Realm, among a million martial artists, there might not be one capable of entering selfless realm too. Among them includes Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm and Origin Deity Realm. Furthermore, even entering once, that's very lucky too. The chances of entering again are even smaller than the first time. Dustless said. Yi Yuan was also secretly dumbfounded when he heard. It looked like he seemed to have really hit the jackpot. Senior, this selfless realm, just what kind of realm is it? Yi Yuan said curiously. Since there are higher realms after Deity Realm, then after Heaven Man Unity Heart Realm, there are naturally higher realms too. Selfless realm is the Heart Realm after Heaven Man Unity. Heaven Man Unity is the resonance towards Heavenly Tao, while selfless is in accordance with Heavenly Tao. You definitely found the correspondence point with Heavenly Tao under the heavy pressure. Hence, you temporarily entered selfless realm. Cultivating by following a normal routine, only after reaching Divine Lord Realm, creating a world that belongs to you. Can you find the correspondence with the Heavenspan world's Heavenly Tao and firmly enter selfless realm? Dustless said. The meaning of these words, he said, was very simple. Yi Yuan got very lucky. That was how he entered the selfless realm. Wanting to enter again was undoubtedly a fool's ramblings. The disparity between Grotto Profound Deity Realm and Divine Lord Realm was too great. But Yi Yuan laughed open-mindedly and said, So that's how it is. No matter what, grasping the medicinal properties is good. Senior, can we start expounding on Formation Tao? Dustless was not as accepting as Yi Yuan. He was still incredibly shocked in his heart. He did not say certain stuff. Those able to coincidentally enter selfless realm, the vast majority were all Origin Deity Realm powerhouses. The comprehension of Origin Deity Realms toward Heavenly Tao was already very high. If lucky, one would be able to find the correspondence point with the Heavenspan world's Heavenly Tao. And Origin Deity Realms capable of entering selfless realm, the majority were all able to hew open a world, achieving Divine Lord Realm, truly becoming a powerhouse of a region. Those like Yi Yuan, able to enter selfless realm after just breaking through to Grotto Profound Deity Realm, one might not even be able to find a few in the entire Heavenspan world. This was the real reason why he was astounded. In other words, as long as Yi Yuan could cultivate to the Origin Deity Realm by following a normal routine, reaching Divine Lord Realm was virtually a shoo-in. After entering the Deity Realm, even though every step was extremely difficult, there was still a massive dividing crest between realms. Divine Lord Realm was the first hurdle. Hong Yin, you normally never make mistakes. But today you already slipped up quite a number of times. Did you encounter something recently? I see that you seem to be somewhat absent-minded today, an old man said to Hong Yin. Hong Yin had worked for the Myriad Treasure Tower for a very long time already. She had never made mistakes before. But today, her entire person seemed to be muddle-headed. It was either counting the divine essence stones wrongly or getting the wrong things for the customer. When the shopkeeper saw this, he could not refrain from coming up to remind. Hong Yin said slightly apologetically, Manager Su, really sorry. The mistakes made today deduct from my wages. Manager Su shook his head and said, I didn't mean that. This old man sees with my own eyes when you do things normally, so why would I deduct your wages for this minor thing? I see that you keep on looking around today like you're waiting for someone. Could it be that you took fancy on some family, son? Hong Yin's face flushed bright red and she hurriedly shook her hand and said, What's Manager Su thinking of? I was just somewhat curious. Curious? Manager Su wondered. Heavenly Dao nodded her head and did not have the intention of concealing it either, narrating Yi Yuan's unusual situation that day and said, Today is just nice, the 10th day, wonder if he succeeded or not. Hence, I've been restless all along. Manager Su chortled with laughter when he heard and said, Oh, Hong Yin, you're also a veteran of the Myriad Treasure Tower already. Why would you have this kind of naive thoughts? A guy who doesn't even have divine essence, how can he possibly refine a divine pill? You also said it that youth was merely 30 to 40 years old. This age, one can't even accomplish learning the rudiments in alchemy, still want to refine pills with formation Dao? What do you take those alchemy masters in the city to be? Hong Yin could not help being stupefied when she heard that, only then feeling that she seemed to really be somewhat heading down a blind alley. Around 30 to 40 years old, he was merely a youngster in the heavenspan world. Just as Manager Su said, how could this age possibly refine pills with formation Dao and refine divine pills? Hong Yin was currently in a daze when a suit of azure robes walked out from the inner halls. That place was precisely the direction that led to the cultivation rooms. Yi Yuan walked straight towards Hong Yin and opened his mouth and said, Miss, you said before that the Myriad Treasure Tower takes in middle-grade divine essence pills. I wonder if it's still valid. The moment these words came out, not just Hong Yin, even Manager Su also shuddered all over, using a gaze like they had seen a ghost to look towards Yi Yuan. You really refined the divine essence pill. Hong Yin was even stammering when speaking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Of course I refined it, but there's only one. I wonder if the Myriad Treasure Tower will accept. Hong Yin did not answer Yi Yuan but used a strange gaze to size Yi Yuan up and down. She wanted to find a trace of divine essence undulation from Yi Yuan. But sadly, she was disappointed. No divine essence. Not even the slightest trace. Could it be that you really... Hong Yin's words did not finish yet and were cut off by Manager Su. He said with Yi Yuan smilingly, Of course, our Myriad Treasure Tower never refuses cooperation with alchemists. As long as the divine essence pill you refined meets the requirements, we'll take them all. Yi Yuan nodded his head and took out a gray-black medicinal pill, medicinal fragrance suffusing everywhere. Hong Yin and Manager Su's gaze turned intent. The quality of this divine essence pill was even better than they imagined. Middle-grade divine essence pill was not without any surprises at all. Good quality ones could come close to high-grade. Poor quality ones would also not be too far away from low-grade. This middle-grade divine essence pill that Yi Yuan took out, the quality was rather decent. Although it was not at the level close to high-grade, compared to middle-grade divine essence pills, the quality was much better. Manager Su said, Little brother, our Myriad Treasure Tower is equally honest with the old and young when doing transactions. Your middle-grade divine essence pill's quality is pretty good. The selling price will be a little higher than ordinary middle-grade divine essence pills. This medicinal pill, I'll give you 28 pieces of divine essence stones. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with clasped hands, This one should be the manager, right? Then, thank you very much. However, just give me 16 pieces of divine essence stones. That will do. I still have 3 pieces of divine essence stones here. I still want to rent another day's cultivation room. The rest, help me exchange all of it for the divine essence pills materials. The remaining 3 pieces of divine essence stones were naturally left over from Yi Yuan developing the array formation. The array formation for refining divine essence pills was called lesser divine essence formation. This was an array formation specifically created for the divine essence pill. The divine essence stones that it required were not many, just 8 pieces. Yi Yuan had 67 pieces left previously, which was also to say that he only had 8 chances. Although the lesser divine essence formation only required 8 pieces of divine essence stones, the complexity of this array formation far exceeded Yi Yuan's imagination. Lu Linfeng's formation Dao could be said to be a pinnacle existence in the Immortal Grove world. So much so that he already deduced the heavenly Dao belonging to him. But those array formations were not worth mentioning at all in front of this puny little lesser divine essence formation. The two were on completely different orders of magnitude. An array formation piled up with a mere 8 pieces of divine essence stones virtually depleted all of Yi Yuan's mental energy. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's formation Dao foundation was much more solid than Dustless imagined. Back then, inside the Peach Blossom formation, Yi Yuan studied the array formation and laid down a solid foundation for divine Dao array formations, making him infer some aspect of divine Dao array formations from a glimpse. Under the heavy pressure, Yi Yuan erupted with limitless potential. He deduced the array formation frenziedly. In the following 55 days, Yi Yuan pushed himself to the limits. That sort of craziness, even Dustless was secretly dumbfounded when he saw it too, exclaiming that he was sick. However, what surprised Dustless even more was that Yi Yuan actually just lacked a tiny bit more to enter the selfless realm once again. Yi Yuan at that time already entered a kind of mysterious state. But in the end, it still fell short of success by 1 step. The selfless realm was too difficult to enter. But Yi Yuan was not without harvests either. It was precisely the critical state this time that let Yi Yuan's formation Dao attainments advance by leaps and bounds, finally comprehending the lesser divine essence formation. At that time, even Dustless, whose eyes were at the top of his head, also screamed out freak. He totally did not expect that Yi Yuan actually really completed an impossible task in a short 100 days' time. Formation Dao medicinal properties, Yi Yuan comprehended all of it. It was just missing this final step of refinement. Logically speaking, once the lesser divine essence formation was completed, as long as one placed the spirit medicines in a suitable position inside the array formation, it would be able to automatically complete the refinement. But Yi Yuan's comprehension of the lesser divine essence formation was still very shallow. In the process of the pill refinement, various unexpected situations would occur. The time still had 5 days remaining. Yi Yuan still had the last 27 pieces of divine essence stones remaining, which were also 3 refinement opportunities. Because once the array formation activated, the energy inside the divine essence stones would be depleted, becoming barren rocks. The first chance, Yi Yuan's refinement failed without the least bit of surprise. Yi Yuan spent 3 days' time and consolidated the experiences of the first failure. The second refinement, he finally succeeded. But unfortunately, what was refined this time was merely a low-grade divine essence pill. Yi Yuan settled down and researched another day. Finally, at the last juncture, he refined this middle-grade divine essence pill. After Yi Yuan returned to the cultivation room once more, Hong Yin and manager Su exchanged a glance, both seeing astonishment from the other party's eyes. This boy's talent is truly terrifying. Hong Yin, you continue to pay attention to him. If he needs any help, do whatever it takes. In addition, the divine essence pills that he refines, purchase all of them at a high price. Manager Su said with a slightly solemn gaze. Damn it, that punk really stayed at the Myriad Treasure Tower. I'm perplexed, where did he get divine essence stones? I've already inquired before. Eldest Miss had Lan Qing send this boy quite a few divine essence stones. So it's like that. But with Madam around, Eldest Miss doesn't seem to have much divine essence stones in her possession either, right? And at most, it's also around 100 pieces. The Myriad Treasure Tower's yellow rank cultivation rooms need 10 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones too. He can't last past a few days. We can't afford to provoke the Myriad Treasure Tower. Just keep watch here then. Eldest Miss had always stood aloof from the world these few years. Madam couldn't find an excuse to mess with her either. This time, she sent that boy divine essence stones. This finally let Madame get the opportunity. Yeah, this matter concerns the Liang family's rise and fall. Even family head has nothing to say either. Want to say eldest miss is also really pitiful. These few years, she has been badly oppressed by that pair of mother and daughter. Isn't that so? Now she's thrown into the dungeons. That pair of mother and daughter probably won't let her off easily. Zhang Shun duo waited for 10 days outside the Myriad Treasure Tower, filling them with burning anxiety. However, the Myriad Treasure Tower was not what the Liang family could afford to provoke at all. They could only keep an eye on the Myriad Treasure Tower too, awaiting Yi Yuan to come out. The more they waited, the more irritated the two people got. A cripple actually wasted so much of their time. But, hearing the meaning in their words, Liang Wanru was actually thrown into the dungeons by Wang Pianran because of sending Yi Yuan divine essence stones. With Wang Pianran's methods, she naturally would not let Liang Wanru off so easily. This time, perhaps she would be put to death. At this time, 10 days had already gone by inside the world-suppressing steel. Yi Yuan left seclusion once more. When Hong Yin saw the 2 middle-grade divine essence pills in front of her, she could not help being shocked until she could not close her mouth. She knew that the divine essence stones on Yi Yuan was only sufficient to launch the lesser divine essence formation twice. This was also to say that Yi Yuan's current success rate was 100%. One had to know Yi Yuan bought 10 sets of spirit medicines previously and only took out a middle-grade divine essence pill. This improvement speed was truly a little too terrifying, right? Of course, if she knew that before entering the cultivation room, Yi Yuan was still an out-and-out layman, wonder what she would feel. Hong Yin was a Myriad Treasure Tower's veteran already. She knew how great the difficulty of Formation Dao pill refinement was, because nobody in Jewel Hill City could perform Formation Dao pill refinement. Not only Manager Su was this Myriad Treasure Tower's head manager, but he was also a peak 1-star alchemy god. But even he could not perform this Formation Dao pill refinement either. However, Yi Yuan actually already grasped Formation Dao pill refinement at this time. Furthermore, he even had such a high success rate. How could this not dumbfound Hong Yin? Sir is truly an alchemy genius. Improvement speed is too quick. It has just been a day, and the quality of divine essence pill that you refined is much better than before again. In another few days, Sir will probably be able to refine high-grade divine essence pills, Hong Yin exclaimed. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Mrs. Too Kind, my luck was just a little better. Not that Yi Yuan was modest, it was really that his luck was good. With only 2 chances, Yi Yuan swallowed another 2 sets of spirit medicines before refining in order to familiarize himself with the medicinal properties. Only all the way until the last 2 days did he start refining. With Yi Yuan's current strength, the assurance in refining divine essence pills was also merely around 30%. He did not expect that the 2 times actually all succeeded. Hong Yin's beautiful eyes stared at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Sir, just call me Hong Yin will do. I wonder what's Sir's name? Yi Yuan said, So, it's Miss Hong Yin, I am Yi Yuan. Sir Yi is so talented, to actually be completely unknown previously. Hong Yin is truly ignorant and ill-informed. Hong Yin said probingly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, This Yi just entered the city not long ago, and is temporarily staying with the Liang family. Yi Yuan did not conceal it. He believed that with the Myriad Treasure Tower's strength, if they really wanted to check, it was very easy to find out. Hong Yin was greatly surprised when she heard that. The Liang family was one of Jewel Hill City's big family clans. It was absolutely impossible to not even be able to take out this bit of divine essence stones. Looking at Yi Yuan's pedantic appearance, it seemed like his relationship with the Liang family was rather strange. But Hong Yin was also an experienced girl and did not bring it out on her face, but smiled radiantly and said, So that's how it is. Will Sir continue to exchange these 2 divine essence pills for divine essence stones and spirit medicines? Yi Yuan said with clasped hands, I'll have to trouble Miss Hong Yin. 2 middle-grade divine essence pills were 56 divine essence stones. Yi Yuan's financial situation became much better off all of a sudden. He still only rented a day's cultivation room, exchanging all of the rest to spirit medicines and divine essence stones. Time passed day by day. Yi Yuan's comprehension towards the lesser divine essence formation became deeper and deeper. The quality of the divine essence pills refined also became higher and higher. On the 7th day, Yi Yuan finally refined a high-grade divine essence pill. With this, Yi Yuan was finally considered to have leaped over the dragon gate. To him, this was not a high-grade divine essence pill, but 80 divine essence stones. What Yi Yuan needed the most right now were divine essence stones. Roughly the cost of 10 pieces of divine essence stones and refining a high-grade divine essence pill worth 80 pieces of divine essence stones, this kind of incremental effect was what Yi Yuan was most willing to see. When Hong Yin saw this high-grade divine essence pill, she was shocked until she could not close her mouth once more. Although the divine essence pill was the most basic divine pill, Yi Yuan's improvement speed could simply use horrifying to describe. However, what she was surprised by was still about that thing. Following Yi Yuan's financial situation becoming more and more well-off, he had even more chances to refine medicinal pills. The understanding of medicinal properties and lesser divine essence formation also become deeper and deeper. Hence, his success rate got higher and higher, the quality also became more and more stable. In between this, Hong Yin arbitrarily made a decision, limitlessly providing Yi Yuan divine essence stones and spirit medicines as long as Yi Yuan handed the refined medicinal pills to the myriad treasure tower. Yi Yuan agreed without any hesitation. What he needed the most right now was practice. With the support of a colossal titan like the myriad treasure tower, he could finally go all out to refine divine essence pills. On the 10th day, the divine essence pills that Yi Yuan refined were already stabilized at high grade. On the 18th day, the 280th day inside the world suppressing steel. Inside the array formation, light faded away. 8 divine essence stones became barren rocks. But a bright glint flashed across in Yi Yuan's eyes, revealing an excited expression. Haha! Finally formed. Looking at the superior grade divine essence pill in his hand, Yi Yuan also felt inexplicably excited. Divine pills were too hard to refine. In these 250 days, he refined pills, refined pills, deliberated, over and over like this, no idea how many times he repeated it. All the way until today, refining his first superior grade divine essence pill. Just superior grade, is there a need to be happy until like this? Refining a superior grade divine essence pill is merely just the beginning. Dustless struck down without any mercy. Although his words were said like that, Yi Yuan's improvement, Dustless took it into his sights every day and was long deeply convinced by Yi Yuan's talent already. He felt that Yi Yuan was simply a genius born to refine pills. Yi Yuan used the greater part of a year and reached a height that others could only attain using 100 years. This kind of improvement speed already could not be said to be fast to describe it. But Yi Yuan was not beaten down at all and said excitedly, "Senior doesn't know that in the past, my lifelong pursuit was to refine a divine pill. Now that I refined a superior grade divine essence pill, it can also be regarded as attaining a higher level in divine pills." Junior is naturally happy. Dustless's requirement toward Yi Yuan was not superior grade, but divine grade. The grades of divine pills were not identical to mortal grade medicinal pills. Above superior grade was heaven grade, and above heaven grade was divine grade. Just take the divine essence pill for instance. Refining an ordinary low-grade divine essence pill could match a month's bitter cultivation. Reaching high grade, it could match a year of bitter cultivation, while divine grade was sufficient to match 10 years of bitter cultivation. 10 years of bitter cultivation was nothing in the cultivation of this deity realm. But the grades below divine grade, if a person kept on taking them, the medicinal effects would continue to weaken. But divine grade would not. This was also to say that if you could refine enough divine grade divine essence pills, your cultivation speed could reach 10 times, 100 times, even 1,000 times of others. This way, the ordinary to the extreme divine essence pill became extremely extraordinary. However, mortal grade transcendent grade medicinal pills were not worth mentioning at all in front of divine grade divine essence pills. It could not even compare to heaven grade, and in the various major shops, they would never sell heaven grade divine essence pills. As for divine grade, that was just a grade in the legends. Therefore, even though Yi Yuan refined a superior grade divine essence pill, Dustless was still pessimistic about him. Divine essence pill was just a kind of basic medicinal pill. It was still far from the 1-star heavenly mark pill. 1-star Heavenly Mark pill was a divine pill even harder to refine than the Profound Essence pill. In this regard, it was very in line with Yi Yuan's cultivation mentality. That was that the foundation must be solidified. Refining the Divine Essence pill to Divine Essence was precisely in order to solidify the foundation. Sir Yi, you finally exited seclusion. The last time you gave Hong Yin quite a few high-grade Divine Essence pills. It gave Hong Yin a fright. I wonder this time, will Sir Yi give Hong Yin a pleasant surprise once again? When Hong Yin saw that Yi Yuan came out, she went forward to greet him with a wide grin, cracking a joke with him. Interacting a few times, Yi Yuan also became much more familiar with Hong Yin, especially after limitlessly providing Yi Yuan spirit medicines and divine essence stones. Recently, these few days, Yi Yuan exhausted large quantities of spirit medicines and divine essence stones. Even Hong Yin felt a bit overwhelmed too. Especially in the last 2 days, there were already quite a few people gossiping. Fortunately, after Manager Su knew about this matter, not only did he not blame her, he notified the warehouse side instead. Only then did it suppress those gossips. However, if Yi Yuan really only ate and not vomited, it would make things difficult for her. Hong Yin was also wagering. She was eyeing on Yi Yuan's potential. If she could attract a future alchemy genius for the Myriad Treasure Tower, her position in the Myriad Treasure Tower would rise like the boat rising with the tide. Yi Yuan had read countless people. How could he not perceive that hint of nervousness in the depths of Hong Yin's eyes? I wonder if this is considered a pleasant surprise or not. Yi Yuan placed the superior-grade Divine Essence pill in front of Hong Yin with a smile. Hong Yin's pupils constricted, her eyes full of incredulity. Sir Yi, this is too amazing. Hong Yin was agitated until she was almost incoherent. No matter what grade of divine pill, the raw materials required were all the same. Hence, the higher the grade, the higher the added value of the medicinal pill. Similarly, materials worth 10 pieces of low-grade divine essence stones, once it reached superior grade, then it was worth 500 low-grade divine essence stones. This was a 50-fold increment. How could Hong Yin expect that Yi Yuan actually refined a superior-grade divine essence pill so quickly? Yi Yuan smiled and handed a storage ring to Hong Yin, saying with a smile, "The fruits in this period of time are all here. The divine essence pill is useless to me. I didn't take a single one. It's all for the Myriad Treasure Tower." Hong Yin received the storage ring and examined, and was immediately stunned. Inside the storage ring, there were actually quite a dozen divine essence pills. Furthermore, among them, 60% and above were high-grade, only 40% was low-grade. She looked at Yi Yuan like she saw a ghost, her eyes filled with astonishment. Previously, backtracking from Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, Hong Yin estimated that Yi Yuan's pill refinement success rate was around 30% to 40%. Truthfully speaking, it was already rather high, but now, Yi Yuan's success rate was actually as high as 70%. This kind of success rate could be rated as frightening. Even Manager Su probably could not reach such a terrifying success rate either. Sir Yi, you wait a moment, I have to report this matter to Manager Su. The pleasant surprise that you gave me was seriously a little too huge. Hong Yin said and disappeared with a whoosh. Yi Yuan smiled and found a place himself to sit down. With Yi Yuan's personality, he did not like to be so high-profile. But if he did not reveal some strength, it was impossible for him to receive the Myriad Treasure Tower's high regard. What he had to face currently was the powerful Liang family. Furthermore, his divine sea was damaged. If he did not find a backstage supporter, it was very hard to beat the Liang family. And the Myriad Treasure Tower was clearly the best supporter. He believed that it was impossible for the Myriad Treasure Tower's upper echelons to sit by idly and remain indifferent towards such a rising alchemy new star. Yi Yuan was clear about this in his heart. His improvement in this period of time, even Dustless was dumbfounded. It was impossible for the Myriad Treasure Tower to remain indifferent. One superior-grade divine essence pill was enough. You're saying that youth called Yi Yuan refined a superior-grade divine essence pill with formation Dao pill refinement? A man in opulent clothing was also shocked when he heard Manager Su's report. Manager Su nodded and said, "With this old man's experience, it absolutely won't be wrong. From the divine essence stones as well as the amount of spirit medicines that he consumed, it's not hard to determine these divine essence pills all originated from the lesser divine essence formation. The man in fine clothing mused for a moment and said, "If this is really the case, our myriad treasure tower is in a favorable position." Investigated the background clearly? Myriad treasure tower said, "Investigated clearly. He was saved by the Liang family's eldest miss in the wilderness. His origins unknown. Now, the Liang family seems to be hostile and wanted to harm him. That's why he would hide in our myriad treasure tower and not dare to go out." Manager Su rattled on. He actually already turned Yi Yuan inside out. The man in fine clothing was slightly surprised as he said, in that case, he had the intention of exposing his alchemy talent to us and seeking our protection? Manager Su said with a smile. Looking at it now, it seems so. The man in fine clothing mused briefly and seemed to be muttering to himself. According to what you all said, this boy has clearly just came into contact with alchemy not long. Such talent is truly terrifying. His future prospects are bound to be limitless. This kind of talent, once learned by Jewel Hill City's other forces, he'll surely be seized openly. Unless we kill him now, otherwise it's establishing a strong enemy for ourselves. We have no reason to refuse. Manager Su, you come forward on behalf of this Tower Lord and hire Yi Yuan to be the Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist. All of the expenses that his pill refinement needs, count it all in my Myriad Treasure Tower's books. Also, he's completely without the power to protect himself right now. Send Luo Jian to protect him. Manager Su bowed and said, Tower Lord is wise. Manager Su knew that Tower Lord Yang Rui was a person with tremendous foresight, and could definitely see Yi Yuan's potential. Yang Rui scolded laughingly. You old punk, stop sucking up. Oh, right, Hongyin did very well this time, promote her a grade and bestow her a heaven-grade divine essence pill. Manager Su said smilingly. Then this old man will thank Tower Lord on behalf of Hongyin. Upon exiting the Myriad Treasure Tower, Yi Yuan was blocked by Zhang Shun and another person. Sir Yi, you've made us search for you bitterly. This disappearance is a month's time, Zhang Shun said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan was clear in his heart, but pretended to be puzzled and said, Find me for? I heard that the Myriad Treasure Tower's cultivation rooms were pretty good, so I came here to cultivate for some time. Zhang Shun was stupefied and said, Cultivate? You, a fellow with a damaged divine sea, cultivate what? Bullshitting wasn't done like this, all right? Yi Yuan smiled but said nothing. Was cultivating alchemy not considered cultivation? Zhang Shun laughed dryly and said, Ha, it's like this, eldest miss became seriously ill and has no appetite for food and drinks. Second miss said that you're the closest to her, so we're asking you to return. Maybe you can make eldest miss take a turn for the better a bit. The two of them kept watch for so long and felt that Yi Yuan might have perceived a little something. Hence, that was why they made up a lie to trick Yi Yuan back before talking. There were too many people on the streets, it was hard to make a move. Actually, it was not considered a lie either, because Liang Wanru was really almost dying. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, What's going on? Zhang Shun revealed an upset expression on his face and said, This Zhang doesn't know what's going on either. It's just that this period of time, her mood became more and more dejected, and she had less and less appetite for food and drinks. Now, she already can't get down the bed. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and said, Go. Return to the Liang family. Yi Yuan walked in front. Zhang Shun and the other person exchanged a glance, secretly ecstatic. But Zhang Shun discovered that a guy in worn-out clothes and bristly stubble was currently hugging a sword and following them unhurriedly. Zhang Shun's heart sank. This guy, he actually could not fathom him. The Myriad Treasure Tower was not far from the Liang family. Yi Yuan sped up and entered the Liang family very soon. Zhang Shun discovered that that sword-hugging man actually wanted to enter too, and could not help stepping forward to stop the other party. This brother. This place is the Liang family's manor. Please stop. The sword-hugging man seemingly did not hear his words at all, walking over straight towards him. Zhang Shun's face fell and was about to make a move with another person. But when the two of them just had this thought, only to see two gusts of strong wind arrive with a howl. The two people's gaze turned intent, their bodies abruptly stopping. Two strands of broken hair floated down. The two people's backs were instantly matted in cold sweat. Such a quick sword. The two of them did not see how this gruff man attacked at all. They did not doubt in the slightest that as long as that sword earlier was somewhat deeper, the two of their heads would definitely be gone already. In the time where they were dazed, the sword-hugging man already followed Yi Yuan in. "Senior, where's Wanru?" Yi Yuan asked in a solemn voice. "Inside the dungeon at the backyard. I'll lead you over," Dustless said. Under Dustless's guidance, Yi Yuan found the dungeon's entrance very soon. The ones watching the dungeon were all mortals. Yi Yuan sent them flying with a punch. Inside the dungeon, Yi Yuan found the gaunt and thin Liang Wanru. Her two eyes were sunken, her lips purple. Clearly, she was already deeply poisoned. However, when she saw Yi Yuan, that dead gray eyes finally glowed with a trace of light. Yi Yuan felt his heart ached. Such a kind-hearted girl, why did she have to suffer such unfair treatment? He squatted down by the bed and said softly, "Come with me, all right? This place already has nothing worth for you to look back anymore." Liang Wanru's eyes revealed a look of struggle. Finally, she still nodded her head. Yi Yuan let out a deep sigh. At this point, this girl still had a hint of sentimental attachment. He reached his hands out and carried Liang Wanru, walking straight outside. Luo Jian was just like a shadow, following behind Yi Yuan unhurriedly. "Today, I, Yi Yuan, owe you a favor," Yi Yuan said when he passed by Luo Jian. Luo Jian did not speak and did not indicate anything either. He still followed Yi Yuan just like that. Upon exiting, the dungeon's entrance was already surrounded by a large group of people. The two people in front were precisely Liang Mingyu, husband and wife. "Yi Yuan, you ungrateful and despicable villain. My daughter saved you. But you actually repaid kindness with ingratitude and injured our Liang family's guards," Liang Mingyu shouted. Yi Yuan looked at him. A hint of cold light flashed across in his eyes. It was said that even a tiger would not eat its own cubs. This Liang Mingyu was simply worse than a beast. "Hey, what did I say? That beast tied that time was probably done by this boy himself. He coveted that whore's beauty, that's why he would deliberately draw the beast tied to play out a hero rescuing the beauty." Wang Pianran fanned the flames at one side. Liang Mingyu's brows furrowed. He was rather sensitive to the word whore. His daughter was a whore. Then what was he? But at this time it was clearly not the time to fuss over these. Yi Yuan discovered that this family was simply unreasonable. Liang Wanru being born in this kind of family and was actually able to maintain her original nature was truly not easy. Repaying kindness with ingratitude? Or is it having diabolical ambitions? Miss Wanru saving me, that's what I owe her. This young master will naturally repay her. As for you guys, what has it got to do with me? Yi Yuan said coolly. What a joke. Wanru is my daughter, her saving you is naturally the Liang family saving you. You didn't think to pay and actually even abducted Wanru. Today, you can forget about walking out of the Liang family's gates, Liang Mingyu said coldly. Yi Yuan smiled and opened his mouth to say, "Repay? I wonder if I hand over the beast-taming art, would you all be satisfied?" When Liang Mingyu and Wang Pianran heard beast-taming art, the three words, their eyes all lit up, their emotions becoming agitated. But Liang Mingyu was rather shrewd. How could he display his own greed so easily? Humph. Boy, don't give me that. You barged into the Liang Wanru and abducted Wanru. This is an unforgivable crime. Put down Wanru right now and surrender obediently without putting up resistance. Perhaps this family head can still spare your life, Liang Mingyu said with insidious plans. Yi Yuan gave him a glance with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Family head Liang, you really want to lead the life of a whore and also expect a monument to your chastity. However, not only does this young master want to go out today, I even want to bring Miss Wanru along with me. If you have the capabilities, come and try stopping." Finished talking, Yi Yuan carried Liang Wanru and walked straight out. Heh! A crippled boy actually dared to boast so shamelessly. Do you think that by relying on that fellow behind you, you can break out of our Liang family? You're also looking down on the Liang family's strength too much. Liang Mingyu gave a cold laugh. Instantly, over a dozen figures surrounded Yi Yuan and Luo Jian. Looking from these people's auras, they were actually all initial-stage grotto profound powerhouses. Swoosh! 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 Over a dozen figures assaulted Yi Yuan at the same time, not giving Luo Jian the slightest opportunity to save people. But right at this time everyone felt a blur before their eyes. Over a dozen gusts of fierce wind abruptly howled past. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Blood light suffused. The dozen over figures were directly sent flying out by these dozen over gusts of strong wind. Liang Mingyu's pupils constricted and looked at Luo Jian in disbelief as he cried out in shock. Gale sword! You're the myriad treasure tower's Luo Jian. Luo Jian rarely showed face in public, but his Gale sword was very renowned. The moment he attacked, Liang Mingyu finally recognized him. Such a swift sword, who else could it be apart from Luo Jian? Yi Yuan is my myriad treasure tower's guest alchemist. Whoever touches him shall be the enemy of the sword in my hand. Luo Jian spoke for the first time. Guest alchemist? Brother Luo, you wouldn't be mistaken, right? He, a cripple, how to refine pills. Liang Mingyu felt that this reason was not funny at all. Yi Yuan did not even have a trace of divine essence on his body. What would he use to refine pills? However, Luo Jian was the myriad treasure tower's #1 expert, a late-stage grotto profound deity realm powerhouse. This guy was a sword fanatic. His sword arts had reached the highest level of attainments, his strength pushing straight for grand completion grotto heaven powerhouse. This guy could not be provoked. Therefore, even though Luo Jian's reason was off the mark, Liang Mingyu was secretly startled in his heart. No matter what this reason was, Yi Yuan had a very deep relationship with the Myriad Treasure Tower right now. This was beyond all doubt. Luo Jian, this person, was not what a cripple like Yi Yuan could command. Who knew that after Luo Jian said finish this sentence, he became a mute again and did not make any more sound. That appearance was really cool to the extreme. Family head Liang, it's still that sentence. If you have the capabilities, come and try stopping. Yi Yuan mocked. Liang Mingyu could not help choking up when he heard that, but he really became cautious in taking action. Luo Jian was someone that they could not afford to provoke. Wang Pianran said anxiously by the side, Mingyu, what are you scared of him for? Jewel Hill City isn't Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's domain either. With our Wang family backing you up, still scared of him? A Myriad Treasure Tower? Call second uncle out. I want to see if this whatever Luo Jian is really as formidable as in the legends. Wang Pianran winked at Liang Mingyu vigorously, signaling how great the value on Yi Yuan was. In the end, it was still greed and overwhelmed reason. Only to see his expression turn cold, and he said, go and invite second elder over, just say that the Liang family has encountered a powerful foe and request for his elderly self to assist. Then the others attack together. I don't believe that he can protect that boy's safety alone. Under Liang Mingyu's command, all of the deity realm powerhouses all gathered together, surrounding Yi Yuan trio. With this, it was a life and death struggle. Yi Yuan and Luo Jian behaved like there was nobody around them, walking straight towards the gate. Those family guards were all afraid of Luo Jian and just surrounded the three people, but no one dared to make a move. All attack for me. Those who defy will be opposing the Liang family and Wang family. Wang Pianran's shrill scream sounded out. Everyone could not help shuddering. A martial artist finally could not resist making a move. But the blade in his hand had just raised up and a gust of force wind assailed. Arg! A tragic scream echoed. That martial artist's arm directly flew out along with his weapon. Everyone did not see clearly how Luo Jian attacked. That person's arm was directly severed at the wrist. Everyone just felt a cold wind swoosh. With this, there was really no one who dared to take action anymore. No matter how Wang Pianran shouted, they did not dare to make a move anymore either. Could not even see how he made his move, how to fight still. Yi Yuan and Luo Jian strolled idly and walked towards the outside unhurriedly as if nothing happened at all. That appearance was truly condescending. However, the Liang family's people had no temper. Liang Mingyu himself was merely middle-stage grotto profound deity realm, even a notch inferior to Luo Jian. How could he dare to make a move? He was aware that Luo Jian, this person, would never care about the strength of his opponent. The moment he made his move, it must draw blood. Even if your strength was greater than his, he would also fight to the end. Either you die or he perishes. Looking as the two people were about to leave the Liang family, Liang Mingyu and Wang Pianran were very panicky. Right at this time, everyone just felt a blur before their eyes. An old man already appeared at the gate. Second uncle. When Liang Mingyu saw the old man, he was immediately overjoyed. This old man was Liang Mingyu's second uncle, also the person with the strongest combat power at present in the Liang family, late-stage grotto profound deity realm powerhouse, Liang Hui. Mingyu, what's going on here? Hearing the mournful cries in the courtyard, Liang Hui said with a frown. Second uncle, Wanru saved that boy. But who knew that that kid was a wolf with wild ambitions? To actually covet Wanru's beauty, breaking into the Liang family to abduct her away. Liang Mingyu said. The moment Liang Hui heard this, he could not help flying into a great rage and glared at Yi Yuan as he said, "A cripple actually dares to be so insolent at my Liang family?" Liang Mingyu hurriedly said this boy used no idea what kind of trick to actually obtain the myriad treasure tower's protection. They actually sent Luo Jian out to protect him. In our powerlessness, that's why we interrupted second uncle's peaceful cultivation. Liang Hui was startled and could not help looking towards that burly man behind Yi Yuan. Liang Mingyu continued when he saw the situation. Second uncle, you just have to hold Luo Jian back. When we take down that crippled boy, he won't dare to be insolent anymore. Liang Hui's face fell, and he said with a nod, No problem. This Luo Jian's strength is strong, but this old man can still hold him for a while. The rest will be left to you all. Liang Mingyu was thrilled the moment he heard it and said, Rest assured, second uncle. That kid is merely a cripple, I'll take it upon myself later. Liang Hui nodded his head and said to Luo Jian, Luo Jian, you're the Myriad Treasure Tower's #1 swordsman, but today you broke into my Liang family and injured people. It's truly bullying people too far. This old man will come and face off with you. See if you, this Myriad Treasure Tower's #1 swordsman, has an undeserved reputation or not. Luo Jian was still silent, giving people the feeling that there was only him alone in the whole world. Liang Hui's face fell and his figure shot forth. His hand already had an additional treasure sword at goodness knows when, charging over towards Luo Jian. Deity realm powerhouses, even just a minor realm apart, the disparity was very huge too. Late-stage grotto profound compared to middle-stage grotto profound was God knows how many times stronger. Wanting to leap realms and battle was virtually something impossible. Many martial artists expended as long as 10,000 years and were only able to break through a minor realm too. Liang Hui's strength already infinitely approached grotto profound grand completion. This opening move was truly earth-shattering. At the same time he made his move, Liang Mingyu moved too. His target was Yi Yuan. Although Luo Jian was known as the Myriad Treasure Tower's #1 swordsman, his strength was merely around on par with Liang Hui. Wanting to shake off Liang Hui absolutely could not be done within a short time. Therefore, that was why he would set his mind at ease and attack boldly. But right at this time, a fierce gale swept up. Clank! A light ringing sound echoed out. This time, everyone finally saw Luo Jian unleash his sword. No berserk sword energy. No outrageous divine essence undulations. Just stabbing out a sword plainly. Clank! A crisp metal clashing sound echoed out. Pucci! Luo Jian's long sword stabbed into Liang Hui's chest viciously. However, the remnant momentum did not diminish. Liang Mingyu's figure had just reached midair when Luo Jian's sword carried along Liang Hui, directly stringing them up together. The two sounds of a long sword entering the flesh made everyone shudder with fear. How could he be so strong? Second Elder is only one last step away from grotto profound grand completion to actually fail to last one exchange under Luo Jian's hands. What to do? The Myriad Treasure Tower's #1 swordsman is actually so strong. This time, the Liang family really kicked a steel plate. The Myriad Treasure Tower is what we can provoke at all. The Liang family's guards were all deeply astounded by this scene. This Luo Jian was truly too strong. By the side, Yi Yuan was apathetic to this scene and carried Liang Wanru slowly walking out of the Liang family's gate. Elder Feng, how is it? Inside a box room of the Myriad Treasure Tower, Yi Yuan, being anxious and fretful, was asking Feng Ping, who was currently taking Liang Wanru's pulse. Feng Ping was Jewel Hill City's Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist. Under Manager Su's recommendation, he agreed to diagnose Liang Wanru's pulse. Yi Yuan was currently a so-called alchemy god, but he could only refine divine essence pills. Regarding Liang Wanru's situation, there was nothing he could do about it at all. Feng Ping shook his head and said with a sigh, Miss Wanru's body is that of a mortal, but she's suffering from a divine rank slow-acting poison. How can her body endure it? Right now, the poison has already entered the viscera and is about to reach the heart. Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing when he heard that. He did not have divine essence currently and was unable to help Liang Wanru diagnose her pulse. But this poison entering the heart, he, as an experienced alchemist, naturally knew how dangerous it was. No matter how weak the poison, as long as it entered the heart, then it was difficult for even immortals to save. Elder Feng, could it be that there's no other way? Yi Yuan said with a frown. Feng Ping shook his head and said, to detoxify this poison, it must be a 1-star divine-grade detoxification pill. In this Jewel Hill city, there's still no one capable of refining a 1-star divine-grade detoxification pill. A divine-grade detoxification pill, that was truly a godlike existence. Forget about being in Jewel Hill City, even a 2-star alchemy god might not be able to refine it either. Divine-grade medicinal pills required absolute strength plus heaven-defying luck before one could refine successfully. By the side, Manager Su also sighed and said, I know this girl. Although she can't talk, her disposition is very pure. I didn't expect that Liang Mingyu actually did this kind of tiger eating its own cubs thing. Truly utterly devoid of conscience. Elder Feng revealed a disdainful look and said, Liang Mingyu, this person is too snobbish. Back then, in order to draw close to the Wang family, he married Wang Pianran before his wife's corpse was cold. It has always been passed down as a joke in this Jewel Hill city. Manager Su suddenly had a look of wanting to speak but swallowing the words back. But it drew Yi Yuan's attention. Manager Su, do you have any way that can save Wanru? Yi Yuan hurriedly asked. Feng Ping gave Manager Su a glance and said, don't think about it. It won't work. Manager Su said, yeah, Yi Yuan, this path truly can't work. Better not say, in case you were troubled by it. Yi Yuan said curiously, where did this come from? Manager Su, Miss Wanru is this Ye's benefactor. No matter how difficult the matter, this Ye is willing to go do it too. Feng Ping smiled and said, this matter, you probably really can't do it. Yi Yuan had a puzzled look. Manager Su let out a sigh and said, the poison that Miss Wanru is inflicted with is called Poison Feather Thousand Night. It's the Wang family's non-transmissible secret. This kind of poison, as long as it doesn't enter the heart, the Wang family's Wang Lingbo can treat it. That Wang Pianran is precisely Wang Lingbo's biological sister. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together. Feng Ping and Manager Su's meaning was already very obvious. This was the Wang family's poison. Only the Wang family could cure it. And the Wang family was precisely Wang Pianran's maiden family. Have Yi Yuan go and beg the Wang family? Yi Yuan going to the Liang family this time to abduct people and even had Luo Jian seriously injure the second elder and Liang Mingyu. The grudge was already set in stone. With Wang Pianran, that woman's ruthlessness, how could she possibly let her own brother save Liang Wanru? Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and asked Feng Ping, Elder Feng, how long can Miss Wanru still last? Feng Ping thought about it and said, that's hard to say. Probably the latest is also tomorrow. Yi Yuan's face fell and he asked again, Elder Feng, Yi Yuan wants to request a 1-star heaven-grade detoxification pill from you. Is it allowed? Of course, this Yi don't want it for free either. This Yi can use 100 heaven-grade divine essence pills to compensate. Feng Ping gave Yi Yuan a glance and said smilingly, according to what I know, you seem to only know how to refine divine essence pills currently, right? Do you plan to refine a divine-grade detoxification pill yourself? Give up. There's absolutely no way. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I'll go to the Wang family. If they agree to hand over the antidote, it's naturally a happy ending. If they don't agree, then there's only this Yi taking action myself. Yi Yuan's words made everyone greatly astonished. They had already discerned that he was an extremely proud person from this incident of Yi Yuan forcefully breaking into the Liang family. This matter of lowering his head to people, it should be that he absolutely would not do it. Moreover, everyone had a score in their hearts that even if Yi Yuan deigned himself, the possibility of the Wang family agreeing was virtually zero. For the sake of Liang Wanru this lass, Yi Yuan was actually willing to suffer such humiliation. Yi Yuan, have you thought clearly? Manager Su was visibly moved as he said. But Yi Yuan smiled broadly and said, Miss Wanru suffered such a tribulation because of me. She had a life-saving grace to me. Why would I, Yi Yuan, not throw this face out? Even if there's only a feeble ray of hope. This Yi have to give it a try too. Everyone was visibly moved. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually such a loyal and sentimental person. Elder Feng and Elder Su were both extremely shrewd people. They had long seen through that Yi Yuan's gaze when looking at Liang Wanru was without the slightest lust, indicating that he did not have presumptuous ideas towards Liang Wanru. Then Yi Yuan was doing this just in order to repay the kindness. At this time, Yi Yuan felt the corners of his sleeves more. Turned out that it was Liang Wanru who pulled it. Lowering his head to take a look, he saw that 2 clear streams of tears were flowing down Liang Wanru's eyes. Even though she was very weak at this time, her mind was still clear. Yi Yuan was actually willing to suffer such humiliation for her. She was very upset in her heart. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Miss Wanru, you don't have to be like this. This Yi has a score in my heart. You rest assured. This Yi will definitely save you. Liang Wanru nodded slightly, but her emotions were somewhat agitated. Brother, you have to stand up for me this time. You don't know how arrogant that brat whose surname Yi was at that time. He didn't place our Wang family in his sights at all. At the Wang family's residence, Wang Pianran was just like a machine gun, besmirching Yi Yuan in front of Wang Lingbo. Wang Lingbo stood with his hands behind his back, quietly listening to his sister's complaints, but did not express anything. He knew this younger sister's temperament. It was already pretty good to have 10% of everything she said to be credible. Furthermore, how could the Liang family's matters need Wang Pianran to sow discord? He knew long ago. Pianran, you tell me honestly, just what secret is there on the Yi Yuan's boy's body? Wang Lingbo said with a heated gaze. Wang Pianran was stunned when she heard that. Her gaze started becoming evasive. Brother. What do you mean? Wang Lingbo said with a smile, Pianran, a married woman should stand by her man, this is correct. But don't you forget who was the one who gave you your position in the Liang family. The Liang family can be pulled but also have to be struck. Do you think that Liang Mingyu obeying you in every way is really because you have power over major issues? Wang Pianran was suddenly startled. Only then did she realize that elder brother definitely executed many means behind her back these few years. Liang Mingyu was hesitant to take action in fear of damages, and that was why he would please her in every way. Brother, I. Wang Lingbo's one sentence made Wang Pianran completely flustered. In terms of schemes, she was far too lacking. The more stable the Wang family's position in Jewel Hill City, the more pleasant your little days will be. Wouldn't you say so? Wang Lingbo still said with a smile. Wang Pianran nodded her head woodenly. So, just what secret is there on that boy's body? Hey kid, the family head isn't free today. You go back first. If you want to meet him, wait here tomorrow morning. A steward-like middle-aged man was currently shouting at Yi Yuan rudely. 3 days had already passed since Yi Yuan entered the Liang family to rescue someone. During these 3 days' time, Yi Yuan waited at the Wang family's gatehouse every day early in the morning. All the way until the sun set, what he got was all the same sentence. Yi Yuan knew that this was Wang Lingbo deliberately hanging him out to dry. But Yi Yuan did not reveal the slightest hint of unhappiness. He just clasped his hands slightly at that doorman and bade his farewell. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, the doorman also felt somewhat surprised. This kid is really tenacious. If it were others, they wouldn't be able to take it long ago. The doorman muttered to himself. These few days, they changed ways to make things difficult for Yi Yuan, various kinds of suddenly turning hostile, even pouring tea on Yi Yuan's face. But Yi Yuan did not have any complaints. After smiling slightly, he stood at one side and waited again. Just today, a Wang family's descendant came to the gatehouse and gave Yi Yuan a beating with blocking the way as the reason. Yi Yuan still did not fight back when beaten and did not talk back when scolded. Honestly speaking, even the doorman himself also could not quite look on anymore. If it were others, they would have long left in a rage. But Yi Yuan forcefully endured it. The time limit that Yi Yuan set for himself was 5 days. After 5 days, if Wang Lingbo was still not willing to meet, he would cultivate himself and refine a divine-grade detoxification pill. Yi Yuan had sought a heaven-grade detoxification pill from Fengping. After Liang Wanru consumed it, it temporarily suppressed the spread of the poison feather Thousand Nights poison. Fortunately, the heaven-grade detoxification pill was effective enough and was able to delay the poison feather Thousand Nights poison for 40 days before flaring up again. This way, Yi Yuan would have 40 days of buffer time. The refining difficulty of the detoxification pill was much greater than the divine essence pill. But to Yi Yuan, this was an incidental thing. According to Dustless's way of saying, the next step was to practice refining the detoxification pill. It just happened to lay down the foundation for the one-star heavenly mark pill. However, Yi Yuan had to first cultivate the divine essence pill to divine grade. This task was very difficult. Yi Yuan himself also did not know whether or not it could be completed, and he also could not bear to watch Liang Wanru suffer. Therefore, being aware that the Wang family was deliberately insulting him, he also forcefully tolerated it. Fortunes changed. There would come a day where the Wang family had to pay the price for their actions. Luo Jian followed behind Yi Yuan unhurriedly. A glimmer flashed across his eyes. This kind of look was rare on him. "Ha ha, brother. It's really liberating. You really don't know how arrogant this brat was at the Liang family that day. I didn't expect that he doesn't even dare to let out a fart until now. Looks like that little girl still has some means to actually enthrall this boy until he loses his head, willingly suffering such humiliation for her." Getting to know the fruits of these few days, Wang Pianran laughed very delightedly. Wang Lingbo smiled faintly and said, "This boy is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, but can suffer such humiliation. This determination isn't easy to deal with. This kind of person, if can't become friends with, then there's only making him die." But Wang Pianran was indifferent as she said, "Brother, you worry too much. Just a cripple. If not relying on the myriad treasure tower, he'd die. However, I want to make him die." Wang Lingbo glanced at this foolish sister of his, shook his head, and said no more. He called the doorman over and instructed, "Tomorrow morning, when that boy comes, directly lead him to the Great Hall." The next day, when Yi Yuan showed up at the Wang family's Great Hall, Wang Lingbo, Wang Pianran, Liang Wanrong were already waiting in an arranged order, in the solemn manner of a tri-hall joint hearing. Yi Yuan did not mind either. He just clasped his hands at Wang Lingbo and said, "Yi Yuan has seen family head Lingbo." Wang Lingbo narrowed his eyes as if he did not see Yi Yuan at all. His attitude was very haughty. "You're the Myriad Treasure Tower's newly promoted guest alchemist?" "Yes. Looks very ordinary. You're looking for me for the Poison Feather Thousand Nights antidote." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. Miss Wanru is at any rate family head Lingbo's niece. Hope that you can raise your hand in mercy and let her off." "Hoo-hoo, niece? Yi Yuan, you're telling bald-faced lies here. My brother only has one niece, that is Ronger. That whore, if she dies, she dies. To dare be mentioned in the same breath with my family's Ronger." Wang Pianran giggled. That face piled up with fats looked incomparably hideous. Wang Lingbo said coolly, "What Pianran said is right, that lass has no blood relations with me at all. On what basis should I save her? Or is it that you can take out something that can move this family head?" While talking, a glint flashed across Wang Lingbo's eyes. Beast-taming arts that could command a late-stage Tier 1 divine beast. Even Wang Lingbo also had to be tempted. Yi Yuan looked at Wang Lingbo and said coolly, "I know that you all want the beast-taming art, but I don't have any beast-taming arts at all." Wang Pianran immediately berated. "Do you take us to be 3-year-old children? You, a cripple, but can control a late-stage Tier 1 divine beast. Without beast-taming arts, how can you possibly do it?" Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense. A surge of faint dragon pressure was released. Feeling this surge of dragon wave, Wang Lingbo's pupils constricted. Although this bout of pressure was not strong, it was indeed an authentic dragon race pressure. He finally knew that Yi Yuan was not lying, his eyes revealing a thick look of disappointment. His face turned cold and he said, "Since you don't have beast-taming arts, then what right do you have to make me save an unrelated person? Moreover, that lass's existence is a threat to Ronger in itself. Yi Yuan said coolly. This Yi has nothing valuable. But, as long as family head is willing to save Miss Ronger, this Yi is willing to refine pills for the Wang family for 10 years, and not take a single cent. Wang Lingbo smiled disdainfully and said, Do you really think that I'll believe that you're some guest alchemist? An alchemist would go and seek help from Feng Ping? Just a cripple, what medicinal pills can you refine? However, I can give you a chance. If you accomplish it, it's not that I can't save that girl. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, Family head, please say. Wang Lingbo smiled coldly and said, Your actions, Ronger is very upset. She has already cried about it to me several times. As long as you can make her happy, it's not impossible for this family head to save her. Liang Wanrong walked down from the hall at this time, circled around Yi Yuan twice, and said smugly, Boy, didn't think that you'd land in this young lady's hands one day, right? Weren't you very cocky? Didn't you look down on this young lady? If you have the capabilities, say it one more time. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and bowed deeply to Liang Wanrong and said, It was this Yi who was rude. Hope that Miss Wanrong doesn't take offense. Liang Wanrong said delightedly, Want me to not take offense, also can. I just have one request. Kneel down, and call this young lady Grandaunt thrice. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll let Uncle give you the antidote. Behind Yi Yuan, Luo Jian involuntarily gripped his sword, truly somewhat unable to look on anymore. But all of a sudden, Liang Wanrong's gaze became hazy. Her complexion became flushed, and she pounced toward Wang Lingbo. Uncle, actually, Ronger has already liked you for very long. Liang Wanrong sprinted all the way. While running, she even took off her clothes and headed for the Wang Lingbo sitting above. She had fallen for Yi Yuan's move last time, and now the same thing happened. She was too elated with the situation that she forgot it. She had long tossed the matter of falling for this move back then beyond the 9 clouds. Caught unaware, Yi Yuan directly made her succumb. When Wang Pianran saw this scene, she could not help jumping with fright. Why would her daughter suddenly become like this? Wang Lingbo's brows furrowed. Waving his hand, it was a slap. Slap. A clear slapping sound echoed throughout the entire great hall, clear and audible. Liang Wanrong was directly slapped until she spun in the air. When she landed on the ground, she was already out cold. Ronger, brother, what are you doing? Wang Pianran screamed at the top of her voice, and she hurriedly went over to help up her daughter. But Wang Lingbo ignored his sister. He used a murderous gaze to look at Yi Yuan. Ocular arts? Heh, I really underestimated you. But you deserve death. Wang Lingbo's face was cold. Clearly, he had killing intent aroused towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, If we can't see eye to eye, then don't talk anymore. But don't take this Yi to be an idiot. Luo Jian, let's go. Yi Yuan turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. A flicker of surprise flashed across Luo Jian's gaze. His look when looking at Yi Yuan finally had a slight change. Wang Lingbo's brows furrowed and he said coldly, If you dare to walk out of this front door, that girl will be dead for sure. Yi Yuan turned around and looked at Wang Lingbo as he said with a faint smile, Rest assured, even if you die, Wanru won't die. Not only won't she die, but she'll even open her mouth and speak anew, stepping into deity realm. She will let you all, people who bullied her, have a good look. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and left and did not look back again. Wang Lingbo laughed wildly and said, Ha ha ha! Ignorant child! My Wang family's poison feather thousand night, even Feng Ping that old fart can't do anything about it. With just the likes of you, a brat who's still wet behind the ears? Dream on. As for what Yi Yuan said, making Wanru open her mouth and speak, and step into deity realm, Wang Lingbo even directly chose to ignore it. This was impossible. The reason why Yi Yuan chose to take action against Liang Wanrong was that he saw through this family and they had no good faith at all. He had been examining the words and expressions all along. When Wang Lingbo learned that he did not have beast-taming arts, he thoroughly lost interest in him. What replaced it was a look of disdain and banter. This kind of people's words Yi Yuan would not believe at all. Even if he really knelt down for Liang Wanru, It was also impossible for Wang Lingbo to give him the poison feather thousand nights antidote. The reason why he said so was entirely in order to humiliate him. If he really knelt down and begged, not only would the other party not give him the antidote, they would even go from bad to worse. Hence, he decisively chose to take action against Liang Wanrong. She wanted to humiliate him, then let her disgrace herself first. Yi Yuan walked straight out of the Wang family and never looked back. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Wang Lingbo's expression was grim to the extreme. "This Yi Yuan, what do you think of him?" Yang Rui's gaze was deep as he asked Luo Jian. He had Luo Jian follow Yi Yuan. It was to protect Yi Yuan and also naturally to monitor and observe Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan's origins were unknown. High morality reaching up to the clouds, wise and far-sighted, unfathomable. Luo Jian appraised. Yang Rui's gaze flickered, revealing a look of surprise, and he said in surprise, "Oh, someone able to make you evaluate like so isn't simple. This boy is truly so impressive." Yang Yui knew that Luo Jian's experience was exceedingly vast. Ordinary people could not enter his arcane sights at all. There had never been a person who could make him appraised so highly before. High morality reaching up to the clouds, he could understand. Wise and far-sighted was also barely passable. But a cripple with a damaged divine sea, no matter how formidable it was limited to. Luo Jian actually used unfathomable to describe him. Truly made Yang Rui very surprised. Perhaps he's a dragon wandering the shoal. A glint flashed in Luo Jian's eyes. Yang Rui's face revealed a musing look and he said, "Then your meaning is that us roping this boy is correct?" Luo Jian was silent for a moment and then said, "Maybe there will be unexpected gains." Yang Rui frowned and said, "Then do you think you can refine a divine-grade detoxification pill?" Luo Jian shook his head. Clearly, he also did not think that Yi Yuan could create a miracle. After all, there were only over 30 days. And Yi Yuan seemed to only know how to refine divine essence pill currently. Wanting to refine a divine-grade detoxification pill, this was simply something impossible. Returning to the myriad treasure tower, Yi Yuan applied for sufficient quantities of medicinal herbs and divine essence stones from Manager Su. He then directly chose to enter close seclusion. Out of 40 days, 4 days were already spent. He still had 36 days, which was also a year's time. In this 1 year, not only did he have to cultivate the divine essence pill to divine grade, he even had to cultivate the 1-star detoxification pill to divine grade. This task was even more daunting than him cultivating the divine essence pill. Starting close seclusion, Yi Yuan began to refine day and night. Although Yi Yuan's understanding of the lesser divine essence formation became increasingly profound, wanting to refine a divine-grade divine essence pill, it was still far too lacking. He was still a long way from heaven-grade right now. The lesser divine essence formation is the foundation of all rank 1 pill refining formations. Not training it to the acme of perfection, it's impossible for other array formations to have any accomplishments, Dustless said. "Senior, rest assured. I have a score in my heart and won't rush for quick results," Yi Yuan said. "And, although your talent is extraordinary, wanting to cultivate the divine essence pill and detoxification pill to the divine grade realm within a year is still too forceful. Therefore, you have to be mentally prepared." "No need to be mentally prepared. I'll definitely succeed," Yi Yuan said with a sharp gaze. Dustless looked at Yi Yuan and said no more. He discovered that Yi Yuan belonged to that kind of becoming stronger when encountering something stronger personality. The greater the difficulty faced, the more his fighting intent surged instead. Although pill refinement did not compare to fighting, the difficulty placed in front of Yi Yuan was even greater than fighting. Calm whenever encountering major issues. This was the feeling that Yi Yuan gave Dustless. Before failure, he would absolutely not see that sort of dispirited mood from Yi Yuan. It seemed like Yi Yuan would never consider the issue of what happens after failure. Dustless also had no choice but to admit that this kind of quality was extremely rare. Perhaps Yi Yuan had come along this way, relying on precisely this quality. One had to admit that entering the selfless realm at that time, the help to Yi Yuan was seriously too great. According to normal comprehension, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to comprehend the medicinal properties of those few kinds of spirit medicines to such an extent in such a short time. Through the refinement previously, Yi Yuan's comprehension of the spirit medicine's medicinal properties already reached 80%. Adding on Yi Yuan's comprehension towards the lesser divine essence formation becoming deeper and deeper, his attainments in the divine essence pill advanced by leaps and bounds. Half a month later, Yi Yuan was already able to steadily refine superior-grade divine essence pills. 1.5 months later, Yi Yuan finally refined a heaven-grade divine essence pill for the first time. 3 months later, Yi Yuan was already able to steadily refine heaven-grade divine essence pills. Finally, Yi Yuan arrived at the threshold of refining a divine-grade divine essence pill. Heaven-grade, still heaven-grade. Half a year already passed since Yi Yuan entered close seclusion. But no matter how Yi Yuan refined, he was also unable to break through to divine grade. Heaven grade to divine grade was like an insurmountable chasm. No matter how hard Yi Yuan worked, he was also unable to cross it. 3 months ago, Yi Yuan was already able to steadily refine heaven-grade medicinal pills. But 3 months passed, Yi Yuan made no progress at all. Senior, I've already completely comprehended the spirit medicine's medicinal properties. The lesser divine essence formation is also thoroughly comprehended already. Why is it that I just can't refine divine-grade divine essence pills? Yi Yuan wondered. Dustless said divine grade is not in the ranking in the first place. Refining heaven-grade medicinal pills, as long as one worked hard, it can be achieved. But divine grade, it will depend on one's comprehension ability and lucky chances. For the same type of medicinal pill, divine grade is another kind of realm. Only with repeated tempering can one have a possibility of comprehending Tao. But this to you is the hardest. 3 months' time, it is too short. One could say that divine grade was the grade that tested an alchemist's pill refinement talent. Insufficient talent, no matter how hard you worked, it was also not possible to refine divine-grade medicinal pills. But even if ordinary alchemists were exceptionally talented, it was also not possible to refine a divine-grade divine pill within 3 months. Forget about 3 months, even 3 years, 30 years, it was also impossible. A hint of understanding flashed inside Yi Yuan's mind, and he said, in this case, divine-grade divine pills already belong to the domain of Tao? Just like when I refined the Tao-defying pill, it aroused the resonance of heavenly Tao the same? Dustless stroked his beard and smiled, praising, that's right. The path of medicinal pills, the things refined are corporeal objects, emphasizing skill but slighting the Tao. Therefore, wanting to touch the fleeting and ephemeral heavenly Tao would be even more difficult. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, I understand. Finished talking, Yi Yuan sat down cross-legged and no longer refined pills. In his mind, he started recalling his contact with divine pills bit by bit. From Dustless narrating the spirit medicine's medicinal properties to comprehending the lesser divine essence formation, then to forming the pill, and then to heaven-grade divine essence pill. Every detail along the way, Yi Yuan re-experienced it anew. After each time Yi Yuan refined pills, he would summarize it meticulously. Hence, towards each process, he would remember it vividly. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have returned to that ignorant and dull novice, re-experiencing the process of refining the divine essence pill anew. Gradually, Yi Yuan entered a wondrous state. At this moment, those 5 spirit medicines' medicinal properties were seemingly shattered into countless fragments by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was situated in this vast ocean of fragments, undergoing the experiences anew. After that, Yi Yuan carried out a reorganization of these fragments. Yi Yuan was already familiar with the 5 spirit medicines' medicinal properties until he could not be any more familiar. At this moment, those fragments continuously constructed new models in his mind. Constructing, overturning, constructing again, overturning again. Time passed day by day. In a twinkle, a month's time passed again. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of understanding flashed across his eyes. Dustless's gaze turned intent, and he said in amazement, You comprehended everything? Yi Yuan nodded with a slight smile and said, Should be. Dustless was stunned and blurted out this. How is this possible? A month's time and you comprehended it. Dustless was all too clear how difficult divine-grade divine essence pill was to comprehend. Even though the divine essence pill was just the most basic divine pill, the refining difficulty was who knows how many times greater than the Tao-defying pill. Without the accumulation of time, wanting to thoroughly comprehend the divine essence pill was impossible. However, from Yi Yuan coming into contact with the divine essence pill, merely less than 3 months' time had passed. This kind of improvement speed was too terrifying. Yi Yuan just smiled and started to set up the lesser divine essence formation. Taking action this time was totally different from any situation in the past. A measly 8 pieces of divine essence stones seemingly transformed into tens of millions of great Tao in Yi Yuan's hands, looking exceedingly profound. Dustless's eyes stared until it went wide. He was finally certain that Yi Yuan was not bragging. He really comprehended it. This kind of comprehension was different from other alchemists hitting the jackpot and refining divine-grade divine pills, but Yi Yuan really understood the Tao of the divine essence pill. In the future, when Yi Yuan refined the divine essence pill, the chances of reaching divine grade was absolutely above 1%. One should not underestimate this 1%. For ordinary alchemist, even an exceptionally powerful 1-star alchemy god, the chances of refining divine-grade divine essence pills would not surpass 1% either. It could virtually be overlooked. Furthermore, following Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Tao becoming deeper and deeper, this chance would even become higher and higher. The light faded away. A translucent divine essence pill appeared before Yi Yuan's eyes. A divine-grade divine essence pill. You really comprehended it. Freak. Truly too monstrous. 7 months. You only used 7 months' time and comprehended the divine-grade divine essence pill, Dustless said, rather agitatedly. Only at this time did he discover that he really underestimated Yi Yuan. This guy was simply born for the sake of medicinal pills. Solid foundation skills, heaven-defying comprehension abilities, terrifying talent, let him create a miracle. Counting in the 1 month from before, Yi Yuan spent a total of 1 year and 7 months in the world-suppressing steel. He used such a short time and refined the divine-grade divine essence pill. This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that when Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove achieved this step back then, he also used 100 years' time. The time that Yi Yuan spent was only 1% of what Immortal Grove spent. However, Yi Yuan did not have an overly surprised expression. 7 months had already gone by. He was only left with 5 months' time. Yi Yuan spent 1 year and 7 months to comprehend the divine essence pill. Then what about the detoxification pill, which was even harder than it? No time to waste anymore. Senior, please teach me the refining method of the 1-star detoxification pill. Yi Yuan said. Dustless nodded. He also knew that time was pressing. Hence, he collected his mind very quickly and started narrating to Yi Yuan the medicinal properties of the spirit medicines. The detoxification pill's divine rank spirit medicines had a total of 7 kinds. This account of Dustless was 10 days and 10 nights. The complexity of the 7 kinds of spirit medicines far exceeded Yi Yuan's imaginations. Yi Yuan finally knew why the divine essence pill was the most basic divine pill. However, Yi Yuan refining the divine essence pill already laid down a solid foundation. He was no longer an ignorant person. But the speed of Yi Yuan comprehending the detoxification pill was goodness knows how many times faster than the divine essence pill. When Dustless saw Yi Yuan's comprehension speed, he could not help being dumbfounded. He followed Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and commanded the wind and clouds in the heaven-span world for eons. The geniuses that he had seen were numerous like schools of carps crossing the river. But he had never seen before someone's comprehension ability capable of reaching Yi Yuan's level. Yi Yuan's alchemy talent could be described using frightening, drawing parallels from inference. This kid's comprehension strength is simply inconceivable. Other people would spend even more time learning other medicinal pills after the divine essence pill. But this boy actually became faster and faster. The divine essence pill opened up the gates of divine pills for him. Now, he has already stepped onto a broad path, his future limitless. Given time, this boy's accomplishments in alchemy might not be incapable of surpassing Immortal Grove. Dustless sighed emotionally. Fengping and manager Su slowly walked into the box room. Hongyin was currently taking care of Liang Wanru. How is Miss Wanru? Manager Su asked Hongyin. Hongyin shook her head, her expression somewhat ugly as she said, she already can't swallow food. Probably can't hang on much longer anymore. Manager Su sighed and said, "In the end, it still can't make it. This girl. What a shame." Fengping said, "How can divine-grade detoxification pill be so easy to refine? This old man already has half a foot stepped into the realm of two-star alchemy god and can't refine it too. It's not that this old man is looking down on Yi Yuan, but it's impossible for him to refine a divine-grade detoxification pill." Manager Su did not refute this. He said with a nod, "Yi Yuan is also arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. That's why he would state such proud words at the Wang family." Wang Lingbo made use of Yi Yuan's proud words to expose the myriad treasure tower's misdeeds. "This period of time, we are in a very passive position too." Yi Yuan let out grand words before coming out of the Wang family's residence. Not only was he going to resolve the Poison Feather Thousand Nights poison, but he was even going to let Liang Wanru step into Divine Tao realm and treat her so that she could speak. These words were spread by the Wang family and already caused a buzz in Jewel Hill City. The Poison Feather Thousand Night was the Wang family's non-transmissible secret. People's faces changed when talking about it. Now, the Myriad Treasure Tower actually provoked the Wang family like this. With this, there was really a good show to watch. If when the time came, and the Myriad Treasure Tower could not cure Liang Wanru's poison, this face would be slapped resoundingly. There would also be a tremendous impact on the Myriad Treasure Tower's reputation. Mentioning this, Fengping's brows also knitted together tightly and he said unhappily, "This child's alchemy talent is indeed not bad, but he's truly a bit too arrogant." Throwing down such drivel, disregarding that he lost face himself, it even made the entire Myriad Treasure Tower lose face along with him. Manager Su still protected Yi Yuan and said smilingly, "Well, young people got to be a little young and frivolous. That Wang Lingbo also indeed bullied people a bit too much. To actually have his niece humiliate Yi Yuan like so. Yi Yuan retaliating was also being infuriated by him. Heh." He spoke lightly, but putting out a boast got to have the capital too. Right now, it's not him slapping other people's faces, but having his face slapped by others. He even implicated the entire Myriad Treasure Tower. Fengping said unhappily. The two people were currently chatting when a white silhouette swept in like a gust of wind. "Hongyin, how is Miss Wanru?" Yi Yuan asked rather worriedly. Hongyin shook her head and said, "Very bad. Miss Wanru has already reached the brink of death. Sir Yi, please hold back your grief." Same as Su and Feng, Hongyin likewise did not think that Yi Yuan could refine a divine-grade detoxification pill. Yi Yuan's expression turned stern, and he hurriedly helped Liang Wanru up and discovered that her lips turned blackish purple. Her complexion was white as paper, she was already completely unconscious. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he hurriedly fished out a medicinal pill, sending it into Liang Wanru's mouth. An alluring medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire box room. Manager Su, Fengping, their gazes turned intent, staring fixedly at the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand. Even though it was just a very short time, they both saw it clearly. The medicinal pill that Yi Yuan fed Liang Wanru was absolutely a one-star divine-grade detoxification pill. But Yi Yuan had no time to care about the two people's astonishment and said to Hongyin, "I'll have to trouble you to use divine essence to help her refine the medicinal strength." Hongyin was not as surprised as Su and Feng, because she had never seen before a divine-grade medicinal pill. This level of medicinal pill, no matter which faction, they all cherished it dearly, and absolutely would not show it to outsiders. "Oh, okay." Hongyin voiced her assent and started using divine essence to help Liang Wanru refine the medicinal strength. Manager Su and Fengping, the two people, they exchanged a glance, both seeing the look of astonishment from the other party's eyes. Yi Yuan, that was a divine-grade detoxification pill? Manager Su asked probingly. Seeing Liang Wanru's complexion take a turn for the better, Yi Yuan finally heaved a sigh of relief, his face revealing a slight smile akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, and opened his mouth to say, "Yeah. Luckily, I made it in time. Otherwise, this Yi would really have to harbor regret for all my life. How is this possible? Divine-grade detoxification pill." Fengping felt like his tongue almost could not be straightened up anymore. The detoxification pill was just a very ordinary one-star divine pill. The difficulty was a little higher than the divine essence pill. But wanting to refine a divine-grade detoxification pill, that was not what the average person could accomplish. With Feng Ping's realm, even if his luck was booming, he had never refined before a divine-grade detoxification pill either. In the entire Jewel Hill city, no one had the strength. But Yi Yuan did it. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yeah. It's really as hard as ascending to heaven for a pill to enter divine grade. These few days, he neglected sleep and meals, and by coincidence, I finally refined this detoxification pill. Manager Su and Feng Ping drew a cold breath. Although Yi Yuan seemed to have said it lightly, but that was divine grade. When Yi Yuan entered close seclusion, he could clearly only refine superior grade divine essence pill. Only over 30 days had gone by, and he actually refined a divine grade detoxification pill, unless Yi Yuan concealed his strength. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered with the two people's astonishment. His attention was all on Liang Wanru. Ugh! Liang Wanru emitted a voice as faint as a mosquito. This made Yi Yuan greatly roused. The divine-grade detoxification pill really worked. Very soon, Liang Wanru's lips' purple-black color gradually faded away. Her face also gradually became rosier. Hong Yin already finished refining the medicinal strength. Seeing this scene, she could not help being greatly astonished and looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief as she said, "Sir Yi, you really did it?" Yi Yuan smiled and nodded his head. To be honest, Yi Yuan also felt very accomplished right now. Previously, he completely purged some distracting thoughts and totally never thought about these issues. But now seeing Liang Wanru take a turn for the better, these thoughts emerged uncontrollably. Divine pills to him was a completely new territory. However, he relied on his talent and hard work to refine a divine-grade detoxification pill. This was absolutely something to be proud of. Because Yi Yuan knew how difficult it was to refine a divine-grade detoxification pill. Finally, Liang Wanru slowly woke up, a pair of beautiful eyes gradually becoming limpid. But when she saw Yi Yuan, the gratitude in her gaze could not be concealed no matter what, wanting to struggle to stand up. Yi Yuan hurriedly held her down and said, "Don't think about anything. You're still very weak right now. Wait for the toxins in your body to be completely purged before talking." Miss Wanru, when I was at the Wang family, I told Wang Lingbo before that not only was I going to treat your poison, I'm even going to have you open your mouth and talk, stepping into the divine Tao realm. Let those people who bullied you see that you can live even better than them. Liang Wanru could not speak, but hearing Yi Yuan's words, she also felt her heart surged. Stepping into the divine Tao realm, she did not care. But being able to open her mouth and talk was the one thing that she most desired in the depths of her heart. Feng Ping and Manager Su also trembled all over. Only then they recalled those proud words Yi Yuan left behind at the Wang family. Just earlier, they still felt that Yi Yuan was too arrogant and even dragged down the myriad treasure tower. But now they finally knew that Yi Yuan's words were not empty talk. His alchemy talent was too terrifying. Probably no one could have expected that Yi Yuan really had the strength to smack the Wang family's face resoundingly. Manager Su and Feng Ping, these two people exchanged a glance, their faces both revealing a smile. With this, Wang Lingbo really shot himself in the foot. What did you say? He really refined a divine-grade detoxification pill. Hearing Manager Su's report, Yang Rui's shock was by no means insignificant. This could be seen from his voice that had a slight change in pitch. Manager Su clearly still had not recovered from the shock. The expression on his face was rather unnatural. Absolutely true. When he gave Miss Wanru the detoxification pill, Feng Ping and I were both present. We are absolutely not wrong. Furthermore, the toxin in Miss Wanru's body is already gradually being detoxified. Yang Yu also did not come back to his senses from this news after a long time. This news was seriously too explosive. When he decided to protect Yi Yuan, he absolutely did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually bring him such an astounding surprise. He just felt that Yi Yuan was a fine sapling and was worthy of nurturing. However, Yi Yuan's improvement was seriously beyond his expectations. One more thing. Yi Yuan had us go and clean up his practice room, but after we sent people to go and clean up, we discovered that the whole place was filled with divine essence pills and detoxification pills. Among them, the number of heaven grades was the most. Each type had no less than several hundred pieces. Manager Su's words were bent on shocking people to death as he continued. Yang Rui's eyes stared like wide saucers as he looked at Manager Su and asked, "What did you say? Heaven grade is the most?" Then that's also to say that before this, he did not know how to refine the detoxification pill at all. He used 1 month plus time to go from a rookie to become a master. Manager Su slowly nodded and said, "It should be so." Hiss. Yang Yui drew a cold breath. The imposing manner of giving directions over the dynasty and having everything in control completely dissipated without a trace at this time. The current him was just like a startled little rabbit. The expression on his face was fascinating to the extreme. After a long time, Yang Rui was suddenly startled and said to Manager Su, "Where's Yi Yuan? Bring him to come to see me." "No, I'll go see him." Yang Rui was just about to move, but was stopped by Manager Su, who said, "Tower Lord, you don't need to go anymore. Yi Yuan already went into closed seclusion." Yang Rui froze and said, "Closed seclusion? Didn't he already refine the divine-grade detoxification pill?" "Still enter what seclusion?" Manager Su shook his head and said. He handed Miss Wanru to Hong Yin, then went to the warehouse and withdrew a large bunch of spirit medicines, and directly entered closed seclusion. Yang Rui frowned and said, "What kind of spirit medicines did he take out?" Manager Su said, "The spirit medicines taken out this time are even more than the last time. Just the variety is as many as several dozen kinds. As for the specifics of what he's going to go, it's really hard to judge." Yang Rui fell silent. Suddenly, his gaze looked towards Manager Su scorchingly and said, "I say, could he be refining the 1-star heavenly mark pill?" Manager Su's pupils constricted, his gaze revealing a look of horror as he blurted out, "No way, right? 1-star heavenly mark pill, even among 2-star alchemy gods, there aren't many capable of refining it too. But, with you saying so, there's really a possibility. His divine C is damaged. Only the 1-star heavenly mark pill can repair the divine C." Yang Rui suddenly felt that taking in Yi Yuan was really an extremely wise move. Now, even he was somewhat in awe of himself. If Yi Yuan was really able to refine the 1-star heavenly mark pill, the significance to the Myriad Treasure Tower was too great. Even though the Myriad Treasure Tower was renowned throughout the entire Heavenspan world due to the Jewel Hill City not being Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's domain, the Myriad Treasure Tower was not as glorious as on the surface, since it was setting up a Myriad Treasure Tower in another Heavenly Emperor's territory. Then they naturally had to bear a corresponding portion of the tax. As the saying went, a mighty dragon could not suppress the local snake. The local forces would intentionally or unintentionally suppress the Myriad Treasure Tower. Just take Jewel Hill City for instance. Those able to contend with the Myriad Treasure Tower were the Wang family, Lin family, as well as the Lu family. As for the Liang family, this kind of small faction, there were no fewer than over a dozen in abundance. These small forces mostly clung onto these 3 families. But the Myriad Treasure Tower had no one to throw their lot with. Therefore, the Myriad Treasure Tower completely relied on this golden signboard to be able to stand tall in Jewel Hill City. The Myriad Treasure Tower was a colossal business empire. But when it came to Jewel Hill City, it was just an insignificant branch. The upper echelons would not attach importance at all. For Yang Rui to be able to maintain the Myriad Treasure Tower, he had also exhausted his efforts. If not for so, he might really not care about a measly little Yi Yuan. After all, he was too desperate for talents. Feng Ping's strength was not bad, but it did not rise above the masses in Jewel Hill City. Even the 3 great major families' chief alchemists' strengths were a level above Feng Ping's. Yi Yuan's formation Dao pill refinement brought dawn to Yang Rui. Hence, that was why he would have Luo Jian take action and even not scruple in offending the Wang family. Ignore that first. What he needs, provide it for him. Don't flinch at wasting spirit medicines and divine essence stones too, Yang Rui said. Manager Su smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, "Tower Lord, providing spirit medicines and divine essence stones for Yi Yuan. It's actually us profiting. This boy's efficiency is too high, simply inconceivable." Yang Rui froze and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Messing around for so long, it was us who owe him?" Manager Su nodded and said, "Just that large bath of heaven-grade divine essence pills are already 100 times profit. worth 100,000 low-grade divine essence stones. That boy is generous too, not taking a single cent, returning all of it to us. And what we provided was merely the capital of a single medicinal pill's 10 low-grade divine essence stones. Also, the superior grade and heaven-grade divine essence pills that he refined, the quality are all very good. Yang Rui's entire body trembled, and he said in surprise, "Such a large profit?" Manager Su smiled and said, "Heh, these are just heaven-grade divine essence pills." We ticked off the stock inside his practice room. Just the heaven-grade detoxification pill and divine essence pills added up to around 500. Superior grade and high-grade medicinal pills even have 1,000. How much profit do you think these added up will be? Yang Rui drew a cold breath. His emotions that had just calmed down became restless once again. What Manager Su said before, he did not care. His focus was all on Yi Yuan refining the divine-grade detoxification pill. Only now did he know that Yi Yuan, this fellow, was simply a pill refining machine. This efficiency was simply too terrifying. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan helping the Myriad Treasure Tower refine so many medicinal pills, he should draw a percentage. But he did not want a single one, giving it all to the Myriad Treasure Tower. This way, the Myriad Treasure Tower made a huge killing. He thought that by providing Yi Yuan so many spirit medicines, Yi Yuan would owe their Myriad Treasure Tower a lot, and naturally could not leave the Myriad Treasure Tower either. But now, it was the Myriad Treasure Tower who owed Yi Yuan too much instead. This result was what he did not expect from start to end. This guy is simply a freak. Yang Rui was stifled for a long time and squeezed out this one sentence. His plans previously were totally useless now. Manager Su deeply felt that way too, as he said with a nod, "That's right, this old man thinks so as well." Yang Rui waved his hand and said, "All right then don't need to bother him about this matter anymore. If he can really refine the one-star heavenly mark pill, then it will be when our Myriad Treasure Tower truly rises up. Now, completely seal off the news of the Liang family's girl recovering for me. Don't leak any bit of news. Otherwise, I'll hold you solely responsible." Manager Su was still very capable and experienced when handling matters. He really sealed this news completely shut and did not reveal a hint of breeze. Wang Lingbo naturally knew his own poison feather thousand night very clearly. Counting the medicinal efficacy of a heaven-grade detoxification pill, Liang Wanru's limit was also just 40 days. So early this morning he sent his sister Wang Pianran over. Wang Pianran brought along a large group of people surrounding the Myriad Treasure Tower until not even water could flow through. What made people's jaws drop was that Wang Pianran actually wore a white-colored morning dress, the tears on her face not yet dry. The surrounding people had quite a number of busybodies, as well as the three great families' eyes and ears. Myriad Treasure Tower and the Wang family's conflict had quite a number of people all watching the joke. Of course, it was watching the Myriad Treasure Tower's joke. What the Wang family was most proficient at was using poison. And the Poison Feather Thousand Night was even the Wang family's masterpiece, killing people imperceptibly. Everyone all knew that in this Jewel Hill city, no one could resolve the Poison Feather Thousand Night's poison. It was precisely because so that everyone's countenance all changed when talking about it. Even the Lin family and Lu family were very wary of the Wang family too. After all, open spears were easy to dodge, but hidden arrows were hard to defend against. Su Linpu, quickly hand over the person for me. My family's Wanru is the Liang family's member in life and the Liang family's ghost in death. Quickly hand over the person. Oh, right, didn't your Myriad Treasure Tower's new guest alchemist say that he can cure the Poison Feather Thousand Night poison in my family's Wanru? You all call her out for me to take a look. Sniff, sniff. My Wanru. You died so unjustly. Wang Pianran swayed her body of excessive flesh, shouting at the top of her voice, and actually wailed bitterly in front of the Myriad Treasure Tower's front door. She kept going, my family's Wanru, calling dearly. This acting really caught everyone by surprise. Wasn't this Wang Pianran a wicked woman, putting her hands on her own stepdaughter? What was going on with this play today? Wang Pianran cried very sadly as if her biological daughter had died. Previously, the Wang family already put in sufficient work to stir this matter up until it bubbled with noise. Wang Lingbo's objective was very clear. Since somebody dared to challenge the Wang family's most formidable Poison Feather Thousand Knight, then the Wang family would take this chance to smack him to death. At the very least, he had to smack that hateful brat to death and destroy his reputation. As long as Yi Yuan's reputation was ruined, that would be a hot potato. The Myriad Treasure Tower absolutely would not dare to keep him anymore. As long as he did not have the Myriad Treasure Tower's protection. However, the Wang family wanted to need Yi Yuan. That was at their free reign. He failed to humiliate Yi Yuan that day and was instead humiliated badly by Yi Yuan. This made Wang Lingbo unable to stomach this grievance no matter what. Not screwing Yi Yuan to death, he would not give up. A cripple also dared to contend with him, this Jewel Hill's overlord? He really did not know how the word death was written. That fat sow is really disgusting. That body full of fats is almost crushing the ground. Isn't that so? It's fine if she's ugly. Her heart is even incomparably vicious, to actually give her own stepdaughter the Poison Feather Thousand Knight. Yeah, but what's playing out here today? Could it be that the rumors previously weren't real? However, does the Myriad Treasure Tower really have the ability to cure the Poison Feather Thousand Knight? Once this boast is thrown out, if they can't do it, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess. Heh, the Poison Feather Thousand Knight can be said to be Jewel Hill City's #1 poison. Unless it's a divine-grade detoxification pill, otherwise it's incurable. That newly recruited guest alchemist of the Myriad Treasure Tower poked a big hole in the basket this time. His days are probably very tough, right? Isn't that so? I heard that this guest alchemist is a cripple. To actually dare let out grand words saying that he wanted to resolve the Poison Feather Thousand Knight. Isn't this reaching his face out to let people hit? Through the Wang family's schemes, the matter of the Myriad Treasure Tower challenging the Poison Feather Thousand Knight already became a hot topic. Not only was no one optimistic about the Myriad Treasure Tower, there were even quite a number of people who were very contemptuous of Yi Yuan, feeling that Yi Yuan was purely a troublemaker, causing such a big problem for the Myriad Treasure Tower. If this matter was not handled well, the impact on the Myriad Treasure Tower would be too great. At this time, Manager Su finally came out after being called repeatedly. Seeing Wang Pianran's head held high acting, he was unbelievably pleased in his heart. Heh, even we didn't expect that Yi Yuan was actually able to refine the divine-grade detoxification pill. Wang Lingbo, you probably didn't expect it even if your dreams, right? If they didn't spread this matter, we would have dropped it. Now everybody knows about it, that's digging a pit for yourself to jump. The expression on this dumb woman's face in a while will definitely be very wonderful. Manager Su sneered coldly his heart. Being secretly pleased was secretly pleased. But Manager Su was also an extremely shrewd person. How could he show it? Yang Rui making him seal off the news was in order to maximize the interests of the Myriad Treasure Tower and ruthlessly smack the Wang family's face. He pushed Yi Yuan, this alchemy master, out along with it. That way, the Myriad Treasure Tower situation in Jewel Hill City would be greatly improved. As for Wang Pianran, this fat sow's farce, Manager Su just sneered coldly in his heart. This is the Myriad Treasure Tower's territory. It's not allowed for you, a woman, to behave atrociously. If you're sensible, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, don't blame our Myriad Treasure Tower for not being courteous, Manager Su said solemnly. Seeing Manager Su's appearance, Wang Pianran was even more smug in her heart, and said with a sneer, Su Linpu, so many pairs of eyes are watching. I don't believe that you all, such a massive Myriad Treasure Tower, dare to bully me, a woman. Manager Su's brows furrowed, and he said solemnly, Wang Pianran, what the hell do you want? Aren't you scared of throwing away your husband family's face like this? Wang Pianran smiled coldly and said, Hey, your guest alchemist brought along Luo Jian and forcefully barged into the Liang family, abducting our family's Liang Wanru and seriously wounding my husband and second uncle. It's already bullying people too far. My family's pitiable Wanru, you died so unjustly, Manager Su said unhappily. Frivolous quibbling. Miss Wanru is Yi Yuan's savior. Him breaking into your Liang family to save people is an unquestionable moral truth. Whence the talk of abducting? Rather, you all actually inflicted the Poison Feather Thousand Knight's poison onto your own stepdaughter. Truly venomous as a viper. Wang Pianran's eyes swiveled around, secretly pleased in her heart. This old punk finally fell into the trap. Su Linpu, you don't throw slanderous charges. Wanru normally hates me the most. She hates that I snatched her mother's position, so she opposes me at home. My temper isn't good, so I quarrel very badly with her, that's true. But poisoning her this time is just lightly punishing her so that she'll be aware of the overwhelming odds against her. I have the Poison Feather Thousand Nights antidote in my hands. How can I possibly watch her die unfeelingly? No matter how she is, she's my husband's daughter at any rate. Rather, that boy lusted after her beauty and abducted her away, and even ran in front of my brother to let out grand words without feeling shame, saying what? He could cure the Poison Feather Thousand Nights poison. But now it harmed her life. Sniff, sniff. That pitiful daughter of mine, you died so tragically. That boy is the true culprit who caused your death. One had to admit that this fatty's acting skills were really on point. The tears fell on command, crying very miserably. This whale really deceived quite a number of people. Her venomous woman image faded away considerably all at once. Because she confounded black and white, now quite a few people were glaring at Manager Su. Yi Yuan was the real culprit. Then the Myriad Treasure Tower was naturally the accomplice. Wang Pianran said it reasonably and logically and also did not conceal her shrewd side, making the surrounding audience unable to hate her instead. Turns out the truth is like this. Even though this fat woman is hateful, that Yi Yuan is even more abominable. Think about it. That's true too. I heard that even though this fat sow is domineering, she is still very affectionate towards Liang Mingyu. Stepmother and stepdaughters don't get along well. Every family is like this. If that's really the case, it makes sense too. This way, Liang Wanru was wronged? Pity about this girl. Didn't the new guest alchemist have the ability to cure the poison? Cure my ass. The Poison Feather Thousand Nights poison, the Lin family and the Lu family have researched for God knows how long and were unable to crack it. A cripple can cure the poison? Do you believe it? Wang Pianran's act was clearly prepared for a very long time already. Playing it out at this time, the effects were not bad. She did not hide her wicked mother nature, attributing the source of the conflict to the conflict between a stepmother and stepdaughter. The credibility was very high. Adding on that, even though her reputation spread far and wide these few years, she had indeed contributed considerably for the Liang family. Therefore, this excuse was very believable. With her wisdom, she clearly could not come up with such a flawless excuse. These were all planned by Wang Lingbo at the back. Seeing everyone's reaction, Wang Pianran was very pleased with herself, inwardly prostrating in admiration towards her elder brother. This way, the Myriad Treasure Tower and Yi Yuan became murderers, while they became the targets of sympathy instead. She did not believe that Yi Yuan could still stay on in the Myriad Treasure Tower. Facing everyone's criticism, Su Linpu's expression became incomparably ugly, but he was already long tickled with joy in his heart. Keep on acting. The more ruthless you do it, the more refreshing it will be in a while. He suddenly gave a cold snort and said, Wang Pianran, don't feign innocence. Actually, Miss Wanru has already woken up, but she's already utterly disappointed with your Liang family and will never return to the Liang family from here on. You guys go back. If we really get into a tussle, it won't be good for anyone. The more Su Linpu said so, the more Wang Pianran naturally felt it was to cover things up. Actually, not just her, the rest similarly had this feeling. Could not be blamed on them either. It was true that the Poison Feather Thousand Nights prowess entered too deep into the people's hearts. They totally did not believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower had the ability to cure this poison. Su Linpa, don't give this old lady that. Today, I want to see the person if alive, see the corpse in death. Wanru is my Liang family's daughter. What's the deal with being at your Myriad Treasure Tower? What does everybody say? Wang Pianran asked everyone. Yeah. Putting aside that your Myriad Treasure Tower is an accomplice to the murder, you even want to detain people's corpse. Simply shameless. Already at this time, does your Myriad Treasure Tower still want to puff oneself up at your own cost? Hand over the person. Hand over the person. For a moment, the public sentiment actually roused up. Inside a teahouse's reserved room opposite the Myriad Treasure Tower, two middle-aged men were currently sipping tea. Lu Jinghao, I knew that you definitely won't miss this great show today. This tea. is pretty good. One of the men opened his mouth and said. Lu Jinghao smiled and said, Wang Lingbo, this person, you and I both know, forbears when not making a move. The moment he makes his move, it must see blood. These two people were none other than precisely the other two great families' family heads, the Lu family's Lu Jinghao and the Lin family's Lin Zhaitian. Wang Lingbo really had a fine ploy. This time, the myriad treasure tower has thoroughly tumbled. Lin Zhaitian said. Yang Rui's ploys all don't have any cause for much criticism. But this time he still made an error of judgment in the end. I was rather perplexed why he would back a cripple up, Lu Jinghao said. No way of knowing this. But this time the myriad treasure tower will definitely suffer a great loss in vitality, Lin Zhaitian said. Heh, once the myriad treasure tower falls, you and I will have to be more careful. Wang Lingbo, that guy, his ambitions aren't small, Lu Jinghao said. Lin Zhaitian nodded, deeply feeling that way too. While at this time a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Su Linpu's face. He suddenly let out a long sigh and said in a clear voice, Miss Wanru's remnant poison isn't cleared and originally needs to recuperate. Who asked you all to bully people too far? I can only invite her out. Come, men, invite Miss Wanru out. Su Linpu's words made the seething crowd instantly quieten down. They were all very doubtful about the authenticity of Su Linpu's words. Su Linpu, don't talk rubbish here. Delaying the time is useless, Wang Pianran shouted at the top of her voice. She did not believe, even if she was beaten to death, that the myriad treasure tower could really revive Liang Wanru. Su Linpu gave a cold laugh and said, Heh, wouldn't you know if it's real or fake once the person arrives? What's the hurry? Before long, two beautiful figures slowly walked out from inside the myriad treasure tower. Hong Yin supported Liang Wanru. Her current situation was really bad, and not Su Linpu talking nonsense. When Wang Pianran's gaze landed on that hateful to the extreme figure, her entire person was instantly petrified. She rubbed her two eyes, wondering if she saw wrongly or not. But focusing her eyes and looking, who could it be if not Liang Wanru? It's really Liang Wanru. She actually didn't die. My eyesight isn't failing, right? The poison feather Thousand Nights poison was really cured. My God, how in the world did the myriad treasure tower do it? With this, there's really a fine show to watch. Liang Wanru's appearance aroused the crowd's violent commotion. When everyone all thought that she was already dead, she actually stood in front of everyone while still alive. The poison feather Thousand Nights poison was really resolved. The Wang family had tremendous deterrence by relying on this poison. But now, it was actually resolved. Of course, the one with the most fascinating expression still had to belong to Wang Pianran. The flesh on her face was plenty, her mouth not large, but currently, her mouth was opened even larger than a fist. Impossible. How is this possible? The poison that I personally administered, how can she possibly still be alive? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Wang Pianran muttered under her breath. Seeing her appearance, Su Linpu said with a mocking smile, You seem to be very disappointed that Miss Wanru is alive. Didn't you say just now that you didn't hope for her to die? Wang Pianran froze and said stammeringly, I. For a long time, Wang Pianran did not know how to follow up with this sentence either. Liang Wanru stood still. The gaze that looked at Wang Pianran was filled with indifference. Toward the Liang family, she was really utterly disappointed already. She gestured to Hong Yin a few times. Hong Yin understood and said to a servant, Serve pen and ink. Very soon, the servants fetched pen and ink and placed in front of Liang Wanru. Liang Wanru took up the paper and pen rather strenuously and wrote. The venomous woman harmed Ru greatly and often beat and scolded. This time, because Ru sponsored Yi Yuan divine essence stones, in her fury, she threw Ru into the dungeons and administered poison in the food, plotting to kill Ru. She, as a stepmother, this action was understandable. But father was greedy and actually left Ru alone to her devices. Ru's heart is already dead. This life already returned to father, the remaining life bestowed by Yi Yuan. This day forth, Ru makes a clean break from the Liang family and no longer has any connection. Writing finish, Liang Wanru put down the pen, her eyes already filled with tears. Su Linpu let out a long sigh and said, "Sigh, poor girl. Hong Yin. Bring Miss Wanru back and let her rest well." For Liang Wanru's disposition, being able to force her to this step was truly not easy. Even back then, when Liang Wanrong did that sort of dirty thing, she chose to forgive too. But Liang Mingyu's indifference this time truly made Liang Wanru lose all hope. She finally discovered that this Liang family seemed to already completely did not have room for her to survival anymore. Looking at Liang Wanru's frail appearance, the pity in everyone's hearts arose spontaneously. Her experiences these few years, quite a number of people all heard of it. Wang Pianran suddenly felt that there were a series of unfriendly gazes coming from all around, the scenery suddenly changing. That was the furious gaze after being deceived and made use of. Originally, this version of things was seamless, but the prerequisite was that Liang Wanru was already dead. Now, the main person herself came forward to clarify and even wanted to make a clean break from the Liang family. How the truth was already did not need to go into detail. What do you all want to do? My brother is Wang Lingbo. Wang Pianran shouted at the top of her voice. Pooh! Is the Wang family impressive? A thick phlegm passed through the crowd and spat onto Wang Pianran's face accurately. Immediately, a stinky smell burrowed into her nostrils, making her choke from disgust. But before waiting for her to react yet, one mouthful after another of thick phlegm spat over towards her akin to raindrops. Spit. Scram. Spit. Quickly get lost. Spit. Don't make a spectacle of yourself here anymore. Get lost. Cursing sounded out, spit splattering everywhere. Wang Pianran was instantly drowned out by this raindrop like thick phlegms, waves of stench emanating off her body. That appearance was disgusting to the extreme. When those people who were fooled came to realize the truth, that wrath was very terrifying. These people were all expected. Spitting was naturally bullseye every time. Wang Pianran had no place to dodge even if she wanted to. Disgusting to death. You all are dead for sure. I'll have my brother kill all of you pariahs. Every one of you. Hack. Wang Pianran was currently shouting herself hoarse, threatening others, when a thick phlegm directly flew into her mouth. She could not take it anymore and started vomiting loudly. Everyone laughed loudly. Wang Pianran's threat had no effect at all. As the saying went, the law did not blame the masses. Even though the Wang family was powerful, they did not dare to kill so many people either. Wang Pianran at this time was akin to a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting to beat it. Even though the onlookers did not dare to kill her, currently like this, it was already enough for her to suffer. In fact, it was even more liberating than killing her. Such a venomous woman should be humiliated like this. Wang Pianran puked as she was escorted by a group of underlings away from the myriad treasure tower. Su Linpu had flowers bloom with joy in his heart long ago. Only seeing Wang Pianran leave, did he say in the clear voice, "Now, everyone knows that my myriad treasure tower isn't joking around with everybody, right? In the future, if someone is poisoned, you can come to the myriad treasure tower. Everybody rest assured. I guarantee that the medicines work like a charm." Su Linpu's words were a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. What he said was not poison feather 1,000 night, but that as long as someone was poisoned, they could come to find the myriad treasure tower. These words were said rather conceitedly. Manager Su, you're saying that? No matter what poison, you all can resolve it? Someone asked with skepticism. Su Linpu smiled and said, Of course not. How many poisons are there in this world? How can it be all cured? But in this Jewel Hill city, if even our myriad treasure tower can't cure it, then nobody can cure it. These words were said domineeringly. But the myriad treasure tower, after having Yi Yuan, was this domineering. If without Yi Yuan's inciting things, Su Linpu naturally did not dare to say this kind of big talk. Even the poison feather 1,000 night was cured. What poison was there that the divine-grade detoxification pill could not treat? Everyone clearly all realized this point. The myriad treasure tower resolved Jewel Hill City's #1 poison. They naturally had the confidence to say this kind of words. Manager Su, could it be that that new guest alchemist of yours refined a divine-grade detoxification pill? Someone asked again. Su Linpu said with a smile, speaking of this guest alchemist of ours, Yi Yuan, he's incredible. Presumably, everyone knows that because his divine C is damaged, he's unable to condense divine essence. Hence, his medicinal pills were all refined and formed with Formation Dao. What? Formation Dao pill refinement. It's actually Formation Dao pill refinement. Just what is the origin of this guest alchemist? To actually know Formation Dao pill refinement. Manager Su is evading the subject. Looks like the Myriad Treasure Tower really refined a divine-grade detoxification pill. Su Linpu saying this immediately caused a hubbub. Everyone was already shocked until it could not be surpassed. No matter whether it was the divine-grade detoxification pill or Formation Dao pill refinement, these were all things that were fantastical in Jewel Hill City. It was precisely because so that everyone all thought that Liang Wanru died. However, these inconceivable things had indeed happened before everyone's eyes. Seeing this scene, Su Linpu smiled until his eyes narrowed. With this, Yi Yuan's fame was considered utterly spread out in Jewel Hill City. In the future, not only would the Myriad Treasure Tower's fame overshadow the other few families, the martial artists seeking Yi Yuan for pills would definitely be more as well. In the tea house, Lu Jinghao and Lin Ziyan slowly sat down. Until now, they still had not recovered. When Liang Wanru appeared, the two of them were virtually shocked until they stood up at the same time. The Poison Feather Thousand Nights poison being cured. This was absolutely an earth-shaking major matter in Jewel Hill City. A major event sufficient to change the current Jewel Hill City's status quo. Using one's but to think, and one would also know, starting from today, the Myriad Treasure Tower's business would probably be explosive. The Lu family and Lin family's power would definitely be affected. However, the one with the biggest impact was still the Wang family. Old Lu, I seriously can't figure out where Yang Rui went to find such a freak. Lin Ziyan drank a mouthful of tea and said with a bitter smile. Lu Jinghao similarly smiled bitterly and said, this new guest alchemist of the Myriad Treasure Tower is very mysterious, but I didn't expect that his strength was actually so formidable. With him around, our two families' days in the future will have a hard time. Yeah. Alchemists able to refine divine-grade detoxification pill, we can't find a second one in the entire Jewel Hill City too. However, the one with the biggest headache is still Wang Lingbo. Today's matter will probably be a bolt out of the blue to him, right? Lin Ziyan said smilingly. Heh. He was digging a pit to bury himself, causing a disturbance for over a month. It was actually such an outcome. Lu Jinghao said rather gloatingly. Toward the events that happened in the outside world, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious. To him, every minute and second was precious. Refining a divine-grade divine essence pill and divine-grade detoxification pill was indeed impressive, but these two kinds of medicinal pills were merely just medicinal pills to build the foundation. One-star heavenly mark pill was 1,000 times, 10,000 times harder than these two kinds of medicinal pills. Even if Yi Yuan used a very short time to refine these two kinds of medicinal pills, 10 years' time was still a bit of a stretch. Yi Yuan fell into a frenzied studying and practicing. Vast knowledge of spirit medicine's medicinal properties practically stuffed his brain full. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and desperately forced himself to digest again and again. Inside the world suppressing steel, time slowly passed quietly. In a twinkle, it was already close to 100 years. Dustless looked at the divine-grade medicinal pill inside the array formation overflowing with medicinal fragrance and was speechless for a long time. Divine-grade one-star heavenly mark pill. Yi Yuan really did it and only used less than a century. Dustless still did not quite dare to believe it until now, that Yi Yuan completed something which even Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove could not do. He already did his best to overestimate Yi Yuan's talent, but he discovered now that his estimations were a complete joke. This boy in front of him could not be judged with common sense at all. Senior, it's finally formed. Yi Yuan was also very excited. He knew that he completed a remarkable achievement. Yeah, it's done. You, kid, are simply born for the sake of alchemy. If it were somebody else, 100 years' time to comprehend these spirit medicine's medicinal properties isn't even enough, Dustless said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan comprehending these rank 1 divine rank spirit medicines could simply use enlightening to describe. Ever since entering the selfless realm at that time, after learning the rudiments, his speed of comprehending medicinal properties could simply use outrageous to describe. Each kind of spirit medicine, the medicinal properties were different, but it was not to say that they were completely different. Yi Yuan was always able to draw parallels from inference, learning by analogy and inferring other things from one instance. After that, he learned the medicinal properties fully very quickly. The array formations path, even though Yi Yuan's improvements were not as good as with alchemy, it also made rapid advancements. The array formation to refine the divine grade 1-star heavenly mark pill was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more complicated than the lesser divine essence formation. But Yi Yuan only used 20 years' time and thoroughly comprehended it. Didn't Senior also say that because I entered selfless realm and had a correspondence point with heavenly Tao, that's why it would be so smooth? Yi Yuan said with a smile. That might be the case, but being able to enter the selfless realm in itself is also the manifestation of strength and comprehension ability. You, boy, really made me too surprised, Dustless said. Hoo-hoo. Many thanks for Senior's praise. I'd best consume this medicinal pill first. Divine C being damaged for 10 years. Not a trace of essence energy within the body. I'm already about to collapse. Yi Yuan already could not wait. These few years of becoming a cripple really made him aggrieved to the max. Medicinal pill entering the abdomen. A majestic medicinal strength instantly scoured all the limbs and bones in his body. Very soon, Yi Yuan sensed that his divine C was being repaired bit by bit. Divine grade 1-star heavenly mark pill indeed lived up to its reputation. This century of painstaking effort finally paid off at this moment. Even though the divine grade 1-star heavenly mark pill was just a tier 1 divine pill, the refining difficulty was not an ordinary kind of great. How much effort Yi Yuan put in these close to 100 years, only he and Dustless knew. This 1-star heavenly mark pill is indeed miraculous to actually be able to trigger heavenly Tao to repair the divine C. Yi Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Dustless said that is, of course. No matter what medicinal pill, once it reaches divine grade, that's being recognized by heavenly Tao laws. With your injuries, only by refining a 1-star heavenly mark pill can it not leave behind sequelae. Yi Yuan nodded, indicating understanding. Him refining heaven-grade heavenly mark pill had no meaning at all. Even though a heaven-grade 1-star heavenly mark pill was likewise able to repair the divine C, it would cause an irredeemable impact on his future cultivation. But the divine grade 1-star heavenly mark pill would not. This refinement was 10 days and 10 nights. The 1-star heavenly mark pill was just like a refining master, sculpting Yi Yuan's divine C with the utmost care. Finally, a trace of spiritual energy entered Yi Yuan's body. After refining it, it turned into divine essence and flowed into the divine C. Yi Yuan felt that the feeling of controlling divine essence was really great. Tower Lord, Yi Yuan's seclusion has already been 10 years. The medicinal pills that he left behind are too sought after and were long exhausted clean. These 2 years, our performance has been declining continuously. The Wang family pulled through the most difficult period and is showing signs of raising their heads again now. Ever since Liang Wanru's incident 10 years ago, the Myriad Treasure Tower was really glorious for some times, suppressing the 3 great families. One could say that they outshone others already. Especially the divine essence pills and detoxification pills that Yi Yuan left behind, no matter what grade, they were all very popular. The quality of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were all higher than the same grade medicinal pills. Furthermore, they were martial artists running stock medicinal pills, which were naturally very popular. The quantity of medicinal pills that he left was considerable, but it could not hold up to the Myriad Treasure Tower's boom in business. Towards the end, the medicinal pills that he left behind were even hiked to a very high price. Even so, it could not stop the buyers' booming enthusiasm either. There would always be those people who did not lack money. Finally, the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan left behind were completely exhausted 2 years ago. At that time, it became the turning point of the Myriad Treasure Tower's business. Their performance started to decline. The other 3 families finally grasped this opportunity and counterattacked strongly, reoccupying the market. Yi Yuan did not exit seclusion all along, filled Su Linpu with anxiety. But Yang Rui was not anxious at all and said with a smile, "Oh, old Su, your gaze is too narrow and short-sighted. If they want to jump around, just let them go jump around." Su Linpu smiled bitterly and said, "I say, Tower Lord, why aren't you nervous at all? With the current trend, we'll return to that sort of situation previously again before long." Yang Rui said smilingly, "So what then? Don't you forget how Yi Yuan refined the divine-grade detoxification pill back then? At that time, he only used 2 months' time. Now, he entered seclusion for close to 10 years. You think about it. Once he leaves seclusion, what level will his alchemy strength attain?" Su Linpu's eyes lit up, only then discovering that he was indeed short-sighted and only saw the immediate benefits. He forgot that what brought them this transformation was Yi Yuan. As long as Yi Yuan was around, the myriad treasure tower could rise up anew at any time. Moreover, he entered seclusion 10 years in one go. Who knew what level his alchemy strength would reach? Su Linpu said, "Tower Lord, do you think Yi Yuan can refine the 1-star heavenly mark pill or not?" Yang Rui shook his head and said with a smile, "You're an alchemist. This question you should be clearer than me, right? 10 years' time, how can it possibly refine the 1-star heavenly mark pill? However, we can wait." Su Linpu also felt that his question was rather laughable. The difficulty of the 1-star heavenly mark pill could be said to be demon level. Even for 2-star alchemy gods, extremely few people could refine it too. It was true that Yi Yuan's talent was abnormally high, but wanting to reach this step, it absolutely could not be done in 10 years' time. "Tower Lord." Then Su Linpu will take his leave. Finished talking, Su Linpu backed out. "Manager Su." Su Linpu was just about to enter the Myriad Treasure Tower's lobby, but was stopped by a voice. He turned around and could not help being overjoyed. "Yi Yuan, you finally exited seclusion. If you still didn't exit seclusion, our Myriad Treasure Tower can close shop for good already." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Manager Su's joke is overdone. Before this Yi came, wasn't the Myriad Treasure Tower very lively too? Without Yi Yuan, could it be that the Myriad Treasure Tower can't operate anymore?" Su Linpu chortled with laughter. Suddenly, his countenance changed drastically and he said stammeringly, "Why you? Your divine C already recovered." The current Yi Yuan, his body faintly emitted powerful undulations, becoming like a different person from before closed seclusion. It was clear at a glance. Yi Yuan's divine C was repaired. And heaven rewards the faithful. "I finally recovered." Yi Yuan did not hide anything either, directly admitting it. This kind of thing, wanting to conceal it, could not be done either. It was clear at a glance. But to Su Linpu, this sentence was undoubtedly a bolt out of the blue. It was too astonishing. He was a 1-star alchemy god too, and he was completely aware of how difficult to refine the 1-star heavenly mark pill was. To a 1-star alchemy god, this was virtually an impossible task. He grabbed hold of Yi Yuan and lowered his voice and said, You really refined a 1-star heavenly mark pill." Refining the 1-star heavenly mark pill, that was a heavyweight bomb, much more explosive than divine-grade detoxification pill, this thing. More importantly, the pill formula of the 1-star heavenly mark pill was not what everyone could know. For Yi Yuan to be able to refine it showed that his background was definitely not simple. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't you see it? Without the 1-star heavenly mark pill, I can't possibly repair my divine C either." Hiss. Su Linpu sucked in a cold breath and looked at Yi Yuan with an expression like he had seen a ghost and said, "You, kid, are really a freak. But the timing you came out is too perfect. Still don't come out, this old man really almost can't hold on anymore." Yi Yuan said with a puzzled look. "Where did this come from?" Su Linpu said, "You aren't aware how popular those medicinal pills that you refined were in Jewel Hill City." Su Linpu briefly recounted the situation these few years. Yi Yuan was also slightly surprised when he heard it. He did not expect that the medicinal pills he refined were actually so sought after. Yi Yuan did not shirk either and directly said, "Since that's the case, I'll find time to refine a batch of medicinal pills. I don't dare to say about Tier 1 middle-grade divine pills, but ordinary low-grade divine pills shouldn't be an issue." Su Linpu was overjoyed and said, "Heh, knew that you, kid, won't shirk." Then this matter will be entrusted to you. Yi Yuan was aware that he owed the Myriad Treasure Tower a favor. After all, without the Myriad Treasure Tower supplying spirit medicines endlessly, he also had no way of refining the one-star Heavenly Mark pill in 10 years' time. But actually, the profits that Yi Yuan brought to the Myriad Treasure Tower was far from as simple as those medicinal pills which he left behind. In these 10 years, the Myriad Treasure Tower could be said to have limitless glory, crushing the other 3 families until they could not even raise their heads. In this, Yi Yuan had the absolute contribution. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "There are quite a new ready-made divine pills inside the practice room. You can send people to go and tidy it up a bit. I took away all of the divine-grade divine pills. If you all need them, I can help you all refine. Additionally, you make an inventory list and send the spirit medicines to the cultivation room. I'll go take a look at Miss Wanru first." Su Linpu hurriedly said, "That is, of course. These few years. Miss Wanru has missed you dearly." Yi Yuan smiled and suddenly asked, "Manager Su, are there places of evil spirits near Jewel Hill City?" Su Linpu's expression changed and he said, "What are you finding lands of evil spirits for?" "Lands of evil spirits aren't some good place." Dustless told Yi Yuan that apart from the cities in the Heavenspan world, there were all kinds of evil spirit places. The so-called land of evil spirits were places where those martial artists who had abnormal deaths, their divine souls converting to death spirits and gathering in places wherein energy was entrenched, forming a land of danger. The evil spirits of evil spirit lands killed and devoured each other to strengthen themselves. Those able to survive were mostly powerful. Ordinary martial artists fighting solo was not a match for the evil spirits at all. Furthermore, the divine souls of martial artists was excellent nourishment to those evil spirits. Once they discovered that there were martial artists who entered the land of evil spirits, they would unleash attacks frenziedly, all the way until devouring the martial artist's divine soul in the end. But the evil spirit lands would also give birth to some inattribute natural treasure. Furthermore, each kind was very valuable. Therefore, quite a number of martial artists would brave the dangers and enter inside to search for treasures. Those with good luck could really make a fortune and even maintain several decades, up to 100 years of cultivation. Hence, the moment Su Linpu heard that Yi Yuan wanted to find a land of evil spirits, his expression changed immediately. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This Yi wants to refine a kind of medicinal pill and needs to use night twill grass, so I want to make a trip to a land of evil spirits. The matter of possessing the soul-suppressing pearl, this kind of Empyrean spirit treasure, Yi Yuan naturally would not disclose it. Hence, he made up a reason. Him going to a land of evil spirits was naturally not really in order to refine some medicinal pill but to search for nourishment for Dustless. The evil spirits of the land of evil spirits were the best nourishment to Dustless. At present, there were only 3 months left from the 10-year period. Yi Yuan already could not afford to delay. If he still did not find nourishment for Dustless, Mu Lingxue would not be able to hold on. Hence, no matter what, this trip to the land of evil spirits he had to go. But the moment Su Linpu heard, he could not really stop him. The Myriad Treasure Tower really did not have the night twill grass. The natural treasures of evil spirit lands were very hard to come by in the outside world. Each time it appeared, they would be seized away. Furthermore, the prices were exceedingly high. It was precisely because of this that those martial artists would enter the land of evil spirits at the expense of their lives, wanting to find some natural treasures. This, in the place 1 million miles in the northeast direction of Jewel Hill City, there's In Wind Denver. That place is the largest land of evil spirits in the vicinity of Jewel Hill City. But the danger there is also much greater compared to other places. It's just that other lands of evil spirits probably don't have the night twill grass, Su Linpu said. Yi Yuan became interested the moment he heard this. Evil spirits that were too ordinary did not have much effect on Dustless. Dustless told him, "Want to find a useful land of evil spirits, there must have the night twill grass, this level of spirit medicine." Therefore, that was why Yi Yuan would say so. He did not expect that there really was one. "Manager Su, can you tell me about this In Wind Den in detail?" Yi Yuan said. Su Linpu nodded and said, "That is, of course. The In Wind Den is the largest land of evil spirits in Jewel Hill City area. Jewel Hill City has quite a few powerful martial artists who would stay at the Yin Den all year round. Some of the Yin attribute spirit medicines produced there are highly popular with martial artists. But the danger there is also plain for all to see. The deity realm powerhouses who die at the Yin Den every year are no fewer than 100 people. It's said that the Yin Den's depths. There are even 2-star evil spirits whose strength rivals human heaven glimpse deity realm. Once encountered, the average person would die beyond a doubt. Yi Yuan felt terror in his heart when he heard it too. Grotto Profound Deity Realm was divided into initial stage, middle stage, late stage, as well as grand completion. Each minor realm, the strength disparity was exceedingly great. Middle stage Grotto Profound martial artists could easily crush initial stage martial artists. Yi Yuan had currently just recovered his strength and was merely initial stage Grotto Profound Deity Realm. While 2-star evil spirits, those were existences even stronger than ordinary heaven glimpse deity realm powerhouses. Once ran into 2-star evil spirits, they would die without a doubt. Dustless said that the Heavenspan world could not compare to the Immortal Grove world anymore. In the Immortal Grove world, he would easily devour the Death Soul Tree. But here, he was at most able to deal with a late-stage 1-star evil spirit. Encountering a 1-star grand completion evil spirit, he would have to give a wide berth to. As for 2-star evil spirits, even he had no way of dealing with them either. Yi Yuan did not expect that this trip really had quite a bit of danger. Su Linpu gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, "If you insist on going, better let Luo Jian follow along with you. Wanru, you're thinking about Sir Yi again, right?" Hong Yin could not help scoffing when she saw Liang Wanru staring blankly. Liang Wanru's face reddened, and she lowered her head bashfully. Hong Yin could not help bursting into laughter when she saw and said, "If you miss him, then miss him? What's the big deal? A genius like Sir Yi, which woman doesn't like? Actually, Hong Yin likes him a lot too. It's just too bad that Hong Yin doesn't have this fortune, and know that he definitely won't take fancy on me." Hong Yin had long seen through that Yi Yuan being so talented. As long as he could repair his divine sea, he would fly to the sky in one move sooner or later. Even if he could not repair the divine sea, just based on his unique skill of formation Dao pill refinement, it was also sufficient to gain a foothold in any place. For the Tower Lord to send Luo Jian out to protect Yi Yuan, this in itself indicated many problems. Liang Wanru could not help but become interested when she heard and looked towards Hong Yin rather interestedly. Hong Yin heaved a melancholic sigh and said, "I'm not joking with you. Not only is Sir Ye's alchemy talent outstanding, but he's also even sentimental and righteous. He did not scruple in going up to the Wang family to plead for your sake. A man like this, which woman won't be moved? It's just too bad that he and I are destined to be people of different worlds." When Liang Wanru heard these words, she could not help feeling down too. After all, not only was she a mute, furthermore, she was just a mortal. To talk about being of different worlds, wasn't she even more so? At this time, a knocking sound rang out outside the door. Hong Yin went to open the door to take a look and could not help being inexplicably surprised. The arrival was actually Yi Yuan. "Sir Yi, you finally exited seclusion. Ah, you recovered your strength?" Hong Yin's small mouth opened into a circle and could not close her mouth for a long time. She had never heard before that after a martial artist's divine sea was damaged, they could still recover their strength. Of course, that was because nobody could refine the 1-star heavenly mark pill. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Yeah, 10 years of seclusion finally achieved some results. These few years, thanks to you for accompanying Miss Wanru to relieve her worries and boredom." Hong Yin's little heart pounded heavily. Her gaze that looked towards Yi Yuan was filled with worship. Hearing that, she hurriedly waved her hands and said, "What's Sir saying? Wanru and I have long become good friends who tell each other everything already. Her life experiences are pitiful, but her character is extremely good. With such a close friend, it's also all that I could wish for." Liang Wanru saw Yi Yuan enter and went up to welcome joyfully. When Yi Yuan saw Liang Wanru, he could not help apologizing. "Miss Wanru, these few years, he was in seclusion, leaving you alone out here. Really sorry about it." Liang Wanru's face revealed a smile that had not been seen for ages and shook her head, indicating that she did not mind. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "But exiting seclusion this time, This Yi brought you good news. The moment Liang Wanru heard, she could not help becoming doubtful, using a probing gaze to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not leave her hanging and took out 2 medicinal pills. Hong Yin's gaze turned intent, and she said in astonishment, Sir Yi, this is Dao Skunda pill. Yi Yuan was rather surprised and said, You actually recognize the Dao Skunda pill? These 2 kinds of medicinal pills were not what the average person could see. Inside the myriad treasure tower, there were absolutely no such medicinal pills, because nobody could refine them. He did not expect that Hong Yin actually recognized these 2 kinds of medicinal pills. It's really the Dao Skunda pill. Over 30 years ago, the Tower Lord requested the Dao Skunda pill from the higher-ups before. Hong Yin was fortunate to have seen it before. I didn't expect that after a time interval of many years. I actually saw it once again. Sir, this was refined by yourself. Hong Yin asked Yi Yuan in disbelief. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If I didn't refine it, could it be that it fell down from the sky? Hong Yin was unbelievably shocked. She knew how difficult the Dao Skunda pill's refinement was. Among Jewel Hill City's alchemists, no one was able to refine it at all. She did not expect that Yi Yuan actually refined it. I didn't mean that. Hong Yin was aware that she misspoke and hastily said. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, Haha, kidding with you. Don't take it seriously. Only then did Hong Yin let out a sigh in relief and asked, Sir, the quality of this Dao Skunda pill of yours is much better than what I saw that time. Oh right, this is the Dao Skunda pill, then the other one. Could it be the spirit-mending pill? Yi Yuan said with a nod. Miss Hong Yin is really extremely intelligent. That's right, it's precisely the spirit-mending pill. Hong Yin could not help recalling the big talk Yi Yuan said at the Wang family. She did not think that he really did it. Liang Wanru being unable to open her mouth and talk was because within her body was missing a portion of heavenly Dao. Want to make up this portion of heavenly Dao, one required the spirit-mending pill. The effect of this Dao Skunda pill was to help Liang Wanru be able to break through to the deity realm. In the Immortal Grove world, for people to want to break through to deity realm, one must cultivate the heart realm to the heaven-man unity grand completion. Because wanting to break through to the deity realm required the heart realm to harmonize essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths. But the heavenspan world's powerhouses were able to use divine pills to achieve this sort of effect. Hence, using divine pills to help martial artists break through to deity realm, this was not considered much in the heavenspan world. Except, this Dao Skunda pill's refining difficulty was tremendous. The average 1-star alchemy god really could not refine it. Even if they really refined it, the price was also not what the average mortal could afford. Back then, Yi Yuan said to Wang Lingbo not only was he going to resolve the poison feather Thousand Nights poison, he was even going to let Liang Wanru open her mouth and talk and let her step foot into deity realm. Now it was all realized. No wonder what kind of feeling Wang Lingbo would have when he learned about this news. It was night, a dark shadow flickered and disappeared in the night, entering the Wang family's manor. In front of Wang Lingbo was a black-clothed man in martial outfit. Regarding the black-clothed man's appearance, Wang Lingbo was not surprised. You came. Could it be that the myriad treasure tower had some new movements? Wang Lingbo opened his mouth and said coolly. The black-clothed man had his face covered and could not see his face clearly at all. Yi Yuan exited seclusion, the black-clothed man said. Wang Lingbo's eyebrows raised up. A hint of a strange smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, That punk finally left seclusion. The humiliation that he brought to my Wang family must be settled with him properly this time. Heh! His divine sea recovered, the black-clothed man said meaningfully. Wang Lingbo's entire body trembled. His gaze when looking at the black-clothed man was incredible shock. This news was simply akin to a bolt out of the blue to him. He really refined a 1-star heavenly mark pill? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Lingbo cried out involuntarily. The black-clothed man said with a heated gaze, Does this old man have a need to lie to you? Not only did he refine a 1-star heavenly spiritual pill, he even refined a spirit-mending pill and a Dao Skunda pill. Heh! Do you feel that your face is burning hot? Wang Lingbo's eyes stared wide-eyed. He was shocked by the news that the black-clothed man brought until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. Just as the black-clothed man said, his face was really fiery hot. 10 years ago, Yi Yuan saved Liang Wanru. That slap was thrown extremely resoundingly. 10 years later, Yi Yuan even refined the spirit-mending pill and Dao Skunda pill, completely realizing the vows back then. Could his face not be burning hot? Only after a long time did he digest his news. His gaze was cold as he looked at the black-clothed man and said, "You shouldn't have come this time because you have nothing to do and deliberately came to mock me, right?" The black-clothed man chuckled and said, "Of course not. Yi Yuan, he wants to go to the Yin Wind Den. 2 people, 2 steeds. Yi Yuan and Luo Jian, one in front, one at the back, galloped on the open road. Today, the sun had not risen yet, and the 2 people already quietly went out of Jewel Hill City. In a blink, they already galloped several tens of thousands of miles away. Leaving the city this time, Yi Yuan was still very cautious. He knew that once the Wang family learned about the news of him exiting the city, they would definitely deal a killing blow. These few years, Yi Yuan had been refining pills inside the world-suppressing steel all along, refining a large batch of medicinal pills for the Myriad Treasure Tower. These medicinal pills, Yi Yuan had notified Manager Su as well, letting him wait until after he went out of the city before starting to roll them out. The news of him exiting seclusion was also sealed off very tightly. Apart from a few core members of the Myriad Treasure Tower, no one knew at all. After all, he had already entered closed seclusion for 10 years. It was impossible for the Wang family to constantly keep an eye on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan knew that for the Wang family to be able to become one of the 3 great families, they had a heaven-glimpsed deity realm ancestor. Such a great family, Yi Yuan's current strength could not resist at all. Hence, he had no choice but to be more careful. It was just that Yi Yuan never dreamed that the news of him leaving seclusion was long leaked to Wang Lingo by someone already. The Wang family's assassin was long lying in ambush ahead already. The 2 people were currently galloping when a figure in front blocked the way. There were no villages ahead and no inns at the back in this place. It was precisely a good place to kill people and rob. Swoosh, swoosh. They did not see a person take any action either, but 2 gusts of wind assailed them. Yi Yuan's expression changed, leaping up. Boom. The flying dragon colts that the 2 people were riding were directly blasted into dregs. The Heavenspan world's deity realm powerhouses were unable to fly too. This flying dragon colt was a means of travel, capable of traveling as far as several tens of thousands of miles a day. He did not expect that they were actually annihilated just like this. Judging from the strength that this person exhibited, he was actually a grand completion grotto profound expert. The 2 people landed, and Luo Jian's brows furrowed as he said, "Wang Yu gone." The old man smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect that there's still someone who remembers this old man. You're Luo Jian? I heard of you before, Jewel Hill City's up-and-coming star, known as Myriad Treasure Tower's #1 swordsman." Luo Jian's furrowed his brows but did not answer. Yi Yuan's brows were also tightly locked as he asked, "The Wang family's people?" Luo Jian nodded his head and said, "The Wang family's 4th elder was already Grotto Profound Deity Realm 5,000 years ago. He normally doesn't leave seclusion. I didn't expect that Wang Lingbo actually sent him out." Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Our whereabouts have been leaked. Looks like the Myriad Treasure Tower has a traitor." "Impossible," Luo Jian blurted out. Clearly, he totally did not believe that the Myriad Treasure Tower would have someone be a traitor. Yi Yuan smiled and did not dispute. Leaving the city this time, he was already very careful but was still found out by the Wang family's people. A traitor definitely emerged in the Myriad Treasure Tower. This point was indisputable. It was just that Yi Yuan could not guess who would betray the Myriad Treasure Tower. "Who is it?" Luo Jian suddenly said. "There are targets of suspicion, but still don't dare to confirm. Now isn't the time to talk about this. Can you deal with this guy?" Yi Yuan said. Luo Jian hugged his sword and looked at Wang Yugan and said, "I'll give it a shot. You leave first." The moment Wang Yugan heard these words, he could not help bursting into laughter and said, "Brat who's ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. When this old man roamed unobstructed in Jewel Hill City, you all weren't even born yet." Luo Jian, I know that you're hailed as having the strength that approaches grand completion grotto profound. But in front of this old man, there's absolutely no chance at all. Luo Jian was not articulate, he had always used a sword to talk. Clank! The long sword coming out of the sheath, a cold light appeared. Wang Yugan's laughter abruptly ceased. Luo Jian's sword already arrived in front of him. Grand completion grotto profound. How can that be? Wang Yugan exclaimed. Exclaiming was exclaiming. But the movements of Wang Yugan's hands were not the slightest bit slow. Clank! The long spear came out of the sheath, nailing onto Luo Jian's sword accurately. The webbing between Luo Jian's thumb and index finger shocked until it turned numb, his figure directly flying out horizontally. This time, Luo Jian met his match. Heh! This old man is really very surprised. You actually just broke through to grand completion grotto profound before coming out of the city. Even though Wang Yugan was shocked, he was not worried. Even if Luo Jian's strength was very powerful, he was also not his match. After all, he was only missing a step to be able to break through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. It was just too bad that this step was as hard as ascending to heaven. If barring no accidents, it would probably be hard for him to break through in this lifetime. Luo Jian looked towards Yi Yuan, his gaze revealing a look of gratitude. It was precisely the divine-grade divine essence pill that Yi Yuan gifted him in private that helped him to burst through the bottleneck, breaking through to grand completion grotto profound. His realm had always been stuck at peak late-stage grotto profound but had never found the opportunity to break through. With Luo Jian's current realm, the divine essence pill was long useless to him already. Unless it was divine-grade divine essence pill. The low-grade tier 1 divine pills Yi Yuan refined also did not have much effect on him. But this divine essence pill was able to keep on consuming until breaking through to Heaven Glimpse deity realm. Of course, the prerequisite was that consuming it still had an effect. Under the stimulation of the divine-grade divine essence pill, Luo Jian finally broke through the bottleneck that he was stuck at for many years in one stroke. Wang Yugan was shrewd with age and saw through many things with one glance, and could not help saying in surprise, "Looks like it was this brat who helped you to break through the bottleneck. In your current state, unless it's the divine-grade divine essence pill. Truly inconceivable. This kid refines divine-grade divine essence pills as easily as eating and drinking. No wonder Lingbo the child is so apprehensive of you. With you at the Myriad Treasure Tower, wouldn't my Wang family forever not have the day to hold our heads up high?" Talking to the back, Wang Yugan did not conceal his killing intent in the slightest. Luo Jian gave a cold snort and said, "Want to kill him? Go through me first." Wang Yugan smiled and said, "Your breakthrough was indeed out of my expectations. However, this will not change the outcome. You're still too inexperienced in front of me." Done talking, Wang Yugan's long spear was raised, suddenly stabbing a spear out, the momentum like a dragon. Luo Jian's face revealed an unprecedented solemnness. Wang Yugan's spear technique was heavy and powerful with quite the air of a general and may be rated as experienced and vicious. Luo Jian's figure was akin to a sheet of blank paper under this long spear. It could be torn apart by the wind. However, Luo Jian's gale wind sword art took the agile route in the first place. He did not clash head-on with Wang Yugan but moved around him instead. "Yi Yuan, you leave first. I'll hold him," Luo Jian shouted. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of moving and said coolly, "This Yi won't abandon Brother Luo and leave. Brother Luo, feel free to let loose. If Brother Luo perishes, this Yi will die together with you." These words were said decisively, without the least bit of hesitation. Yi Yuan's voice entering the ear, Luo Jian was incomparably touched in his heart. Yi Yuan was indeed a sentimental and righteous person. If it were another person, they would have fled long ago. The words greatly roused Luo Jian's spirits, the power of the sword in his hands increasing by a bit. Yi Yuan was merely initial stage grotto profound. The disparity between the two was too great and he could not intervene at all and could only observe from the sideline. Yi Yuan's strength naturally could not compare to ordinary martial artists. But the current him was unable to cross a major realm to battle like at the Immortal Grove world. Counting the voice of the dragon god, these trump cards, Yi Yuan's current combat power was also just equivalent to middle-stage grotto profound martial artists. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of escaping, Wang Yugan also heaved a sigh in relief. Luo Jian's breakthrough was outside of his expectations. If Yi Yuan wanted to run away, he could certainly kill Luo Jian. But wanting to capture Yi Yuan again would be hard. Luo Jian, your future is really limitless. Just entering Grand Completion Grotto Profound, and you're already able to fight to this extent with this old man. It's sufficient to be proud. Wang Yugan was also secretly astonished. The height of this Luo Jian's law's comprehension seriously exceeded his expectations. If Luo Jian broke through 10 or 8 years earlier, he might really not necessarily be this Luo Jian's match. But as for now, he was overpowering strongly. Luo Jian was already forced into a dead end. His spear technique was heavy and powerful, but the speed was not slow. Luo Jian's nimbleness was greatly discounted in front of him. Suddenly, Wang Yugan's expression changed. A burst of terrifying sword intent surged towards the sky. Luo Jian's entire person seemed to be burned by fire, his skin becoming wine red. Heaven and earth mutual longevity. In virtually an instant, Luo Jian's entire person's speed and power skyrocketed over tenfold. The originally suppressed Luo Jian actually faintly took the upper hand at this time. His entire person akin to a phantom, charging over towards Wang Yugan. In a blink, the two people exchanged several hundred moves, the speed swift to the extreme. This move was just like a mutual destruction way of fighting. Yi Yuan discerned it. This move was a kind of divine essence burning move, capable of making Luo Jian's strength skyrocket more than tenfold. But this way, it would cause a tremendous burden on his body. Furthermore, with the current fighting intensity, Luo Jian could not last long. If he could not finish off Wang Yugan, then what awaited the two of them was only death. Brat. Although this move is powerful, you'll croak yourself first before defeating me, Wang Yugan said with a cold sneer. Although his pressure was great for Luo Jian to want to dispose of him within a short time, it could not be done at all. Another sword assaulted, Wang Yugan responded with a cold smile. This sword was no different from before. He did not hesitate in the slightest, directly raising his spear and striking. But just as his spear tip was about to touch the long sword, Luo Jian's sword bizarrely disappeared from before his eyes. Wang Yugan's pupils constricted, wanting to react again, but it was already too late. Puchi! Puchi! Two sounds of metal entering the flesh sounded out. Wang Yugan's long sword passed through the chest, toting Luo Jian in the air, while Luo Jian's sword likewise passed through Wang Yugan's chest. Mutual destruction. Poo work. Poo work. The two people spewed out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. Especially Luo Jian. His golden-colored fresh blood flowed down along the long spear, his appearance very tragic. The Luo Jian hanging on the long spear was already unconscious. Wang Yugan's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Why would that sword just now vanish strangely? But very soon his gaze revealed a fierce look, frenziedly mustering divine essence, wanting to rotate the long spear. He wanted to grind Luo Jian's innards to pieces. But right at this time, a cold light flashed by. Yi Yuan already rushed over. Yi Yuan's timing was grasped perfectly, not giving Wang Yugan the opportunity to deal the killing blow. Even though Wang Yugan was very strong, he was not yet powerful to the extent where he did not fear Yi Yuan's attack. Fine sword art. It's too bad that you're still too unskilled. Wang Yugan gave a fierce cry. There was no time to rotate the spear, directly extending a leg and kicking Luo Jian flying. This kick was powerful and heavy, directly kicking Luo Jian flying out several tens of thousands of feet away. Wang Yugan's movements were extremely agile. The long spear swung and already pointed towards Yi Yuan. In Wang Yugan's view, with his strength, even if seriously injured, killing Yi Yuan was merely the matter of a move. But right then, a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Wang Yugan's gaze turned intent. Roar! A heaven-shaking dragon roar sounded out. After arriving at the heaven-span world, Yi Yuan unleashed the voice of the dragon god for the first time. Accurately speaking, it should be the first time Yi Yuan exhibited the voice of the dragon god after breaking through to deity realm. In the Immortal Grove world, he was able to muster the power of heavenly Tao, Killing people was just a matter of flicking a finger and did not need to use the voice of the dragon god at all. However, the Yi Yuan who broke through to deity realm unleashing the voice of the dragon god was already totally different from before. The limitation of realms made Yi Yuan completely unable to unleash the true power of this move. His dragon soul awakening directly comprehended the first level of the voice of the dragon god. But due to the limitations of realm, he could only unleash the entry-level power of this move. Furthermore, he could only persist 2 to 3 breaths of time. But now, his limitations were much fewer. This voice of the dragon god move was at the boundary of first-level grand completion. Leaping realms to battle was no object. If Wang Yugan was at his prime, Yi Yuan naturally could not do anything to him. But now it was just perfect. Wang Yugan's entire person was akin to being struck by lightning, being shocked by this move until he bled from the 7 orifices. Especially that wound, under the catalyzing of the voice of the dragon god, it enlarged abruptly, golden fresh blood spraying forth like a fountain. The battle results which Luo Jian exchanged with his life as the price. Yi Yuan could not waste it no matter what. 10 breaths. This was the limit that Yi Yuan could achieve at present. Anymore and Yi Yuan would not have strength left over to escape anymore. The disparity between him and Wang Yugan was too great, and he could not kill him at all. Being able to pile on injuries on top of injuries was already the limit. In the next instant, Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively, grabbing Luo Jian and speeding away into the distance. Old fogey, today's grudge. This Yi has remembered it. Your dog head will dwell on your body for the time being. Yi Yuan will definitely come to take it one day. Yi Yuan's figure disappeared in Wang Yugan's line of sight. Those cold words of Yi Yuan's reverberating in the air. Wang Yugan's complexion was deathly pale. He did not think that the initial stage grotto profound Yi Yuan actually had such a formidable ace in the hole. The heaven and earth laws contained in this level of sound wave attack was too terrifying. If Yi Yuan's strength was a little stronger, he would definitely have to meet his end here today. Wang Yugan knew that Yi Yuan was an alchemist, but did not expect that Yi Yuan's combat strength was actually so strong. Just based on this move, it was sufficient for Yi Yuan to sweep across opponents of the same level already. Even middle-stage grotto profound martial artists might not be Yi Yuan's match either. Only late-stage grotto profound powerhouses could steadily win Yi Yuan. Today's matter looked like Luo Jian saving Yi Yuan. Actually, looking from another angle, it was still Yi Yuan saving himself. If not for him helping Luo Jian to break through, even if Luo Jian exhausted all of his trump cards, he could not possibly hurt him too. That move just now was clearly a demon race's supreme martial technique. He is a human. How could he know that martial technique? Wang Yugan consumed a medicinal pill, his gaze full of wariness. His chest had a large hole torn open, looking incomparably grim. The wound that Luo Jian caused was merely the width of a sword. But Yi Yuan's voice of the dragon god forcefully ripped open a large hole in his wound. Except, even though the injuries were severe, it was not sufficient to be life-threatening. Wanting to kill a deity realm powerhouse was very difficult. 3 days later, Wang Yugan's injuries were finally brought under control. He took out a talisman and slowly opened his mouth and said, "The situation has changed. The ambush failed. Send out second elder, third elder. That child absolutely can't be left alive." Finish talking. The talisman emitted a blinding light, vanishing in the air. While at this time, Yi Yuan brought heavily wounded and dying Luo Jian, and already escaped several tens of thousands of miles away.